Chapter 211. Swan Castle. Underground Secret Magic Laboratory. Rosen looked at the latest magic weapon and sighed. Finally, there are some results. This magic weapon was named Crystal Torrent Staff by Rosen. It has two functions. One is to store mana. It can only store legendary mana. Ordinary mana will leak as much as it is poured in, so this is a special magic weapon for legends, which is completely ineffective for ordinary mages. The appearance of the magic weapon is made into an exquisite gentleman's cane, 50 centimeters long, less than 3 centimeters in diameter on average, and weighs less than 1 kilogram. The total amount of pure mana that can be accommodated is equivalent to 100 Rosens. This storage density is about 1.5 times stronger than the original mana gem of the devil, because the quality of the gem synthesized by Rosen is more perfect than that of the devil. The second is legendary focus. Pure mana can be focused, but for low-level mana, there is an iron rule that focusing does not break the number of rings. That is to say, no matter what means are used to focus, a third ring mage cannot obtain fourth ring mana. As for the 11th ring legendary mana, the situation is somewhat special. Because the 11th ring is incomplete and directly connected to the void outside the ring, the strength seems to have no upper limit in theory, and it seems to be able to focus infinitely. But in fact, it is extremely difficult to focus legendary mana. The Soul O Sword of the Nawat Republic used various methods, but in the end, it was only legendary +2. Based on the O Sword, Rosen combined with the improved Cavendish power unification formula to obtain legendary +3 focus. Note, this effect cannot overlap with the Soul O Sword. That is to say, using this staff to cast spells, his legendary power can reach legendary 5. Why is it an improved formula? Because Rosen understands the deeper meaning of the power unification formula better than Cavendish. It can even be said that the reason Cavendish was able to achieve this result was actually the result of Rosen's secret guidance. The purpose, of course, was to assist his research on mana gems. Cavendish's power unification formula did not completely unify all powers. It only unified to the point of pure mana. Or in other words, it was too rough. It regarded the pure mana of sequence 3, the soul power of sequence 2, the faith power of sequence 1.5, and the highest sequence 1 magic circle creation power as pure mana. The reason is also very simple, that is, Cavendish himself has the weakest power and cannot perceive the difference between these powers. But Rosen knows it. So, based on Cavendish's power unification formula, according to the experimental data provided by Cavendish, combined with his own understanding of the soul, he developed a more powerful improved formula. As a result, this legendary magic weapon, the Crystal Flood Staff, can give Rosen 100 times the total mana in a short period of time, legendary +5 legendary mana. Also because the carriers of focus and mana flow are on the external staff, without passing through the caster's soul, it will not put any pressure on his soul. Such a powerful magic weapon is naturally Rosen's protective treasure to take to the Nawat Republic. With mana, there must be spells. Based on the improved Cavendish unified formula, Rosen also has a new idea. He immediately developed new spells based on the new idea. The theory of magic was already in place, and the idea was also there. With the help of Lai Fu's powerful computing power, he got an original legendary spell in less than 10 days. Spell Immortal Destiny. Spell Effect. Based on huge mana, Lai Fu's high computing power controls the trajectory of fate and constructs a magic field where no one can harm the caster. Spell Strength. Legend +5. Spell Consumption. Depending on the scale of the spell and the degree of environmental threat, the maximum consumption is 1 Rosen mana per second. 1 Rosen is the standard set by Rosen based on his total mana. After the spell was developed, Rosen still did not rush to set off, but looked for people everywhere to test the spell. After testing for more than a month, Rosen confirmed that it was reliable enough, and then he went to find a guide. Succubus Medina was the best guide, and she happened to be in Whalon. Soon, in a good quality tavern in the Icefield County in the north of Whalon, Rosen found Succubus Medina. Although it is late spring, the temperature in Icefield County is still below 0. Click. Put a large cup of ice and fire liquor unique to the north in front of Mediana, and then sit down opposite her. I don't understand. Is the wine so delicious? Mediana took the ice and fire liquor, gulped down a big mouthful, sighed with satisfaction, and then asked, "Are women so fun? To change one after another?" Rosen was speechless. Mediana looked Rosen up and down. "I feel that you have some needs for me. Do you want to play games with me?" After saying that, without waiting for Rosen to answer, she smiled and said, "If that's the case, then you came at the right time, because I am also missing the celebration ceremony with you." Rosen shook his head. I plan to go to know what in person, and ask you to lead the way for me. You are not leading the way for nothing. This is a reward. Rosen handed over a bag of high-quality soul gems. Mediana looked at the gems, and nodded with satisfaction. She reminded, after crossing the plane, you can't control your puppet. Rosen smiled. It can still be controlled. I found a cross-plane control method. This method is based on phase transfer, but the power medium used is the power of faith. Faith is a magical thing. Using natural believers as relay beacons, Rosen can easily control the Duke puppet across planes. And natural believers are everywhere, and there is no shortage of beacons, so even if it crosses planes, the connection is still very stable. Medina shrugged and sighed. It can be seen that the Duke's understanding of the plane has far surpassed mine. This is really disappointing. Rosen also shrugged. If you had spent half of your energy on finding good wine, I guess you wouldn't have been caught up so easily by me. Then I'd rather choose good wine. Rosen returned to the topic. When can we set off? Wait 3 days. I just performed a phase transfer, and haven't recovered yet. After a pause, he said, know what has not been peaceful recently. Or rather, know what has never been truly peaceful. So I think you better make some preparations. Rosen smiled and said, I've made preparations. Mediana looked around Rosen and fixed her eyes on the inconspicuous staff at her waist. Is this your preparation? I think you might as well bring a musket. She didn't feel any power from the staff. It was just like a decoration. Rosen smiled and said, I would like to bring it, but the fire gun plus bullets are too heavy. I'm afraid my mana is not enough for the plane shift. A Vulcan gun weighs about 8 kilograms. If it is to be useful, the more bullets the better. 100 rounds must be brought, which adds up to more than 20 kilograms. And he also needs to free up some weight to carry soul gems, coins, ordinary protective magic tools, and other auxiliary items, so it is far less practical than the 1 kilogram crystal torrent staff. Mediana naturally knew the limitations of phase shift, and nodded when she heard it. Okay, since you feel ready, then I have nothing to say. After a pause, he said, by the way, Zigralana is also in Nawat recently, maybe you will run into her by chance. Zigralana is the mother of nature. Rosen's mind suddenly appeared the woman who was full of maternal radiance, but also shy, and he couldn't help but smile. What is she doing in Nawat? She heard that a demon appeared in Lavender, so she went to Nawat to find knowledge to fight the demon, and then came back to give it to you. Rosen's smile became wider. Ah, this news is really heartwarming, and it makes me feel no longer alone. But didn't you tell her that you have brought me knowledge? I did, but she said that the knowledge I got was not the best and most advanced. In short, this mother of nature is a very persistent person. Speaking of this, Mediana looked at Rosen with surprise. I didn't expect that you actually succeeded in killing the demon. Even in Nawat, this is a great achievement worth writing about. Rosen didn't want to attract too much attention, because he was still a novice in the legendary field. Keep a low profile, Mediana. I don't want to be targeted by the devil. I understand. I won't say anything. After taking a sip of wine, the succubus's snow-white cheeks became a little rosy. She raised her hand and pointed to the ceiling. Duke, after seeing you, I really miss your magic gun. Let's go to the room upstairs to spar. Rosen grinned. You are not short of men, are you? Based on Mediana's conditions, even if she disguised her appearance with the transfiguration, as long as she hooked her finger at any man, the other party would immediately kneel down and surrender. But Mediana shook her head repeatedly. I am in need of it, very much. In the past 200 years, I have only sparred with you, the Duke. After all, although there are many men, there are very few who are pleasing to my eye. In the past 1,000 years, there are only 3 men who I feel are good. Without Rosen asking, she said, one is the Lord of Light, one is the Godly Father, and the last one is you, the Duke. And you, the Duke, are obviously much better than the first 2. Rosen was even more puzzled. What about your people? Unexpectedly, when he asked this, Mediana's face showed a trace of sadness. People? The plane I am in has long been destroyed by the devil. After saying that, she shook her head, as if to get rid of the bad mood. Are you coming or not? Rosen has been focusing on studying magic during this period, and he also needs to take a breath, so he nodded. Come on. The 2 went to the room on the 2nd floor. After a while, there was a faint movement through the wooden floor of the 2nd floor to the lobby on the 1st floor. The drinkers in the tavern were used to this and drank as if nothing had happened at first. But after a quarter of an hour, someone couldn't help but grumble. Why doesn't it stop? Is it going to shake the floor through? After another quarter of an hour, the drinkers stopped drinking and pricked up their ears to listen to the noise upstairs, just to see how long the man upstairs could hold on. After another quarter of an hour, everyone's face showed shock. Someone swallowed subconsciously and whispered, "With this energy, I'm afraid he can kill the mayor. This is a man, a real man, let's toast him a glass. I have to keep an eye on my wife. If she knows that there are such real men in the world, she must divorce me." After playing well with the succubus in Icefield County for 3 days, the two set off for Nahuatl together. Before leaving, Mediana said, "I'd like to be alone, so when we get to Nahuatl, I tell you the basic situation and then I go find some wine." Rosen nodded, "Okay. Then let's go." The two of them activated the phase conversion array one after another. Rosen felt the light in front of him twist, and after more than 10 seconds, it became clear again, and then he found that he had arrived in a cold cave. Feeling the mana, it was less than half left, and he immediately knew that he had brought too much stuff. Fortunately, the legendary mana recovers quickly, so it's not a problem. Walking out of the cave, I found that it was the top of a snowy mountain. Looking forward, it was an endless plateau. There were many buildings scattered in the east and west of the plateau, and you could also see a group of lakes scattered like pearls. Mediana followed him out of the cave. Ahead is Enwemer province of the Nahuatl Republic, which is also the highest province and is guarded by 3 Ten-Ring mages. "Come on, I take you down the mountain." To prevent the invasion of demon minions, Nahuatl has very strict identity management. The first step for any outsider to enter Nahuatl is to meet the guardian mage and get his approval. If you don't do this within 24 hours, you will be wanted nationwide and then face the pursuit of the Republic's Blood Soul Army. Believe me, the Blood Soul Army is very, very strong. A group of nearly perfect warriors. It's best not to go against them. Chapter 212. Steep Mountain Road in the Snowy Mountains. Rosen followed Medina down the mountain. "Medi, can I keep my current situation secret for the time being? I mean, I don't want people to know that I have legendary magic power." Mediana turned her head and looked at Rosen. "Why do you want to hide it? In Nahuatl, your legendary magic power will allow you to receive extremely high-level hospitality." But she changed her tone immediately. "However, I can understand your concerns. After all, it is an unfamiliar plane. If you suddenly become the focus of attention, you will cause many unexpected troubles." She thought for a while and asked, "Do you have a way to hide?" "As long as I don't face the legendary strongman, I should be able to hide." Mediana said, "Then you can hide, as long as you don't do anything bad, even if it is discovered, it is not a big problem." Rosen asked again, "You just said that Nahuatl has been in trouble recently. Has it encountered any trouble?" "It is very likely that the 4th demon has come to the plane. It is very likely that the word makes people feel that it is a big trouble." "Who said it is not?" Mediana sighed. "Generally speaking, the more cunning, the more good at disguising and hiding the demon is, the stronger it is. The suspicious traces of this new demon have been discovered for at least half a year, but even the basic existence cannot be confirmed, which makes the whole country feel very anxious, and even greatly increases the alert level." Rosen can fully understand this anxiety. Because the demon hiding in the dark is the most terrifying demon. As a mortal, Rosen naturally does not want Nahuatl, a pioneer in fighting against demons, to get into trouble. But facing the void demon, the power of an individual is also very limited. At present, we can only observe first and then act accordingly. "Tell me more about the situation in Nahuatl." "No problem." On the way down the snowy mountain, Mediana carefully introduced the situation in Nahuatl. After reaching the foot of the snowy mountain, she said, "I have told you everything I should tell you. Nahuatl has countless good wines, and new wines are released every year. I have to go find wine." After a pause, she added, "I will come to you when I miss you." When they said this, the two were walking to a fork in the road. Mediana turned and went to the left fork, but pointed the right fork to Rosen. "There are road signs at every crossroads. Just follow the signs and ask people you meet. Someone will take you to see the guardian mage." Rosen asked hurriedly, "Don't you need to register?" "I don't need to register because I am a plain traveler recognized by Nahuatl, and many people here know me." As he spoke, Mediana had already run away. Rosen could only continue walking along the gravel road. At first the road was very narrow, but gradually it became wider and flatter, and pedestrians gradually appeared on the road. The clothes on the pedestrians had a distinct Nahuatl style. No matter men or women, most of them liked to wear a round hat with a raised brim, a half-length vest, and a tight shirt on the upper body, and a pair of wide-leg pants with a closed cuffs on the lower body, plus a pair of cotton shoes. Occasionally, you will meet decent people wearing long skirts and robes. The materials used are relatively high-end, and they like to add many decorative embroidery patterns on the surface of the clothes. Rosen also discovered that everyone here traveled in groups, usually more than 3 people, and there were very few people traveling alone. Mediana said that this was to fight against the devil's temptation, because lonely mortals are the most vulnerable, and are most likely to become the devil's target. You could also see some means of transportation, with all kinds of power. Some are powered by animals, some are powered by black stones, and some are suspended at low altitudes. Looking at the sky, you can often see flying objects, but the buoyancy of these flying objects is all a huge balloon. There are hot air balloons and hydrogen balloons. The speed is not fast, but it is definitely not slow. It is much faster than land transportation and can ignore the terrain. The only flaw is that the transportation capacity is a bit low. Rosen's clothes are obviously different from Nawat's, and the contours of his facial features are also somewhat inconsistent. The hair colors of Nawat people are mostly blue, purple, and silver, and the eye colors are similar. The facial features are rough. It may also be because of life on the plateau. The skin is reddish, and it looks honest. It can be felt that the Nawat civilians are very wary of strange outsiders. Once they find him, they keep staring at him, as if they want to see through him. After walking for a while, 3 Nawats in black followed him. Their magic power was not low. The lowest one had reached the 5th ring, and one even had the 6th ring. They stared at him with their eyes, as if they were monitoring a prisoner. Rosen thought about Mediana's introduction, and simply walked towards the 3 people and introduced himself directly. I am a traveling wizard from the Dritten Plain. I just don't know the way. Why don't you take me to the Guardian Wizard of Weimar to register? Seeing Rosen's frankness, the vigilance on the faces of the 3 Nawats suddenly subsided a lot, and even a smile appeared on their faces. The man with 6 rings of magic power laughed. Oh, so you are from Dritten. I was wondering why you look so good. He then introduced himself. My name is Dennis, the militia captain of White Lake Town. You asked me to lead the way, and you found the right person. The other 2 also introduced their identities. They were also patrol militias from nearby towns. Rosen also introduced his name. My name is Luo Lin, from the Natural Alliance of the Dritten Plain. Dennis has a pair of strange silver eyes, and at this time he showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Natural Alliance? Rosen immediately noticed something unusual. Have you heard of this word recently? Dennis nodded. Yes, I heard that about 4 months ago, a female mage also came from the Natural Alliance, and even came from your road. Rosen immediately said, Can I know more relevant information? Dennis led the way in front and said, Of course, the female mage said her name was Rolana, and she wanted to find the guardian of the law, Master Naya, and then took the airship to Naland. By the way, Naland is our capital. Rosen nodded to show that he understood. What about the follow-up? I don't know about the follow-up. After all, the capital is very far away from us. Dennis looked at Rosen again. We often meet people from the outer plane, and we will get to know them after meeting them. Can you tell me your strength and skills? Rosen thought for a while and said, I have 8 rings of magic power, I am best at healing, and I also have some alchemy. As for the items on him, there are not many, and the only thing that can be seen is a cane without any power. This cane did not attract the other party's attention at all, so Rosen did not introduce it in detail. Dennis's expression suddenly became much more respectful. Oh, so you are an 8-ring healer. Welcome to our Nawat. We will take you to see the Guardian Mage. The group walked forward together. As they walked, a low-altitude hovercraft floating less than 5 meters above the ground passed by. Dennis said to Rosen, Walking is too tiring, let's fly directly to Weimar City. He used a flying spell to fly to the hovercraft and sit on it. The other 2 militiamen followed, and Rosen naturally followed. The so-called hovercraft is actually a hot air balloon car. There is a bulging hot air balloon on the top, a small wooden frame below, and 2 air nozzles behind that eject hot air flow as power. It is driven by a 4-ring mage. There are 10 seats on the hot air balloon, 5 of which are occupied. After 4 people sat down, it was almost full. Because of the increase in carrying weight, the driver immediately increased the intensity of the hot air flow. Master Rolling, do you have money? Rosen had some silver silas from Lavender ready, so he took out a few coins. I brought some silver coins, you should use them, right? He knew that Nawat was a silver-based country, and the country mainly used various types of silver coins, while paper money was not popular. Nawat was not rich, because other countries in the world had basically fallen, so Nawat had no foreign trade and was completely in a closed self-sufficient state. Fortunately, the country was big enough, and the citizens were as many as 1.6 billion, and they were also hardworking, so they were not poor. The silver coins Rosen took out were not few, but not much, and not enough to arouse greed. Dennis glanced at it and nodded. Of course, One of these coins is equivalent to 20 varins, which is enough for you to eat and drink in Weimar for a day, and one of these coins can pay for the trip to Weimar. He looked at the piloting mage again. Hey man, this is a healing mage from the outer plane. Is it okay to exchange 40 varins from you? The piloting mage nudged the money box beside him with his mouth. Change it yourself, foreigner. He looked very relieved, which shows that the domestic security in Nahuatl is quite good. Rosen threw down 2 silver shilas and took the 40 varins coin, and found that the money was a steel coin made of stainless steel. After a slight estimate, it was found that the purchasing power of such a steel coin was about equivalent to 3 kli of whalon. The airship is indeed fast, and can cross some complex terrains. About half an hour later, it took Rosen across a straight distance of more than 20 miles, and arrived at the airship docking station outside Weimar. Dennis said, "Flying is prohibited in this city, we have to walk to see the guardian wizard." Rosen looked at a passing black stone tram and immediately said, "Why not take a ride, I pay." Dennis waved his hands. "There's no need to waste this money. This black stone tram is new and very expensive." "How much is a trip?" 5 valens per stop, and it takes 5 stops to get to the government building. It's not worth wasting this money. In this case, Rosen walked there and took a look at the customs of this world. When he reached the city gate, his heart moved slightly, and found that a strange force passed by his side, with a very high intensity. According to Lai Fu's estimation, it must be Legend 6. Rosen was slightly shocked. This was quite amazing. Subconsciously, he wanted to look, but he immediately held back and only glanced at it with the corner of his eye. Lai Fu immediately reproduced the target's appearance. A man with a very ordinary appearance, in his 30s, with the vicissitudes of life on his face. Judging from his clothes, he should be a farmer from a village in the suburbs of the city. From the outside, it couldn't be more ordinary. There were mages at the city gate who used special legendary magic tools to check everyone entering the city, and the magic tools did not show any abnormalities. Because of his special appearance, Rosen must be checked. In order to avoid being seen through, he used an electromagnetic wave detection spell in advance, and used ultra-high frequency electromagnetic waves to secretly check the internal structure of the legendary magic tool. The structure is very complex, and the detection principle is also very advanced, but it is mainly aimed at the legendary power of void creatures, and is not sensitive to the legendary power of mortals. With the help of Lai Fu's computing power, Rosen quickly understood its basic principles, and then adjusted his concealment method in a targeted manner. It was his turn soon. He was given special care, and checked from head to toe. The legendary magic weapon naturally did not alarm. Dennis seemed relieved to see Rosen pass the test. He was afraid that Rosen would resist, so he explained, "This is to check the power of the devil. As long as it has nothing to do with the devil, there will be no problem." Rosen nodded to show that he understood, and looked at the ordinary farmer, who was going away again, and secretly remembered the hidden power characteristics of his body. From the power characteristics, it is unique to void creatures, but not much, and it can evade the detection magic weapon, which means that Nahuatl's demon detection magic weapon has been modified in a targeted manner. And it was a real-time modification, because Mediana said that Nahuatl's demon detection magic weapon would be improved very frequently. So, the void demon behind this farmer is very unusual. The opponent's power strength of at least Legendary 6 also made Rosen feel very daunted. As expected of the anti-demon pioneer Nahuatl, he is so strong against any random demon. Chapter 213. Compared to other buildings in the city, the government building of Weimar City is not tall, and even inconspicuous. It looks like a clean building with a courtyard on the side of the street. If there is no local to lead the way, it is not certain to find the place. Militia Captain Dennis reported the situation to the guard at the door. In just a quarter of an hour, Rosen met the guardian wizard of Weimar province. After bringing Rosen to the end of the land, Dennis and other militiamen did not stop for a moment, waved to Rosen and turned away. During the whole process, they did not ask for any return, nor did they take any advantage of Rosen, and even paid for the fare of the hovercraft themselves. Very friendly and very kind. This left a deep impression on Rosen. The grassroots people of Nahuatl are simple and loyal to their duties, and do not engage in any crooked ways. No wonder they can fight against demons for a long time. To fight against demons with faith, it certainly requires the wisdom and foresight of the upper class, but the greatest source of power is the ordinary citizens of a country. If the people are like flies and dogs, the whole country will be like a stinking cesspool, and it is impossible to gather a holy and pure belief in protection. Even if the upper class is as wise as gods, without the power of belief to support them to ascend to legend, they can only sigh helplessly when facing gods and demons. Looking at the simple government building in front of us and the guardian mages that can be seen quickly, it can be seen that the Republic of Nawat is the top republic with unity from top to bottom. Mediana said that there are 3 guardian mages in Weimar City. In a spacious and bright, but simply decorated room, Rosen saw it all at once. Because the 3 guardian mages with the power of 10 rings share a large office, they can see each other when they look up. The idea of united will to fight against demons was fully implemented. The moment he was brought into the room by the guards, Rosen took the opportunity to observe the 3 people. 3 guardian mages, 2 men and 1 woman. From the appearance, one of the men was 35 or 60, and the other was in his early 40s, both wearing ordinary gray cloth robes. One of them was in the early 10th ring, and the other was in the middle 10th ring. It can be felt that the total amount of mana of the 2 is very high, and there is a layer of strong faith power shrouding them, like a barrier to protect the souls of the 2. It can also be felt that the real age of these 2 mages should be less than 100 years old. The reason why they look old is that they were promoted to high rings a little later. The last female mage. She looks the youngest, and she looks only in her early 30s, but her temperament is the most vicissitudes, especially her pair of crystal blue eyes. If you don't live for 200 years, you will never be able to precipitate this kind of temperament that has seen the prosperity of the world. Her magic power is stronger. Not only is the strength of the 10th ring extreme, the total amount is even more than 0.5% of Rosen before the promotion, and the power of faith surrounding her body is even more amazing, at least more than the 2 male mages. In Rosen's legendary perspective, he only saw a faith light ball as bright as the sun, and every moment, there were luminous threads containing power converging from all directions. This female mage should be the chief guardian mage of Weimar province. In just a moment, Rosen understood these details and summarized them in his heart. With a magic power of 10 rings, she is almost the most powerful soul under the legend, and with the protection of the guardian faith brought by the position, it is difficult to think of any problems. Soon, Rosen was led to the 35 or 6-year-old male mage and received by him. Then, Rosen's judgment was wrong. When he approached the male mage about 3 meters away, he could vaguely feel that the other party had a trace of void power. It was very, very secretive. It could not be felt at a distance. It could only be detected when it was 3 meters close, and it was still looming. Rosen was a legendary mage. His sensitivity to the void power was higher than that of the 10-ring mage. With the help of Liefushin's analysis ability, his sensitivity was even higher than that of the average legendary mage. Even so, he could only vaguely perceive it, which showed the secrets hidden by the other party. If it was a 10-ring mage, he would not be able to find it even if he stood face to face. He felt a little nervous. Even the guardian mage was infiltrated. This demon is quite powerful, but he remained calm on the surface, carefully filled in the information handed over by the other party, and dripped a drop of blood on the detection tool according to the other party's request. At the same time, he secretly observed the guardian mage on the opposite side. Gray hair, gray robe, a kind round face, well-proportioned features, gentle and firm eyes, and a little vicissitudes of life. From the outside, there is nothing unusual. The other party took the blood-filled detection tool, and routinely input mana for inspection. When he did this, Rosen's perception became clearer. It was about the mana of the early 10 rings, and there was indeed a trace of void power hidden in the mana, and the power characteristics were exactly the same as those recorded on the farmer before, and the strength was also above Legend 6. This shows that the guardian mage and the nameless farmer were infiltrated by the same void creature. Its legendary 6 mana strength is very amazing, but it is not unsolvable. Because Rosen's mana after focusing with the staff also reached Legend 5. The judgment of the legendary level is based on the ultimate mana of the 10 rings. Legend 6 is 1.6 times that of the 10 rings, and Legend 5 is 1.5 times. In terms of absolute strength comparison, Legend 6 is only less than 7% higher than Legend 5, which is not large, and the gap can be completely eliminated by the mana scale. Of course, stronger mana means higher power sensitivity and more precise power control, so Rosen dare not underestimate it. Since there is a strong enemy, intelligence comes first. Rosen immediately allocated higher computing power to Lifu's detection ability. As a result, there is really a new discovery. In the power of the void, there is actually a more secret breath of faith. Nawat's power of guardian faith is upright and magnificent, like the sun shining on the world, but this strand of faith power is dark and mysterious, like a poisonous snake hidden in the grass. It can also be felt that the power of guarding faith is given by the people of the Republic of Nawat, which is an external power. However, this strand of faith power grows from the heart of this guardian mage himself, which is an internal power. In other words, the personal faith of this guardian mage runs counter to the guardian faith of Nawat. Rosen was also secretly surprised. The power of legend and the power of faith appeared together. Could it be that this void life is secretly preaching in the mortal world? If it is really preaching, it means that this void creature is not a demon, but a god. Because the means of demons are simple and crude, but they are too lazy to engage in faith. And if it is a god, whether it is an evil god or a good god, its harm to the Republic of Nawat is even more terrible than that of demons. Because of the existence of demons, Nawat indirectly helped to gather the belief of protection. But the gods would disintegrate the organizational structure of the Republic of Nawat from the bottom, thereby weakening and even cutting off the source of power of the guardian wizard. If this god is powerful enough, it is even possible to transform the Republic of Nawat into the Kingdom of Nawat bit by bit. Just as Rosen was thinking, the voice of the guardian wizard came with a smile. Okay, no problem. Welcome Master Llewellyn to travel to my Nawat. Along with the voice, a silver badge was handed to Rosen. The Republic Pass badge. With it, you can travel freely in the Republic. Rosen immediately took the badge and found that it was actually a very powerful magic weapon, with the function of precise positioning. In other words, wearing it will always be under the surveillance of the Nawat officials. The voice of the guardian mage came again. Master Llewellyn, this badge is very important. I hope you carry it with you 24 hours a day, otherwise it may cause you extra trouble. Rosen nodded immediately. I will. The latter immediately handed over a manual. Maybe you still need this. Of course, this needs money to buy. The price is 200 varins. The title of the book is Nawat Travel Manual. Rosen brought a total of 100 silver shilas this time, and this book is indeed useful. He took out 10 silver coins and handed it over. Is this okay? Of course. Well, good luck to you. Rosen left the office with the badge and the manual. When he walked to the door, he heard the laughter of 3 guardian mages behind him, talking about some trivial matters. Everything looked extremely normal, and there was no sign that the guardian mage had been infiltrated by the void power. Because the other 2 guardian mages were always 3 meters away from Rosen, Rosen could not determine the situation of the other 2 guardian mages. Feeling that this matter was very important, Rosen turned back and walked into the office, and walked straight towards another male mage in his early 40s. The guardian mage immediately noticed it, and looked strange. What's the matter? As he spoke, Rosen had approached within 3 meters, and found that the guardian mage in his 40s also had a trace of void power. He was secretly shocked, with a smile on his face, and turned his steps to the strongest female mage, and made up a random excuse. Well, it's like this. I heard that Nawat has a powerful guardian mage named Naya. Is that you? As he spoke, he had walked 2 meters in front of the female mage. The results showed that the strongest guardian mage did not have the void power. This discovery made Rosen secretly relieved. Fortunately, it was not completely infiltrated. After hearing the question, the female mage smiled and replied without any doubt. No, I am Mage Elena. If you want to find Mage Naya, you have to go to the capital, Nadlin. Rosen looked enlightened. Oh, so that's the case. Thank you for telling me. I go to Nadlin now. He turned and left, thinking as he walked. And Weimer Province is a border province of the Republic of Nawat, and it is located on a plateau with a relatively low population density. It should be the easiest province to infiltrate. Even I can only sense abnormalities at a very close distance, and I can always avoid the detection of the constantly updated detection instruments. Even 3 guardian mages have fallen. This shows that the situation in this province is actually very serious. The reason why it looks normal on the surface is that the void god behind it deliberately keeps a low profile. Perhaps this void god will eventually be expelled, but it will inevitably cause extremely great harm to Nawat. After leaving the government building, Rosen walked along the street for a while, and saw a small park with pleasant scenery on the side of the road. There were many chairs for people to rest in the park. Rosen walked into the park, found a chair, and scanned the contents of the travel manual into the database, while thinking about countermeasures. At the same time, he also used the soul-burning secret method to quickly restore mana, and infuse the excess mana into the crystal torrent staff. He not only thought about the countermeasures for this incident, but also thought about the countermeasures for the natural alliance to encounter such incidents. After some contemplation, Rosen came to a conclusion. Obviously, relying solely on the organization system and the cooperation of the people can indeed greatly curb the frontal attacks of void creatures. But facing the subtle infiltration attacks of void creatures, the difficulty is much higher. And facing this kind of faith infiltration, the best way is to have a god to occupy the faith one step ahead. The good news is that the Natural Alliance currently has a god, and has firmly occupied the faith position of most believers. So, if this void god appears in the natural alliance, it is not so scary. So, after all, the best way to fight against demons is still God. However, the gods and demons in the void are all inhuman supernatural species. Handing the fate of the human race to them is tantamount to handing the trigger of a musket to the other party. So, this god cannot be a void god, it must be a virtual god created by mortals themselves, similar to the soul GPT of Lifu. Since the last fight against the silver-eyed demon, Rosen has been thinking about countermeasures, and now, he has completely figured it out. Virtual God is definitely achievable. Supercomputing power can be achieved with chips on Earth. This world is naturally even more possible. When I return to Whalon, I will immediately start the project to develop the rune computer. My natural lifespan is no problem for 1,000 years, which is enough for me to create a virtual god belonging to mortals. As for the troubles in Enweimer City, Rosen is an outsider after all, so there is no need to fight for it. Of course, he will not sit idly by. The legendary knowledge shared with me by the guardian wizard Naya has been of great help to me. I owe her a huge favor, so I just told her this quietly, just as a favor. As for how to deal with this invading void god in the future, that is the Republic of Nawat's own business. The soul-burning secret method is charged very quickly, and Rosen has also deliberately improved the efficiency of the secret method. It has been more than 3 hours since he came to this world, and he has been rapidly recovering his mana. At this moment, not only his mana was fully restored, but also 30 of Rosen's legendary 5 mana were stored in the Crystal Torrent staff. This was enough for him to protect himself. Thinking of this, he was ready to get up and leave the park, and take the big airship to Nadlan, the capital of Nawat, to visit the guardian mage Naya. But just as he was about to get up, a strange man appeared. The man approached all the way, and sat down at the other end of the park bench, less than 2 meters away from Rosen. As soon as he sat down, Rosen felt the subtle void power on him, and was slightly surprised. As expected of a legendary 6, he found me so quickly. At the same time, the alert intensity of Heart of the God of War has been raised to the highest level. The strange man did not make any extra movements, and he said to the air in front of him, "I didn't expect that there was such a powerful mage hidden in the city." Obviously, this was said to Rosen. Rosen didn't know the opponent's intention, nor did he know whether it was a good or bad thing. But the Heart of the God of War had automatically run the Immortal Destiny spell, weaving the delicate power of destiny into a net and spreading it within 1,000 meters around Rosen. Of course, all this was done by the Heart of the God of War, and it was done very secretly, but Rosen himself did not move. He also stared at the air in front of him. "So you and those 3 are in the same group?" "Obviously not. I have nothing in common with those rude guys. Of course, because of some unexpected coincidences, we have a common goal. I like challenges, and Nawat is an excellent challenge target, isn't it? Then why come to me? Because I regard this challenge as a very interesting game, and I am focusing on it. And you have obviously discovered my existence, and will ruin this interesting game. So I want to talk to you. Or make a deal." Chapter 214. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is shining brightly. The park in Weimar City. Rosen did not comment on the man's proposal. "I just came to know what to travel, and I have no intention of getting involved." The man smiled. "Young legendary wizard, I know you and why you are here. I heard about what happened in the world of Dritten. The death of Oblad made me see your powerful ability. If you are determined to go against me, it will indeed cause me great trouble." Rosen was slightly shocked, but thought it was normal. After all planes are connected. He still replied indifferently, "So his name is Oblad." While speaking, he directly operated the soul-burning secret method to the extreme that his body could bear, and poured mana into the Crystal Torrent staff with all his strength. Because it has been exposed anyway, it is better to take this opportunity to replenish strength violently. The speed is also very fast, and a tube of mana can be poured into the staff in 1 minute. On the other side, the strange man seemed to be unaware. He continued, "Young man, I have another bad news for you. Because of Oblad's death, the Dryden Plain has entered the vision of many demons. Next, there will definitely be many demons going to the Dryden Plain to trouble you, he." Rosen's mind was slightly shaken, but he quickly regained his composure, without regret or fear. If it happened again, he would still choose to kill the silver-eyed demon without hesitation. "Can I know your name?" "Of course, my name is Alikot Azazuzade. It's a bit long and a bit difficult to pronounce. So I prefer mortals to call me the Lord of Shadows." "Lord of Shadows, what deal are you going to make?" "I will try my best to help you answer a question about legendary knowledge, and you will keep silent about my existence and stay in Enwima City. After the rest period of phase transfer is over, you will leave the Nawat plane immediately. Rosen's face remained calm, and there was even a faint smile. If you help me answer 3 questions, I will agree to not care about you. At the same time, I will not leave Nawat before meeting Naya. The strange man frowned. Young man, you are too greedy. Rosen smiled slightly. I owe a big favor to the great wizard Naya of Nawat, and I am worried about how to repay this favor. You'd better not force me to use you to repay the favor. The strange man was silent for a few seconds, and said, well, let's make a bet. If you win, I will agree to your request, and if you lose, you will die. Rosen shook his head simply. This bet is unfair, especially the stakes. If I lose, I die, then if I win, you should die. After hearing this, the strange man couldn't help but turn his head and look at Rosen, with a hint of amusement in his empty purple eyes. Duke Rosen, I want to remind you that mortals who have obtained legendary power are still mortals, and I am a higher level life, or you can say a god. The huge gap in actual strength and intelligence shows that your life and mine are not equivalent. Rosen nodded in agreement. You are right. I also want to say that the reason why a bet is valid is because there is a higher power to constrain the 2 parties in the bet. But now, there is no such power. So, any bet between us is actually meaningless. As he spoke, Rosen stood up from the bench and looked down at the strange man on the chair. Lord of Shadows, since you love playing games, let's play a game based on our abilities, and see who can win. The strange man sighed softly. Mortal, arrogance will kill you. I know you carry a powerful magic weapon, which makes you feel that you are enough to fight me, but I want to tell you that the huge gap between our intelligence will make power itself meaningless. I can easily take your life. Rosen knew that the other party was threatening him, because if this guy could really kill him easily, there would be no need to show up and negotiate a deal with him. This is also an old problem of void creatures, who like to bluff and scare people, and once their will is not firm, they can easily be bluffed by him. Rosen grinned. You don't care about my life, you only care about your game. Similarly, I don't care about your game, I care about my life. Shadow Lord, make your move. After saying that, Rosen turned and left. A voice came from behind. You will regret it soon, mage. Rosen smiled faintly. You are not the creator, and you are not qualified to speak for the creator. If you ask me, let the creator decide who will regret it. The city park is not big, but it is not small either, and it covers an area of more than 100 meters. He walked about 20 meters along the widest road in the park, and Lai Fu's reminder came to his mind. Fate interference is activated once, consuming 0.1% of mana. This means that someone wanted to attack Rosen, but because of the unexpected disturbance of the power of fate, the sneak attack was quietly resolved. Rosen looked back and found that the strange man behind him had fallen to the ground, and he fell hard, almost knocking him unconscious. In the bushes in front of him on the right, there fell a small exorcist hand cannon unique to Nawat. Yes, it was a cannon, and it should be silenced by magic. It should be some kind of ammunition with the ability to break magic. The caliber is very large, reaching 2 centimeters, and the attack strength should be enough to break the general legendary barrier. If it was fired, it would definitely not hit Rosen, but the consumption of mana would become very large. But now it was not fired, so Rosen only consumed a little mana. It can be almost ignored. He turned around, walked to the fallen stranger, and whispered, Lord of Shadows, you call yourself a god. And I happen to call myself a god as well. Let's see who is the false god, and who is the true god between the two of us. The stranger raised his head on the grass, and a clear shock appeared in his purple eyes. Who are you? Rosen smiled slightly. I won't tell you. He turned and left, and just after walking more than 20 meters, Lai Fu's reminder sounded frequently. Fate interference is activated, consuming 0.6% of mana. Fate interference is activated, consuming 3.2% of mana. Fate interference is activated, consuming 0.2% of mana. Fate. It flashed 11 times in 3 seconds, consuming a total of 6% of mana, but all of them were turned into nothingness. Because 11 assassins with hand cannons appeared. But none of them hit Rosen. Either the hand cannon jammed or exploded, or the assassin fell accidentally. Only once did the exorcist hand cannon succeed, but it missed the target as expected. Rosen sighed in his heart. This is really a sure kill. 12 secret assassins, 12 hand cannons in a row. If all of them hit him, he would be killed on the spot. And if Lai Fu's high computing power did not control the fate spell with high precision and high speed at the millisecond level, Rosen alone would not be able to use the power of fate to interfere with 12 powerful assassins. But there is no if in the world, so Rosen's immortal fate is equivalent to the fate spell in the mortal world. Unless the Lord of Shadows consumes his mana in one breath, he will be immortal. But his Crystal Torrent staff has stored 25 tubes of mana, and it is still increasing rapidly. At the same time, under Lai Fu's fine control, the spell consumption has been reduced to an extreme. And this Lord of Shadows still has a fluke, and does not want to make a big deal, so he is very restrained. This makes it even more impossible to break Rosen's immortal fate. Obviously, Rosen's spells were beyond the Lord of Shadows' expectations. When he walked out of the park and onto the street outside, no assassinations occurred for the time being. When he walked onto the street, Rosen walked along the wall, and tried to avoid appearing in areas with open vision. While walking forward, he quickly replenished the consumed mana. There are two ways to replenish. One is the faith from the Natural Alliance. Because the distance is too far, the replenishment speed is not much. If you rely on faith alone, it takes 5 hours to fill a tube of mana. The advantage is that this way is very secret, and difficult to be blocked. The second is the soul-burning secret method. The soul-burning secret method, which is running to the extreme, is very burdensome to the body, so after running for 10 minutes, Rosen reduced the operating power, but it only takes a quarter of an hour to fill a tube of mana. So, after Rosen walked on the street for 10 minutes, his mana increased instead of decreasing. So where to go now? Rosen naturally had an idea. Since they had already torn their faces, and were ready to go to war, the first step was naturally to find allies. And the strongest ally was naturally the guardian mage named Elena. So, he walked towards the government building again. As he walked, he suddenly stopped and took a few steps back. Almost at the same time, the black stone car running at a speed of about 40 hours on the road derailed, and crashed into the place where he was sitting before. The street was suddenly in chaos, and taking advantage of this wave of chaos, an assassin targeting Rosen appeared in secret. Fate interference was activated, consuming 8% of mana. This wave of consumption was a bit high. Rosen also discovered the assassin's attack method. It was a powerful sniper. A powerful and fast object flew from about 200 meters away, whizzed past Rosen's right ear, and hit the wall beside him. A small hole as big as a teacup was punched in the thick stone wall. The hole was pitch black, and it was impossible to tell how deep it was. The cement inside the hole was hot, silently telling the horror of the blow. Rosen turned his head and looked along the trajectory, and saw a strange man lying on the roof across the street, quickly putting away a magic weapon mounted on a tripod. It was a bit like a sniper rifle, but the structure was much more complicated than a sniper rifle, and even had a sense of science fiction. TSK, a powerful magic weapon originally used to deal with the minions of the devil, was used by the void god to deal with a mortal like me. The world is really absurd. Rosen had no idea of revenge at all, because this was the opponent's territory after all, and there were countless enemies lurking, and he couldn't retaliate at all. He quickened his pace, and soon arrived at the entrance of the government building. He said to the guard, "I think I left something here just now, sir. I want to go in and look for it." The guard was not infiltrated and still remembered Rosen. Seeing the pass badge hanging on his chest, he immediately let him go. Rosen walked into the government building quickly. He was right. Perhaps the power of the Shadow Lord has infiltrated here, but he still dared not be too arrogant, so from entering the government building to the Guardian Mage's office, Rosen did not receive any attack. Soon, Rosen arrived at the Guardian Mage's office. There were no outsiders in the office, only 3 Guardian Mages. After seeing Rosen, the 3 Guardian Mages looked at Rosen with strange eyes. Although they were all strange, they were different. The 2 male mages were strange with a hint of obscure light, which was hostile and fearful. This fear made Rosen's heart move slightly. It seems that the Shadow Lord has told the 2 Guardian Mages about the situation, but because I came too quickly, they didn't have time to make an effective response. It also shows that the Shadow Lord's infiltration has just begun, and there is still a long way to go before the situation can be absolutely controlled. In this way, Rosen is much safer, and the probability of expelling or even killing this legendary 6th Void God is much greater. The remaining female mage named Elena simply felt strange. She asked, "What's the matter, Mage Llewellyn?" At this moment, Rosen looked at the other 2 Guardian Mages with the corner of his eye, and found that the 2 were looking at him with nervous eyes, and a pair of hands were hidden under the desk. Rosen knew at a glance that the 2 were ready to fight to the death. He would not die, of course, but it was hard to say about Elena. In a flash, he stretched out his hand, holding a high-quality soul gem in his hand, with a gentle smile on his face, Mage Elena, I just went out for a walk and found that I didn't have enough money to spend. I want to use a soul gem to exchange for some money from you. Is that okay?" These words eased the tense atmosphere, and the two followers of the Lord of Shadows breathed a sigh of relief and gave up the plan of fighting to the death. One of them said, "I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach, I'm going to the bathroom." He hurried away. Another mage followed closely and said, "I seem to feel uncomfortable in my stomach too." He also hurried away. Mage Elena is not an ordinary person, and has noticed something. She immediately said, "Master Llewellyn, just say what you want to say." Rosen also said directly, "Master Elena, my real name is Rosen. I come from the Principality of Whalon in the Natural Alliance. I have obtained legendary power through some special means, which allows me to discover the traces of the devil. If possible, I want to talk to you in a safe place." Master Elena was shocked, and her crystal blue eyes stared at Rosen carefully, and Rosen looked at her calmly. After looking at each other for a few seconds, Elena said, "Follow me." She took out a strange-shaped magic weapon from under the table and left the room first. Rosen followed quickly. When the two left, the two secret believers who left first had already left the government building in a black stone car. In the black stone car, both of them had blue faces. The younger gray-haired mage said, "What should we do now?" The older mage had blue hair and spread his hands. "In this situation, we can only fight to the death." The gray-haired mage looked desperate. "How can we fight?" "Elena is a candidate for the Guardian Archmage." The blue-haired mage gritted his teeth and said, "We have to fight even if we can't win." On the other side, Rosen followed Mage Elena to the courtyard of the government building and got on Mage Elena's black stone car. Rosen felt that the black stone car was very solid, like a mobile fortress. As soon as she got on the car and closed the door, Mage Elena said to the driver without hesitation, "Take us to the Blood Soul camp." Right away. Chapter 215. The moving black stone car. Faced with Elena's quick reaction, Rosen was not surprised at all. He saw at a glance that the reason why the other party was not infiltrated by the Lord of Darkness was not good luck, but because she was a powerful person. With the ultimate magic power of the 10 rings, a soul life of less than 200 years, and a pair of deep and incomparable crystal blue eyes, it seems that he can see through all the secrets in the world at a glance. This person is the most talented group of people in the Republic of Nawet. If Rosen had not been promoted to a legend, he would have no psychological advantage in facing such a top person, and he would even be suppressed by him. When the car drove onto the avenue, Elena immediately turned on the communication magic tool in the car and started to contact the Blood Soul Army. Was easy. The result was that they could not connect. Elena was surprised and immediately gave up the communication magic tool and used telepathy instead. After trying for a few seconds, it still failed. She immediately changed to other means of communication, but none of them worked. Seeing that she was still trying, Rosen immediately reminded her, "We are locked by this powerful demon. The narrow area we are in is blocked by it, and the usual means of communication are ineffective." Elena took a deep breath to calm her mind. "Master Rosen, how strong is the demon?" "Legendary 6 or above." Elena's crystal blue eyes widened a lot, and her face turned slightly pale. "It's much stronger than I thought. No wonder it can make Seglin and Dotto fall." She immediately explained, "Seglin and Dotto are my colleagues. They have fallen, right?" Because of her lack of strength sensitivity, she didn't feel the abnormality of the two colleagues in strength, but she had noticed the subtle changes in their behavior. Rosen nodded, and at the same time felt strange. "Madam, you seem to have noticed their abnormality a long time ago. Why don't you investigate them secretly?" Elena spread her hands. "Because the abnormality is too slight, I was not sure at first, but today their abnormality is too obvious." After that, she looked at Rosen again. "Rosen Mage from the Dritten Plane, I am very curious. How did you get the legendary power?" Rosen did not answer. Now is obviously not the time to talk about this. The question now is, how can we get to the Blood Soul camp safely? Elena's face condensed. "You are right." She immediately said to the driver, "Speed up, rush to the camp at full speed." After that, she quickly said to Rosen, "The Blood Soul camp is in the northern suburbs of Weimar City, about 10 kilometers away, as long as you get to the camp." Rosen suddenly said, "Slow down, turn right, immediately." The driver was stunned for a moment, and did not execute. Rosen immediately used the mage's hand to directly control the rudder, and turned the black stone car violently to the right. Almost at the moment of turning right, a black stone car on the road ahead suddenly turned sharply, stuck to their body, rushed past, and then crashed hard into the building on the roadside. It seemed to be just an accidental traffic accident. Seeing Elena's shock, Rosen explained, "At present, only the two of us know the information of the devil, and external communication is blocked. If the two of us die, the secret of Anwemer province will be concealed by it." As soon as the voice fell, the second wave of attack arrived, but it was directly aimed at the driver of the Blackstone car. A concentrated curse power directly penetrated the magic defense on the Blackstone car and hit the driver's soul. The magic defense on the car was very strong, and the curse power that finally penetrated was not much. But this was a curse driven by the void legendary mana, and the driver only had 4 rings of mana. The driver rolled his eyes, and fell directly on the rudder. His soul was shattered on the spot by the curse power, and he died directly. Rosen immediately took over the control of the Blackstone car, and at the same time used the magician's hand to push the driver's body to the side seat. He came to the driver's seat, and began to control this vehicle with amazing defense and very good power. "Madam, it seems that the devil has already had a large number of believers in Anwemer province." Elena's face was filled with shock and guilt. "This is my serious dereliction of duty." But this emotion only lasted for a while before it subsided. "Master Rosen, you must spread the news, especially to the Blood Soul camp." Rosen nodded, understood. While speaking, he used the mage's hand to shovel out a large ball of refined black stone from the bottom of the passenger seat, put it into the combustion chamber, and burned it violently, and then increased the speed of the car to the extreme 70 hours per hour. This speed is already quite fast, far exceeding the reaction speed of the Shadow Lord, so there are no accidents on the road ahead. It can also be expected that this calm is definitely only temporary, and the Shadow Lord must have prepared a more fierce killing in the farther encirclement. But there is always a chance to breathe. Rosen asked, "Will the Blood Soul army be infiltrated by the Lord of Darkness?" Elena shook her head firmly. "Don't worry, the Blood Soul army will never be infiltrated by the devil." After a pause, she explained, "The Blood Soul army is the center of guarding faith, and a large part of Nawut's faith power is concentrated on the Blood Soul army." Rosen could understand what he said. The power of faith, or the power of belief, has the function of protecting the soul, and can greatly increase the tenacity of the soul. The army lives in groups, and almost never lives alone. When everyone's faith is gathered together, the power is naturally even stronger, and it can even be said to be the strongest in the world. It can indeed resist the infiltration of demons to a great extent. Then proceed directly to the next step. Rosen asked, "If the Blood Soul army is dispatched, is there a way to kill the Lord of Darkness?" Elena showed a trace of hesitation. "We can easily eliminate the apostles of the demons in the world. We also have ways to attack the demons in the void. But we can't guarantee to kill them, but we can guarantee to drive them away." After saying that, she seemed to feel too confident and added, "Of course, the strength of this demon cannot be higher than Legend 8. If it is higher, it will not be able to resist the power of a province." Seeing that she was so specific, Rosen simply asked directly, "I heard that. There are legendary 19 demons. If you encounter them, how should you deal with them?" Elena suddenly showed a bitter look on her face. "You should know that the higher the legendary level, the stronger the demon's power will be. The scale of power, recovery ability, and even wisdom will increase significantly. When it reaches legendary 19, it is simply an incredible existence. The only thing we mortals can do is to fight to the death. As for what the final result will be, it can only be decided by the Creator." So, the Guardian Mage successfully passed her anxiety to Rosen. But Rosen quickly regained his bachelor mentality. After returning, "I will use the Earth method to develop nuclear weapons, and be ready to fight to the death at any time." According to the calculation of Cavendish's power unification formula, the power of the nuclear bomb explosion is definitely enough to cause an extremely violent destructive mana storm to the magic circle. Any creature nearby, even those hiding in the void, will not be spared. If we meet it, and normal means cannot defeat this level 19 super demon, then we will all die together. Thinking of this, the anxiety in his heart immediately disappeared. At this time, Rosen found another problem. "Master Elena, my power is isolated." "Isolated power? What's the situation?" Rosen shrugged slightly. "In short, this demon who calls himself the Lord of Shadows has built a circle of barriers near the connection point between me and the magic circle to prevent me from obtaining mana from the magic circle. This is bad news. The good news is that his crystal torrent staff has stored 30 tubes of mana. And although the power of faith has been affected to some extent, it has not been isolated and continues to replenish his power. By using the stored mana and the power of faith to supplement, even if Rosen cannot obtain power from the magic circle, he can still maintain the legendary strength of the soul. And the Shadow Lord will naturally need to spend a lot of power to isolate the magic circle. It depends on how long his power can support him to block it. Elena understood as soon as she heard it. This move is called Void Imprisonment, which is a unique ability of powerful demons, and can cut off the source of power of the legendary soul-burning wizard. But this move consumes a lot of energy. Even a demon can't last long. Rosen immediately asked, how long can it last? From past experience, the shortest is 2 or 3 days, and the longest is a week. Rosen was secretly shocked by the demon's power. Oh, then we have a hard time. Elena looked pessimistic and she sighed. Such a powerful demon cannot be dealt with by 1 or 2 mortals. We must gather the power of the whole country to expel it. From past experience, we are almost doomed to die. Rosen smiled. Don't be desperate. I still have a trick up my sleeve. While speaking, he borrowed the real name sign on his finger, and used the power of faith to build an information channel inside the magic circle, and then called for help. Zigralana, can you hear it? This information transmission is inside the magic circle. The carrier is the power of faith of mortals. Using Rosen's latest developed phase faith communication spell, and Lai Fu performs fine encryption control. Now, since the Lord of Shadows cannot completely block the faith channel between natural believers and Rosen, it naturally cannot block Rosen's connection with Mother Nature. After shouting 3 times in his heart, Rosen really heard the response from Mother Nature. Rosen? The voice was a little noisy, with a lot of noise, indicating that it was still disturbed by the Lord of Shadows, but it was audible. Where are you? Rosen asked immediately. I'm in Nadlin, in the manor of Grand Mage Naya. This news made Rosen very happy, and he immediately told his situation, and then said, it all depends on you. Zigralana quickly replied, hold on. I go find Grand Mage Naya right away. Just after he delivered the message, a few seconds later, a muffled low voice sounded in the air of the black car. Rosen, Elena, I'm sorry that things have come to this point. But I must regretfully inform you that you must die. Especially you, Duke Waylon, you really piss me off. I won't kill you easily, I will teach you a lesson, and let you know what a true god is. Hearing this, Elena explained, it is the whisper of the ring of magic that is mastered by a powerful demon. By vibrating the ring of magic, it affects specific areas of the mortal world and produces low-pitched spiritual language. Rosen understood. It's almost like talking through the door. That's right. The good news is that he can only speak, but can't hear our voices. This is indeed good news. Rosen asked again, Legend 6 demons can vibrate the magic ring, so can't Legend 19 demons directly vibrate the magic ring and kill the magician who is practicing with the magic ring? Elena nodded. More than that. It can even penetrate the magic ring and directly appear in the mortal world with a virtual power body. We have seen such a demon once in history. That time, we almost failed to rely on our strength. It was the gods of light led by Atumen, the Lord of the Sun, who came to help in time and successfully expelled it. In short, not all void creatures are demons. Before he finished speaking, Rosen had driven the black stone car through the eastern gate of Weimar City and drove into the suburbs. After driving for a while in the suburbs, he saw several large stones weighing several tons blocking the middle of the suburban road. The huge stones blocked the way of the black stone car, and on the side of the road, many hidden power auras could be sensed. Apparently, the Shadow Lord estimated the black stone cart's path through his void vision, so he set up roadblocks at all possible intersections in advance. It's over. Elena sighed. Rosen grinned. No, it's just the beginning. Chapter 216. The boulder blocked the way. The road was lined with uneven rocky slopes. It was difficult to drive the black stone cart, which had basically no off-road capability, even on foot. Of course, the boulder could be moved away, but it would consume mana and time. This was a suburb. Although there were some pedestrians, there were not many. It was a good place to set an ambush and kill people. There was also a powerful demon staring at them, so there was nowhere to escape. Because of this, Elena thought she had reached a dead end. But Rosen saw the boulder blocking the road, but he only slowed down the car slightly, and then used a wizard's hand to move the driver's body from the passenger seat to the back seat, and said to Elena, sit in the front, I need you to smash those rocks. Of course he could do it himself, but now that his power source was cut off, he would save as much mana as possible. I'm afraid they won't give us this opportunity. Although she said so, Elena still sat in the front at the first time. Rosen said again, add some black stone to the combustion chamber, the power is a bit insufficient. Elena did as she was told. As soon as she finished adding, she saw a large area of black round cakes with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters scattered on the ground in front of the car, and immediately shouted a warning. Be careful, that's an engineering explosive bomb. This thing is very powerful, and is used to open mountains and dig roads. If it explodes under the car, it can directly blow them up to the sky. Rosen smiled. It's a dud that won't explode. The next moment, the black stone car rolled over, and the explosive bomb did not explode, just like ordinary stones piled on the road. At the same time, Lai Fu sent a reminder. Destiny interference is activated, consuming 2% of mana. The consumption was not large because there was no explosion. If it had already exploded, and if we tried to interfere with fate, it would be like blocking a flash flood head-on. The mana consumed would be very, very huge and almost unacceptable. Soon, the black stone car stopped in front of the pile of roadblocks. Elena followed the secret magic channel reserved in the car, and began to use the disintegration spell on the road-blocking boulders. She was a powerful magician with 10 rings, so this was naturally not difficult for her. The boulders were disintegrated into powder one by the magic. But the ambushers in the dark would certainly not watch them remove the roadblocks. Bang 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 bang. Many figures emerged from the rocky slopes on both sides, firing fiercely at the black stone car with exorcist hand cannons. But this black stone car was specially provided for the guardian magician, with amazing protection. Facing the attack of the exorcist hand cannon, the car body kept shaking, but it was not penetrated. Seeing that the hand cannon was useless, someone immediately began to throw powerful explosive bombs at the black stone car. Pa ding dang. The explosive bombs were thrown on the black stone car, making a sound like stones hitting each other, but none of them exploded. They were all duds. Bang bang. They were two powerful sniper weapons, which were much more powerful than the exorcist hand cannon. BIA. The powerful bullets hit the car body, but they scratched the car body and left nothing except 2 long scratches on the car body. It can be seen that the attackers on the hillside looked like they had seen a ghost. Not to mention them, Elena was also a little confused. While disintegrating the boulders, she couldn't help but say, "What's wrong with this demon? Why did he find such a bunch of trash?" They stopped and let them shoot, which was like a living target, and the opponent had so many powerful weapons, but they couldn't penetrate them. Of course, Elena also vaguely felt some fluctuations of the power of destiny, but this fluctuation was very obscure and very fast, making people feel that it was not a spell that mortals could use. At this moment, the attacker in the distance took out a new weapon, which was very exaggerated in shape and required 2 very strong people to move it. Elena saw it from the corner of her eye and was immediately shocked. It's the Light of Destruction. It's obvious that this must be something given by the 2 fallen guardian mages, and this is the latest super magic weapon developed by Nawat, which is extremely powerful. The light it stimulates is 10 million times brighter than the sun, and the condensation is almost perfect, which can penetrate almost all defenses in the world. Rosen took a look and immediately realized that this was a rune laser cannon, which must be powerful, and the black stone card might not be able to block it. But he was not worried at all. Because magic weapons like this with sophisticated and complex structures and huge power are Lai Fu's favorites. So, he comforted her, "Don't worry, this is a defective product." "Master Rosen, there can't be a defective product of the Light of Destruction. This is the most advanced light magic weapon in the Republic. Make way." Elena had no choice but to continue to disintegrate the stones. While waiting in agony, a loud bang suddenly came from a distance. The vibration was so violent that even the earth shook violently. Elena turned her head, and saw that the Light of Destruction had exploded on the spot. The explosion was so powerful that it caused the detonation of multiple explosive bombs, blowing the ambushers within a radius of 30 meters to pieces. Half of the ambushers were cleared in one wave. I was the attacker, but the other side just stopped and let me attack. It was obvious that the explosive bomb would explode, but it didn't explode when thrown on the opponent. They were all sharpshooters, but they kept missing the target. Now, the target was still fine, but half of our team was inexplicably reduced. This would be confusing for everyone. The violent explosion caused the morale of the ambushers to plummet, and the attack on the black stone car almost stopped completely. Rosen laughed. "See, I said it was a defective product." Finally, the boulder blocking the road was broken open, and the black stone car successfully passed the roadblock and started to accelerate again. They drove quickly towards the Saline province east of Anwemer province, leaving a group of confused ambushers far behind. Rosen felt the mana reserve. The previous wave consumed 5 tubes of mana, and there were 25 tubes left. This is just the beginning. If he is intercepted again, or encounters a more terrible blow, His power will be exhausted in an instant. Therefore, he must find a power supply. It is difficult for him to get a new source of power because he is being closely guarded by the Lord of Shadows, but Elena beside him can. Mage Elena, as a guardian mage, you are covered with a lot of guardian faith power. I need you to find a way to lend this power to me. The power of faith is very special. There is no problem of focusing without breaking the circle, so it can push people to legend. And the reason why Rosen said this is because he is sure that no one has the knowledge of the spell to absorb the power of faith. Mage Elena can naturally understand, and is willing to help, but her face immediately showed embarrassment. Although I am a candidate for the Guardian Archmage, I was just selected not long ago, and have not really come into contact with the power of legend. I am still familiarizing myself with the function of the belief conversion instrument, so I am afraid I can't help you. As she said this, she took out a magic instrument she had brought out from the back seat. Look, this is my belief conversion instrument. We call it the Guardian Wheel. Rosen took a look and found that this thing was about the size of 2 palms, similar to an oval disc, and made of a fusion of crystal and metal. One side was flat, and the other side had spiral patterns, and was slightly raised. There were also a large number of runes engraved on the surface, most of which Rosen could understand, and a small part of which he could not understand. But as long as you are willing to help, it's fine. Rosen used the true name Beacon to secretly contact Mother Nature, who was far away in the capital Nadelin, again and told her the current situation in detail. After a while, he received a reply. Grand Mage Naya said that the function of the Wheel of Guardian is very complex, and there are a lot of designs for binding souls, the purpose of which is to prevent someone from stealing the Republic's Guardian faith. Therefore, the Wheel of Guardian can only be activated and used by the selected Grand Mage of Guardian, but because the Wheel of Guardian is extremely complex, it usually takes 1 to 3 years to fully master it. So according to the normal method, Mage Elena can't help you. Rosen knew as soon as he heard it that there was an abnormal way. Sure enough, the voice of Mother Nature came again. There is a workaround. You and Mage Elena have a deep soul connection, and then use your legendary control power to extract the power of Guardian Faith on her behalf. Mage Elena knows the method of deep soul connection, you just need to contact her. Rosen immediately told Elena beside him the relevant information. Mage Elena did not agree immediately after hearing this. I can connect with the soul, but I first need to make sure what you plan to do with this power. One is to fight against the pursuit against us. The second is to fight back against the demon at a critical moment. After a pause, he said, You don't think we were lucky to escape just now? Seeing Elena's curious look, he explained, It's my destiny spell. In less than 5 minutes, I consumed more than 5 times your power. Elena was shocked. Things have come to this point. The fate of the two is one, and Rosen does not intend to hide his trump card. He pointed to the crystal torrent staff beside him. This thing can store legendary mana, a lot of it. If it is full and used properly, it can pose a huge threat to our enemies, and may even. Rosen made a gesture of wiping his neck, and then said, Do you understand? Elena nodded slowly. I understand, but I want to tell you that Deep Soul Connection will not only share power, but also share some of our memories. Rosen's heart moved slightly. Shared memory? Yes, the reason is soul resonance. Similar to mind resonance, but deeper than mind resonance. It cannot be controlled and has a lot of randomness. Rosen understood and said simply, If you have no problem, then connect. He has studied soul resonance and has a deep understanding of this phenomenon. He confirmed that this will not expose Lai Fu's existence hidden deep in the soul. Okay. You focus on driving, and I will do the deep soul connection. As she spoke, she began to act. She raised both hands. Her right hand made various hand seals. Her left hand moved back and forth between her forehead and Rosen's forehead, and she was still reciting the magic mantra. About 5 minutes later, Rosen clearly felt a great power of faith near him, knowing that this was the protective faith that enveloped Elena's soul. He immediately tried to guide this power, and after trying several times, he successfully guided it into his soul. The power was very powerful, hundreds of times stronger than the power of faith provided by the Church of Nature. It used to take several hours to fill a tube of mana, but now it only takes less than 1 minute. With this power replenishment, the power in the crystal torrent staff began to rise rapidly. Originally, this would be fine, but as the power surged, Rosen suddenly felt a slight shock in his brain, and then he gained more knowledge. After a careful inspection, he found that it was the knowledge of legendary mana focus, with a very high focus intensity, reaching a height of plus 3.8, and many of the techniques used in it were unknown to Rosen. This focus knowledge has another name, called the latest version of Soul O Sword. Rosen thought about it for a while, and understood the reason. Know what Soul O Sword is constantly evolving. And I have been studying Legend Focus recently, and it happened that Elena had this knowledge, so there was a soul resonance. It is very likely that Elena also got my focus knowledge because of this. Sure enough, he felt that Elena's eyes were not right when she looked at him, and the next moment, she heard her say, "Mage Rosen, it seems that you have a lot of your own unique insights on Legend Focus." Rosen simply admitted, "But the effect is still not as good as Master Elena's knowledge." Elena nodded. Originally, this knowledge was a top secret of the Republic, and would not be shared easily, but now the situation is special, so let's treat it as a high-level magic exchange, but I hope Master Rosen will not easily pass it on to more people. Of course. Because it was mature knowledge, Rosen immediately planned to use it. After all, with a strong enemy in front of him, the stronger he could be. So, he handed the two simple tasks of driving and guiding power to Lai Fu, and focused on digesting the new magic knowledge. Probably because they moved too fast, exceeding the limit of the mortal power that the Lord of Shadows could deploy in a short time, so the next hour was very calm. Just when the power in the Crystal Torrent staff was almost full, the situation changed again. Two small black dots appeared in the sky in the distance. Rosen squinted and confirmed that they were two airships. From their flight trajectory, it was likely that they were here to intercept him. Elena cast a perception spell and came to more conclusions. Seglin and Dotto are chasing us personally. These two are fallen guardian mages. They are chasing us personally, which means that this is the last resort of the Shadow Lord. Following this, Elena reported a new situation. There is not much black stone fuel left. We can only drive another 100 kilometers at most. Rosen nodded to show that he understood. He turned his head to look at the surrounding terrain, and combined with the map in the Nawat Travel Handbook, he roughly determined his current location. There happened to be a fork in the road ahead, and he turned the rudder from the original east to the south. He turned very naturally, and it seemed that he was trying to avoid being intercepted by the airship. The airship in the sky immediately adjusted its direction. Rosen looked at the airship that was chasing him, and through the soul connection, he told Elena in detail about the plan for the future. This was the plan he had discussed with the guardian mages through the real name sign. Elena listened carefully, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. Chapter 217. And Weimer Province. The sun had sunk below the horizon, the sky quickly darkened, and the temperature plummeted. On a gravel road beside a plateau ice lake, a black stone car slowly stopped. On the right side of the road was an endless lake, and on the left side was an endless grassland, with some crooked trees occasionally visible, which was an excellent place to hide and ambush. The black dots in the sky in the distance had turned into two very obvious large airships, less than 5 kilometers away. The black stone fuel had been completely exhausted, and it was no longer possible to deal with the airship in the wilderness. In the car, Rosen looked at the dense grassland on the left that was more than 1 person tall, and whispered to Elena, "Next, it's a real challenge." Elena knew the underlying meaning of this. Even though she had reached the ultimate soul of the 10 rings, she felt a slight shudder, because this was her first time participating in hunting such a powerful void creature. If she succeeds in the end, her name will shine in the history books of the Republic of Nawat, and will be remembered by the people of the Republic for generations, becoming an indelible monument in the history of the Republic. For the Guardian Mage, this is the highest honor of life. At this moment, Elena's idea is very pure. As long as the plan can succeed, she will sacrifice her soul without hesitation when needed. Through the soul connection, Rosen clearly felt the other party's firm belief. He was secretly shocked. The most outstanding figures in a country are always ready to sacrifice, so it is no wonder that they can gather countless mortals' beliefs, and create a great power that shocks gods and demons. Click. Rosen opened the car door, and walked to the lakeside, washed his face with the cold lake water, and took a deep breath of the damp and cold air of the plateau at dusk, and suddenly felt that his whole spirit was lifted. There were footsteps around me. It was Elena. This guardian mage had thick long flaxen hair, and well-proportioned features. She was not beautiful, but she was very attractive. She wore a plain gray dress, which was more than 10 centimeters below her knees. She wore cotton tights for easy movement, and a pair of warm deerskin boots. Although she was in her early 30s, her temperament showed 9 points of vicissitudes, but she still had a bit of innocence. It was not the innocence of a girl, but the innocence of pursuing magic and faith. She squatted beside Rosen, and washed her face with ice water. She looked up at the airship that was still approaching, and estimated that it would take 5 or 6 minutes to get here. "Mage Rosen, it is rumored that a demon died in the Dryden Plain. Is it related to you?" she used a respectful title for Rosen, because Rosen was a legendary mage. At this point, Rosen also admitted it frankly. Yes, I killed it, but I didn't kill it alone. I got help from many brave warriors. Great. Alina showed a mixture of admiration and relief on her face. It's great to hear such good news from other planes. It's really exciting. It makes me feel that Nawat is not fighting alone, and we mortals are not ants that can be ravaged by demons. Rosen fully understands the feelings of the guardian mage. He smiled and said, I feel the same as you. When I first learned about the existence of demons, I was very depressed, but when I heard about the deeds of the Republic of Nawat, I was deeply inspired. I was able to successfully kill the demon, and a large part of the reason was the knowledge shared by Grand Mage Naya, and a lot of courage came from Nawat. He looked up at the sky, which was cloudless and stars were shining brightly in the dim sky. I also believe that mortals will not always be mortals. One day, the wisdom of countless mortals will gather together and condense into a great force that will make all void gods and demons famous and frightened. One day, we will have the wisdom and power to expedition to the void and hunt for void life. Elena's heart was shaken. Is this really possible? Rosen nodded. I think it can. The mortal leaders of this world can live for thousands of years. As long as they take the right path, they can go all the way without repeated tossing. Therefore, the speed of social development is much faster than in the previous life. In his lifetime, he will definitely see the emergence of many magical creations that the earth dare not even think of. And by then, the demons that mortals are afraid of now will become an inconspicuous term in history, just like the man-eating beasts on the earth, which eventually became protected animals. When the two talked, they did not hide anything and could be easily sensed by the powerful magician. Then, a voice came from a distant airship. Rosen, Elena, you two can't even see the sun tomorrow, and you still have the mind to dream about thousands of years later. How ridiculous. Alina recognized the identity of the speaker as soon as she heard the voice, and a trace of anger suddenly appeared on her face. Seglin, you have betrayed the trust of the people. Your name will be stared at on the pillar of shame of the Republic, and you will be cursed for 1,000 years, 10,000 years. For a native Nawat, these words are extremely lethal. The wizard Seglin fell silent. This reaction made Rosen's heart slightly moved. It seems that this Seglin has not fallen completely. But there are always shameless people in the world. Another voice came. Alina, under the leadership of the Master, whether Nawat can exist for 10 years is a problem. How can it exist for thousands of years? It was another fallen guardian wizard Dado. Elena fired at full power. A legendary demon dares to say such big words, and there are still people in this world who believe such words. Sure enough, the fool and the fool have been a perfect match since ancient times. These two sentences made Dado angry. Alina, we have the legendary power given by the Master. It doesn't matter if you are stubborn now, but when I torture your soul later, don't be unable to help begging for mercy. However, Elena's eyes showed pity. Hey Dado, your family is all shamed because of you. At this time, the two airships had flown nearby and began to land. Rosen immediately borrowed the Eye of Legend to carefully check the number of attackers. One airship has 50 people, and two airships have 100 people. Each person's mana has reached at least 7 rings, and they carry powerful attack magic weapons. In addition, they must have been given the power of the void by the Lord of Shadows, especially Seglin and Dado, who are very difficult to deal with. With a frontal attack, they can certainly kill many pursuers, but it will also consume a lot of power, and there is a great possibility that they will perish together with these pursuers. The problem is that it is meaningless to kill more pursuers. Their real target is the Lord of Shadows hidden in the void, so Rosen stood up and pointed to the dense grass. Let's go, we can use the grass to play hide-and-seek with the pursuers, and we may not be unable to escape. Then he switched to soul communication. Remember, don't leave me 5 meters away, my fate spell can dissolve the attacks on both of us. They still maintained the soul connection, so the power connection was also maintained, which allowed Rosen to not worry too much about the mana consumption. Elena nodded to show that she understood. Rosen used the body mana of Legend 2 to release the 9th ring natural spell Son of Nature from the Godly Father for himself and Elena. This spell will provide them with amazing endurance and agility. Then, the two of them flashed and entered the endless lakeside grassland. They entered less than 10 seconds before the pursuers arrived. The image of Seglin and Dado changed a little, and their eyes were covered by a ball of jumping black flames. This gave them the ability to see through the mortal matter. The two looked at each other, and saw two people running wildly in the grass, less than 200 meters away. Dado had gray hair, and looked about 35 or 36 years old. He chuckled. raised a spiral magic weapon in his hand, whispered a few words, and poured a stream of magic power emitting the starry night into it. Taste the imprisonment curse from the Lord of Shadows. The starry light on the magic weapon flashed and disappeared, and according to the effect, the two people in front should be imprisoned by a force and unable to move. But the magic power was consumed, the light flashed, and the target was not affected and continued to run happily. On the other side, Rosen was secretly shocked. It is worthy of the power of Legend 6, it consumes 3 tubes of my mana at once. If it weren't for the supplement of the power of Guardian Faith provided by Elena, he really couldn't bear it. On the other side, Dotto subconsciously looked at the magic weapon in his hand, and couldn't help but wonder if the owner had deceived him and gave him a defective product. Just as he was wondering, a voice came to his mind: chase him, keep attacking him, and consume his fate spell. It was the voice of the Lord of Shadows. Dotto was also one of the top mages, and he immediately understood the reason and shouted, chase. He was the first to catch up. For some reason, Seglin was a little slower, as if he was hesitant. So, 100 people chased into the bushes. While chasing, they kept shooting at the target with the muskets they carried. Bang, bang, bang. The strange thing was that they had 100 muskets, but the final firing sound was sparse, here and there, just like constipation. Either the shells were jammed, or they misfired, or they just exploded. After chasing for a while, the casualties due to accidental explosions were as high as 18. Dotto couldn't help but curse. Isn't this fate spell too weird? There were 100 of them, shooting together, and he thought it was understandable that the other side used the fate spell to interfere with 2 or 3, or even 4 or 5, or even a dozen. Now it directly interferes with 100 people, and it makes 100 people constipated. Isn't this spell control too terrible? Not only he thinks so, but Elena also thinks so. She even suspected that Rosen was the mortal substitute of the void gods and demons, because only the void gods and demons have such high spell control. Rosen immediately found out Elena's thoughts through the soul connection and explained, this is because I have developed a new spell technique. The specific principle, I will explain it to you in detail after the battle. Elena's doubts were immediately eliminated, and she soon thought that if Rosen was the substitute of the gods and demons, he would not have been imprisoned by the Lord of Shadows, the source of power. So, the remaining doubts were also dissipated, and he became very interested in the new magic skills mentioned by Rosen. This effect is really too powerful. It feels that just running away can make the pursuers annihilate themselves. Rosen naturally felt her thoughts, and a deep bitter smile appeared on his face, saying, Master Elena, this will consume a lot of energy and a lot of mana. Elena felt Rosen's thoughts and immediately cooperated, with despair on her face. Master Rosen, you must hold on. The conversation between the two was immediately noticed by the pursuers behind. Dotto was overjoyed. Attack. Continue to attack. Use magic if the musket is broken, and use all the mana to consume the target. Don't be stingy with the power given by the master, use it all. So, all kinds of attacks were thrown at Rosen. Finally, Rosen and Elena stopped running. The two ran for more than 10 kilometers in one breath, and finally stopped in a low-lying area. The two men were panting heavily, sweating all over, and their faces were pale, standing back to back. Dotto and Seglin were also exhausted. Various inexplicable accidents caused a large number of casualties. More than 100 pursuers were left with less than 30 people. But their situation looked much better. Dotto walked up first, sneering, Run? Why don't you run? Have you run out of mana? He seemed to want to torture his opponent. But Seglin strode up. Don't talk nonsense. Kill them quickly, we still have a lot of things to deal with. As he spoke, he raised the musket that he had never been willing to use, aimed at Rosen, and was about to pull the trigger. At the same time, Rosen clearly felt that a huge monster was approaching in the void. This behemoth stared at everything that happened in the mortal world through the magic ring, and at the same time increased the strength of the void confinement to the limit, completely cutting off the source of power for Rosen's soul-burning secret method. Obviously, this behemoth is the Lord of Shadows. He cooperated with the believers in the mortal world to complete the final kill of Rosen. Rosen knew that the time was ripe. He shouted loudly, Now! Before the voice fell, a strong and powerful power wave suddenly surged around the low-lying area. It was the Blood Soul Core of Anwemer Province. The time was too short, and other forces of the Republic naturally had no time to support. Even if they could support, this kind of cross-provincial mobilization of forces would definitely alarm the Lord of Shadows. But the power of the Blood Soul Core in the province was enough to set a trap. This trap was coordinated by the outgoing Grand Mage Naya, who was far away in the capital, and the new Guardian Grand Mage Sasmar secretly mobilized and arranged it, and quietly ambushed here 3 hours ago, and all of Rosen's previous actions were to attract the Shadow Lord here. At this moment, Blood Soul suddenly attacked. Borrowing the Republic's guardian faith, he successfully created a demon cage in the void. Chapter 218. Night. The starry sky in the sky is as bright as a sea of light. The belief cage on the ground is like the sun falling into the world. More than 6,000 blood souls are lying in ambush here. They use sophisticated legendary magic tools, iron-like discipline, and rich experience in fighting demons to successfully disguise themselves as the most ordinary plants and trees, thus avoiding the detection of the Lord of Shadows. At this moment, 6,000 blood soul warriors use their souls and power to build a huge magic circle, and 24 blood soul generals, with at least 8 rings of magic power, use their souls as the power center of the magic circle. In the end, the generals and warriors are connected by the magic circle, and then through the legendary magic tools created by the guardian wizard, they guide the vast power of guardian faith and condense a magnificent force. From Rosen's legendary perspective, you can see that the power of faith instantly breaks through the 10th magic ring, enters the void outside the ring, and turns into one after another thick and incomparable faith light. The strength of this faith light is not very high, probably legend 3, but it wins in terms of scale. Blood soul warriors are all mortals, with an average soul strength of 4 rings. They naturally cannot feel the situation outside the ring of the void, but through countless practice, the action of building a cage is deeply engraved in their souls. Rosen saw that these faith rays closed at an astonishing speed, and in almost the blink of an eye, they formed a cage composed of the power of guarding faith. The only flaw is that because the warriors cannot sense the specific location of the demon in order to avoid the demon's escape, the volume of the cage is relatively large, covering a large area of the void. At the same time, Rosen began to carefully search for the trace of the Shadow Lord. He looked left and right, and also used Lai Fu's super analytical ability to look, but he still couldn't find the Shadow Lord's body. There seemed to be nothing in the huge belief cage. Rosen was startled. Did he escape? It shouldn't be. He felt it clearly. The previous ambush was also very perfect. The cage was formed quickly enough, and the Shadow Lord did exist. How could he not find it? At this moment, Dotto in the mortal world suddenly laughed. Mage Rosen, do you think your trap is perfect? No, it's not. My master is the Lord of Shadows. No one is better than my master in stealth and sneak attack. He saw through the trap at a glance. He didn't even approach this area. He was just teasing you. Ha ha. Elena was a little unconfident after being told that. After all, the opponent was a powerful demon of Legend 6, and it was the first time he appeared in What. His power was completely unfamiliar. Such situations of being teased by demons, making a big fuss but getting nothing in the end often occurred in the past demon hunting operations. It was not surprising at all. The soldiers of the Blood Soul Legion also became a little unconfident, thinking that this net was empty. The will of some warriors was even shaken, causing the light of faith that made up the cage to become a little dim. But the generals did not rush to remove the cage. They all looked at Rosen, waiting for his next instruction. The guardian wizard Lord Sasmar, who was far away in the capital, issued an urgent instruction that in the next 24 hours, the legendary wizard Rosen from the Natural Alliance would be the supreme commander of the Legion. He will be the brain and eyes of the Legion, and everything must be under his command. Rosen's mind flashed with ideas, and he immediately found the flaw. No, the fish is in the net. It is indeed very good at hiding. After saying this, he looked at Dotto and smiled coldly. If the Shadow Lord really saw through the trap, he should show up now, and use his ability of shaking the magic ring to laugh at us fiercely, instead of letting you, a slave, speak. Now this unexpected situation shows that the Shadow Lord dare not speak, because once he speaks, he will reveal his hiding place. These words made Dotto speechless. Rosen immediately contacted Elena secretly. Can this demon cage be reduced step by step? If it is possible, then this method can be used to directly fish out the Shadow Lord. Unexpectedly, Elena shook her head. No, once it is formed, it can only maintain the current size, and the duration cannot exceed half an hour, otherwise the warrior souls will not be able to bear it. Rosen was secretly shocked when he heard it, and suddenly felt a huge responsibility. He observed the void again, but apart from the dazzling belief cage, he could only see various naturally fluctuating power lights and shadows in the void. The other party hid in the void very perfectly, more perfect than the best chameleon in the world. What to do? He quickly thought of a countermeasure, and his eyes turned around on the surviving 30 demon believers. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on Seglin. This blue-haired fallen guardian mage behaved a little abnormally. He was expressionless and didn't say a word. There was no emotion in his ice blue eyes. But such behavior can be hidden from others, but not Rosen. Rosen felt vaguely that this Seglin did not fall voluntarily, but was forced. Or, he was dragged into the water by someone. Knowing this is very useful. Because Seglin has a lot of power of the Lord of Shadows, and even more power of faith in the Lord of Shadows. As long as he is willing to cooperate, then through the connection of this power of faith, it will be easy to find the Lord of Darkness hidden behind. Time is running out. Rosen takes action immediately. He immediately told Elena about his idea, because Elena and Seglin are colleagues, and she must know Seglin better than himself. After a few seconds of silence, Elena had an idea. Seglin, I know you were forced. The saint said that everyone in the world makes mistakes, which is not terrible, but making mistakes and not changing them is terrible. The saint also said that there has never been a savior in the world. If mortals want to survive in this cruel world, the only thing we can rely on is ourselves. Have you forgotten all this? Who is the saint? Of course, it is the ten-ring strongman Fedmont who ran around and appealed to various countries 800 years ago. All the guardian mages in Nawat claim to be disciples of Fedmont. In a world where demons are rampant, this disciple is by no means a casual name, but a group of people who truly agree with their beliefs and regard this belief as a goal in life and even the meaning of existence. So, even if he is corrupted, as long as he is not completely corrupted, Saint Fedmont can still have a huge influence. Seeing this, Dotto immediately said, Seglin, don't listen to his nonsense, think about the Master's promise to us, think about how much beauty there is in the world. We clearly have the power to look down on mortals, but we have to suppress our desires for these mortals, who have nothing to do with us, and sacrifice our lives for them. This is extremely unfair to us. Alina was furious. Unfair? Dotto, let me ask you, where do you get your food, drink, and daily necessities? Who built your black stone car for you? From which mortal woman's belly did you crawl out of? Are your knowledge and strength all innate? Now you say it's unfair. Why didn't you say it was unfair when you were weak? Answer me, Dotto. Dotto's face turned pale and blue, and he was speechless. Elena pointed at Dotto and said, Look, this is a natural devil, because he is just like the devil, he only knows how to take but not how to give back. But the saints told us that everyone has their own shortcomings, everyone is imperfect, and a single mortal is extremely fragile. Only by gathering the power of hundreds of millions of mortals together can we overcome each other's shortcomings, and achieve the great power that makes gods and demons fear. This is the only way for mortals like us. Seglin, look at Dotto again, he has the heart of a devil, but not the power of a devil, so he can only be a dog for the real devil. Look, he is a dog for the devil, but he says that the Republic is unfair. Isn't this the biggest irony in the world? Dotto's face was livid, but he couldn't say a word of rebuttal. Seglin suddenly roared, I know all this. I made a mistake, and because of the fear of the devil, I made a mistake in the second and third steps. I can't turn back. No, you can turn back. Alina shouted. Help us find the demon and redeem your soul. Seglin's face suddenly showed a struggle. He gritted his teeth, frowned, and roared, as if he had two souls in his body, and the two souls were fighting fiercely for control of the body. When Rosen saw this situation, he immediately knew that it was the Lord of Shadows who was controlling him. He immediately stared into the void, looking for the slight disturbance of control. As he watched, Lai Fu found the abnormality and marked it in Rosen's realization. Rosen followed the mark and still found nothing, but not being able to perceive it does not mean that it does not exist. Time is running out, and the warriors of the Blood Soul Legion will not be able to hold on. Rosen took a deep breath, condensed a legendary +2 soul O sword with a tube of mana, and tentatively stabbed at Lai Fu's mark point. As the lightsaber went, a shadow like a starry night suddenly appeared in that area. The shadow expanded rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it became an extremely huge mass, 10 times larger than the silver-eyed demon that Rosen had killed in the past. It was simply terrifying. Immediately afterwards, Rosen felt an extremely grand will pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated. Mortal, I didn't want to kill too much, but I didn't expect you to mistakenly think that I was afraid of you. You still use your little cleverness to anger me again and again. Now, I let you taste what divine punishment is. With these words, a huge soul blade suddenly emerged from the starry night-like shadow and swung around the body with force. The heart of the god of war had been highly activated, and Rosen instantly broke the connection with the magic ring and avoided this terrifying blow. But he could dodge, but the cage that imprisoned the demon could not. The giant blade cut through the surrounding cages at a very fast speed. Where the blade passed, the faith light that made up the cage was directly broken, and the entire cage was violently shaken. This shock spread to the mortal world, and large groups of blood soul warriors fell to the ground silently. Some of them fainted, and some of their souls were directly shattered. With just one blow, more than 500 blood soul warriors fell to the ground, and a huge damage appeared in the faith cage in the void, almost pierced. But the faith cage was not simple. The damage was quickly repaired, and except for the slightly dim light, it still firmly trapped the Lord of Shadows. Rosen's heartbeat slightly accelerated, shocked by the powerful strength of the Shadow Lord, but he had already handed over the battle authority to the heart of the God of War, and put all his computing power on it. After dodging the attack, the heart of the God of War immediately connected the 11 magic rings, and analyzed the opponent very calmly, analyzing both its strength and its fighting style. The attack strength is legendary 6.5, and the basic soul fluctuation is weakened by 2%. In other words, although this attack is extremely fierce, it is not without cost. It made the Shadow Lord consume a lot of power. Immediately afterwards, the heart of the God of War began the second test. It used about 10 tubes of mana to condense a +3 legendary level Soul Oath sword. The power of this sword reached the legendary level 5, and the condensed mana was already quite a lot. In the mortal world, everyone saw that the staff in Rosen's hand suddenly showed an extremely dazzling golden light. In the void, this power formed a huge golden lightsaber, which stabbed the Shadow Lord at a very high speed. The Shadow Lord's soul blade appeared again, swept violently at a very fast speed, and swept directly on the Soul Oath sword. At this moment, the Soul Oath sword and the Shadow blade collided violently, and a violent soul storm immediately broke out at the intersection. The storm instantly affected the magic ring, causing the magic ring to vibrate quite obviously. In the mortal world, it was that many misty light mists appeared inexplicably in the air. At the same time, Rosen also felt a violent soul vibration, which made him feel dizzy and almost fainted on the spot. The Soul Oath sword was shattered by the opponent, while the Shadow Lord's soul blade only bounced back slightly. This confrontation allowed Heart of the God of War to draw the final conclusion. The target's basic soul fluctuation weakened by 0.1%. The current strength is not enough to defeat the target head-on. The probability of defeating the opponent by using skills is less than 1%, and the total winning rate is less than 0.5%. It is recommended to withdraw from this battle. Without the support of strength, Heart of God of War is not omnipotent. Not enough strength? With such a careful layout, and the unconditional trust of so many warriors, the opponent was successfully trapped, but he could not defeat the opponent because of insufficient strength. Rosen felt a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. But less than 3 seconds after his unwillingness appeared, suddenly an extremely fierce force surged from the soul connection. This power was so huge that it filled the crystal torrent staff in an instant, and there was still a lot of remaining power surging. At the same time, Elena's voice came, "Master Rosen, you are not fighting alone, use our power." Rosen was startled, and then he immediately understood the reason. Elena actually used a secret method to burn her soul fiercely, and turned it into the purest power of guarding faith. At this moment, her whole body was emitting extremely amazing mana fluctuations, so that a large number of fine dark purple lightning appeared around her body. And she was not the only one doing this. In the Blood Soul Legion, at least 1,000 warriors were doing the same thing. Each warrior was burning his soul fiercely, and transformed this soul power into the purest faith, which gathered on Elena. As the power center, Elena endured the double pain of soul burning and bearing huge power, and her crystal blue eyes showed the sudden relief after trying everything. She looked at Rosen and said, "Legendary wizard, use our power to defeat it." After saying this, she turned her head and looked at Seglin. "All mortals will die eventually. What matters is why they die." Seglin's eyes widened, and the distortion on his face disappeared instantly, turning into the most thorough determination. "Elena, I remember every word of the saint clearly. The saint fulfilled his words, and you also fulfilled your oath of protection. Now it's my turn." Fragmentary purple lightning suddenly appeared on his body, and the black flames covering his eyes dissipated instantly, replaced by the flames of the burning soul. He looked up at the sky and roared loudly, "Devil, taste my Seglin's backstab." The moment the voice fell, the body of the guardian mage turned into a ball of ash, and his soul condensed into an extremely explosive force, following the guidance of the thread of faith, breaking through the restrictions of the magic circle, and pouring all into the soul of the Lord of Shadows. This is not a gentle faith, but an explosive belief in revenge. Once this power enters the soul of the Lord of Shadows, it is no less than a mortal drinking a can of red molten iron. The Lord of Shadows is not a mortal, Of course, he will not die because of a can of molten iron, but he also feels very painful. Rosen saw it clearly. He saw that the starry night shadow in the void was shaking violently, and its movements were greatly affected, as if it had epilepsy. At this moment, Rosen's thoughts were completely calm. In the morning, with the help of Elena's knowledge, he completed a stronger legendary focus and achieved legendary plus 4.1. In other words, his attack can reach legendary 6.1. At this moment, the guardian warriors led by Elena burned their souls to transform into an extremely huge power, even exceeding the total mana of 1,000 Rosens. This power is too huge, not for mortals to control, and Rosen can't control it either. But the heart of the god of war, which has been trained to the extreme and allocated almost all the computing power, can barely do it. The target's actions are greatly restricted, and the power of the team is as high as 1,200 Rosens, and the chance of winning is unknown. Rosen directly interrupted Lai Fu's calculations. Forget it. Assist me in a full-strength attack. At this moment, there are heroes burning their souls to forge swords for him, and there are heroes burning their souls to bind demons for him. If he doesn't pierce the demon's body with this sword, it will be the biggest regret in his life. The crystal torrent staff was raised high, and the staff head released a dazzling brilliance like the sun, which turned the entire wasteland into daylight. Then, under the auxiliary control of Heart of the God of War, with the crystal torrent staff as a buffer, most of the impact of the violent force was removed, and finally 1,200 tubes of mana were successfully condensed into an extremely violent Soul Oath sword, which violently stabbed the Lord of Shadows in the void. Using the soul as a sword, protecting all living beings as a vow, and eliminating all evil demons is the Soul Oath sword of the Republic of Nawat. The Lord of Shadows is indeed powerful. Even at this time, he still condensed a soul giant blade, but did not intercept Rosen's sword, but slashed at Rosen holding the sword. Heart of the God of War immediately fine-tuned the forward route of the Oath sword. Bang! Relying only on the aftermath, the Oath sword forcibly swept away the soul giant blade, and then continued to move forward. The Lord of Shadows condensed a soul giant shield composed of infinite starry night shadows in front of him, blocking the way of the Soul Oath sword. The next moment, the giant sword stabbed on the giant shield. In the void, the two forces clashed fiercely again, causing even more violent shocks to the magic circle. A ball of extremely obvious golden light pattern suddenly exploded above the lakeside wasteland, spreading in all directions, and completely dimmed after spreading for more than 10 kilometers. Puff! The Soul Oath sword consumed up to 70% of its power, successfully penetrated the soul giant shield, pierced deeply into the body of the Shadow Lord, and then violently exploded in his body. In the void, the huge starry night shadow began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. An intermittent thought came out of the shadow. Duke Waylon, this is not your power, it is not you who defeated me. Rosen responded calmly. It is indeed not me, my power is far from enough to defeat you. The one who really defeated you is the mortal hero of the Nawat Republic. I am unwilling, I shouldn't die like this. I am a god. I should be eternal. Ah! The huge shadow exploded from the inside out, turning into soul fragments that filled the void. Some of the fragments came to Rosen. Rosen's heart moved, and he quietly picked them up, selected the smallest fragment, sucked it into the combustion chamber of the soul-burning secret method, and burned it violently. As the burning progressed, the soul fragments began to disintegrate, and various kinds of information were emitted from them, and these information were naturally recorded by Lai Fu in the database. Rosen was immediately happy and annoyed. It's a pity, I should have done this last time. He immediately threw the other fragments into the combustion chamber to burn. This is what he did in the void, very secret, no one knows. In the mortal world, he looked at the soldiers of the Blood Soul Legion with joy and sadness. In the expectant eyes of the soldiers, he said loudly, this so-called Lord of Shadows, the so-called God, is dead. The Blood Soul Corps cheered violently, and cheered with tears. The evil god believers, led by the fallen mage Dotto, all knelt on the ground powerlessly, as if their souls had been sucked out. Rosen took a step forward and came to Elena's body. Elena fell to the ground, her soul still burning. She was not completely dead yet, but there was not much time left. Rosen knelt on the ground beside her, lifted her upper body with one hand, let her lean on his arms, and whispered through the soul connection. Mage Elena, although we have only known each other for half a day, your name and appearance have been forever engraved on my soul. I admire you. Elena smiled with relief, and tried to raise her hand to touch Rosen's face. I heard that you are a duke in Dritton. With your protection, the people in your territory should be very happy, right? Rosen shook his head. I don't know, but I will try my best. The female mage's soul began to disintegrate. She finally said, "After the soul burns, a soul crystal will be left. Help me take this crystal to Nadlin, and keep it as close to the saint as possible." After saying this, her body collapsed into powder because it could not withstand the huge force, and at the head, a shining soul crystal was left. Rosen picked it up and carefully put it in his pocket to keep it. There is no doubt that this is a flawless hero crystal. He came to the relics of Seglin and found a soul crystal. He also picked it up and kept it carefully. This is a redemption hero crystal. As for Dotto next to him, if he burned his soul, what was left should be considered a fallen hero crystal. No, that's not right. He doesn't deserve the title of hero. He should be called Fallen Crystal. He turned and walked towards the Blood Soul Legion, standing in front of the highest commander of the Legion. "General, I have to go to Nadlin." The general nodded. "I will arrange it." Then, he looked at Rosen with reverence. "Mage Rosen, you are the most dazzling hero tonight. Know what will always remember your name." Rosen shook his head, and looked at the Blood Soul warriors, who were silently collecting the soul crystals of their comrades. "No, I am not a hero. I am just a traveler who controls the hero's sword. This is the supreme honor of my life." Chapter 219. 1 week later. In the southern suburbs of Nadlin City, the capital of Nawat, there is a quiet manor. This is the residence of Naya, the former guardian of Nawat, and the current lifelong member of the High Ring Council. The manor is not small, covering more than 50 acres, and the house is also very beautiful, but it is worth mentioning that this is not Naya's personal property, but a welfare benefit given by the Republic of Nawat, so Naya only has the right to use it. At this moment, for people are sitting in a delicate small reception room next to the small garden of the manor. The 4 people sit on both sides of a square table in pairs. On one side are the Archmage Naya and her husband Mr. Spence. On the other side are Rosen and Zigralana. Archmage Naya looks only about 25 or 26 years old, with thick and shiny silver blue hair, a pair of crystal blue eyes that are very similar to Elena, and delicate and soft facial features, elegant temperament, and a strong intellectual atmosphere. She doesn't look like a guardian wizard, but more like a beautiful female lecturer in a university. Naya's husband, Mr. Spin, is a 9th ring wizard. His achievements are not as good as his wife's, but not bad either. He has a gentle face, a tall figure, a little thin, and wears a pair of big black-rimmed glasses. He looks like a researcher buried in documents. In fact, he is indeed a research wizard. It is said that he has a very high attainment in alchemy, and is one of the most famous alchemy masters in Nawat. As for Zigralana, perhaps she has realized her wish. She looks more beautiful than before, with relaxed eyebrows and generous demeanor. However, the shyness in her expression is still obvious. Especially after seeing Rosen, it became more obvious. I don't know why. As long as the two of them look at each other, her cheeks will turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Click, click. Rosen took out 2 small wooden boxes from his underwear pocket, placed them on the half-worn wooden table, and gently opened them. "Madam, this deep purple flawless soul crystal belongs to Mage Elena." Mage Elena's last words were to place her as close to the saint as possible. "This one, which is slightly lighter in color and has some cracks, belongs to Mage Seglin. He didn't leave any last words, but without his help, I would have no chance of killing the Lord of Shadows." The Naya couple listened solemnly. Naya solemnly took the soul crystal. These 2 guardian mages are heroes of Nawat. Elena kept her oath, and Seglin finally redeemed himself. According to our country's hero law, they will all be melted into golden sculptures and placed in the hero cemetery, and will be with the saints forever. 2 mages, please allow us to leave for a while to properly place the soul crystals of the 2 heroes. Of course. Naya and his wife carefully put away the soul crystal and left with the crystal. After about a quarter of an hour, the 2 returned to the reception room. Naya said, "Mage Rosen, 5 days later, a grand funeral will be held in the hero cemetery of Nadlin. I very much hope that you and Ms. Raylana can come to attend. According to normal etiquette, this is as it should be." Rosen nodded simply. "I am honored to attend the funeral." Zigralana also nodded. "Me too." Then, the 4 of them began to talk in detail about the Shadow Lord's invasion, especially the information related to the Shadow Lord's power. Rosen was mainly talking, and the other 3 were listening. Rosen also said almost nothing, telling what he saw in the void, the process of the battle, the key spells he used, and even the crystal torrent staff. Without waiting for Naya and his wife to ask, he took the initiative to show his staff. Click. He gently placed the staff on the desk. "This staff was made by me with the alchemical materials I got by accident." It is ineffective against mana below the legendary level, but it can store a large amount of legendary mana. It is precisely because of this feature that I can maintain my legendary soul without the help of a large amount of faith power. This Crystal Torrent Staff played a key role in this battle. Not only does it store a large amount of legendary mana, but it also becomes a reservoir in the later battle, buffering the pressure of huge power for Rosen. Otherwise Rosen may not be able to grasp such a large power at once. In the battle, countless eyes saw this thing, so it could not be concealed. Similarly, Rosen's legendary power is also extremely dazzling. It is the key to killing the Shadow Lord this time, and it is also the focus of everyone's attention, and it cannot be concealed. Rosen didn't intend to hide it, because these things were the bargaining items for his plane trip. As expected, his words, especially the last sentence, surprised the three mages present. Naya has always been interested in Rosen's legendary power. She herself was once a legendary mage, so she understood it as soon as she heard it. You mean, you used the soul-burning method to advance to legend, and during this time, you poured a lot of legendary mana into the magic weapon, and finally disconnected from the magic ring, and then used the legendary power stored in the magic weapon to maintain your legendary soul? Yes, that's roughly it. Rosen nodded. Because of the buffering effect of this magic weapon, when I need to fight, I don't have to spend energy to maintain the delicate soul-burning spell, I just need to simply prevent the soul from flowing back. In this way, I can connect the magic ring to gain a void vision, and I can focus most of my mind on the battle. Naya knew that this method was feasible as soon as she heard it, and her crystal blue eyes with thick long eyelashes sparkled. Master Rosen, this is a good idea. It's also a good magic weapon. She asked seriously, Master Rosen, can I take a look? Of course, please feel free. Naya carefully picked up the Crystal Torrent Staff and examined it carefully. Soon, she felt that there was a lot of legendary mana stored in the staff. Master Rosen, can I borrow your power? Of course, please use it, but be careful, after all, it is legendary 5 mana. Naya has rich experience in using legendary mana, so at this time, she can barely control the legendary power of the staff. She felt it carefully, and then made an evaluation. Because it is borrowed legendary mana, it is not sensitive enough, so it is very slow to use, just like a child dancing with a heavy hammer. It is difficult to do complex operations, and it is easy to hurt yourself. But it is still possible to do some simple operations. If there are 10, 100, or even 1,000 warriors using it together, it is equivalent to having a large number of legendary warriors. Therefore, this staff is a real treasure. Of course, the most valuable thing is the method of making the staff. Naya soon discovered a problem. She couldn't tell what material the staff was made of. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary stone. No one would have thought it would be so powerful. So she asked, Master Rosen, can I show it to my husband? Rosen agreed generously, of course. Spin was an alchemist, and he was impatient. He carefully took the staff and looked at it over and over again, but he couldn't figure it out. With Rosen's permission, he tried to use various alchemical spells to carefully explore it, and then frowned. I have no idea at all. He turned to look at Rosen. You just said that you accidentally obtained this strange alchemical material. How did you get it? After saying that, he immediately said, my words are a bit presumptuous, but I want to say that we are willing to pay any price to obtain this alchemical knowledge. Rosen was ready. The biggest reason why he was willing to take out this alchemical knowledge was that under the current technical conditions, it is impossible to cross between planes on a large scale. This is destined. The intensity of competition between mortal kingdoms in different planes is very low. This is probably the most basic reason why Naya was so active in helping him before. So, he said half-truthfully, my alchemist synthesized it accidentally. I don't know the specific principle, and it is even difficult to reproduce. As he spoke, he took out an alchemy manual. The specific method is here. Although the success rate is not high, it is really useful. As for why it is useful, I'm sorry, I still don't know. The synthesis of this thing is based on the periodic table, transfiguration alchemy, and even some quantum chemistry. These three things are his trump cards, so he will not take them out easily. But the alchemy manual he took out was amazing enough. Because it can be synthesized, it means mass production, which means that the legendary power of Nawet will increase significantly. In the future battle against demons, this will definitely save countless lives and even reverse the fate of the Republic of Nawet. Therefore, this alchemy manual is a truly priceless treasure, a treasure that is countless times more precious than the Crystal Torrent Staff itself. When the alchemy manual appeared, Rosen clearly saw the shock on the faces of the two Nawet mages opposite him, and also clearly felt the expression of Zigralana, who was hesitant to speak beside him. Obviously, none of the three expected that Rosen would be so generous to take out the alchemy manual. Mage Spin stared at the alchemy manual and said in an unbelievable tone, "Mage Rosen, can I take a look?" Rosen handed over the alchemy manual directly. "Since I brought it, it is for sharing. After all, we are all mortals and natural allies in fighting against demons together." These words touched the two Nawat mages very much. Mage Spin is a man with restrained emotions, so it's better. Mage Naya's big eyes were red directly. She said, "Mage Rosen, thank you very much for sharing. I can't find words to thank you." Mage Spin stood up, took the alchemy manual very solemnly, and read it carefully. As he looked at it, he agreed with Rosen's words. "Mage Rosen, in my opinion, the alchemy method is indeed very rough, just taking a chance." Rosen nodded. "I don't deny it, but it is effective. I even suspect that this is something the Creator forced on me." Spin shook his head and said, "Master Rosen, I have no intention of belittling this alchemy manual. Because in the field of alchemy, luck is very, very important, and even the most critical existence. Because of this, it is even more precious. It is a priceless treasure carefully hidden by the Creator." Spin's eyes showed a deep obsession, as if he saw the most beautiful scenery in the world. He started to itch. "Master Rosen, Miss Raylana, dear, this formula is very, very important. I must go to the alchemy department to verify its effectiveness immediately." Rosen immediately reminded, "The success rate is about 1%. The success rate of his own synthesis is about 50%, but the success rate of this thing he took out is naturally greatly reduced because there is no theoretical guidance. It's not that he is unwilling to share, but that all planes are connected. If he takes out all the real good things to know what, it may flow to his opponent." Mage Spin didn't care. 1% is already very high. We are also using many materials with a success rate of 1000. In order to fight against demons, Nawat never spared any cost. He saluted the three people one by one, and then hurried away. On the other hand, Naya had a very good impression of Rosen. Seeing him share such precious knowledge so freely, her impression of him was immediately raised to a higher level. She felt that this genius mage from the Dridden Plane not only had outstanding magic power, but also had an extremely magnanimous and kind heart. So she asked seriously, "Mage Rosen, why did you come here?" Rosen was waiting for this sentence. He also answered seriously, "I came to seek valuable experience in fighting demons, and also to seek methods and experience in practicing legendary power." He added, "Especially the practice of legendary power. I really want to know how strong legendary power our mortal bodies can withstand, and how to determine the limit of our body's endurance." Naya nodded to show that she understood. "As a lifelong member of the Republic's High Ring Council, I can now answer you clearly, and clearly that we know what will share all our experience in fighting demons with you without reservation. As for the knowledge of legendary practice, we will also share it without reservation. However, this knowledge is actually not much. I am afraid it will not satisfy you." At this point, she sighed. "For example, I have only reached the highest level of legendary 3 mana, and the strongest guardian wizard in the history of our country has only reached legendary 6. Therefore, we can only give you reliable knowledge below legendary 6. Above that, you can only rely on your own exploration." This is her maximum contribution. Originally, she would never be so generous. After all, this knowledge is very precious. But Rosen is different. He risked his life to help the Republic kill a powerful demon and shared such precious knowledge. He fully deserves this reward. Rosen was very happy. He was not greedy, and never thought of doing it all at once. "Master Naya, this is very good and far exceeded my expectations." Naya smiled. "Master Rosen, you are our most respected guest in Nawat, and also the lord of another plane. Helping you fight the demon is actually helping ourselves. Perhaps one day in the future, we will still need your help, Mage Rosen. Of course, if the Dridden Plane needs our help, we will do our best to help you, just as you helped us." Rosen smiled modestly. "I am just an island duke in Dridden, and I am far from representing the Dridden Plane." Naya became serious. "Mage Rosen is too modest. With your achievements in magic and your ability to govern the country, it is only a matter of time before you can control the Natural Alliance and even unify the Wick continent." At this point, her face became solemn. "However, I personally hope that you can accomplish this with relatively gentle means to avoid causing huge losses to the mortal world." To be honest, this was a bit nosy, and Naya also realized this, explaining, "I don't mean to interfere with you, it's just a suggestion from me." Such a reaction made Rosen move slightly, and he vaguely felt something. Nawat seemed to be a little too concerned about the situation in the Dritten Plain. Why? Rosen didn't know. But this was just a flash of thought in his mind, and on the surface, he naturally answered appropriately. Master Naya, I completely understand what you mean, and that's exactly what I plan to do. After all, half of our Dritten Plain has already fallen into the hands of the great demon King Buck. If the mortal world continues to fight, it will only make the great demon king laugh. Speaking of the great demon King Buck, Naya's face became a little solemn. I want to talk to you in detail about Buck. Buck is not particularly powerful, just a legendary 4 demon, but he is the subordinate of the devouring great demon Norma, and this Norma is the real great demon king, with a power of up to Legend 11. In addition, Norma has 3 demon generals under his command, attacking 3 planes at the same time. Dritten is not its main attack direction at present, but it may change at any time in the future. You should pay special attention to this. This is really bad news. Rosen's legendary soul kept him calm, but Zigralana, who had been sitting next to him and was silent, stopped breathing, obviously greatly affected. She whispered, Master Naya, this is terrible news. Naya comforted, don't be afraid, Master Rosen is here. Rosen nodded, and naturally held Zigralana's hand. He felt the touch was soft and cool, so he couldn't help but use a little force. Don't worry, I'm here. Zigralana's body shook slightly, but she didn't pull out her hand in the end. Naya's eyes flashed slightly, and a faint smile of an experienced person appeared on her face. She pretended not to see this little detail, and stood up and invited, Master Rosen, Master Raylana, the most precious knowledge of our republic is collected in the Temple of Wisdom of the First Library of Nawat. As a lifelong member of Parliament, I invite you two to go to the Temple of Wisdom with me. Rosen naturally wanted it. Chapter 220. Half an hour later, the First Library of Nawat. This is an extremely magnificent building, and it can even be said to be the most magnificent building that Rosen has seen since he came to the Nawat Plain. Naya led the way in front. This library contains almost all the knowledge of Nawat, with 5 floors above ground and 5 floors underground, with a total collection of more than 1 million books. It is the largest library in our country. Master Rosen, in view of your outstanding contribution to the national security of Nawat, you can copy 4 books in the Temple of Wisdom and have 2 hours of free choice time. Rosen's heart moved slightly when he heard it. 2 hours of free choice means that I can browse through it? Naya nodded. Yes, you can roughly browse it to determine the general content of the book to avoid making the wrong choice. But pay attention to 2 points. First, be careful when reading to avoid damaging the book. Second, do not use any auxiliary recording time. Rosen was secretly happy. I understand. Thank you for the explanation of Master Naya. Naya did not doubt him and continued to explain. I personally recommend that you must copy the following 3 books. One is called Encyclopedia of Void Life, one is called Power of Faith, and the last one is called Legend. These 3 books correspond to most of the knowledge of fighting against demons, and the in-depth discussion of the Power of Faith and the Legendary Realm is just what you need. In addition, you can copy any book at will. After speaking, he looked at Zigralana again. Ms. Rolana, you have obtained the right to copy a collection of books. I personally do not make any suggestions. Zigralana asked, can I copy it at will? That's right, you can copy any book in the Temple of Wisdom that you like. Considering that you are not familiar with the basic contents of the books in the temple, I will serve as a guide and briefly introduce the contents of the book to you. Understood. As they spoke, the 3 entered the library. The 2 followed Naya through a wide and high corridor, and then walked down a spiral staircase leading to the underground for about 5 minutes, and finally passed through several layers of thick defensive barriers, and then arrived at a somewhat narrow library. There are not many books in the library, less than 1,000 in total, but the titles of each book are very amazing. Rosen glanced casually and saw the Battle of Destruction 19th level Demon Gao Miller encounter record, exploration of the essence of light, detailed explanation of the light of destruction, superaggregation phenomenon of elements, exploration of the essence of elements, and so on. The names of each book are very big, and they are not false. They are truly amazing results of magic that combine theory with practice. Obviously, Nawat's 800-year history of fighting against demons is also 800-year history of searching for stronger demon-killing power. They have really thought of all possible ways. Looking at these extremely precious books, Rosen even had an impulse to join Nawat. With his wisdom and various prophetic visions from Earth, if he could occupy a leading position in Nawat, he would definitely be able to vigorously promote Nawat's magic research. Maybe in 100 years, it will evolve into a magic interstellar civilization and make gods and demons protected animals. But this impulse lasted only a moment, and then disappeared. Because to know what? He is an outsider after all. No matter how hard an outsider tries, it is impossible for him to truly enter the top of a huge country, let alone dominate this country. This is universal human nature. Just think about it, and you will understand. In a big and colorful family, everyone is a blood-related relative. Now an outsider, who has no blood relationship comes, and wants to manage your family, use your family's money, and be the master of your family. If you are willing to do this, then you are definitely a big fool. In comparison, it is better to return to your own plane, manage a group of your own people, and manage it bit by bit. This is the reliable way to gain great power. While thinking, Rosen found the 3 books recommended by Master Naya. He did not rush to confirm, but flipped through them page by page. After simply flipping through them, he finally confirmed and nodded. The average time for flipping through each book is 10 minutes, which is not fast, but definitely not slow, and no magic is used during the process. Although Naya felt a little weird, she naturally attributed it to the rigorous character of the master, and did not think much about it. After Rosen confirmed the 3 books, Naya handed them to the assistant of the library for copying. Finally, you can copy one more book. Rosen walked through the precious books one by one. When he saw a book title that interested him, he took it and read it carefully page by page. He read 3 books in one go, all of which were very thick. The value was also surprisingly high, so he spent 20 minutes reading each book. When he finished reading, an hour and a half had passed. He had half an hour left to choose. Then, Rosen saw the book The Essence of Light, detailed explanation of the Light of Destruction. He had dealt with the Light of Destruction artifact once, and was deeply impressed by it. At this time, he read it carefully. He was shocked when he saw it. Isn't this the knowledge of the glorious empire? Rosen had a deep understanding of the power of glory, and he could tell at a glance that a large part of the knowledge in this book definitely came from the glorious empire. Naya happened to be standing next to him. After a little consideration, he asked directly, "Miss Naya, is what also related to the glorious empire?" Naya was startled, and then nodded, "Yes, the glorious empire is a great country. Our 2 countries have a lot of cooperation in various magic techniques." "Oh!" Rosen nodded and stuffed the book back. On the surface, he remained calm, but the waves in his heart surged. "Fortunately, I kept a hand in the alchemy manual." He continued to walk forward, and then saw a very thin book, estimated to be less than 50 pages, with a completely black cover and a small title on the book. Planet Crossing Exploration. Rosen's heart moved, and he stopped in front of the book. Naya had been following him. When she saw him stop, she followed his gaze, and gave some advice. The content of this book is very groundbreaking and inspiring, but it is not very in-depth, because it is extremely difficult to study. In short, it is not very practical. Rosen smiled and said, "I like this kind of groundbreaking ideas the most. You have to take a good look at it." Naya nodded. "Look, this book is not very important, and there is not much content. You can stand here and read it simply." After that, she turned around and went to find Zivrilana. Rosen first flipped through the book and entered it into the Lifu database, and then began to read the first page carefully. Because of limited time, he only planned to read the first few pages. The title of the first chapter is plain, and stars may be the same thing. Just a title, it firmly attracted Rosen's attention. He immediately read the content. Plane travel wizards have existed since ancient times, and high-level wizards have always known the existence of multiple planes, but no one can clearly explain what the plane is. After hundreds of years of research, I have continuously observed the starry sky of each plane and compared them as accurately as possible. I found that all the currently known planes are very likely to share the same sun. The distance between the planes is not as far as the plane travel wizards imagine. Of course, it is definitely not close. But I guess it should be the distance between the stars in units of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Looking at these introductions, Rosen's heart was shocked, and he continued to read on. The following is a detailed argumentation process, a picture of the star map, combined with various calculations. Because the data is not really accurate, the final conclusion is not particularly convincing, but it is indeed very groundbreaking. At the end, the author also imagined that instead of using the magic ring for phase transfer, a powerful magic weapon could be directly created to fly out of the planet and cross the star realm to reach another plane. Rosen was simply fascinated. He felt that the conclusion of this book was most likely correct, and it was also very easy to verify. Just check the solar spectrum of each plane. The spectrum of each star is unique. As long as the spectrum matches, the plane naturally shares a star system. If it is true, There are so many life planets in a star system, and they are connected by magic rings. It is really lively. At the same time, there is also a sense of urgency, because in this case, as long as one world develops the power of interstellar navigation, it will be a crushing blow to other worlds. It can be said that when an interstellar spaceship from one world appears in the sky of another world, it means that all mortals in this world will become slaves. At this time, Naya came back. How is it? Have you finished reading it? Rosen nodded. It's a very interesting book, but the idea is indeed quite unrealistic, thinking of creating a starry magic weapon that breaks away from the Earth and rushes into the starry sky. Naya nodded. Indeed. But the starry sky is indeed very fascinating. So many young people in the magic department believe in this book and try their best to create a starry magic weapon, but naturally they all fail without exception. Rosen was secretly surprised when he heard it, but his face remained calm. It's always good to be willing to try, just in case it succeeds. As he said, he continued to look for books. Soon he found a book called Research on the Limits of the Human Body. This book is very thick, with basically no theory, and it is full of very detailed experimental records. It not only records the limits of the body, but also the limits of the soul. Most of it was discovered by the Republic of Nawat in battles with demons, and a small part was obtained from demons. As for how demons obtain the limits of the human body, that is self-evident. In short, this book is extremely valuable. Rosen immediately flipped through the pages one by one, and it took him 15 minutes to finish it. With less than 10 minutes left, he chose to read the only encounter between a level 19 demon in the history of Nawat. It was also a very thick book, which almost perfectly presented all the details of the world-destroying battle at that time. The name of the 19th level demon Gal Miller was also deeply engraved in Rosen's heart. Rosen flipped through the pages as quickly as possible, then pointed to Research on the Limits of the Human Body and said, I choose to copy this one. Naya nodded in agreement. On the other side, Zigralana also made her choice, and sent it to be copied. Then the three of them left the Temple of Wisdom. While walking on the spiral corridor leading to the ground, Rosen suddenly heard Naya's spiritual whisper. Master Rosen, I can see that you are very eager for magic knowledge. Rosen's face remained calm, and he replied secretly, Of course. Perhaps, you can consider staying in Nawat. As long as you nod, we will send someone to pick up all your family members, and all the magic knowledge in Nawat will be open to you. Rosen did not expect to receive such an invitation, but he had already figured it out in his heart, so he politely declined. Master Naya, thank you very much for your appreciation. But I not only value my family, but also my people. I cannot go back on my promise to my people. Naya's face showed such an expression. I understand and respect your choice. After the book is copied, you can go back as soon as possible. There is a deep meaning in these words. Rosen nodded immediately. I will, Master Naya, and thank you very much for your reminder. As they spoke, the three of them came to the ground. Before they stood firm, Naya's communication device received an urgent message. She looked at it, and frowned slightly. Rosen immediately asked, Is there any problem, Master Naya? It's not a big problem. I have to attend an emergency meeting. You can take my black stone car back to the quiet manor and stay there. It's best not to go out easily. Wait until I come back to talk about everything. After that, she personally sent Rosen and the other person to the black market car, and she herself got on another black stone car and left in a hurry. Chapter 221. Only Rosen and Zigralana were left in the moving black stone car. After a short silence, Zigralana's mental whispers rang out. Duke, you are too dazzling. So dazzling that the Republic of Nawat has lost its normal mind. The Republic of Nawat is a mortal superpower, which should be as calm and composed as the sun, but Rosen found the secret demon that has troubled the Republic for a long time as soon as he arrived, and killed it directly. This is a powerful demon of Legend 6. Therefore, this incident caused a huge shock to the political arena of the Republic of Nawat. Zigralana may only have 8 rings of power, but her insight is extraordinary. She has discovered the changes through many inconspicuous details. She whispered softly. Perhaps in the fight against demons, Nawat is united and is the pioneer of mortals. But Nawat is not perfect. Although there are no nobles in the country, it is also divided into many factions. There are also complex conflicts of interest here. Whether a guardian mage can become a candidate for a legendary mage requires not only extremely high ability, but also sufficient background. Rosen's face remained calm. After all, there was a driver. He also answered in a high-level mental whisper, I know, that's why I took out the alchemy manual. In this way, at least before the manual is verified, Naya's faction will try its best to protect us from interference from other factions. He is also a great lord. How could he naively think that a country composed of mortals would be perfect? Even if everyone is noble and everyone has a common goal, there is more than one way to the goal. Under the premise of fighting against demons, there must be different opinions on how to treat the strong from the outside world. And the leader of any country considers the problem based not on personal morality, but on weighing the pros and cons. As long as the benefits outweigh the costs, then this thing can be done. Rosen knows this very well. Zigralana didn't expect Rosen to have this idea. She was stunned for a moment and asked, "How long do you think it will take for them to reproduce your results?" "I estimate it will take at least a month, and during this month, they will definitely think of some ways to keep us. For example, the book is not copied well, or they will invite us to participate in some important activities." "Will they let us go after reproducing the results?" Rosen whispered, "Naya will definitely, but I don't know about others. It is highly likely that it will not be detrimental to my personal safety, because it is not in the common interests of Nawat to fight against demons. But they should think of various ways to persuade me to stay in Nawat, and become a legendary warrior of Nawat. In other words, let Rosen be a high-level thug." Zigralana had almost the same judgment, and she was a little anxious. "Will you stay?" Rosen smiled slightly. "Of course not. Why should he be reduced to being a thug when he is a great lord?" Soon, the black stone cart returned to Naya's quiet manner. When they arrived in the room, Zigralana asked, "What should we do next?" "Of course, we should go back immediately." "Now? Aren't we waiting for the books to be copied?" "If the books are not copied back, then this trip will be in vain, and the precious alchemy manual will be given away for nothing." Rosen smiled slightly. "Don't worry, my brain works very well. I will remember everything after reading it once." Zigralana was shocked. "Then you have memorized a lot of books?" "Not many, 8 books. If Rosen had to explore all the knowledge in these 8 books by himself, it would take a lot of manpower and material resources, and many of them could not be reproduced. So, he made a lot of money. It is strictly forbidden to transfer phases inside the capital of Nadeland, but Naya's manor is in the suburbs, and it can be transferred if you go a little further out. And today is the 7th day that Rosen has come to this world, and the safe transfer time has almost reached 8 days. At this time, phase transfer will indeed cause some pressure on the soul, but it is not too big. As long as it is not done frequently, there will be no sequelae. Zigralana still couldn't figure it out. "But we don't have the soul gem, and we haven't prepared a teleportation array. How can we go back?" Rosen smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I've prepared everything, just follow me." So, shortly after returning to the manor, Rosen left a farewell letter to Master Naya, and then left the crystal torrent staff and some legendary secrets as an apology for leaving without saying goodbye. Then, he took Zigralana's hand, used legendary magic power to drive the brilliant invisibility technique and the breathless crystal wall technique, and quietly left the manor through the back door. Running all the way out, after running about 10 kilometers, they left the phase interference area of Nedlin, and came to an ordinary town in the suburbs of the capital. When they arrived in the town, Rosen took Zigralana into an ordinary house, and went to the basement of the house. There was actually a huge phase transfer array in the basement, and the soul gem was all ready. Zigralana was confused. "You did this? Have you been ready to run away?" Rosen smiled slightly. "Not really. I just prepared for both situations." Of course, he didn't make this magic circle himself. He was being watched all the time, and had no chance to make it. This was prepared by Medina for him. "Okay, time is running out. Let's withdraw now." At the same time, in the kingdom of Nadeland, the Guardian Temple, the current Guardian Archmage Sasmar was having a very intense secret conversation with Mage Naya. There is no doubt that Mage Rosen is a mage with top talent. Not only does he have amazing achievements in magic, but he also has an amazing fighting talent. Since he was promoted to legend, he has killed 2 demons in a row. Such a record is enough to be recorded in the history of the Republic. And such a top talent must do everything possible to stay in Nawat. The speaker was Sasmar. He looked less than 30 years old, with silver-gray hair and silver-gray eyes. He was a very energetic and talented wizard. He also had a square and hard face, and the whole person showed a strong temperament of fortitude. Rather than being a wizard, he was more like a soldier. Mage Naya shook his head. "I have discussed this with Mage Rosen, and he refused, and the reason for his refusal was very legitimate. You and I both know that he is the Duke of the Dryden Plain. He manages 30 million people, and he is also pledged to protect his people. He is unwilling to betray his oath, so..." Sasmar exhaled with some disdain. "Only 30 million. We have 1.6 billion people in Nawat. Furthermore, If this Duke returns to Dryden, he will definitely not be content with his current position. He will definitely start a war to expand his power. The Dryden Plain will definitely fall into endless war, and the number of people who died in the war will definitely be far more than 30 million. And the war will definitely greatly weaken the mortal power of the Dryden Plain. If the demon buck takes the opportunity to attack, the entire Dryden Plain may fall, which is simply a catastrophe of annihilation. Speaking of this, Sasmar lowered his voice again. You must understand that we have a very deep cooperation with the Glorious Empire, and the various magic achievements of the Glorious Empire are of great help to us. This Duke is an enemy of the Glorious Empire. It is definitely not a good thing to let him go back. Letting him stay in our Nawat is most in line with our national interests. These words are very reasonable. Apart from personal feelings, Naya also agrees with most of them. Except for one point. Master Sasmar, but you have ignored Master Rosen's personal will. You and I both know that although the personal will of most mortals is not important, the personal will of some mortals must not be ignored, otherwise it will inevitably bring great disasters. You and I both know that Master Rosen has extraordinary personal talents. If his personal will is distorted, the backlash will be very violent, and the damage to the Republic will eventually be no less than that of a terrible demon. Have you considered this? Sasmar immediately said, why should we distort his will? We have countless means to let him make his own choice. We can give him huge benefits, and even make him a lifelong member of the High Ring Council. I just don't believe that the lifelong parliamentarians of my great country of 1.6 billion people are not as good as his small dukedom. Naya frowned. Everyone has different ideas, Master Sashmar. You can't use your ideas to make decisions for others. Master Naya, I also think that your ideas are too subjective. How do you know it won't work if you don't try it? The tone of the two people gradually became fierce, almost quarreling. Just then, the assistant mage knocked on the door. The voice was very urgent. Obviously there was an emergency. Come in! Sashmar shouted loudly. The assistant mage pushed the door open and brought a message. Master Sashmar, Master Naya, Master Rosen and Master Raylana are missing. Missing? What do you mean? The assistant mage immediately said, it means that they are missing. The entire quiet manor has been searched. Hearing this, the two members of the High Ring Council immediately felt something. Sasmar immediately said, go to the Plane Observation Bureau to check the records and see if there are any fluctuations of phase shift. The assistant mage went to check immediately. About a quarter of an hour later, he came back. I found it. Just an hour ago, there were two fluctuations that followed each other. Judging from the intensity of the fluctuations caused by going to the Dryden Plain is almost the same. Sasmar let out a long breath. He ran away. Naya corrected. No, he just left without saying goodbye. He just ran away. Sasmar snorted coldly. Naya was shocked when she heard this, and immediately realized that this matter was not over. She was too lazy to argue, and bowed deeply to this somewhat arrogant colleague, turned around, and left the Guardian Temple. She got on the Blackstone car, and returned to the quiet manor at lightning speed. After walking around the manor, she suddenly felt a very secret fluctuation of mana, which was a spell mark specially left for her. She felt moved and followed the mark to find it. As a result, she found a very well-hidden letter, a crystal guardian staff filled with legendary power, and a booklet. She opened the letter, and saw that it said, Mage Naya, please forgive us for leaving without saying goodbye. But I have to go, otherwise I am afraid I can't leave. First of all, I want to say that the alchemy manual is real and effective. I also hope that Mage Spin can copy it successfully as soon as possible and create legendary mana gems on a large scale to help Nawat better fight against demons. After reading these 3 sentences, Naya felt very ashamed. Mage Elena is the mage I respect the most, but I can't attend her funeral. I feel extremely sorry for this. Please apologize to Mage Elena on my behalf. I am also very aware that this time I left without saying goodbye, and it must have caused you a lot of trouble. I feel deeply ashamed and have made some compensation for this. I left you the Crystal Torrent staff and some secret methods to assist in the promotion to legend. I believe it can help you regain the power of legend. In addition, I also left a phase transfer beacon. If Madam is willing, you can use the beacon to send me a message or send a phase transfer request. I very much hope to continue to communicate with Madam on magic. Finally, thank you again for sharing the legendary knowledge with me, and once again express my most sincere apologies to you. Your loyal friend, Mage Rosen Saxon. After reading the letter, there is a booklet at the back, which records the secret method of using the staff to advance to the legendary level. Naya held the booklet tightly, feeling guilty and touched, as well as deeply worried. Sasmar is not a person who gives up easily, and he will definitely find a way to force Mage Rosen to return to Nawat. I must pass this news to him so that he can be prepared. Many of Sasmar's words make sense, and she agrees with him, but she will never agree with Sasmar's tyrannical behavior. Because what Nawat needs is allies who actively cooperate from the heart, not a group of coerced slaves. Otherwise, what is the difference between them and demons? Chapter 222. Buzz. In the underground secret room of Swan Castle, the air was twisted in a spiral shape, and a figure gradually emerged. It was Rosen who returned from the Nawat plane. This time, Rosen brought almost nothing except clothes, so there was only about 30% of mana left in his body. After the teleportation, he immediately made some settings for the secret room, temporarily unlocked the phase transmission lock of the secret room, and set a phase transmission beacon. After waiting for a few minutes, the beacon was slightly lit, and the spiral distortion in the air appeared again. Another figure emerged. After a few seconds, the figure turned from virtual to real, and it was the Mother of Nature, Siglarana. Rosen could feel that the mana in the other party was almost completely exhausted, at most less than half. From the absolute total amount of mana consumed, the other party was much smaller than himself. The reason is also very simple, because the phase transfer of matter, soul, and even mana itself will consume mana. Rosen is a legendary soul, so the consumption of phase transfer is naturally much greater. At the beginning, when he entered Nawat with the Crystal Torrent staff, he did not charge the staff in advance. Because if it is full of power, the transfer will consume a huge amount of mana, and the transfer process will cause a huge shock to the soul. After finally transferring to the target location, not only will the stored mana be almost gone, but the damage to the soul will also increase significantly. Back to the topic. After Siglarana appeared, the side effect of excessive mana consumption appeared. She was dizzy, unbalanced, and almost fell. Of course, Rosen would not sit idly by, and hurried over a few steps and hugged Siglarana in his arms. Siglarana's body shook slightly, but she didn't break free. So, the two stood motionless in the middle of the secret room. Rosen was certainly not idle either. He called on the power of faith, and slowly poured the power into Siglarana's soul to restore her consumed power. Siglarana subconsciously wanted to refuse, but soon she felt that this power was pure and gentle, and there was a very familiar feeling, so she let the power flow into her body. Soon she became strange. With her 8-ring power sensitivity, she couldn't distinguish the subtle differences between the power of faith, the power of the soul, and the power of the magic ring, so she couldn't understand Rosen's methods. She couldn't help asking, "Duke, what kind of power is this?" Rosen didn't hide it either, because this matter couldn't be hidden, and the other party would soon discover the abnormality of the Church of Nature. The power of faith. Siglarana was an extremely smart person with extraordinary knowledge, and she guessed it after a little thought. She looked down at the true name sign ring on Rosen's hand. Is it the power of faith provided by the Church of Nature? Yes. She was even more surprised. Is there so much? She had also vaguely sensed the role of the power of faith before, but it was pitifully small, dispensable, and it was getting smaller year after year, almost negligible. Rosen smiled slightly. Lana, I will explain it to you in detail later, but now, we have to discuss the future fate of the Natural Alliance. This is a big deal, Siglarana nodded. You say? Rosen said in a serious tone. This time on the trip to Nawat, we have gained a lot, but the price is not small. There must be someone in the Republic of Nawat who will prevent me from gaining a higher status in the Wick continent. Siglarana was a little confused. Why? What does our plane have to do with Nawat? Does Nawat intend to force you back? If that's the case, then we have a complete falling out. And it's hard to do. After all, Rosen is the Duke, and the other side can't have too many people coming, let alone carry powerful magic tools. As long as we set up a confinement array to prevent sneak attacks, and build a phase transfer detection magic tool, once someone enters the plane, we can immediately send troops to encircle and suppress them, and easily wipe out the other side. Rosen gently leaned close to the other side's delicate ear and whispered, because the Glorious Empire and Nawat have always maintained close cooperation, its help to Nawat is much greater than ours. In this case, if the Glorious Empire feels threatened by us and asks Nawat for help, do you think Nawat will just sit back and watch? Siglarana was shocked because she knew Rosen was right. Her only doubt was how Rosen knew this. Rosen sensed her doubt and took the initiative to explain. I saw a lot of knowledge from the Glorious Empire in the Temple of Wisdom, and it was all very precious knowledge. This is enough to show that the cooperation between the two sides is very deep. Siglarana immediately understood and asked, What should we do now? I left a secret in the what, but it's not enough. We must also speed up the unification of the natural alliance. As he spoke, Rosen slightly exerted force with his arms, and hugged the soft and shy mother of nature tightly in his arms. I can't do this alone, I must have your help. Ziggerlana's cheeks were already red as fire, and she twisted her body uneasily. Of course, I will do my best to help you, but I'm just an 8-ring mage. How can I help you? Rosen had already thought about it. He leaned close to Mother Nature's ear and whispered his plan. The more the latter listened, the more surprised he became, and in the end, his face was full of incredible expression. I can't believe that there is such a thing in the world. Is it really possible to respond to so many believers one by one? Rosen smiled slightly and said half-truthfully, mortals can't do it, and legendary wizards can't do it, but it is possible to do it by combining legendary mana crystals and puppets. You know, our Iron Clan is best at making puppets, and I have developed puppetry to an extreme. In order to develop the natural religion, I created a kind of faith management puppet, which is specially used to respond to the prayers of believers, and will grant some small spiritual spells to some devout church backbones through the faith channel. The effect is also very good, which greatly enhances the influence of the natural religion among the people, and greatly increases the power of faith obtained. Of course, he would not reveal the existence of Lai Fu, but Lai Fu's ability can be partially reproduced with the current knowledge of magic. And with the resources he has as a duke, he is fully capable of doing these things. Therefore, Ziggerlana believed 90% of it, and at the same time felt that Rosen's imagination was incredibly rich. He could come up with such an incredible idea. He was simply not like a mortal. She was also very shy, because in Rosen's plan, Rosen would become the emperor of the natural empire, and she would become the queen of the natural empire. Although she did not reject Rosen, and she also admired the talent of this young wizard very much, and she might like him a little, she always felt flustered in her heart, filled with an indescribable sense of uneasiness. Rosen was a man of great character. As soon as he saw Ziggerlana's performance, he knew that she had completely agreed in her heart. The reason why she showed a hesitant expression was mostly because of the reservedness of an unmarried girl. Even if she had seen it countless times, she had never experienced it personally, so she would feel uneasy. This is human nature. Facing this situation, he had two strategies. One was to take the other party directly into the wild world of adults, like a roller coaster. The other was to proceed step by step, and let it come naturally. The former progressed rapidly, but it was easy to overturn, suitable for those passionate and bold girls, such as Alice. The latter was slow, but safe and comfortable, suitable for reserved and shy girls, such as the mother of nature in front of him. Ziggerlana is an extremely important existence, directly related to whether Rosen can successfully unify the natural alliance, so he plans to spend some effort and simmer slowly. So, he lowered his head and kissed Ziggerlana's cheek. Ziggerlana was slightly surprised. Her eyes widened, and she subconsciously raised her hand to reject him, but she didn't push him hard. After a few pushes without success, she let Rosen flirt with her, thinking to herself, just treat it as the intimacy between good friends. Rosen kissed her lips. Ziggerlana's whole body was shocked, and she raised her hand to reject him again. As she pushed, she whispered in her heart, Duke, let me go, I'm not ready yet. Cheeks can be considered as intimacy between good friends, but lips are something that only lovers can do. She couldn't find an excuse to convince herself anyway. Although she felt the numbness on her lips was wonderful, this feeling was also very strange, and she was not used to it. Rosen felt that it was almost time. If he went any further, the other party might run away like a frightened cat, and would not be seen for a long time. So he paused his attack, but did not loosen his arms as the other party wished, and replied with a mental whisper, Sorry, miss, I couldn't help it. Seeing Rosen stop, Ziggerlana's tension eased a lot, and she did not continue to resist, just like a cat, curled up in Rosen's arms, and did not move. The feeling of a simple hug was still very good, giving her a sense of security under protection. After a moment of silence, she completely relaxed and said softly, I personally agree to be the queen of the natural empire, but this is a big deal, and I alone have no say. You must also meet my parents and grandfather. Especially my grandfather. Only when my grandfather nods can this really be accomplished. Rosen raised his eyebrows slightly. Is the godly father still alive? The godly father is the founder of the natural god religion. Although he only has the power of 9 rings, he is an extremely extraordinary figure, and even to the Lord of Glory, he has a huge deterrent power. In mythological novels, the godly father and the Lord of Glory have had many direct confrontations. Generally speaking, the godly father is at a disadvantage, But the Lord of Glory can't do whatever he wants. This can be clearly reflected in the geopolitical pattern of the contemporary Natural Alliance and the Glory nations. Although Rosen doesn't know why the Godly Father, a nine-ring wizard, can be so powerful, but strong is strong, and respecting facts can make better progress. For safety reasons, he naturally maintained a respectful attitude towards the Godly Father. Since he was still alive, he could not be ignored. Ziggerlana also gave a clear answer. He is currently sleeping, but he can sleep for a maximum of 20 years. If he wakes up, he will only have half a year. As expected, time is running out, and the hero is old. In contrast, the Lord of Glory, a 10-ring mage, still has a lot of time left to wake up. In a sense, the Lord of Glory did not really defeat the Godly Father, but outlasted the old hero. After careful consideration, Rosen had a plan in mind. If he can be promoted to the 10th ring, he can probably stay awake for at least 30 more years. In his opinion, it is better for the Godly Father to be alive than dead. If he is alive, he can attract firepower for him. If he dies, he will have to face the glorious empire alone. Can he? Ziggerlana looked surprised. Grandfather was extremely powerful with the magic power of the 9th ring. If he was promoted to the 10th ring, the situation of the natural god system would be much better than it is now. Rosen was not sure. If the efficiency of Godly Father's cultivation was only a little short of the 10th ring, then he could succeed with a little help. If it was a lot short, then he had no way to do it now. But this was temporary. This time, he had obtained so much precious knowledge. After studying it thoroughly, he should be able to find a new way to break the wall. Finally, he had another secret consideration. If Godly Father could be promoted to the 10th ring, Rosen could even use the legendary mana crystal to assist him in his promotion to the legendary level, allowing him to deal with the Lord of Glory, an old rival who had been entangled with him for countless years. But this would cause a problem. Heroes, like Godly Father, would not be controlled by others. After he obtains the power of legend, he may deal with the Lord of Light, but he may also turn around and suppress himself, the usurper. Therefore, unless he has mastered the power to suppress ordinary legends, it would be troublesome for him to rashly upgrade the Divine Father. So, facing Ziggerlana's full expectations, he said, I dare not make a complete guarantee. After all, my grandfather is old and I am afraid he can't stand the tossing. My idea is that after I have completely absorbed the knowledge I have gained this time and found a safe and reliable way, we will go to see my grandfather again, so as not to be happy in vain. This statement is rigorous and reliable, impeccable. Ziggerlana nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's do it. Seeing her happy, Rosen took a step forward. This job is not easy to do. Miss, should you give me a small reward? What reward do you want? Rosen stared at her delicate red lips. Ziggerlana pursed her lips, raised her head slightly, and closed her eyes. She acquiesced. After a conversation, Ziggerlana almost collapsed in Rosen's arms. Rosen then talked seriously about the second thing. Dear, the fewer people know about the faith management puppet, the better. Before things mature, it's best for only the two of us to know, so as not to cause a shock to the church. Ziggerlana nodded in agreement. You are right. Rosen continued. In addition, the current faith puppet's ability is far from enough. After I digest this knowledge, I will design a brand new faith puppet. Regarding the doctrine of the natural church, we must make adjustments. We must obtain as much faith power as possible, and we must also meet the needs of the new era. Finally, if you are willing, you will be responsible for the maintenance of the faith puppet. If you find it troublesome, leave it to me. This faith puppet can be regarded as the prototype of an artificial god. At the beginning, the function must be very simple, and the reaction must be very rigid. But it doesn't matter. At the beginning, only some simple work is done to conceal the existence of Lifu. The real work mainly depends on Lifu. Ziggerlana was very curious about the faith puppet. Let me try it first. Rosen laughed inwardly. This job is extremely tedious. Let's see how long you can hold on. Chapter 223. Glorious Empire, Medassalin City. A very distinguished and very special guest came to the Nevernight Palace. The visitor has the mana of the Peak of the 10 Rings, which is equal to the Lord of Glorious in terms of strength, and even stronger than the Lord of Glorious in terms of total mana. As soon as the guest arrived, he was welcomed into the Shadowless Palace, the core of the Nevernight Palace, which is the palace of the Lord of Glorious. The current world situation is changing extremely rapidly. The Lord of Glorious knows that he will be awake for less than 50 years, but he dare not fall asleep easily. At this moment, the distinguished guest came, so of course he received him personally. In the garden pavilion of the Shadowless Palace, Two mages of the peak of the 10 rings sat opposite each other. One has silver hair and silver beard, a simple face, and a tall figure, just like a vigorous and upright pine in Cyprus. This person is the Lord of Glorious Mage Misai. The other has dark red hair and dark red eyes, but he is the member of the Nawat High Ring Council, Mage Yastin. In the past 200 years, he has been in charge of the contact with the Glorious Empire. What is unusual is that in the past, it was always the Lord of Gloriousness who went to Nawat to visit Yastin, but Yastin rarely returned the visit. The Lord of Gloriousness, Misai, gently poured a cup of golden fire wine that had been treasured for 500 years for Yastin. After the silky wine filled up more than half of the cup, he smiled and said, "Master Yastin, what is the matter that makes you come here in person?" Yastin took a sip of the wine and said, "Of course it's a good thing." As he spoke, he took out a box and placed it in front of the Lord of Gloriousness. "Take a look." The Lord of Gloriousness opened the box and looked inside. There was a round stone the size of a palm, which looked translucent and had some flaws inside. At first glance, it looked like the most ordinary stone. "What is this?" He took it out and looked at it over and over again, and tried to inject mana into it, but found nothing. Yastin smiled slightly. "Master Misai, this is a legendary crystal." "Ah?" The Lord of Glory trembled slightly, and almost dropped the round stone. Any Ten-Ring mage yearns for legendary power, so he is very sensitive to the word legend. Yastin said, "This stone can store a lot of legendary mana, and has the focusing effect of legendary +2. Use this crystal, combined with some secret methods, you can have legendary power." The Lord of Glory has been thinking about how to advance to legend for many years, so when he heard Yastin's words, he immediately knew that the other party's method was feasible. Even this legendary crystal is particularly suitable for him. Because the Glory nations have a total of more than 900 million people, of which more than 80% are Glory believers. Although their faith power is much worse than Nawat, it is not less. Then as long as he uses the soul-burning secret method to rush to the legendary realm, and then uses this crystal as a reservoir of legendary power, and then borrows the power of faith as a supplement, he can easily maintain the existence of the legendary soul. And he has lived to this age, and has a very deep understanding of the legendary power, and he is not short of various legendary secret methods. In fact, he once used the soul-burning secret method to rush to the legendary realm, but because it was not practical, he had to choose to retreat. But now, the problem has been solved. He looked at the round crystal, his face full of sincere joy. This is really a good thing. He couldn't wait to try it out. Mage Yastin smiled slightly. "Mage Misai, guess how did we know what get this crystal?" "Oh! Is there any interesting story?" Yastin pointed to the northeast and said with a smile, "This legendary crystal was sent by Duke Waylon, almost for free." "Duke Waylon? For free? What do you mean?" The Lord of Light felt that he didn't understand, but he also felt that there was some very shocking information hidden in it. Yastin didn't hide it, and told the story of Duke Waylon visiting Nawat, helping to exorcise demons, giving alchemy manuals, but finally running away without getting paid. Finally, he smiled and said, "We originally planned to copy the collection of books to him as a reward, but he ran away in a panic and didn't ask for the books later, so we naturally let it go." You say, "Is this a free gift?" The Lord of Light frowned when he heard it. Duke Waylon is actually a legendary wizard. He hides it so deeply? Yastin shrugged. He is indeed a top genius. It is natural for such a person to hide it more deeply. According to the meaning of our guardian wizard, we support the glorious empire to annex the natural alliance, and this legendary crystal is one of our sincerity. There will be more support later. But no matter what, please spare Duke Waylon's life, because we hope he can join Nawat and help us fight the devil. The Lord of Light looked uncertain, staring at the legendary crystal without saying a word. Yastin did not urge him. He knew that the other party would definitely find it difficult to accept, but the other party would definitely accept it in the end, because the other party had no better choice. "Sure enough," the Lord of Glory said, "I agree. But I have to say a few words." He took a sip of wine and said, "You don't know Duke Waylon, you think he is giving you good things for free. But I want to tell you that this young Duke never panics." Yastin was stunned. "So what?" "So, he must have received enough compensation from you know what. As for what compensation, I don't know. Besides, even with the help of this legendary crystal, I may not be able to annex the natural alliance, nor am I sure to defeat Duke Waylon, so I may not be able to force him to join Nawat." Yastin frowned. "Can't do it?" The Lord of Glory shook his head. "I just dare not say that it will be 100% successful. After all, Duke Waylon is an extraordinary person." Yastin agreed with this. "Try your best." He drank up the wine and pointed to the legendary crystal. We will synthesize this thing. This one is free, but if you need more, contact us and exchange it with the results of the spell. The Lord of Glory said simply. Then I will exchange 3 more. No problem, but it will take 10 days to give it to you. After all, our production capacity is limited. At this moment, the business is almost over. Yastin turned around and looked at the shadowless palace of the Lord of Light. With a look of emotion, Master Misai, I haven't seen you for decades. Your palace has become more and more magnificent. The Lord of Light could of course hear the subconscious of this, and laughed. Although the palace has changed a bit, I am as sincere to my old friend as ever. Master Yastin's favorite happy palace has also always existed. If you are still interested, I will have someone take you there to have fun. A hint of excitement appeared on Yastin's face, and he nodded slightly. Anyway, I can't go back for more than 10 days, so I trouble Master Misai. The Lord of Light waved to the attendant beside him, whispered a few words to him, and the other party took Master Yastin away. The Lord of Light waited until Yastin was out of sight, and his face suddenly became gloomy, and a hint of coldness flashed in his heart. Good Duke Waylon, you hide so well. He closed his eyes, and silently contacted his granddaughter Zhuya, who was in charge of government in the outer palace. About a quarter of an hour later, the Queen of the Glorious Empire hurried to the shadowless palace. Grandfather. The Queen's hair was a little messy, her clothes were a little messy, her breathing was a little rapid, but her expression was very solemn. The Lord of Light nodded and said, I just got the news that Duke Waylon has been promoted to legend. The Queen felt her legs soften slightly, and she felt like she couldn't stand. Is this news reliable? It's not certain yet, but no matter what, Duke Waylon can't be kept. The Queen was slightly surprised. What does grandfather mean? 4 things. First, immediately send more troops to the giant fortress. Put pressure on the Natural Alliance on the ground, and force Aaron and Cal to pay attention to the giant fortress. Second, at least 2 main fleets will go east to the Storm Ocean and head to the Gilded Strait. Another main fleet will bypass Lavender and enter the Golden Ocean to attract the attention of the navies of the Natural Alliance countries at sea. Third, detonate the chess pieces deployed in the south of Lavender to cause Lavender to fall into civil strife. Fourth, when everyone's eyes are focused on the front battlefield, the Sky Shadow Guard will take advantage of the situation and attack Lavender Swan Castle to kill Duke Waylon. After saying this, the Lord of Glory suddenly found a hint of hesitation on his granddaughter's face, and frowned. Are there any difficulties? The Queen nodded, with a hint of embarrassment on her face. Grandfather, most of the Empire's power is dealing with the Holy Elf Empire. In a short period of time, I'm afraid that there won't be enough power to go to the Natural Alliance. The Holy Elf Empire is an opponent of the same level as the Glorious Empire, and may even be stronger. In contrast, the loose Natural Alliance has not been taken seriously by the Glorious Empire. The main force of the Empire has always been fighting against the Holy Elf Empire on the Western Front. Although Duke Waylon has been more detached recently, after many investigations, it has been confirmed that the other party is not a threat. Unexpectedly, a legendary wizard suddenly jumped out. Zhuya didn't expect it, really didn't expect it, and even couldn't believe it. The Lord of Glory hasn't been in charge of government for many years, but he certainly knows the current situation on the continent, so when he heard his granddaughter's words, he knew that the Empire would not be able to suppress the Natural Alliance with all its strength for at least a year. After all, the Empire is made up of countless people, and the warships, troops, and various military supplies that have been sent to the Western Front cannot be transferred back to the Eastern Front overnight. Many of the plans that have already started are more than halfway through, and they cannot be abandoned halfway. In addition, it is also a very difficult operation to transfer troops back without attracting excessive attention from the Natural Alliance, while also having to be wary of the counterattack of the Holy Elf Empire. The country is like a ship. The ship is naturally majestic, but the turning speed is inevitably slower. After a long silence, the Lord of Light sighed and talked about the second plan. Expand the size of the Sky Shadow Guards with all your strength, at least double it within a year, and then make a feint attack on the giant fortress to attract attention, while the Sky Shadow Guards go to Waylon to behead him. Queen Zhuya was a little unsure. Grandfather, Duke Waylon is a legendary wizard. Can the sneak attack succeed? I'm afraid that if the sneak attack fails, it will completely anger Duke Waylon, which will be troublesome. After all, there is no legendary wizard in the Glorious Empire. The Lord of Gloriousness smiled coldly. That's why I asked you to wait for a year. After a year, I will gain legendary power, and I will definitely be much stronger than Duke Waylon. He has lived for more than 3,000 years, and has been awake for more than 600 years. During the time he was asleep, The glorious kingdoms have been developing, and his descendants and believers have been following his orders to collect legendary knowledge everywhere. He is confident that in terms of mastering legendary knowledge, he is far better than Duke Waylon. Now that he has obtained such a legendary gem, perhaps his strength in a head-on battle may not be as good as the other party. After all, he is old. But in terms of the application of legendary power, he can definitely prevail. This is not the key. The key is that he will not be satisfied with such a legendary gem. After Yaston sends the new gem, it will be handed over to the Empire Alchemy Department for research and synthesis. Once the synthesis method is explored, the Empire's huge production capacity advantage can be brought into play, and the Empire can achieve a complete crushing of legendary power. Seeing that her grandfather can also master legendary power, Queen Zhuiyao was greatly relieved. Grandfather, I will prepare now and guarantee that in 1 year, the scale of the Sky Shadow Guard will be expanded by at least 4 times, and it will be equipped with various powerful battlefield weapons. Well, you are really my good granddaughter. You go and prepare. Chapter 224. Buzz. Twisted spiral light appeared again in the phase transmission room under Swan Castle, and a figure slowly emerged. This person had extremely shiny blue-gray long hair, crystal blue eyes, thick eyelashes like a small fan, bright and intellectual facial features, and a small but exquisite figure. She was wearing a simple gray thick cotton long skirt, the hem of which covered 15 or 16 centimeters below the knees, revealing black tight trousers embroidered with some silver patterns, and a pair of ordinary warm cotton shoes on her feet. It was Naya, a lifelong member of the Nawat Guardian Council. In addition to a somewhat inappropriate winter outfit, she also carried a bulging backpack. As soon as she appeared, her steps were a little staggering. When she was about to fall, the hand of the wizard next to her reached out and gently supported her body. Immediately afterwards, a pure power of faith poured in, quickly replenishing her greatly consumed mana. It was Rosen. While replenishing her strength, he could feel that Naya's mana had once again broken through to the legendary level and maintained at the legendary plus 1.6 level. He soon replenished her mana by about 40%. Naya let out a long sigh. I'm much better, thank you, Master Rosen. Rosen then let go of the mage's hand and glanced at Naya's backpack. Master Naya, you don't have to bring all the copied books at once, it's too dangerous. As he spoke, he extended his hand as an invitation, motioning for the other party to follow him. Naya followed Rosen, looking around the underground secret room, with a curious look on her face. Are we in the basement of Swan Castle now? Yes. Rosen followed the not-so-spacious underground corridor, and brought Naya to the VIP room of Swan Castle. The VIP room was spacious and bright, and the constant temperature magic circle was running stably 24 hours a day. In terms of luxury and exquisite decoration, it was far superior to Naya's quiet manner. Apart from other things, the entire one-way transparent crystal glass wall next to the living room made people feel very comfortable and luxurious. Please sit down, Master Naya. Rosen extended his hand as an invitation and walked to the wine cabinet in the VIP room. Would you like something to drink, ma'am? Naya looked around the spacious and exquisite room. Just some light-flavored fruit wine. Rosen poured her a glass of strawberry fruit wine, a specialty of Mondania, and poured himself a glass of maple wine from Shire. He handed the wine over with the hand of the mage, sat down on the dragon lizard leather chair opposite Naya, and took the backpack handed over by Naya, which contained the 5 books he had asked to copy before. Rosen didn't really care about the book, but he had to pretend. His face was full of gratitude. Mage Naya, I am very grateful that you can personally deliver this book, and I admire your reputation very much. Naya took a sip of fruit wine and smiled reservedly. It's not my reputation, it's the reputation of the Republic of Nawat. We in Nawat have always been avenged and rewarded. Mage Rosen fought hard to kill demons for us, and sent such precious treasures, so of course we must give equal returns. As she spoke, she took out a newly synthesized sample from her pocket, and took out the crystal guardian staff given by Rosen. We did succeed in synthesizing it, and it is indeed effective, but the quality is difficult to improve. We tried many ways, but it didn't work. There are always various defects, which is far inferior to the crystal torrent staff you made. Rosen took the sample and carefully examined it, and then input the legendary mana to feel it carefully. It was found that its storage density was about 30% of the crystal torrent staff, and the focusing performance was about 70% of his own, reaching the level of Legend Plus 2. It can be used, and it is definitely a good thing, but everything is afraid of comparison. This time, Rosen will not tell the real secret, but he still provides a feasible method to improve the quality. Master Naya, I actually encountered the same problem as you, but I solved it with a stupid method. Naya looked curious. Rosen said, "Look, when we synthesize mana crystals, if we let the crystals grow in the alchemy liquid, it will eventually grow very large, and the maximum size can reach 50 centimeters, right?" "Yes." Naya has carefully understood the gem synthesis process, and knows that what Rosen said is correct. Rosen said, "Then synthesize more large pieces of crystal. If you are lucky, there will be 1 or 2 local areas of excellent or even perfect quality. Then cut out this part of the area separately for subsequent processing, and you can get a high-quality legendary magic weapon." After a pause, Rosen added, "The crystal torrent magic weapon I gave you was made in this way." Naya understood and couldn't help laughing. "Oh, I was wondering how you could make such a good one, but it was still a gamble on luck." Rosen spread his hands. "That's right. And the inferior crystals cut off will not be wasted, they can still be used, but the properties are a little worse, right?" "Indeed." Naya smiled and nodded. "I will pass this news to my husband later, so as to relieve his worries." Rosen smiled and said, "In fact, you can ask Master Spin to come as a guest. Why bother Madam to take risks alone?" Naya shook her head. "He is busy synthesizing legendary crystals every day now, and he has no time at all. And I am not at ease to leave this matter to others." After a pause, her face became serious again, her eyelashes like a small fan flickered, and she said seriously, "I have bad news, I must tell you." Rosen also became serious. "Madam, please speak." "Sasmer, the current guardian wizard, recognizes your talent very much, Master Rosen, and insists on inviting you to Nawat and become a member of Nawat. In order to achieve this goal, he even used some dirty means." Speaking of this, Naya showed a trace of guilt and embarrassment on her face, and had to lower her head to drink to cover it up. "As far as I know, he sent people to the Glorious Empire. Although I don't know the specific content of their conversation, I believe that you can roughly guess what Sasmer's method is." Rosen could of course guess. "He wants the Glorious Empire to defeat me, so that I can't be the Duke, or even stay in the Dryden Plain, so I can only go to Nawat." Naya nodded, feeling a little unable to face Rosen, and turned to look at the gorgeous glass curtain wall on one side of the reception room. Outside the curtain wall is a carefully maintained garden. It is the midsummer season of the Dryden Plain. The garden is full of very bright sea wave roses. When the wind blows, the flowers rise and fall like blue waves. To be honest, it was really beautiful, a man-made wonder that Naya had never seen before. Although she had only been here for a short time, she could clearly feel that, from a material perspective, the great lord in front of her, who controlled a population of 30 million, was much happier than the lifelong member of the Nawat Guardian Council. Because Nawat invested too many resources in fighting the devil, he was not rich in material terms. Even his power was greater, because he was basically not constrained in doing things. And this discovery made her admire the young mage opposite her even more. Because he could have safely hidden in the back and enjoyed his life, but he chose to face the devil again and again, regardless of the danger of his soul being broken. Therefore, she was only a little envious of the other party's current material enjoyment, but not jealous. Because this was the honor that the other party deserved. Just as Naya was immersed in her thoughts, the other party's voice came to her ears again. "Master Naya, you don't have to blame yourself for this. In fact, when I chose to fight the Lord of Shadows, I had already vaguely anticipated what would happen today, but this was my own choice, and I was ready to bear it." Naya was stunned. "Choice?" Rosen nodded. "Yes, of course, the Lord of Shadows once proposed to make a deal with me. He wanted to use some void knowledge in exchange for my silence, but I didn't agree." Naya felt more and more ashamed, and felt a little embarrassed. "Hey, know what has disappointed you, Master Rosen?" Rosen shook his head. "Master Naya," I said, "don't blame yourself for this. We are all mortals, and mortals are imperfect. Isn't this what the saints said?" Naya was shocked, and then she heard the Duke say, "Although this will indeed cause me some trouble, I am not completely powerless to fight back. In fact, as long as I think of the burning souls of Mage Elena, Mage Seglin, and all the fallen blood soul heroes in front of me, I feel that the little trouble I am facing now is nothing to worry about. Just move forward bravely, and leave the rest to the Creator to decide." Naya listened to this quietly, with a sense of reverence in her heart. Yes, it was reverence. She has lived for more than 80 years, and this is the first time she has such feelings for the second mage besides the saint. But then, she felt a little hot, and felt that her whole body was constantly sweating. Of course she was hot. Who made her not fully prepared and came in winter cotton clothes in the midsummer weather? Rosen saw Naya's cheeks flushed and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He couldn't help laughing, and raised his hand to point to the bedroom next to him. The bedroom leads directly to the bathtub. There is also a dressing room in the bedroom with summer clothes prepared for your figure. Go and change, Master Naya. Excuse me, I'll be back soon. Naya hurried into the bedroom, and less than a quarter of an hour later, she came out again and changed into a light green low-cut thin dress with lace cuffs. It was very exquisite and fashionable, much better than the plain dress she wore before. She obviously liked it very much, but she was not used to it. She looked a little shy, and there was a faint blush on her white cheeks. Rosen appreciated it politely, and clapped his hands naturally and praised, "Very beautiful, Master Naya." Naya pursed her red lips, and looked up at Rosen. Although the other party looked very generous and open, the sensitivity of the legendary wizard made her feel a hint of passion in his eyes. She was secretly happy and thought, "It seems that I still have some feminine charm, which can attract the appreciation of this duke." She is not a little girl, and she knows that men appreciate women's beauty, which must be with desire, but it is just a matter of hiding it, so she does not feel offended. But she did not want to take a step forward. After all, she was married. After sitting down again, she had sorted out her mood and said seriously, "No matter what, this is the trouble caused to you by our Nawat. As compensation, I brought you a fairly useful spell about how to use legendary power to assist low-level mages to break through the ring wall. I think you can understand as soon as you hear it. It is because of the help of this spell that there are so many high-level mages in Arnawat. In Arnawat, mages who can practice to the 4th ring through normal means can generally use this spell to break through to the 8th or even 9th ring, and if they are top geniuses, who can break through to the 5th ring by themselves, they can reach the 10th ring. If you are a top genius, who can break through the 6th ring by yourself, you are qualified to become a legendary mage. Of course, there are some restrictions on the use of spells. For example, it can only be used once a year for the same mage, otherwise it will greatly damage his soul." Rosen's eyes lit up when he heard it. "Master Naya, your spell has helped me so much, I just don't know how to thank you." It was really huge, which could greatly increase the number of high-level mages in the Natural Alliance, and also greatly increase his personal reputation in the magic world. It could almost be said that it directly paved the last step for him to become the emperor of the Natural Empire. Naya was very straightforward. "I need paper and pen, Mage Rosen." Rosen immediately gave it to her, and then did not leave, but sat beside her to watch her write the spell book. This was a bit too close, and usually only close friends would do this. Naya also felt it, but she had a very good impression of Rosen, thinking that the other party was just anxious to read the contents of the spell book. So she pretended not to see it, and only focused on writing the spell book. The spell was very delicate, and naturally very complicated. She wrote a full 20 pages in one breath. When she finished writing, Rosen also finished reading it. He closed his eyes, and pondered for a while, borrowed Lai Fu's computing power to do some verification and deduction, and then found several points that could be optimized. He did not hide it, but pointed it out directly, and then wrote a better method. Naya watched carefully, and cast a spell to test it. As expected, she found that the performance of the spell had been improved, and it had increased by at least 2%. It didn't look like much, but it was a step forward, and the other party only spent half an hour to modify it. Naya couldn't help but admire. "Master Rosen, your magic talent is really amazing. No wonder you can be promoted to the 10th ring by your own strength." After saying that, she suddenly realized that the two of them were sitting close to each other, so that their thighs were close together. The summer clothes were thin, and Naya clearly felt the hard and thick muscles on the other party's thighs, and she was a little flustered. A secret thought came to her mind. "This is much stronger than my husband." Her husband, Master Spin, is a research mage. He has always been a slow and rigorous person. He is a genius in magic research, but he lacks a lot of wild passion. In this regard, the Duke beside her is the other extreme. He is both a genius mage and a wild warrior. Although she doesn't want to admit it, the fact is that this Duke is far more dazzling than her husband. The living room was silent for a while. At some point, Naya felt the Duke beside her put his hand around her waist. Her heartbeat accelerated slightly. She wanted to stop him, but somehow, she didn't stop him. She didn't know what she was thinking. She was a little scared, but also had a sense of expectation. Somehow, they kissed each other. After kissing for a long time, Naya finally regained her consciousness, raised her hand, and pushed Rosen away. The two still didn't speak, just looked at each other. The summer air was very hot, making people's souls hot. Half a minute later, they kissed again, and this time Naya did not push Rosen away. After a long time, Naya lay on the spacious and soft bed, and said to Rosen lazily, "Only the two of us know about this. If you dare to tell my husband, I will completely turn against you. Of course, I won't hurt Master Spin's feelings. Rosen was enjoying the beautiful scenery of the garden. Can you really handle the troubles of the glorious empire? Naya asked very bluntly, no longer as polite as before. Rosen also answered bluntly, of course. Naya was a little unconvinced. The magic achievements of the glorious empire are very advanced. Their flying magic tools fly high, fast, and can be completely invisible. I know. We also have similar magic weapons. Maybe our stealth is not as good as the other parties, but we can definitely fly faster and higher than the other party. The investment in the Aircraft Manufacturing Bureau has never stopped. In less than a year, 5 million OG's money has been burned. In addition, a large number of talented mages have recently poured into the Natural Alliance, and they have greatly improved the research progress of the Manufacturing Bureau. The flying magic weapon recently created has a maximum speed that has touched the sound barrier. Then I'm relieved. Naya breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, I still say the same thing, try not to cause too much damage in the civil war, and let the demons across the sea take advantage. Rosen smiled faintly. This is inevitable. Unless I have the crushing power to completely avoid the tug-of-war consumption, I will never unify the Wick continent. You are so arrogant, but the strange thing is that I am willing to believe you. Paused. I still have to wait 9 days to return to Nawat. I want to see your whale on these days. Go ahead, I will take you to see it myself. Rosen also plans to show Waylon's development potential a little bit, so that Naya's faction will have more confidence in herself and support herself more firmly. Naya was very satisfied with Rosen's statement. Seeing that he had been doing bad things, she couldn't help but sigh, oh, I can only see your true face now. You are just a dissolute wizard. I am indeed dissolute, but doesn't the lady like it too? You said it yourself just now. Hack you. Chapter 225. Bang. The door closed gently, blocking out all the noise of the world. The interior of the car became unusually quiet. This was the latest electric car built for Duke Waylon by Waylon's first car factory in conjunction with major weapons research bureaus at great expense. Rosen drove the car himself, and Naya sat in the passenger seat. Both of them used the legendary transformation technique to disguise themselves, and they looked like a pair of ordinary middle-aged people. The appearance of the car was also covered with transformation technique, and it looked exactly like an ordinary civilian electric car. Is this a Blackstone car? Naya was surprised. Rosen shook his head, stepped on the accelerator, and drove onto a newly opened tempered clay avenue. In the passenger seat, Naya carefully felt the means of transportation that Rosen showed her. First of all, it was very safe, with all kinds of shielding and defense arrays, and the body was extremely thick, no worse than her Blackstone car. Secondly, it was amazingly comfortable to ride, far surpassing her Blackstone car. The thick leather chair under her was not only soft and thick, but also wrapped her like a broad embrace, and the constant temperature airflow array in the car completely isolated the summer heat. Even if the speed was greatly increased, the car was as quiet as ever, and there was no smell of burning Blackstone in the nose. That's fine, as long as you are willing to spend money. Nawat's Blackstone car can also do it. What shocked Naya the most was that the car accelerated very quickly, and the rapidly changing scenery outside the car window also fully demonstrated this, but she hardly felt any bumps. For a moment, she even had a sensory distortion, thinking that the moving scenery outside the window did not really exist, but was a magic phantom. The sensitivity of the legendary wizard allowed her to quickly find the reason. It's the force spell driven by the legendary crystal. She found that whenever the car accelerated, a completely opposite force would act on her, almost perfectly offsetting the discomfort of acceleration. Similarly, when turning or braking suddenly, there were similar phenomena. She asked directly, how can the adjustment speed of the force spell be so fast? Rosen smiled slightly. It is a brand new achievement of magic, called Force Vector Control. It is a military technology, a system spell composed of multiple subspells. The basic principle is not difficult, but the structure is very complicated. I personally don't think it's necessary to install it on the car, but those research mages insisted on installing it for me in order to show off their achievements to me. This technology comes from the Aircraft Research Bureau. It is very powerful. It is currently widely used in high-speed blasting unmanned aircraft. It can greatly stabilize the flight posture of high-speed aircraft. Installing it on the car is really a big knife to kill a chicken. After a pause, he explained, this is the masterpiece of our Waylon first car factory. Its scientific name is Black Oil Lightning Car. It has not been fully promoted yet, but the technology is mature. The power to drive the car comes directly from the lightning magic weapon, and ultimately from an oil extracted from black stone. We call it Blackstone extracted light oil, or black oil for short. Of course, it is not actually black, but transparent and slightly yellow. Because it is oil, it can be transported into the combustion chamber through a pipeline, avoiding the tediousness of manually adding black stone. At the same time, the products of the oil combustion are all gas, so there is no need to clean the combustion chamber again and again. Finally, the car body is formed in one piece using a large-scale deformation technique specially used for engineering, which avoids the looseness of the structural connectors due to long-term use as much as possible, which not only increases the firmness of the car body, but also avoids various annoying noises to the greatest extent. While speaking, Rosen stepped on the accelerator, and the electric car suddenly accelerated violently, and the speed exceeded 100 kilometers per hour in a few seconds. Even at such a high speed, the car compartment is still very quiet, and the body is still stable. This is not only the excellent quality of the electric car itself, but also because the road surface is extremely spacious and flat. As long as you are not blind, you can see that such traffic quality is several generations ahead of What shocked Naya even more was that they were not the only cars on the road. In fact, there were quite a few cars on the road, and the speed was not slow, but large and small cars went their own way in an orderly manner. Is it like this in the whole of Whalon? Rosen shook his head. Of course not. This road has just been opened, with a total length of 150 kilometers. Most of the cars on the road are also public assets, and the drivers have undergone rigorous training. Only a very small number of cars are privately owned, accounting for less than 1%. But everything is improving rapidly. Soon, wide and smooth roads like this will be spread throughout Whalon, and will greatly improve the efficiency of cargo transportation between regions. This is obvious, Naya nodded in agreement. After driving for about an hour, Rosen turned the rudder, and turned from the tempered clay avenue into an equally smooth and wide fork road. Where are we going now? There is a river ahead, and a new shipyard has just opened on the riverside, which can quickly manufacture various small and medium-sized ships. Fast? Naya didn't quite understand the meaning of fast. After a while, the car drove to a high ground by the river. Rosen parked the car on the open space on the side of the road, and then used the eye of radiance to show the shipyard below the high ground in the car. Look at this pillar carved with runes. This is the shipyard's most core manufacturing tool, called the Pillar of Creation. Look, a large amount of raw materials for shipbuilding are sent to the slipway below the Pillar of Creation. The total weight of these materials is about 100 tons. Under the joint control of multiple engineering mages, these materials can be fused and transformed at one time to form the main body of a small ship. If the materials are sufficient, such a shipyard can build 15 inland freight ships a day, and the carrying capacity of each freight ship exceeds 200 tons. Arcane Conversion Array has two application directions. One is food making, and the other is deformation. The Pillar of Creation is the application of large-scale deformation. This is a civilian shipyard, and the Pillars of Creation it is equipped with are far from the largest. The largest one is in Whalon First Shipyard, which can transform 5,000 tons of materials at a time and directly make a warship. The first shipyard has currently built 2 Pillars of Creation and plans to build 20. If the horsepower is fully running, a 5,000-ton Blackstone warship can be launched a day, and 30 can be made in a month, which is faster than making dumplings. Naya looked at the various craftsmen and mages busy around the Pillars of Creation, and also looked at the small cargo ship that was quickly formed, and was greatly shocked. So, this car was also transformed in this way. Similarly, this car uses a high-speed precision deformation platform, which is much smaller than the Pillar of Creation, but has the advantages of speed and precision. In short, we have developed many magic tools based on the same principle to adapt to various application fields. After a pause, he revealed a little. We also use similar technologies in the manufacture of various weapons. Naya's heart was slightly shocked. She also knows about the Arcane Conversion Array. What also has many applications, but it is far less well used and widely used than Whalon. Because she can see clearly that the Arcane Conversion Array is only the basic principle, and various wonderful ideas in subsequent engineering applications are also very important. A wonderful idea is just a small improvement, and when countless wonderful ideas are gathered together, there will be a qualitative leap. For example, in the private shipyard in front of her, Naya found that the workers cooperated with each other very well, and each worker was only responsible for a small part of the work. The advantage of doing this is that each worker is very familiar with his or her work. Not only the work efficiency is extremely high, but also the quality of the product is very stable. Such ingenious ideas are exactly what lacks the most. Because Nawat has invested too many resources in fighting demons, there are not enough resources to encourage innovation. The people are always on guard against demons, and their spirits are always tense, so they naturally lack many sparks of inspiration. After all these factors are added together, Nawat is far ahead in demon defense, but has obvious shortcomings in creating social wealth. All these thoughts turned into a long sigh. The Dryden plane is lucky to be able to avoid being spied on by demons for a long time. Rosen nodded in agreement, but this kind of luck will never last forever. In the foreseeable future, the invasion of demonic forces will surely intensify significantly. Naya was very pleased to hear this, and she looked up and stared at Rosen. Mage Rosen, I'm very glad that you have such a sense of crisis, but if a powerful demon, like the Lord of Shadow, descends on the Natural Alliance, how will you deal with it? After all, there is no blood-soul core of Nawat here, nor is there a vigilance of all people as soldiers. At the same time, there is also a lack of experience in fighting demons. Relying on a legendary mage alone is far from being a match for the legendary 6 demons. Rosen was not worried about meeting the Shadow Lord. He smiled and said, Master Naya, don't forget that I, Waylon, have enough mana crystals. Naya was startled, and then patted her forehead gently. Oh, I actually forgot such a good thing. Most of her worries were immediately dissipated, because the legendary crystal was indeed a magical tool that could turn the situation around. With this thing, a large number of mages with legendary power will appear in Nawat, and the Duke Waylon in front of him must have stored a large amount of legendary mana. With his superb fighting skills, as long as there is enough legendary power to support him, ordinary demons are really not his opponents. So, the appearance of the legendary crystal is a turning point for mortals to fight against the void life. She felt much happier and asked with a smile, Then, Grand Duke of Waylon, do you have anything good to show me? Rosen smiled slightly. You are worried about the aircraft of the glorious empire, so I will show you our aircraft. As he spoke, he raised his hand and touched the inside of the car, and the light and shadow changed, and a background of blue sky and white clouds appeared. This is the sky above our heads. The height is about 8,000 meters. Wait a moment, about 5 minutes. While speaking, Rosen raised his hand and touched a rune on the car, and said to the rune, Execute Plan 1. Then, Naya heard a very concise and serious response, Received. Obviously, this is Waylon's unique communication magic weapon. Nawat also has a magic weapon with similar functions. Naya didn't study the principle in depth, so she didn't feel surprised. She waited patiently. After the 4th minute, a ball of light suddenly flashed past at a very fast speed in the image. It flashed past, vaguely feeling that it was a silver-white aircraft, but the speed was very fast, and the specific appearance was completely unclear. What is it? I can't see it clearly. Rosen immediately opened the door and got out of the car. Come, look at the sky. Naya got out of the car and saw an inconspicuous white line in the sky extending rapidly towards the distant sky. At first glance, it didn't seem fast, but considering that the other side was 8,000 meters high, and after a little calculation based on the angle difference, Naya found that the speed of this thing reached an extremely amazing level. It was a speed that Nawat's airship could not even imagine. The white line in the sky appeared for about 30 seconds, and then disappeared without a trace. She subconsciously asked, Where did it go? It's still in the sky, but the invisibility spell has been activated. When saying this, Rosen showed a hint of pride on his face. Madam, perhaps the glorious empire once led in invisibility, but our invisibility is not bad either. I believe that in some aspects of invisibility, it may not be worse than the glorious empire, and may even have surpassed it. Naya didn't believe it. She said seriously, The glorious empire has more than 600 million people, and has been developing for many years. Waylon only has 30 million and has just started. The total investment in the field of invisibility is probably 100 times different. Why do you surpass them? Rosen immediately felt that this was a key question. Not only Naya was asking, but also the faction behind Naya was asking. They were asking themselves, why should we give up cooperation with the glorious empire and support you, Waylon? He knew that he had to explain his advantages. So, Rosen also put away his casual attitude and answered seriously. Master Naya, what you said is all right, but it does not fully reflect the current real situation. Seeing that Rosen had changed his previous casual attitude due to intimacy, Naya immediately returned to work. Master Rosen, then please point out the real situation. Rosen began to explain one by one. First, we, Waylon, are just starting out, but our starting point is not much different from that of the glorious empire. The reason is that we once seized a batch of advanced glorious instruments from the glorious empire on the battlefield, and I also studied the power of gloriousness in detail with the keenness of the legendary realm. In some aspects of the understanding of the power of gloriousness, I even surpassed the Lord of Gloriousness. And this is the real starting point of our invisibility. Obviously, this starting point is not much worse than that of the Glorious Empire. Naya nodded in agreement. You are right. Rosen continued. Second, although Whalon has only 30 million people, the entire Natural Alliance has nearly 600 million people. In terms of population size, there is no obvious gap between the Natural Alliance and the Glorious Empire. Naya felt something was wrong, so she immediately stopped him. Wait, Whalon is yours, but the Natural Alliance is not. You can't blame the Natural Alliance on you. Rosen smiled. The Natural Alliance is indeed not mine, but the flow of talent, trade in the Natural Alliance are completely open to Whalon. Except for Aaron, there are almost no barriers in other kingdoms and duchies. And because of my personal reputation in the Natural Alliance, the top talents in the entire Natural Alliance are pouring into Whalon. Master Naya, we all know that when it comes to developing cutting-edge magic, 10,000 farmers are no match for a wizard who has received advanced magic education. And 1,000 mages with higher education are no match for a top wizard with outstanding talents. The truth is, moreover, in terms of the number of top wizards, my Whalon is not much worse than the Glorious Empire, and may have reached half of the Glorious Empire. Naya nodded slowly. I haven't done a detailed investigation in this regard, but with your status and achievements in magic, it is indeed enough to attract a large number of wizards to come and join you, so I will assume that what you said is correct. But even if it is true, the number is still half. 50 people against 100, you still have no chance of winning. Rosen stretched out his third finger. Finally, it is the institutional advantage of my Whalon. The Glorious Empire is an empire with an emperor and nobles, and the emperor and nobles control a lot of national resources. Although there have been reforms in recent years, the intensity is not great. Resources used for personal enjoyment still account for more than 70% of national resources. And the system of our Whalon is not much different from that of the what. You must know the advantages of this system. I can also tell you clearly that Whalon can use more than 90% of the national resources to develop its strength. Naya blinked. Duke, your Swan Castle is not cheap. Rosen immediately said, Swan Castle is not mine alone, but also the administrative center of the entire Whalon. I personally only occupy less than 1/5 of the area of Swan Castle. But even if Swan Castle belongs to me alone, it is far less luxurious than the Lord of Light. The Empire's Nevernight Palace, the area of the horse farm alone is 3 times the size of my Swan Castle. Not to mention that there are a large number of aristocratic interest groups in the country. Naya immediately said, but Whalon is too small. Even if you use 90% of the resources for development, and the Glorious Empire only uses 30%, the actual resources invested are still far more than. You are big. Rosen immediately said, I, Whalon, am making money crazily from the entire Natural Alliance. Of course, it is still far less than the Glorious Empire, but the difference is not that big. At the same time, I have also developed some financial means of making money, which can advance future money to use now. The overall result is that if the Glorious Empire can take out 1 gold coin to develop magic, then I, Whalon, can take out 2 or even 3 gold coins to do the same thing. Of course, Whalon's current comprehensive strength is definitely not as good as the Glorious Empire, but in some areas, we have unique advantages. These advantages allow us to protect ourselves and even defeat opponents in some areas. There has never been a real victory of the weak over the strong in the world, but the wise use their own strategies to create local strengths and hit the soft spots of powerful opponents, thereby achieving the superficial victory of the weak over the strong. But in essence, it is still the strong defeating the weak. Rosen is currently using a lot of resources to develop high-speed unmanned blasting aircraft. He also believes that this move is enough to help him win any offshore defense war. Naya has done some research on Whalon, and knows that what Rosen said is not a big problem. Seeing Rosen speak so confidently, she was also greatly encouraged. Because the voices supporting the Glorious Empire in Nowhat are very loud, and even many people in her faction think that there is no need to go against Duke Whalon in Sasmar. But Rosen's record of killing demons continuously is too dazzling, and the results of his magic are really amazing, which convinced some people to support Rosen with the idea of giving it a try. But it's just a try. If you see that the situation is not right, you will give up immediately. So, she actually carried a lot of pressure on this plane trip. But now, her mind to support Rosen is completely firm. Seeing the young Duke facing the sun, full of vigor, she couldn't help but smile teasingly. Grand Duke, if someone who doesn't know the truth hears you say this, they will definitely think you are delusional. Rosen could of course hear Naya's joke, and could also feel that she was completely convinced by him, and he was very happy. He smiled and said, "My little sweetheart, the saint said that valuable information in the world must come from down-to-earth investigation, not rumors hanging on the mouth, and you have perfectly practiced this. You remember the words of the saint clearly." "I remember the words of the truly great people clearly, because their words contain the most precious knowledge in the world." After saying that, he turned back to the car. "Let's go, I take you to see our newly opened flour mill. It's an honor." Chapter 226. On the first day, it was Rosen who took Naya around to investigate. In the next few days, Rosen used an ordinary magic puppet belt, and hid in the underground magic laboratory, focusing on studying the newly acquired magic knowledge. Naya fully understood this. For Waylon at present, magic research, especially the magic research in the legendary field, is very important. To a certain extent, it directly determines Waylon's fate. Naturally, Rosen's time cannot be wasted excessively because of her investigation. Of course, the busyness of the original Rosen did not affect the office administration of Duke Rosen. In the civilian field, Waylon's trade with Cal, Lavender, and even Aaron is getting closer and closer. Because of the addition of the new Blackstone ship, and the breakthrough of various magic achievements, the maritime trade on the Golden Ocean is developing at an exponential speed and explosively increasing. Along with it, Waylon's wealth is increasing at a rocket-like rate. After a large amount of wealth poured into Waylon, under the efficient bureaucratic system, it nourished Waylon's various fields like sweet springs, allowing Waylon to show a jaw-dropping development speed. In this context, 3 months passed in a flash. Midsummer turned into Mid-Autumn Festival in a blink of an eye. Early in the morning of this day, the autumn weather was clear and the clouds were light, which was the most suitable for holding outdoor ceremonies. There was indeed a very grand event on this day, that is, the opening of Waylon Higher Magic Academy. As the highest level institution in Waylon, and the first dean of the academy, Rosen naturally had to attend the academy's opening ceremony. This time, he did not let the puppet go, but went there in person. Because he has completely absorbed the new knowledge from Nawat, and partially transformed it into real power. After 3 months of staying in the secret laboratory, he also needs to come out for some fresh air. Sitting in the latest electric car, half lying on the soft chair with squinting eyes, he said to Alia, whose strength was raised to the 6th ring by Rosen, "Drive steadily today, don't let people think that I, the dean, am not stable." "Yes, sir." Alia, who already has the 6th ring of fighting spirit, resisted the urge to step on the accelerator. She led the Duke's convoy at the most stable speed, following the scenic lakeside road, and drove to the magic school on the shore of Swan Lake at a moderate speed. Rosen turned his head to look at the beautiful scenery of Swan Lake, where the water and sky merged into one, and his mind was replaying his new magic achievements, and he couldn't help but smile. Demons below Legend 7 are no longer a threat. In the past 3 months, he mainly studied 3 books. One is Legend, the second is Power of Faith, and the third is Encyclopedia of Void Creatures. All of them were recommended by Naya, and their value is indeed amazingly high. In addition, he also carefully studied the soul fragments of the Shadow Lord. This Shadow Lord is worthy of being a legendary demon of level 6, and the knowledge he possesses is amazing. The knowledge from the 2 sources was combined, and Rosen studied it for more than 3 months, which allowed him to obtain 3 amazing magic results. The first result is directly used to fight against demons, which is a combo. It is called Soul Tide plus Destruction Resonance. The main means for Nawat to attack demons is the Soul O sword controlled by the legendary wizard. This sword is indeed very powerful, but the upper limit of this sword depends largely on the combat skills of the guardian wizard. Its essence is still the way of weapon fighting in the cold weapon era. Rosen felt that this method was not reliable, so he switched to the hot weapon method of missile tracking. The simple explanation is that once the traces of the demon are found, a high-frequency soul tide will burst out in the void outside the ring of the general area. This tide is like a radar wave, expanding rapidly in the void at a very high frequency. Once it touches the demon entity, an echo will appear. Once the echo appears, Lifu can use the echo to accurately locate the demon. The moment the positioning is completed, the Destruction Resonance spell is activated. This spell uses the principle of soul resonance to directly inject huge soul power into the demon's soul, thereby achieving the effect of locking and killing. Obviously, in order to achieve the effect of killing the enemy with one blow, not only profound knowledge of magic is required, but also extremely strong legendary mana is required as support. For this reason, Rosen specially created a huge legendary crystal. This crystal is a cube with a side length of 1 meter, which can store a full 10,000 Rosens, and a strength of legendary 6 mana. This is also the current limit of the legendary crystal storage of mana. Rosen called it Endless Crystal, and one crystal costs 50,000 OG. The cost is too high, and the synthesis progress is extremely slow, and it takes half a month to synthesize one crystal. Another problem is that if Rosen uses the soul-burning secret method to infuse so much mana, either the infusion time will be slow, or it will definitely cause great pressure on his body. Maybe it will cause his soul to collapse early and die early. What to do then? Of course, use tools. This is also Rosen's second major achievement. The magic weapon is called Burning Soul Ring. With the help of Burning Soul Ring, Rosen only needs to consume a small part of the power of faith and spend only 1 hour to easily fill an endless crystal. When infusing, the power surges very violently, but Rosen's soul hardly bears any pressure, and all the pressure is borne by Burning Soul Ring. The result is that to fill 3 endless crystals, 1 Burning Soul Ring must be consumed. A Burning Soul Ring costs 20,000 OGs, and it takes 5 days to make one. In short, it is to spend money to exchange for power. But no matter what, demons below Legend 7 are no longer a threat. Why is it Legend 7? Because the strongest demon Rosen has personally encountered is Legend 6, and he doesn't know about stronger demons. Finally, there is a third major achievement of magic, called Dibwa Focusing Technique. Only 20% of the knowledge of this achievement comes from the book Legend, and 80% comes from the soul fragments of the Lord of Shadows. Simply put, the legendary crystal is regarded as a 6-dimensional water tank, and the legendary mana is implemented as 6-dimensional water. Then, a simple principle of repeated waves is used to obtain a short-term super focusing phenomenon. How super is it? It allows Rosen to obtain a legendary 12 mana. The strength is ridiculously high, but there are huge usage restrictions. The first restriction, the cost of use is extremely high. Focusing once consumes a flawless legendary crystal. The second restriction, the power utilization rate is extremely low, only 1%. In other words, consuming 100 Rosen's legendary 6 mana, the legendary 12 mana that is finally focused is only the amount of 1 Rosen. The two together result in a very low cost effectiveness of this achievement, and it can only be used as a special move. But there is a third limitation. It is extremely difficult to control, and it can only activate 2 simple spells for the time being. One is Arcane Ray, and the other is Soul Ray. The former is used in the mortal world, and the latter is used in the void. There are many restrictions, and the scale of the spell is difficult to increase, but the power is indeed amazing. Such a legendary 12-mana driven Arcane Ray can penetrate a 2-meter thick wall of broken magic Krypton gold within a distance of 1,000 meters, like a sewing needle poking tofu. With a snap, you can pierce a hole as thick as a thumb, and the whole wall is as smooth as a mirror. Because the spell structure is simple, it can be almost instantaneous under Laifu's control. This move is not very effective against demons. Because the demon is big and the vital points are not obvious, even if you pierce a hole in it, it may not be killed, but if used in the mortal world, it is really an unsolvable special move. Which unlucky guy will be the first to enjoy this trick? While thinking about it, I heard Alia's voice. Master, are you getting off now? Rosen came back to his senses and looked out the window. He found that the convoy had arrived next to the largest vibrant square in the academy. Countless people had gathered in the square. Looking around, it was a sea of black, all newly recruited students. Rosen sighed. It turns out that there are so many people when 30,000 people gather together. The first batch of students recruited by the academy came from all over the Natural Alliance. A total of 30,000 people were recruited. It can be said that they are the most talented young people in the entire alliance. This is the result of screening out about 100,000 competitors. It's not that they don't want to recruit more, but the academy's capacity has really reached its limit. There is no way. The title of the first hiring mage in the alliance is too loud, and the free sharing of the arcane conversion array has also brought him an extremely high reputation, so that countless people are scrambling to enter the academy. Looking at this group of enthusiastic young mages, Rosen smiled happily in his heart. All the heroes of the alliance are in my hands. As the first dean of the academy, he naturally has to live up to the enthusiasm of the students. Let's make this opening ceremony lively. Chapter 227. Wellen Higher School of Magic. The school's Vitality Square is a square green area with a length and width of more than 200 meters. It has 2 functions. One is to help students strengthen their bodies on weekdays. The other is to temporarily hold large-scale ceremonies. Compared with other higher schools of magic in the Wick continent, holding the first opening ceremony of the school on such an outdoor lawn seems a bit shabby. But the dean of the school said to the tutors, "The goal of the school is to teach students and spread knowledge. Do your job well, and don't waste your energy on meaningless things." The students have no complaints about this. One is that most students are from civilian backgrounds and have not seen much pomp. The second is that the tuition fee of Whalon Higher School of Magic is surprisingly low, even less than 1/10 of the average level. Back to the topic. The most important thing at the opening ceremony is naturally the speech of the dean of the school. Because this is not only the speech of the dean of the school, but also the speech of the most powerful wizard of the Natural Alliance, and also the speech of Duke Whalon. Whether the academy can be established and run well in the future, and whether the student's future can be guaranteed, are closely related to this most distinguished person in Whalon. So, 1 hour before the ceremony began, the academy's discipline professors gathered the students and magic instructors in the square early, waiting for the dean to arrive. The students stood directly in the square, and the magic instructors sat in turn on the temporary ceremony platform built beside the square according to their status. The dean has not arrived yet, and the ceremony has not officially begun. Both students and instructors are very relaxed and chat in low voices. At this moment, in the array of more than 30,000 students, there stood a pair of young men and women who were somewhat strange. Both of them were about 18 or 19 years old, with ordinary faces, and wearing ordinary bachelor's robes. They looked exactly like the students around them. But unlike the students around them, their eyes were full of curiosity. They looked around from time to time, and used high-level telepathy to talk quietly. "Oh, the atmosphere is really lively," said the girl. Who said it wasn't? It has to be said that the biggest common point between the Glorious Empire and the Natural Alliance is the large population. The boy answered. "Do you think he will notice us?" "I'm not sure. After all, he is such an amazing magic genius. No matter what amazing things he does, it's justified." After the boy said this, he said, "But if he can really find us, then the rumor will be verified, and our trip will not be in vain." Not long after these words fell, a noise suddenly came from the east side of the square. The sound surged from the east to the west like a wave. The magic instructors on the temporary lecture platform also stood up and looked in the same direction. The girl immediately said, "The Duke is here. He is so impressive, but I have to say that his public identity is just an 8-ring magician. How can he be so admired?" The boy nodded. Short-lived people are like this. They make a fuss when there is a little excitement, as if they have never seen the world. But then again, the human race around us is indeed very young, generally under 20 years old. If it were us, many of them would not be weaned at this time. The girl curled her lips. "You should have been weaned a long time ago. Why are you talking so harshly?" The young man spread his hands helplessly. "Cece, I'm just pointing out a fact. I don't mean to mock you. Do you know it in your heart? Okay, let's not continue this topic." The girl waved her hand to interrupt the boy's intention to continue to defend himself, and turned her head to look at the guards on the side of the square with interest. As she looked, she suddenly showed surprise on her face. These guards are tall and energetic, and their average strength has reached 4 rings. The leader has reached 6 rings. If it were in the past, I wouldn't dare to imagine such a thing. The young man didn't speak. His eyes were following the tall figure in the middle of the guards. Black curly hair, tall and straight figure, simple black dress. At first glance, it looks ordinary, but after careful perception, he found that he couldn't see through the other party's strength at all. The young man immediately said to the girl beside him, "Duke Whalon's magic power is at least 9 rings, and may even be 10 rings. Because his magic power is 7 rings, he has also felt the breath of many high-ring strongmen, 8 rings, 9 rings, and 10 rings. If the other party was of the same race, he could recognize him directly, but the other party was of a different race, so it was a little hard to tell. The girl's magic power was also 7 rings, and her perception was more acute. She came to a more accurate conclusion. It is 10 rings of magic power, but I can't see the exact degree. After all, the gap is too big." Under the attention of the crowd, Duke Whalon came to the temporary speech platform. He looked around the square, and the buzzing whispers in the square suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the only sound in the whole vibrant square was the whistling of the autumn wind. Then, a gentle and clear voice came from the high platform. "Young people, today is a very important day, important to everyone. It is important to you, important to me, important to the Academy, and even more important to Whalon. It is even important to the Natural Alliance. Maybe some people don't understand why it is important to the Natural Alliance. I want to say that because the magic instructors present here can be said to be the most intelligent instructors in the entire Natural Alliance. The young people present here can also be said to have the smartest minds, and the most curious souls in the entire Natural Alliance. How you learn now, and what results you will achieve in the future will affect and even determine the fate of the Natural Alliance. So, you young people can be said to be the future of the Natural Alliance. This is very passionate, especially for the passionate young people. It easily aroused the passion in their hearts. The students began to applaud crazily in response. The boys and girls in the crowd were also swept up to applaud, but the two were not passionate because they were already past the age of passion. The girl whispered, "This Duke is really good at stirring up people's hearts." The boy shrugged, "But he is right. At least he attaches great importance to this academy." Attachment? How come I can't see that? The girl was puzzled. The boy sighed. "Sis, if you had spent some time on tasting food to get information, you wouldn't ask me this." "Brian, why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up." The boy said, "According to the information I have inquired, not to mention the cost of building the academy, the annual expenditure of the academy alone should exceed 1 million ogs, or 1.5 billion clays." The girl immediately retorted, "The students have all paid tuition." The students have paid tuition, but the tuition for local students in Whalon is 4,000 Klee per year, and the tuition for students from all over the Alliance is more expensive, about 10,000 Klee. For 30,000 students, the tuition fees add up to less than 200 million. There is still a funding gap of 1.3 billion, which requires additional subsidies from the Whalon government. The boy said, "One academy costs 1.3 billion, and Whalon has also built a large number of low and medium-level magic academies, which are basically the same model. I estimate that the money spent on educating the people alone will reach 5 million ogs every year." The girl was shocked. "This Duke is really generous." The boy shook his head. "This is not generosity, it is ambition." At this time, the boiling students finally calmed down a little, and the dean's voice came from the stage again. "There are many beautiful landscapes in this world. Some landscapes are painted on mountains and rivers, some are spread on the sea and ocean, and some shocking landscapes are engraved on the peaks of magic. The road to the peak of magic is rugged and steep, and most of the time it is boring, lonely, and even a little painful. This is the fate of mortals like us. But I want to say that only after forging can the toughness of steel be achieved. Only by going through the storm can the beauty of the rainbow be seen. Only after going through the baptism of knowledge can the beauty of the peak of magic be seen." I know you want to ask now, what is the beauty of the peak of magic? As the first dean of the academy, I believe that I have stood on the top of one of the peaks of magic. Next, I will show you some of the scenery I have seen. Following these words, the students suddenly became excited. The girl sneered. "The human race is so arrogant that they dare to say that they are at the peak of magic. Your majesties don't dare to say that." The boy stared at the podium. "If the rumor is true, then even if he is not at the peak, he is definitely higher than your majesties." The girl knew that the boy was right, but she was angry. "He has only lived for less than 22 years old. How can he stand higher than your majesties?" Don't talk. Look carefully." On the podium, the first dean of Whalon College stretched out one hand to the sky, and the gentle voice of the sky spread throughout the audience. "People have always believed that personal power is limited. No matter how powerful a mortal wizard is, it is difficult to use 4 spells to push a stone weighing more than 10 tons, and it is even more difficult to inspire a spell comparable to real thunder. Even 1,000th or 1/10,000th of the power is difficult. But young people, I want to tell you now." As these words came, the dean's body slowly floated up from the podium, and the surface of his black dress began to have tiny, but bright lightning surges. At the same time, there was a powerful and almost inhuman mana fluctuation emanating from the young dean. The extremely violent and unfathomable fluctuation almost made people feel a kind of spiritual tremor that was about to destroy the world. With this fluctuation, the originally gentle sound of the sky seemed extremely grand, and it was simply resounding through the world. Many people in the crowd were carrying a magic ring scale, and they were surprised to find that the scale value had a violent fluctuation, and the intensity was almost the same as thunderstorm weather. "Young men, there are 10 rings in the magic ring of mortals. Above the 10 rings, there is a legendary ring. Break through this ring, and you will be able to see the peak scenery of the magic world, and you will also be able to master the magic power that is enough to fight against nature." As he said this, a thick lightning bolt suddenly rushed out from the hand of the dean, who was floating in the sky. This lightning bolt was emitted from his palm, rushing all the way up to the sky, and quickly split into countless snow-white branches in the sky. Almost in a blink of an eye, the lightning tree was all over the sky. At the same time, there were sounds in the air that were similar to real thunder. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 explosions in succession, and when lightning appeared, its dazzling light almost eclipsed the sun. The autumn sun was bright, thunder was flowing against the sky, and the sound was shaking for dozens of miles. The entire Vitality Square, whether students or magic instructors, everyone was stunned, and they couldn't imagine that this was a mortal who could inspire magic power. The dean slowly fell back to the lecture platform from a height of 100 meters, still calm and composed, as if releasing that violent lightning spell was just a casual attack from him. The voice of the sky spread throughout the square again. Young people, this is the best era, because I have explored the way forward for you to practice magic power. This is also the worst era, because the peak of magic has become much higher than before, and it takes more outstanding efforts to climb it. The most sacred function of the Advanced Magic Academy is to create and spread the most advanced, powerful, and top magic knowledge in the world. As the first dean of the academy, I will faithfully fulfill this. I will show you the way to the peak of the 11th ring, and I will stand on the top of the mountain, waiting for our real meeting. So, the most talented young people of the Natural Alliance, work hard to climb. After saying this, the black-clad dean, the Duke of Whalon, turned and left the podium under the escort of the guard, leaving behind a group of students and magic instructors who were still not recovered in the square. After the dean left, the crowd finally came to their senses and made a thunderous noise. Everyone was discussing eagerly. The dean's magic power has reached the 11th ring? Mother of Nature, the 11th ring has such great power? So, the 11th ring is a legendary ring? Then the dean is not a legendary magician? In the crowd, two hidden young people of different races looked at each other, and saw a deep shock on each other's faces. After a long time, the girl said, This, it's impossible, it must be an illusion. The boy sniffed the spicy smell in the air and whispered, Even if it is an illusion, it has greatly exceeded the limit of the power of traditional magic. What's more, this can't be an illusion. The majestic fluctuations of mana and the violent tremors of the magic ring all show that this is a great spell that can rival the power of nature. I never thought that mortals like us could inspire such a great power. The legendary realm is really incredible. The boy murmured, his eyes were dreamy and blurred. On the other side, Rosen was sitting in the car, cleaning the legendary crystal fragments in his arms. The lightning spell just now consumed 1,000 of Rosen's legendary mana. After the spell was released, the 10 legendary crystals hidden in the clothes were all broken. The net loss is 5,000 Og, or 7.5 million clay. Alas, pretending to be cool is really expensive. But he had to pretend, and he had to pretend to be big in order to create the greatest influence in the Natural Alliance in the shortest time. Chapter 228. Swan Castle. Dinner time. Selena, who had been ignoring external affairs, suddenly asked, Dear, what is the scenery of the 11th ring like? Rosen was using the magician's hand to help her peel a large crystal lobster. Hearing this, he smiled and said, It's nothing, just a little more sensitive and powerful. As he said this, he completely removed the crystal white and tender shrimp meat from the cumbersome shrimp shell, and gently placed it on the plate in front of Selena. More strictly speaking, it is far less comfortable than inside the magic ring, because the difficulty is many times that of ordinary magic ring connection, and it consumes a lot of energy when connecting. The risk is also many times greater, and you may face malicious void life. Selena's belly is already showing again. Her body, which had just lost weight due to childbirth, has become plump again, and her appetite has become very good. She savored the delicious food carefully, with a satisfied look on her face. It sounds scary. She was just asking casually, because Rosen would discuss magic with her from time to time and share new achievements in magic, so she roughly understood her husband's progress in magic power. After hearing the news, she thought about it for a while, and roughly understood what was going on. Sister Evelyn asked, Brother, they all say that you have more power than God. In front of his closest family, Rosen would naturally not say something nonsense. He smiled and said, Evelyn, the legendary wizard is still a mortal. As for the powerful power, it does not come from the body of a mortal, but from the wisdom of a mortal. Rosen nodded his forehead, and then said to Selena, Dear, do you want me to peel another one for you? Selena was tempted, but finally shook her head. No, if I keep eating like this, I will become an ugly fat person. She felt that she was about to grow a double chin. Rosen thought that she looked very beautiful now, but he respected his wife's opinion, and then said, It seems that what I did in the academy has caused a very huge impact. Otherwise, it would not have reached Selena's ears that night. Selena spread her hands. Not only very huge, it is simply earth-shattering, almost subverting my common sense of magic. Even his wife, who knew him very well, said so. The shock of others was naturally more profound. Shortly after dinner, Rosen received an encrypted call from his mentor. Rosen, what happened? Why are you so high profile all of a sudden? Rosen simply explained the situation. Through some special channels, the glorious empire has already known my secret. So, there is no need to hide it. It is better to make it public and gain some reputation for me. Okay, you know it, but this is really shocking. Nothing shocking. I will tell you the process in detail when I have time. He was talking to his mentor, and Duke Rosen, who was still working diligently like an old ox in the study room by the lake, also received an urgent audience request. The one who requested an urgent audience was not someone else, but Miss Irene, the special envoy of the glorious empire. At this time, Duke Rosen was greatly improved by Rosen, and even his soul breath and mana breath were carefully disguised. His body was also more finely strengthened, becoming a perfect peripheral of Rosen's body. Of course, he knew why Irene came, and he had a key plan for this beautiful and glorious envoy. He had to handle it well. So, he focused most of his attention on Duke Rosen. He immediately agreed to the audience. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels hitting the terrazzo floor frequently, as rapid as the raindrops before the storm. After a while, Irene ignored the obstruction of the housekeeper Eli, walked quickly to Rosen, and after a hasty salute, stared at him with a pair of almond eyes. Rosen waved his hand to dismiss the housekeeper Eli who followed him in, and faced Irene's glare with a smile. Eli vaguely knew the relationship between the two, and closed the study door very tactfully. As the door closed, Irene finally spoke. The Duke is really good at tricks. He lied to me with sweet words, and deceived me for so long. Rosen spread his hands. Miss Irene, Queen Zoya already knew the news a long time ago. Didn't she tell you? Irene shook her head. No. Rosen sighed softly. It seems that in the eyes of the Queen, Miss Irene is just a tool to get information. Irene frowned. Duke, you don't have to sow discord between me and Zoya. My position is not high enough, so it's normal that I didn't get notified. But you lied to me again and again. I thought you really liked me. It turned out to be all fake. She originally planned to live in Whalon for a long time, and even planned to secretly give birth to 1 or 2 children for the Duke, but such a thing happened. Since the Queen already knew, and the Duke had no intention of hiding his true power, it means that both sides intend to completely tear each other apart, and she, the glorious envoy, naturally has no need to stay in Whalon. She was not worried that Rosen would kill her, but her dream was shattered, which made her extremely angry and sad. She felt that there was no good man in the world. If Irene was a burning fire at this moment, Rosen was a calm stream. He immediately said, I want to clarify one thing. In terms of personal strength, I did lie to you. This was due to political needs. But in terms of personal feelings, I am telling the truth. I really like beauties like Mississippi. Every word we said when we were intimate was from my heart. But Miss Irene, is it because of the Queen's mission or your personal wish that you approach me? Irene was speechless when asked, and her burning anger dimmed a lot. That's right, her purpose was not pure, so she was not qualified to question the Duke. Her anger suddenly turned into a sullen resentment. She actually knew that it was not a good thing for her to be entangled with the Duke, and she should never have too high expectations of him. But she still had a faint hope in her heart, hoping that she would have some weight in the other person's heart. But the reality disappointed her greatly. She took a deep breath and suppressed her resentment. No matter what, I have to go back to my country. Or do you not intend to let me go back to my country, but throw me directly into prison? Of course I will let you go. But I want to say that no matter when, I will remember Miss Irene. As long as you are willing to accept me, my arms will always be open to you. Pa. Irene's resentment in her heart has a place to vent. I will never betray the Queen. Rosen raised his eyebrows. You will not betray the Queen? Or will you not betray the Lord of Glory? Irene was startled. Is there a difference? Rosen said seriously. Of course there is a difference. The Queen is the ruler of the Empire. She has been in power for 40 years, and the Empire is growing stronger. It is true that the Lord of Glory is the founder of the Glory Nations, and the Empire is just one of them. To be honest, the Lord of Glory's ability to govern is not very good. He can have the honorable status today, mostly due to the Queen's credit. Irene was silent after hearing this, because she knew that Rosen was right. In terms of practice, the Lord of Glory with the power of 10 rings is naturally unparalleled. No, that's not right. It can't be said to be unparalleled, at least it is far inferior to the young Duke in front of him. In terms of the ability to govern the Empire, she has never seen a more powerful person than her cousin. The Lord of Glory and her cousin are several levels apart. So deep in her heart, she admires her cousin, and even worships her. In fact, she is afraid of the Lord of Glory. Rosen's eyes flickered slightly, sensing an opportunity, and continued, Miss Irene, you must know a lot about the inside story of the Lavender Demon invasion, right? Irene nodded. I know the general situation. Rosen said seriously, after experiencing the Lavender Demon invasion, I know very well that our mortal kingdom can compete, but we must never consume each other. Because the demons in the void are our common enemy. I personally admire the Queen very much. If the Queen is willing to coexist peacefully with Waylon, then I am willing to help the Queen break through the 10 rings and even become a legend. Irene's heart was shocked. Duke, do you want to provoke civil strife in the Empire? Rosen immediately retorted, Miss Irene, if the Lord of Light is a wise monarch, then why can't he tolerate the Queen's promotion to a legend? If he is not, then he should stand aside and watch, instead of coming out to make decisions for the empire of 600 million people, or even occupy a huge amount of national resources and interfere with the real monarch to govern the country. Aaron snorted coldly. You just want to provoke civil strife in the empire. As soon as the voice fell, Rosen suddenly raised his hand, and the magician's hand driven by legendary magic power grabbed Aaron directly to his side, and then let her sit on his lap. Aaron was shocked. What are you doing? You want to force me? I tell you, if you do this, unless you kill me afterwards, I will definitely do everything I can to get revenge. Rosen raised his hand and gestured to his mouth. Sure, let me help you advance to the 5th ring. I don't want it. The scenery of the 5th ring is very beautiful. You really don't want it. While speaking, Rosen poured the power of faith into Aaron's body, raising her magic power to the peak of the 4th ring. If it was before, he still needed Aaron to cooperate with the connection ring to help her break through the ring wall, but after getting Naya's secret method, he no longer needed it. I ask again, do you really not need it? Irene's will wavered, and she was silent. While she was silent, Rosen broke through her magic power to the 5th ring. Irene said in a muffled voice, You insisted on giving it to me, I don't owe you anything. Rosen held her in his arms, and said softly, Of course you don't owe me, I owe you. After all, it was me who caused you to divorce your husband and forced you to return home. If I were not the Duke, and you were not the Empire's special envoy, we would not be bound by our duties. Then maybe we could be together happily, and have children together. Irene's tense body softened a lot. Don't say that, it's impossible. It's possible. You're talking nonsense. I don't believe it. Rosen whispered in Irene's ear, Miss Irene, you have a good talent for magic. I can improve your magic power step by step, and it is estimated that it can be improved to about the 9th ring. With the magic power of the 9th ring, you can live at least 500 years, and you will always stay young and beautiful. And I can live about that long, maybe longer, but not too long. As long as we work together, the Natural Alliance and the Glorious Empire will definitely be able to restore peace, and then we will definitely be able to stay together in the future. These words are like the most secret and softest soul needle, quietly drilling into the depths of Irene's soul. Duke, don't say it, I won't believe you anymore. Irene shook her head repeatedly, as if to throw Rosen's words out of her mind. Rosen saw her hesitation. Aaron, I don't want to disrupt the Empire, and I don't want to see the Queen with outstanding ability abdicate. In fact, I hope she can take the throne completely, because she is a truly wise monarch, and I like dealing with such a monarch. Because there are actually no unsolvable contradictions between our two countries, we can completely reach a consensus again through rational consultation. You know in your heart that since I am a legendary wizard, I will definitely find a way to unify the Natural Alliance. No one can stop this, right? Aaron wanted to say that the Empire could do it, but a voice deep in her heart told her that the Empire might not be able to do it. After all, the man in front of her had unparalleled talents. He is the best in mana cultivation, state governance, and his reputation among the people is as high as that of a god. As long as he raises his arm, countless people in the Natural Alliance will gather around him and let him drive them. The Empire can certainly try its best to stop it, and then the two countries will fall into a long war. Perhaps the Empire will win in the end, but it will suffer heavy losses, which will allow the Holy Elf Empire and even the Demon Kingdom across the sea to take advantage. So she was silent. Rosen continued to whisper, Aaron, you don't have to leave. Welland and the Glorious Empire are far apart. Even if the two sides go to war, the intensity is very limited, and they will not become mortal enemies. I will also try my best to control the scale of the conflict and minimize the losses of our two countries. But it is difficult for me to do this alone. I also need the help of the Queen. And between the Queen and I, we need a contact person that both sides trust. So, I hope you will continue to stay in Waylon, bring my words to the Queen, tell her my thoughts, and also tell the Queen. Tell me what the Queen thinks. Let the natural alliance and the glorious empire coexist peacefully, support each other, and fight against aliens and demons together. After all, we are all human, aren't we? Erin pursed her lips gently. The queen won't listen to me. She respects her grandfather very much. Erin, how do you know if you don't try it? Just like you and me, if you don't try it, how do you know that you can experience such blissful pleasure? Rosen is very familiar with Erin's body. While talking, his hands are naturally not idle, secretly teasing. Erin immediately remembered the endless wonderful experiences in the past, and twisted her body a little uneasily. Duke, you are the devil. No, I just saw the most correct path, and I hope that our human race can take this path. You and I both know that the glorious empire is so huge that it is impossible for external enemies to defeat it, but if it takes the wrong path, it may cause the empire to collapse from within. And the biggest reason for taking the wrong path is the reckless command of incompetent people. So, the capable should be promoted and the incompetent should be kicked out. Erin was silent. Try it, okay? While speaking, Rosen clearly felt that he had broken through Erin's defenses, just as his body had broken through her defenses. Erin bit her lip tightly to prevent herself from losing her composure, and nodded slightly. Okay, let's give it a try. Seeing that she agreed, Rosen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but knew that this was just the beginning, and he had to promise long-term benefits. When your soul regains stability, I will continue to improve your magic power, about once a year, until the 9th ring. Maybe when you reach the 9th ring, I can find a new way to improve your power, and help you reach the 10th ring, or even the legendary level. Erin was very moved. Her eyes were like water waves, and she looked deeply at Rosen. You didn't lie to me? Think about it. Apart from hiding my true power for self-protection, have I ever lied to you about anything else? You also know that I don't make promises easily. But if I make a promise, I will definitely do everything I can to fulfill it. That's true. Don't play here. It would be bad if someone finds out. Let's go to the secret room behind the study. Yes, ma'am. Chapter 229. Night. Erin Lion Castle. Ever since Danger heard the news of the legendary wizard, he immediately went to find Storm Eye Sanchester. Although they had not spoken for a long time, at this moment, only this 5-ring sage could help him a little. Finally, he found the old sage in a small study. The sage was wearing a pair of reading glasses, and was concentrating on reading an unknown spell book. When he heard the movement, he raised his eyes. Because of this action, the wrinkles on his forehead became deeper, like cracks on weathered rocks. Without waiting for Danger to ask, he spoke. Your Majesty, I know why you are here. What I can say is that if the news is true, then Erin has no way to fight against Waylon. The only way is to admit defeat with dignity. Danger swallowed hard. Is there no other way? There is another way. Sanchester's voice was very soft, and his eyes were deeply hidden behind thick reading glasses, and it was almost impossible to see the specific appearance. What way? Danger seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. The old sage slowly said a sentence. Ask for help from the glorious empire, open the giant fortress, let the glorious legion enter the Arrens plain, and fight against Waylon together with the Lord of Glorious. Danger was shocked and fell into silence for a long time. After 3 minutes, he asked, Sage, does the legendary magic ring really exist? Sanchester answered the question irrelevantly. I heard that at the opening ceremony of Waylon Higher School of Magic, there were more than 30,000 teachers and students. Among them, there are more than 20 mages with power exceeding 5 rings, and 4 mages with 6 rings. No matter how exquisite the illusion is, it cannot be hidden from everyone's perception, so the magic power displayed by Duke Waylon is real. I don't know how he did it, but I know that the Duke has stood on the pinnacle of magic that looks down on the world. Even if some people respect him as a god, I think it is completely understandable and even reasonable. Faced with such a person, no matter whether the legendary magic ring really exists, it is not something that a kingdom like Erin can resist. Perhaps Erin, Cal, Lavender, and even the natural countries of the entire Wick continent should unite together to isolate Waylon, so that there will be a war. The possibility of winning against the Duke. But? The old sage looked up at Danger again. This is obviously impossible. Danger immediately retorted, No, it's possible. As long as Erin is willing to give up his interests, it's possible. The old sage showed a hint of irony on his face. Don't be silly, Your Majesty. Danger. Why did Cal always cooperate with Waylon? Why did Lavender, who has always been against Waylon, have a coup? The bodies of the little king and the Queen Mother have been hanging on the tree for 3 days and 3 nights. Who do you think is the mastermind behind it? Danger is not stupid. Of course, he knows that there is a big problem here, But since he cleaned up the domestic nobles, he faces a lot of domestic problems every day, and his perception of other countries has become very dull. Is it the Duke of Whalon who is behind it? Obviously. Swish. Sanchester turned over a page, his eyes still fixed on the page, as if the content of the spell book is more important than the king in front of him. This detail made Danger angry. The old sage seemed not to notice the king's anger. He continued, Lavender and Cal have been controlled by the Duke. There are only 3 gems destined to be inlaid in the crown of nature, and only the last one is left. Danger's heart pounded when he heard this. He knew that the name of this last gem was Aaron. He panicked, he was anxious, and he was jealous. Natural crown, is he going to be crowned as the emperor? This throne is the treasure that he has been thinking about day and night but dare not think deeply about. Now, a little man whose fate he once easily controlled is going to get this supreme crown. He is very unwilling. Sanchester felt this. If it were in the past, he would have comforted Danger with words, but now he has no patience and thinks it is unnecessary. Because a group of flattering jackals gathered around the lion, saying nice and beautiful flattering words to him every day, and these words have completely obscured the wisdom of the lion. So no matter what he said, it was useless. But he still wanted to remind him. Your Majesty Dongay, the crown is not crowned by others, but forged by your own hands. No, he does not have the blood of the natural god. He is not qualified to be the natural emperor. Mother Nature will not agree. Absolutely not. Tormented by the fire of jealousy, Dongay roared like a wounded lion, waving his hands constantly, as if resisting an invisible enemy. Even if Mother Nature can't stop him, I will do my best to stop him. If I can't stop him, I will join forces with the glorious empire to stop him. After saying this, Dongay turned and left. After walking a few steps, the voice of the old sage came from behind. Your Majesty, if this path may cause the natural alliance to fall into the abyss, will you still choose it? Danger did not answer, he strode away. Ah! Sanchester sighed deeply. Afterwards, his figure gradually faded, and finally disappeared. It was just a magic phantom. About 10 minutes after the phantom disappeared, Aaron's night guard surrounded the study. This team of night guards was led by the sharpest knife in the king's hand, the executor of the Black Knife Knight, Blood Flame Soroth. He waved his hand vigorously. Your Majesty's oral order, let Sanchester shut up completely. The night guard immediately rushed into the small study like a pack of wolves. At the same time, in the basement of a small building in the outer city of Rhine City, in the north of Lion Castle, Sanchester sighed again. He quickly left the small building, came to the dock, and took a new black stone freighter, all the way down the river. About a day later, he arrived at the coast, immediately changed to a sea ship, crossed the Gilded Strait, and headed north to Whalon. Danger was beyond redemption, but Aaron could still be saved, and the natural alliance must not fall into the abyss. At this moment, only this ambitious duke had the ability to save the natural alliance. By noon the next day, Sanchester arrived at the Swan Lake in Mondania along the Oran River in Whalon. Looking at the magnificent academy standing on the west bank of Swan Lake, and the exquisite Swan Castle across the lake from the academy, Sanchester was filled with emotion. In the end, the lion was swallowed by the beast, but the duke's original intention remained the same. The lion's failure was destined, but it came a little too fast. With another sigh, Sanchester entered Mondania and headed all the way to Swan Castle. This time, he did not hide it, and directly handed over his business card. About a quarter of an hour later, he was received and sat on the guest leather chair in the duke's study by the lake. On the large desk not far in front was a pile of document scrolls, and behind the scrolls sat the Duke of Whalon, who was still vigorous, but increasingly majestic. Looking at such a person, Sanchester felt deeply old for the first time. Sage, please wait a moment, I will review this document at hand. Your Excellency the Duke, please feel free to do as you please. He did not wait long. After a few minutes, the Duke of Whalon turned his attention to him. Sage, your face is full of disappointment and anxiety. Is the lion crazy? Sanchester was startled, but then relieved. Since the other party had the idea of unifying the natural alliance and had taken so many steps, he would naturally keep an eye on the movements of the Lion Castle. He suddenly felt that his trip was a bit redundant. But he was not only a five-ring wizard, but also knowledgeable and strong-willed. He quickly put away his disappointment and carefully explained Danger's possible next move. Behind the desk, Rosen listened quietly. After listening, he sighed. I originally wanted to keep Danger's last dignity. Sanchester's body shook slightly. My Lord Duke, my request may be a bit presumptuous, but I hope to keep Danger's royal family. Rosen smiled slightly. I will, but not Danger's royal family, but Danger's family. After a pause, he asked, "Sage, do you have any other requests?" Sanchester thought for a moment and said, "I hope the Duke can treat the people of Erin equally, and not mistreat Erin because of King Danger's madness." "Of course I will. What about you? Do you have any requests?" Sanchester thought for a moment and said, "If possible, I want to have a small manor by the Swan Lake, plus a deposit that will be enough for the rest of my life." Rosen nodded. "This request is very simple, but does the sage really plan to retire?" Sanchester's face was full of bitterness. "Duke, I am already 120 years old, and I don't have many years left to live. What else can I do if I don't retire?" Rosen raised his eyebrows. "From my observation, with your magic talent, I can help you improve your magic power step by step to the 10th ring. According to Naya's secret method, those who can be promoted to the 5th ring by their own strength are the top magic talents, and they can be promoted to the 10th ring through the legendary secret method. In fact, in a country with legendary wizards, the value of mana cultivation has dropped significantly, but a person's ability, knowledge, pattern and other qualities are still scarce. Obviously, the 120-year-old Erin Sage is a top talent. It is a pity that he died of old age." So Rosen finally said, "Once you have a 10-ring soul, you can live at least 200 years. Sanchester was moved. "Is this possible?" Rosen smiled. "I need someone to help me subdue the crazy lion." As he spoke, he raised one hand and extended his index finger, and a faint golden light appeared on his hand. "If the sage is willing to help me, I can help the sage to advance to the 6th ring now." The dormant flame in Sanchester's heart suddenly reignited, burning vigorously, and his slightly turbid eyes suddenly showed a shining light. "My Lord Duke, leave this matter to me. I am 90% sure that I can force the lion to abdicate. In the past, he was old and could only live for a few years at most. If he was unlucky, he might die in his sleep at night, but if he was promoted to the 6th ring, he could live at least 20 years. How many 20 years does a mortal life have? Not to mention that there is a possibility of being promoted to the 10th ring in the future, which is a great power that he dare not even think about." So, he abandoned the Lion King who disappointed him without hesitation. Rosen was also very straightforward. He asked Sanchester to come to him, and then pointed a finger at his forehead. "Your magic power is already at the peak of the 5th ring, so I can directly promote you to the 6th ring. After reaching the 6th ring, you must continue to practice diligently. When your magic power reaches the peak of the 6th ring, the soul shock should also subside. Come to me again when the time comes, and I will help you advance to the 7th ring. In addition, your body is already old, but don't worry, I have a golden blessing potion that can restore people's youth. He has already stored a lot of this potion, and there are some in the study, which are specially used to reward meritorious ministers." At this time, he took out 100 milliliters. Sanchester swallowed it without hesitation. After the potion entered his stomach, he felt indescribably happy, as if he had endless energy. He was immediately surging. The heart was beating vigorously, and the last time he had such a rapid heartbeat was when he first had sex with a woman 100 years ago. "I felt like I was back in my youth." "Duke, just wait for my good news," Rosen said again. "A 90% chance is still not enough. I need a 100% or even 20% chance of success. After all, this matter is related to the fate of countless people in the Natural Alliance, and there can be no mistakes. So, this is for you." A badge was handed to Sanchez, Island Foreign Affairs Bureau Erin Branch, Lion Hunting Operation Commander Badge. With it, you can mobilize the power of Erin Foreign Affairs Bureau. This is indeed a huge help, making the operation much easier. Rosen then handed over a legendary magic weapon, Ice Amulet. The strength of the top 10 rings, can be triggered 10 times in total, should be able to keep the sage safe. Sanchez said that he had never seen or heard of such a powerful magic weapon, and immediately took it and put it on. Rosen called the director of the Foreign Intelligence Agency, Stoner, and explained the situation. "Fully cooperate with Master Sanchester." "Yes, sir." The two left the study side by side. Although one was old and the other was young, the depressed aura of the old man had completely dissipated. For Rosen, Danger was no longer an opponent of the same level. With the help of Sanchester, Danger's problem was mostly solved. What to do next depends on how Erin's situation develops. When he was about to continue processing official documents, the Chief Steward of Internal Affairs, Eli, handed him another name card for an audience. Interestingly, this name card was written on a leaf. The material of the leaf is very strange. It is similar in shape to a maple leaf and has complex veins, but the texture is particularly tough, showing a metal material. After using his magic power to investigate, Rosen was full of surprise. Is this the tree of life cultivated by the elves' magic? As far as he knew, the elves' magic was completely different from that of humans, and they took a unique path of biological transformation. It was said that elves were immortals, just like Mediana, with a particularly strong soul and a lifespan more than 10 times longer than that of humans. But Rosen had never seen an elf in person, so he was quite curious about the envoy of the Elf Empire. Chapter 230. A quarter of an hour later, Rosen saw the elves. There were 2 of them, a man and a woman. Their physical age was not clear, but they looked very young. In terms of appearance, they were not much different from humans. Their ears were round, and their clothes were similar to humans. There were some minor differences. First, their skin was very delicate, with almost no pores. Their facial features were very delicate, slightly childish. They were very tall. The male elf was half a head taller than Rosen, about 2 meters tall, and the female elf was more than 1.8 meters tall. They had very full bodies and large frames. The male was as masculine as the sun god, and the female was as graceful as the moon. The male had blonde hair, while the female had silver hair. Similarly, the male and female had blue eyes, but the male had blue with gold lines, while the female had blue with silver lines. These lines looked like they were born with them, but their shapes were similar to magic runes, so they looked very mysterious. Finally, Rosen carefully sensed the souls. It felt like the souls of the elves were about 25 or 26 years old, and their mana strength was at the 7th ring. The most special thing was that the total amount of mana was very high, more than 10 times that of the human race at the same level. It was actually an order of magnitude higher. Rosen's observation speed was extremely fast, and the sharpness of the legendary wizard also made him see very accurately. With a flash of his eyes, he saw the 2 elves clearly. He deliberately took a closer look at the female elf, because the female elf was particularly beautiful, and the whole person seemed to glow. Then he smiled and said, "Mr. Brian, Miss Sisai, welcome to Waylon." The 2 elves saluted Rosen respectively. The male elf crossed his hands in front of his chest and bowed. The female elf opened her arms, bent her knees, bowed her head, and bent her waist, performing a swan-like salute. The 2 said in unison, "Salute to you, the legendary great lord of the human race." The voice was mellow and pleasant, especially the voice of the female elf, which reminded Rosen of his ancestor, Melchelina, the Iron Dragon. He nodded in return, and then said bluntly, "I'm very busy recently, so I won't talk nonsense. We Waylon have no dealings with the Holy Elf Empire, and I can't guess the purpose of your sudden visit. So, just say it directly." The 2 elves looked at each other, and then the male elf Brian took a half-step forward. "My Lord Duke, we are here on behalf of our tribe's sun god Osella and moon god Dora, and our purpose is to seek from you the secret method of stable promotion to legend." Rosen raised his eyebrows, and heard the subconscious in the words. The sun and moon twins also mastered a lot of legendary power, but they lacked stable legendary power. Rosen did not refuse immediately. He smiled and said, "Well, that's really straightforward. Then I ask, what price can you pay?" The female elf Sisai took a half-step forward. "We see the Duke's current predicament, and we have the ability to help you alleviate the predicament. Even if the Duke is willing to cooperate more deeply, we can even work together to completely solve this trouble." This is not only straightforward, but also a bit scary, and at the same time a little naive, especially the latter sentence. Rosen looked at the male elf. "Mr. Brian, the glorious kingdoms headed by the glorious empire are a very powerful force. It would be too arrogant to say that they can be completely solved. That's more than 900 million people, and they have a unified culture and a long history. If they really feel the danger of genocide, they will definitely gather together and burst out with amazing power. At that time, even if it's 2 against 1, it will definitely end in heavy losses." The male elf Brian showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. Obviously, he also felt that his companion's words were too arrogant. He immediately made up for his companion. "My Lord Duke, Miss Sisai is good at magic, but she has some shortcomings in national politics and some inappropriate words." The female elf can be seen to be dissatisfied, but the male elf glared back with a secret look. Rosen found it very interesting, but also a little puzzled. He didn't understand why the elves sent an unqualified envoy. After suppressing his companion's dissatisfaction, Brian said, "But Miss Sisai's meaning has been expressed clearly. Our country can send troops to help you contain the glorious empire, so that you have plenty of time to integrate the power of the natural alliance. This matter suddenly sounds like a perfect exchange. But as the head of a country, if you only look at the present and not the future, you are short-sighted and will fail sooner or later. The current situation is that the Natural Alliance and the Glorious Empire are mortal kingdoms, and the citizens of the two countries often intermarry. The nobles of the two countries can be traced back to the same ancestor 4 or 5,000 years ago. The elves of the Holy Elf Empire, even if they look similar, are obviously different from humans. The struggle between the Natural Alliance and the Glorious Empire is essentially a fight among humans. Whether you lose or win, it's just a change of emperor. The vast majority of civilians live their lives as usual, it's just a little easier or harder. After a few hundred years, the two races will merge. If the elves are allowed to get involved, it means introducing a foreign race to deal with the same race. If one fails to do well, and the elves gain the upper hand, the human race will have a very difficult life, and there may even be a disaster of extinction. After all, it is very difficult to integrate elves and mortals. Apart from other things, the lifespan of the two races is more than 10 times different. This is not only Rosen's personal cognition, but also the upper-level knowledgeable people of the Glorious Empire and the Natural Alliance. Therefore, once Rosen joins forces with the Elf Empire to deal with the Glorious Empire, he will be alienated by a large number of knowledgeable people of the human race, and his reputation in the human race will drop sharply. This is also completely understandable. Just like when two families fight, a tiger rushes back, and anyone with a normal mind knows to join forces to deal with the tiger, rather than to join forces with the tiger. Rosen is very clear about his base. So, he slowly shook his head, and gave the most clear refusal. The human race will solve their own problems, so there is no need for the elves to help. Brian was prepared for this answer and immediately said, "The Duke thinks so, but the Lord of Glory, Misai, may not think so." Although the Lord of Glory, Misai, claims to be great and righteous, he is actually a tyrannical and narrow-minded person. He will never allow anyone to seize his power, even if the person is his closest relative. Rosen smiled faintly. "Mr. Brian, you don't have to attack the Lord of Glory's personal morality. In my opinion, the Emperor should have such a character, and the Emperor who doesn't have such a character will not last long. I also want to tell you that the struggle between our Waylon and the Glorious Empire is a national struggle. Whether the Lord of Glory is a despicable villain or a noble gentleman, he cannot change this situation. Similarly, I will not only tell you clearly now, but also issue a clear announcement, clearly announcing that I, Waylon, will refuse any form of military cooperation with the Holy Elf Empire, so as to prevent the Glorious Empire from making a strategic misjudgment on this point." This remark made Brian frown, and also made Miss Sisai, who had been silent, angry. The elf lady finally couldn't help it. "Duke, if you lose, your whole family will be finished." Rosen's eyes faded slightly, staring at the beautiful female elf, and his body slowly leaned back on the chair. "I will do my best to ensure the safety of my family, so Miss Sisai doesn't have to worry about it." The female elf Sisai suddenly felt a huge mental pressure, and wanted to be stubborn, with the Duke in front of her as usual with Brian, but she didn't dare to spit it out when the words came to her lips. At this point, there was actually nothing to talk about. Rosen shouted, "Alai." Alai immediately pushed the door open and said, "Master, I'm here." Rosen pursed his lips at the two elves. "Send these two envoys of the Holy Elf Empire away from Swan Castle." "Yes, master." Alai extended his hand to the two elves and said, "Please, both of you." Before leaving, Brian took a last look at Rosen, and a clear feeling emerged in his heart. This legendary lord of the human race will definitely become the most terrifying opponent of the elves in the future, much more terrifying than the Lord of Light. Seeing that Sisai wanted to say something, he immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her out. Because he understood that they were actually in great danger now, and whether they could continue to live depended on the Duke's thoughts. Since the other party wants to completely cut off military cooperation with the elves, there is a certain probability that they will be publicly executed to show their determination not to unite with foreign races to deal with their own race. Brian walked out fearfully all the way. When he reached the gate of the Swan Castle, an autumn breeze blew, and he felt a chill on his back. He broke out in a cold sweat without realizing it. Sisai's mental whisper rang in his mind. "Humph, this Duke Waylon is good at magic, but he has a stone head." Brian frowned. "Sisai, if a stone head can be promoted to a legend, then every wizard will wish he had a stone head. Let's go, we will leave Waylon immediately, and report the situation of Duke Waylon to your majesties." He actually knew why your majesties wanted Sisai to follow him. Because Sisai was one of the most beautiful women in the tribe, and her role was to seduce Duke Waylon. But now it seems that the secret plan of your majesties has completely failed. He strode out of Swan Castle, and Sisai could only follow reluctantly. "Brian, what should we do if Waylon refuses to cooperate?" Then go to the glorious empire, and seek the legendary secret from the Lord of Gloriousness. Will the Lord of Gloriousness give it to us? If he doesn't, then we will send troops to prevent him from suppressing Duke Waylon. Well, that's a good idea. Then why don't we go directly to the Lord of Gloriousness? Because we have to confirm Duke Waylon's attitude. Now it seems that he will never cooperate with us. Then, when necessary, we can even unite with the glorious empire to suppress the natural alliance and eliminate the hidden danger of Duke Waylon. Hey, will the glorious empire agree to join forces with us? I know the Lord of Gloriousness. When he feels that he can no longer suppress the natural alliance, he will definitely do so. On the other side, Rosen immediately drafted a notice in the study, the name of which was a letter to the Human Race Fellows. After it was written, it was first submitted to the cabinet for discussion. The cabinet ministers were all top talents in the natural alliance. After a discussion, a consensus was easily reached. The ministers agreed that no matter what, the elves and other races must not interfere in the affairs of the human race. No matter what the glorious empire does, Waylon must stick to the bottom line. So the letter to the Human Race Fellows was sent out through various communication channels. The core content of the notice is 3. First, no matter what the situation is, no matter what crisis it faces, Waylon is a human race country, and will never join hands with any other race in any form to fight against the glorious empire, which is also a human race country. Second, if the glorious empire needs it, Waylon is willing to fight against the Holy Elf Empire with it. Third, please ask the glorious empire to respect Waylon and the Natural Alliance, and do not interfere in the internal affairs of the Natural Alliance. After seeing the announcement, the glorious envoy Irene, who was originally a little hesitant, instantly became firm. Duke Waylon really did what he said. This announcement was issued with such fanfare that Waylon would not be able to cooperate with the elves militarily in the future. She also felt the Duke's sincerity from the announcement, and the last trace of resentment in her heart disappeared without a trace. She couldn't help but sigh softly, "Oh, this man is really poisonous, but he has me obsessed." She immediately passed the content of the announcement and related information to the Queen, and then found an opportunity to go to the Duke's study again. As for what to do, it goes without saying. About 2 hours later, the content of the announcement and related information appeared on Queen Joyeau's desk. She looked at the content of the announcement quietly, and after a long silence, she sighed secretly in her heart. Duke, you are cutting off your own retreat." She knew very well that her grandfather would never accept this favor. A few days ago, the Duke announced the identity of the legendary wizard in the academy, which was regarded as a great provocation by my grandfather, and he was regarded as a person who must be killed. But then again, as a great lord who personally governs the country, Joyeau admires this young duke. This guy has a bad private morality, but he is not confused about big things, and he has extraordinary courage. It's a pity that he is an opponent. 3,000 years have passed, and the people that my grandfather swore to kill are all dead except the godly father. I just don't know if this duke can survive. Maybe he can, and I hope so. Otherwise, this world would be too boring. Joyeau thought so, and at the same time remembered the information that Irene sent to him directly through confidential channels. 10 rings? Legend? Oh, how could my grandfather allow me to master such power? Chapter 231. Although there are various thoughts in my mind, when my grandfather is awake, all important news concerning the fate of the empire must be reported in person as soon as possible. This is the iron rule set by my grandfather. So, Queen Joyeau took the letter to the human race passed by Waylon, and hurried to the shadowless palace where my grandfather lived. My grandfather has been very busy recently, busy getting familiar with his newly acquired legendary power. At this moment, he should be practicing, and there is at least half an hour before the end of the practice, so Joyeau can only wait patiently at the door of the shadowless palace. This is also the iron rule set by my grandfather. When he is practicing, no high-level magician is allowed to enter the shadowless palace. During the waiting time, Joyeau sensed some power fluctuations coming from the shadowless palace, and many thoughts surged in her heart. As far as she knows, the legendary soul is much tougher than the 10-ring soul, and it exists longer, so the grandfather, who originally had more than 50 years of wakefulness, can live another 50 years. This is 100 years of time. For an empire, this time is very long, even enough to change the world. Joyeau couldn't help thinking, Duke Waylon, who has obtained the legendary power, can inspire the power comparable to natural thunder, and kill the demons hidden in the void. How powerful is this? The scenery of the legendary realm should be the most beautiful, magnificent, and glorious scenery in the world. It would be great if I could see it with my own eyes. Originally, she absolutely had no such idea, but now someone gave her the opportunity to climb the peak of magic. Of course, she knew that there was a hidden intention of provocation, just like a cup of poisoned wine. But this cup of poisoned wine is too sweet, and it may not kill her. Of course, she doesn't have to drink this cup of poisoned wine, because there is another cup of non-toxic wine to drink. I don't know if my grandfather is willing to give me this cup of wine. My grandfather has been promoted to a legend, and as far as she knows, the secret method of helping people break through the ring wall is also in Nawat. With the resources of the glorious empire, and the good relationship with Nawat, it is not difficult to exchange the secret method of breaking the wall from Nawat. So, my grandfather is able to help her. While thinking, Juya's grandfather's voice rang in her mind. My granddaughter, what happened again that is worth your personal trip? Juya immediately said, Wei Lan has sent another important message, which is related to the Holy Elf Empire. The Lord of Glory snorted coldly. Humph, I knew those elves would go to Wei Lan for cooperation. Duke Wei Lan agreed to cooperate, right? No, grandfather, Duke Wei Lan refused. Refused? Is he stupid? Come in and tell me in person. Shuya immediately entered the magnificent and gorgeous Shadowless Palace. The Shadowless Palace is very large. As she hurried on the way, she couldn't help thinking. Duke Wei Lan is stupid. Didn't grandfather see the horror of this announcement? Duke Wei Lan did give up some opportunities because of the announcement, but it greatly improved his reputation in the Natural Alliance and even in the people of the glorious empire. It can be imagined that after this announcement spreads, even those who have prejudices against Duke Wei Lan will have to admit that he is a hero of the human race. In this era of rapid awakening of people's wisdom, this reputation is extremely important, and can even be regarded as the destiny of the human race. As long as this destiny is carried, the legitimacy of ruling the human race country can be greatly improved, and the cost of managing the country can be greatly reduced. Grandfather must be able to see that he probably just doesn't care about these things. As she thought, she crossed the spacious artificial lake, walked across a suspended bridge across the sea of flowers, and finally saw the Lord of Glory in a glass-made sky bath. He was lying lazily in the hot spring, and more than 30 beautiful girls, who were naked, were serving him attentively. But there was no desire on the face of the Lord of Glory, only a faint sense of fatigue. This was the fatigue of legendary practice, and he had experienced too much of the trivial things between men and women in his early years, and he had no interest in them. The reason why so many beautiful girls were gathered was simply to look good. He closed his eyes and asked, Juya, tell me the situation in detail. Juya told me the details of Irene's report and emphasized the content of the announcement. After repeating, she remained silent. The Lord of Glory was a little tired, his mood was not very high, and his thoughts were a little slow. After hearing these things, a trace of disdain subconsciously surged on his face. This Duke is really stupid. If he really joins hands with the elves, it will really cause me some trouble. Now he refuses and says that he wants to fight against the Elf Empire together. It's ridiculous. It's a small principality with only 30 million people. He is not worthy. Juya disagreed in her heart, but she did not comment. Because she knew that her grandfather did not like people to sing against him, especially did not like people to point him out, even if she was his granddaughter. After venting his dissatisfaction, the Lord of Light softened his tone a little. But his stupidity is still very useful. It gives us a lot of room for maneuver. Shuya, you should respond to him by saying that the Empire greatly appreciates his wisdom. The Empire agrees with his views on the issue of alien races, but we have differences with him on the matter of the Natural Alliance. After all, Wei Lan is Wei Lan, and the Natural Alliance is the Natural Alliance. The former is only a part of the latter, and the countries in the Alliance are equal. If there are kingdoms or principalities in the Alliance who are willing to make friends with the Empire, and are willing to ask for help from the Empire, then there is no reason for the Empire not to respond. This response is not much different from what Juya wanted. After all, it is a national war, and since it is a war, it is impossible to be polite, and naturally you have to find ways to win. So she nodded and said, Yes, grandfather, I will do it now. In theory, she should leave now, but she still didn't leave and said something extra. Grandfather, from Duke Wei Lan's speech at the academy, he seems to be planning to share the secrets of legend with the magic geniuses in the country. If he really shares, then there will be a large number of legendary wizards in the Principality of Wei Lan, which may pose a considerable threat to the Empire. The Lord of Glory snorted coldly. Don't listen to his lies, he is just talking. After that, he added, if he really dares to share, then it will be a problem whether he can sit firmly on the throne of the Duke. Juya asked again with a stiff face. It is obvious that Duke Wei Lan is such a fool. He just stupidly issued an announcement refusing to cooperate with the elves. What if he does it again? The Lord of Glory felt the abnormality of his granddaughter, opened his eyes, and looked at her seriously, and then said, "Do you also want to be promoted to legend?" Without waiting for Julia to answer, he closed his eyes again. "I tell you the truth, the legendary realm is far from as beautiful as imagined, and every time I practice soul burning, it is a hard job. If you practice legend, you won't have the energy to deal with state affairs. It's enough for grandfather to do this kind of hard work." After a pause, he seemed to feel that he was not convincing, and added, "You don't have to think about breaking through the 10th ring. The difference in power between the 9th ring and the 10th ring is not big, and there is no big difference in the lifespan of the soul. The 9th ring is enough for you." Julia has been in charge of the empire for 40 years. She is also a 9-ring mage. How can she not hear the perfunctory in these words? She understood as soon as she heard it that her grandfather would never let her be promoted to legend, not even the 10th ring. He didn't intend to give anyone the cup of legend. This made her feel depressed. The tempering of the mind of ruling the empire made her easily suppress the depression in her heart, making her look as calm and submissive as usual. "Yes, grandfather, I understand." The Lord of Glory was indeed very tired and didn't want to talk more. "Very good, then you can withdraw." It seemed that this was just a very ordinary conversation. But when Julia turned and left, the Lord of Light suddenly opened his eyes, and a hint of contemplation appeared in his brown-black eyes. As one of the top strongmen in the Wick continent, he did lack the specific ability to govern the country, but he was an excellent existence in perceiving people's hearts. He vaguely felt that Julia, his granddaughter, was gradually losing her awe of him. So, he also fell into contemplation. "I can still be awake for hundreds of years. If I add the time of sleeping, it won't be difficult to live for another 1,000 years. I still have a long life. If the person you rely on most has a different mind, it will be a very bad thing." Replace Julia? After careful consideration, the Lord of Glory rejected this idea. There was no one in the Glory imperial family who was more suitable for governing the empire than Julia. Of course, he would definitely have to change her in the future, but it was not the right time to do so at this critical juncture, otherwise it would definitely cause a violent shock to the empire's political situation and delay many things. After thinking it over, the Lord of Glory came up with an idea. The scale of the empire's first shadow guard must be expanded. The empire has 10 shadow guards. Among them, the first shadow guard has 20,000 people, who are directly commanded by the Lord of Glory, and only obey the Lord of Glory's orders, and are responsible for the defense of the entire Nevernight Palace. The remaining 9 shadow guards, each with 2,000 people, are distributed throughout the empire according to their functions, and are commanded by Julia. With 20,000 people against 18,000, and the convenience of commanding the palace, the Lord of Glory firmly grasped the imperial power. Julia is called the Empress, but in fact she is just his Prime Minister. Now, this Prime Minister seems a little disobedient, and the Lord of Glory feels that 20,000 shadow guards are not enough. Let's add another 10,000 people, and we have to tighten our watch on Julia. The Lord of Light thought so. On the other hand, Julia had many thoughts in her mind after leaving the Shadowless Palace. "It seems that I am just a tool of my grandfather. If she had mediocre talents, she would have no complaints even if she was a tool. But she was enlightened at the age of 7, promoted to a master at the age of 14, broke through the 6th ring at the age of 25, and reached the 9th ring at the age of 50. During this period, she basically did not rely on any external forces, but relied on her own efforts. At the age of 50, she was valued by her grandfather, and entrusted with the honorable position of the Empress of the Empire. Originally, I thought this was the supreme honor, and that my grandfather valued her greatly, but now it seems that there is value, but there must be a secret mind. That is to use the heavy imperial government affairs to slow down her practice speed, and prevent her from being promoted to the 10th ring. In the past, she was not sure whether she could be promoted to the 10th ring, so although she felt a little regretful, she had no complaints. However, after ruling the empire for 40 years, and witnessing her grandfather's various actions, she completely understood her grandfather. He is burning my life, so that he can enjoy the glory of the supreme ruler of the empire. But even if she understood it, there was no way to break the situation, because her every move was watched closely. Forget it, the legendary scenery may be beautiful, but there are beautiful scenery everywhere in the world, so there is no need to stare at one place. There is no need to let the empire fall into chaos because of my personal desires. All the dissatisfaction and unwillingness turned into a soft sigh. In the Nevernight Palace, the small waves caused by Waylon seemed to have completely subsided on the surface. But 10 days later, another elf envoy in disguise came to the Nevernight Palace. Chapter 232. The Palace of the Knightless. The Queen's Political Study. Brian Traudlands, the sixth-generation direct descendant of the upper-class Sun Elf, the Sun God Asura, am I right? In front of a group of assistant clerks and trusted maids, Zoya indifferently exposed Brian's disguise. Brian's face was calm, and he smiled slightly. It seems that your majesty knows a lot about my elves. As he spoke, he removed the hidden magic disguise, and showed his true appearance. Zoya responded expressionlessly. I know a lot about any enemy of the Empire. Does it also include Varen, your majesty? Of course it includes Varen. Then, you should know the situation of Duke Varen very well, and you should also know that this duke not only obtained the power of legend, but also made considerable achievements in the field of legend. Zoya knew the purpose of this upper-class elf very well, and she raised her hand to interrupt the other party's words. In the Battle of Gunners, because of your shameless sneak attack, our country lost 30,000 brave soldiers. I was merciful not to execute you on the spot. Don't talk nonsense to me. Just speak frankly, elf. Due to the hostile relationship between the two countries, Brian did not turn back. Your Majesty, I think this Duke Waylon is the common enemy of our two countries. Perhaps we should join forces on this matter and eliminate him. Zoya sneered. Our country will deal with Duke Waylon, but we will never join forces with the enemy. Brian immediately said, Your Majesty, I think you should carefully consider my opinion. After all, from the perspective of geopolitical situation, if the natural alliance rises, it will actually be of great benefit to our country. And your country has a powerful enemy behind it. Maybe the Duke issued a so-called announcement, but I ask you to think about it. If our army has been holding back your country's power on the Western Front, wouldn't he seize this excellent opportunity to unify the natural alliance? You know, this does not violate his announcement. After all, he did not cooperate with our country. He just seized the good opportunity of the international situation. Zoya's pair of willow eyebrows turned into sword eyebrows. Are you threatening me? No, just stating a fact, Your Majesty. Zoya smiled coldly. Mr. Brian, you probably didn't read the Duke's announcement. This extremely talented Duke said clearly, once our country's Western Front is attacked, he will never stab us in the back, but will rather form an alliance with us to fight against you elves. Wellon's power may not be strong enough, but he has many powerful new weapons. The Duke may unify the natural alliance while you are attacking, but the coalition formed by our country and the natural alliance will definitely inflict heavy damage on you on the battlefield. Even if we lose 100,000 or even 1 million soldiers, we can still bear it and recover in just 20 years. But if you elves lose 1 million people, I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover in hundreds of years, right? Brian listened quietly, his brows wrinkled subconsciously, because he knew the Queen was right. But he is not a person who gives up easily. After Zoya finished speaking, he suddenly said, Your Majesty, if the natural alliance rises, the glorious empire may not be its opponent. Zoya smiled calmly. Whether it is an opponent or not, you can't make a conclusion with your mouth. Okay, gossiping elf. Get out of here before my patience runs out. The assistant clerks in the study looked at Brian with cold eyes, and the guards at the door of the study also turned their heads and looked over, with murderous intent in their eyes. The hostility between the glorious empire and the Holy Elf Empire is not just verbal rhetoric, there is a blood debt behind it. Brian felt a huge psychological pressure, but he didn't give up yet. Your Majesty, is this the Lord of Light's opinion? My opinion is the opinion of my grandfather. I don't think so. Anger instantly appeared on Zoya's face. Guards, hang this alien who stirs up trouble. Before she finished speaking, her grandfather's words suddenly came to her mind. Don't worry, let him come to see me. Zoya was shocked. Grandfather, the elves are the real threat to the Empire, a greater threat than the natural alliance. I know, so you drive him out of the palace on the surface. Let people know that we are not cooperating with the elves, but bring him to see me privately. Zoya's hand hidden in her sleeve subconsciously clenched into a fist, but she still agreed respectfully. Yes, grandfather. She changed the order. Drive him out of the Nevernight Palace. Yes, Your Majesty. A team of guards entered the study and forcibly dragged Brian out. Brian did not resist at all, but stared at Zoya with his blue and gold eyes. As he looked, a secret smile suddenly appeared on his face. Zoya sensed this hidden smile and felt very upset. But she had to endure this annoyance and quietly ordered her trusted maid to arrange for the elf to meet her grandfather in private. About an hour later, the trusted maid came back to report, Your Majesty, the person was sent to the Shadowless Palace and is having a secret conversation with Your Majesty. The matter was clear, and there was actually nothing to talk about. It was just a matter of route choice. She chose to keep a distance from the alien race. Even if Duke Waylon took advantage of the situation to rise, she had to suppress the elves. But my grandfather seemed to have different ideas. He chose to keep a distance from the elves on the surface to deal with public opinion, and cooperate with the elves privately to gain benefits. At first glance, this doesn't seem to be a big problem. At least in the past 30 years, there was no big problem. But now the times have changed. Julia believes that in this era, if my grandfather still does this, not only will there be big problems, but he may even step into the strategic trap set by Duke Waylon. The Empire and the elves have a deep hatred, and the blood feud in the Gunners Mountains has not been avenged. Both the official and the people hate the elves very much. At this time, the two sides cooperated in private and jointly plotted to kill their own people. Once the news leaked to the people, the reputation of the glorious royal family would drop like an avalanche. If the reputation of the royal family dropped, the faith of the glorious god would definitely drop as well, and the legitimacy of the glorious royal family's rule over the empire would be shaken. Perhaps my grandfather thought that as long as the matter was kept secret and not known to others, he could escape the moral judgment of the people. But nowadays, communication is very advanced, the number of mages is unprecedented, and there are countless eyes spying in secret. The most terrifying thing is that Duke Waylon will never sit idly by. Julia is 100% sure that Duke Waylon must be keeping a close eye on them at all times. Once he finds that they have cooperated with the elves, he will definitely find ways to collect evidence and then make it public at the right time. Once this situation occurs, it will be a devastating blow to the reputation of the glorious royal family. At that time, the natural alliance will be united against the enemy, and the glorious nations will also be alienated from them. No! I can't watch my grandfather make a big mistake. Julia couldn't stay, and quickly left through the back door of the study, and ran to her grandfather's shadowless palace. The Nevernight Palace is extremely huge, and she ran for more than a quarter of an hour to reach the end of the field. When she ran to the entrance of the shadowless palace, she saw that her grandfather personally sent the elf Brian to the palace gate, and the two were still talking and laughing. Julia's eyes condensed. Grandfather is too careless. Even if this is the shadowless palace, it must be hidden. She also saw that her grandfather had a very hearty smile on his face. It has been a long time since she saw him laugh so happily, and Brian was also smiling. Soon, both sides saw each other. Julia saw that the moment her grandfather saw her, he stopped smiling, while the smile on the elf's face became even stronger, even with a hint of mockery. He seemed to be saying, "Look, you are just a housekeeper, but you want to be the master of the master? How ridiculous." Julia didn't want the elf to be too proud, so she made herself look as calm as possible. After the elf was sent away, she heard her grandfather's voice. "Julia, what are you doing in a hurry?" The voice was very cold, completely without the kindness of the past, as if talking to a stranger. Julia immediately realized that her grandfather's kindness was earned by her obedience, and once she started to contradict the lofty empire master, he would immediately forget all blood ties, and put on a cold mask of power. At this time, her best response was to continue to be respectful. But after all, Julia had been the queen who had the final say for 40 years, and her neck had become a little hard. Even in front of her grandfather, she couldn't lower her head. "Grandfather, are you going to cooperate with the elves?" "Don't worry about it, I will handle it myself." Julia looked around and saw that there was no one around, so she immediately lowered her voice and asked, "Grandfather, this is too risky. Once it is leaked, it will bring huge consequences." The face of the Lord of Light instantly sank to the bottom. "Julia, didn't you hear me clearly? Don't worry about it." "Grandfather," Julia called out in a low voice, trying to suppress the irritability in her heart. The Lord of Light stared at his granddaughter coldly. "Why, do you really think you are the master of this empire?" Julia felt a chill all over her body, and immediately lowered her head. "No, grandfather, I just want to explain my views to you." "I know your views, Brian has already told me. I will tell you clearly now that our human race can only have one master. As long as I am alive, this master must be me. If I can't be this master, then whether the human race is great or weak, it has nothing to do with me. Do you understand, my granddaughter?" "I understand, grandfather." "Very good. Continue to manage this empire for me." After saying this, the Lord of Light turned around and returned to the shadowless palace, leaving the Empress of the Empire alone at the door of the palace. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was setting, and the slightly dim sunlight reflected on the queen, casting a long shadow. The queen stopped for a long time before turning around and leaving. The moment she turned around, she lowered her eyes, her dark pupils became bottomless, and in the deepest part of her soul, an idea emerged. "The Empire's current glory is the result of my 40 years of hard work. I can't watch my grandfather destroy it all. Perhaps if I do this, Brian will smile even more proudly, and it will also be in the plan of Duke Waylon. But since my grandfather can cooperate with foreign races, why can't I ask for help from my own race? Having been in charge of the empire for 40 years, she certainly has her own absolute confidants, among whom is cousin Irene, who is far away in Waylon. At 10 o'clock that night, she conveyed her decision through a secret channel known only to her and Irene. After Irene got the news, she immediately contacted Rosen through a secret communication device. Rosen was waiting. He immediately went to meet Irene secretly, and handed a carefully crafted legendary device to Irene. Give it to Her Majesty in secret, and tell her that everything she needs to advance to legendary, including the secret method of hiding her power, is all in the magic weapon. The magic weapon is disposable and foolproof. It is designed for the specific situation of the Queen, and cannot be used by anyone other than the Queen, so he is not worried about knowledge leakage. Tell Her Majesty again that for the common interests of the human race, if she needs my help, I will do my best. Irene left with a solemn expression. Rosen watched her leave, thinking to himself, the seeds sprouted so quickly. When he buried the seeds, he knew that they would definitely sprout. It was just a matter of time. Because there can't be two tigers in one mountain. But the fact that they sprouted so quickly shows that Julia has actually been dissatisfied with the Lord of Light for a long time. But she has never been sure of resisting. I just don't know when it will bear fruit. To be honest, letting the Queen really take power is not a completely good thing. Because Queen Julia is a truly ambitious person. After she takes the throne, the Natural Alliance will definitely have a very tough opponent in the future. But a tough opponent is much stronger than an opponent with no bottom line. Now, I will wait for the day of the result. Well, I can almost go to see the Godly Father. This old opponent of the Lord of Glory should also come out again, so that the Lord of Glory will not keep staring at him. Chapter 233. On the border between the Kingdom of Kao and the Kingdom of Aaron, there is a very steep mountain range called the Eamon Mountains. The mountain range runs north-south, and is nearly 3,000 kilometers long. It extends from the Natural Alliance all the way into the glorious Empire. It is one of the highest and longest mountain ranges in the Wick continent. In the mountain range, there are mountains upon mountains, and strange peaks are everywhere, and it is sparsely populated. On this day, 2 horseback travelers appeared on a narrow mountain path. It was none other than Rosen and Mother Nature Zigralana. The reason was also very simple, that is, to find the sleeping place of the Godly Father. Lana, this place is really remote. Zigralana raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her cheek. When you are asleep, you are most vulnerable. Only in a place like this can you sleep safely. Now she is already a 9-ring mage. Of course, she did not break through by herself, but with the help of Rosen. After a pause, she explained, in fact, even I can't accurately locate the place where my grandfather is sleeping. I only know a rough area. Rosen understood a little. Even the closest relatives can't really rest assured? Zigralana showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. Yes, the eternity of time can wear away all mortal emotions. The love between husband and wife, the affection between father and son, can't be a real guarantee. Speaking of this, she turned her head and looked at Rosen. Maybe I have seen too many worldly emotions, so I am always a little worried. What are you worried about? I'm worried that we will become enemies in the future. Rosen is not sure about this. If he said more than 10 years, or even 20 or 30 years, he would dare to promise it. The high-level wizard has a lifespan of hundreds of years. Who knows what will happen 100 years later? On Earth, 100 years ago, wooden sailboats were floating on the sea, and 100 years later, people could be sent into space. After thinking for a while, he said, we can't just stop living our lives now, because of future changes, right? Let's leave the troubles of the future to us in the future. Zigralana felt relieved and nodded in agreement. That's right. At this time, the two of them crossed a dangerous canyon similar to the one-line sky and entered a fairly spacious mountain basin. The basin was lush with vegetation, flocks of birds and beasts, and extremely rich. Standing at the entrance of the basin, Zigralana closed her eyes and quickly drew a seal with her hands on her chest. As the spell was running, strands of light emanated from her body, turning into countless emerald green rays, quickly passing through the valley vegetation. After 10 minutes, Zigralana said, okay, I've told Grandfather about our arrival. Next, we find a place to wait patiently. Grandfather will come to see us in 3 days at most. Rosen sighed in his heart. This is really cautious. Then wait. The two found a dry cave to shelter from the wind and rain, lit a bonfire in the wild, and began to wait patiently for the arrival of the Godly Father. Of course, It was not a vain wait. After untying the luggage from the horse's back and setting up 2 simple beddings, Rosen used the transfiguration to create a simple table and chair in the cave, and put snacks and water on the table. Then, the two began to discuss the details of the doctrine of natural Protestantism. This matter is very tedious, involving clauses from all aspects of society. It is also very important. Every doctrine will be related to the future of the natural alliance. The two of them focused on the discussion, and soon forgot the passage of time. Time passed quickly, and it was the afternoon of the 3rd day. Zigorlana was a little tired from sitting, stretched her back and commented, "No matter what, theocracy and political power will always have some conflicts. I think that with the current doctrine, theocracy's interference in the political power is still too great." To Rosen's surprise, this genuine mother of nature was actually a radical reformer who wanted to shrink theocracy as much as possible, or even eliminate it completely. But it was understandable, because one of her original purposes for reforming the natural religion was to make the voice in her head quieter. Rosen had a different opinion. "I think it's a little too small now. After all, we have to rely on folk beliefs to fight against demons. If theocracy is too weak, the public's perception will be weak. This reason is very sufficient, and Zigorlana agrees, but she is a little worried. But the voice in your head is still very annoying. You have been wearing your real name ring, so you must be very uncomfortable, right?" "It's okay, I'm used to it." Zigorlana was moved and ashamed just because Rosen was comforting people. After all, this pain should have been borne by her. "Do you think there is a way to completely transfer this voice to the faith puppet?" "I'm afraid it's difficult, because the power of faith is firmly bound to the name of Mother Nature Zigorlana, unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless the natural religion establishes a new god and transfers the priesthood of Mother Nature to the new god, then you will be completely free from the shackles." Zigorlana's eyes lit up. "Hey, this sounds like a good idea." Before he finished speaking, an angry old voice suddenly came from the cave entrance. "What a fart!" Upon hearing this voice, Zigorlana's face suddenly turned pale, and she hurriedly stood up and stretched out her hand to pull Rosen up. "Grandfather is here." With the sound of footsteps, an old man with white hair and beard, but his hair and beard were all standing, his eyes were wide open, and he was tall and straight, like a charging general, strode into the cave. It was the founder of the natural religion, the mighty father Otar Gunther. Rosen did not dare to underestimate this famous mighty father, and immediately stood up to greet him. When he got closer, he saw that there was a long and deep scar on the old man's cheek, which went from the right corner of his forehead to the left chin, almost splitting his head in half. Although he had recovered, he still looked very creepy. Walking into the cave, the old man sat down on the 3rd empty chair and stared at Rosen. "Do you know who left the scar on my face?" Rosen smiled awkwardly. "It should be left by my ancestors." "Humph!" The old man slapped the deformed stone table hard. "More than 3,000 years ago, you iron dragons were against me. More than 3,000 years later, a descendant emerged, not only coveting my granddaughter, but also trying to seize my natural alliance. I am really angry." Zigorlana immediately said, "Grandfather, this has been more than 3,000 years. Why do you remember it so clearly?" The old man glared at her angrily. "It's 3,000 years for you, but less than 500 years for me." After saying this, he took a deep breath and exhaled a long breath, as if he wanted to spit out the anger in his chest. He took several deep breaths in a row, and couldn't help coughing, which caused Zigorlana to rush forward and stroke his back to relieve his breath. After a while, the old man recovered and waved his hand gently. Forget it. Let's not talk about the past." "I wanted to talk about it, but I didn't have the energy to do so." He turned and glared at Rosen. "Tell me, what is your purpose?" Rosen had already organized his words, and he first introduced the current world situation. When he talked about the Lord of Light coming to trouble the natural alliance, the old god of power exploded again. "Misai, this despicable villain, is still alive and kicking, which really makes me angry." He slapped the table, and had the urge to kill his way to the Nevernight Palace overnight. Rosen secretly looked at Zigorlana with surprise. This temper is too violent. He could feel that although the soul of God of Power still maintained the strength of the 9 rings, it was already very chaotic and could collapse at any time. This is a real old age. It is not surprising that he will die in the next moment, but his temper is still so hot. When he was young, he was probably a powder keg, the kind that would explode at any time. No wonder he is called the Godly Father. Zigorlana looked helpless and embarrassed. The old man continued, "Okay, go on." Rosen continued to talk until he talked about the establishment of the natural empire, and planned to marry Zigorlana as the queen. The Godly Father was dissatisfied again. Why can't my granddaughter be the queen, and you be the assistant minister? Ziggerlana couldn't help but shout, Grandfather, please forgive me. I can't manage such a big empire. Seeing her like this, the godly father sighed. My descendants are incompetent. Raised his hand to signal Rosen to continue. Then Rosen said, I have promoted to the 11th ring and gained some knowledge, which can help you promote to the 10th ring, while increasing your strength and greatly improving your lifespan. After a pause, he said, in fact, if you want, with your talent, it is not difficult to be promoted to legend. Then your waking lifespan should be increased by more than 100 years. The godly father's eyelids jumped violently. Really? Rosen looked at Ziggerlana. Look at your granddaughter. She is now at the 9th ring of magic power, and I helped her improve it. Ziggerlana also said, Grandfather, the magic of this era has greatly developed, and countless incredible magic achievements have appeared. Rosen's magic achievement has also reached an unimaginable height. Not only me, he has also successfully helped many mages break through the ring wall. And in order to help you, Grandfather, to be promoted safely, he has also specially done experiments for a long time. The godly father believed most of it. After all, he was dying, and there was nothing for people to plot against. But it still felt incredible. Young man, aren't you afraid that after I become a legend, I will regain control of the Natural Alliance and specifically oppose you? Rosen shook his head and said, No. Well, you are very confident, much more confident than your ancestors. But you probably don't know that I can fight against the Lord of Light with the power of the 9th ring, not by luck. If I become a legend, you may not be my opponent. Rosen was also very curious about this. After thinking for a while, he said, Old man, I am not sure if I am your opponent, but I will show you a powerful move now. If you feel that you can use it, or can block it, then in the natural empire in the near future, Lana will be the queen, and I will be the queen's husband. The mighty father was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha, interesting, you are such a straightforward guy, ha. After laughing, he said seriously, I can see that you have made a lot of preparations. Then let me see your ability. Ziggerlana was a little worried. Rosen, don't joke, I don't want to worry about this trouble. Managing a new era empire with more than 600 million people, competing with the glorious empire, the Holy Elf Empire, and even the Demon Kingdom across the sea, this is no joke. She asked herself if she could do it, and her scalp tingled just thinking about it. The mighty father felt that his granddaughter was not doing well, and shouted angrily, Nana, this is a matter between us men, don't speak. Ziggerlana had a natural fear of her grandfather, so she could only remain silent. Rosen smiled faintly. Old man, then you just watch. As he spoke, he raised his hand up, consuming about 50 Rosen's legendary mana, and lifted the ground 100 meters in front of him, turning it into a 30-meter thick, 30-meter high, and 50-meter long earthen cuboid. Because this spell was not violent, it did not damage the legendary crystal. The godly father was shocked, and his open beard trembled. What a strong mana. This spell was so powerful that it didn't seem like a force that a mortal could use. Rosen smiled secretly. Of course it is strong, the legendary crystal I carry with me has 500 Rosen's mana stored in it. He pointed to the thick pile of earth and said, Old man, next, I will use a spell to penetrate this pile of earth. The godly father looked at the pile of earth with a look of disbelief. Can you penetrate it for me to see? Rosen handed over an ice amulet first. Wear this to avoid being hurt by the aftermath of the spell. It's strange that the aftermath of the spell can hurt me. Although he was so stubborn, he still took the amulet honestly. Rosen walked to the entrance of the cave, raised his hand and pointed at the pile of earth, and said in his heart, Lifu, consume a flawless crystal of 100 Rosens, focus the waves, and cast arcane rays. Before the thought fell, the other two people present felt a surge of mana flash by, and a violent wave of power spread violently with Rosen's body as the center. This is the 99 Rosen mana that was scattered after the legendary crystal was broken. After the mana was scattered, it immediately decayed into various energies. Because it was chaotic and disorganized, the strength was not high. The strength was less than 10 rings 1 meter away. But even so, it burned the cave wall red, and a pile of lava hung down like a melting candle. But there was still 1 Rosen's mana, which was focused into 12 legendary mana, and then turned into an extremely condensed arcane ray. I saw a purple-black ray as thick as an arm rushing out of Rosen's finger. The texture of the ray was as condensed as metal. After rushing out 50 meters, it passed through the huge mound. It was not over after passing through. It continued to pass through the mountains and forests, and after passing out 200 meters, it hit the mountain wall, and then left a bottomless hole on the mountain wall. The eyes of the godly father widened. He ignored his old body, and quickly ran to the mound to check. As a result, he found that from the mound, he could vaguely see the light on the other side. He raised his hand to touch the walls of the cave entrance. They were as smooth as a mirror, but only slightly hot. He ran to the mountain wall 200 meters away, and checked the hole on the stone wall. It was the same situation. He checked the depth of the hole, and found that it was as deep as 5 meters. After returning to Rosen again, this strong man who had been in the Wick continent for thousands of years did not speak, but just stared at Rosen. Rosen smiled and said, "Old man, can you block it?" "I can't block it." The godly father cursed and asked, "Even a legendary wizard can't master such power, because the body of a mortal can't bear such power at all. You must have some artifact hidden on you." "Artifact?" Rosen was a little surprised. The godly father nodded, raised his hand to show his wrist, showing a simple bracelet. "Look at this bracelet of mine. It's called the Bracelet of Rejuvenation. I picked it up by accident. It has 2 functions. One is to help me condense the natural power of legendary 3 strength. The other is extremely powerful, almost like rebirth. If it weren't for this thing, I would have been beaten to death by your ancestors 3,000 years ago." Rosen was surprised. Is this something that can be picked up? He was not surprised that the other party knew the legendary power classification. After all, he had lived for so many years and his knowledge must be extraordinary. He was surprised where he got such a powerful legendary magic weapon. The God of Might shrugged. Well, it was actually dug out from an ancient tomb, and the owner of the tomb was the son of Dritten. Yes, it's the missing Lord of Truth Dritten. This bracelet is the artifact made by Dritten. According to your new saying, it should be called a legendary magic weapon. Rosen completely understood why the God of Might was so fierce. With this legendary magic weapon protecting the body, and being able to drive the legendary power, in the Dritten plane without legendary power, it is just like turning on the invincible. Can it always work? How is it possible? If it can always work, I would have killed that bastard Misai long ago. He added, half an hour at a time, and you have to wait 10 days after using up half an hour. That is, 10 days of cowardice in exchange for half an hour of real manliness. Rosen completely understood. Godly father sighed. Times are different, and the ancient artifacts are not working well. The strength of the spell you just cast should exceed the legendary 10, right? Rosen nodded. More than. TSK, you are really amazing, young man. I am afraid that even if the Lord of Truth Dritten returns, he will be killed by you on the spot. This made Rosen move. Will Dritten come back? I don't know, but he should not be dead. After a pause, Godly Father said another piece of news. The upper elves of the Holy Elf Empire are actually the bloodline of the son of Dritten. And in the prophecy of the elves, Father God Dritten will eventually return. Rosen was very interested. Oh, this is really interesting. The Godly Father shook his head again and again. Interesting? Not interesting at all. Those elves, especially the upper elves, have their eyes on the top of their heads. And the Lord of Truth Dritten is 10 times more arrogant than the upper elves. As he said, he took off the rejuvenation bracelet and handed it to Rosen. I know you new era mages like to study the principles of magic. You can take it. Study it. If you can, make a new one that is more useful, and give it to me. As for the natural empire, since you have such a good ability, just follow the plan of you young people. I don't want to bother with this troublesome matter. I will cooperate where I am needed. But don't bother me all the time. I am old and like quiet. Oh, there is one more thing. The old bastard Misai must be left to me. I must kill him with my own hands. After saying this, he looked at Ziggerlana again. The more he looked, the more disappointed he became. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh. Alas, my granddaughter was spoiled by my useless son. She is far inferior to Misai's granddaughter. You two should quickly make great-grandchildren for me. Make a few more. I want to pick a good child to train myself. Chapter 234. In a blink of an eye, more than 3 months have passed since Duke Waylon announced the identity of the legendary wizard. Meta Shilin City. For some reason, the Lord of Light, Misai, has always felt something was wrong recently, as if a faint dark cloud was shrouding his heart. This is the unique premonition of danger of powerful wizards, and the stronger they are, the more sensitive they are. As a Lord of Light, who has lived for more than 3,000 years and experienced many crises, he naturally dare not underestimate it. He sent out shadow guards to carefully eliminate every potential danger in the palace, especially focusing on his granddaughter Juya's every move. But the results showed that Juya's life trajectory was exactly the same as in the past, and she had been conscientiously handling government affairs. Misai was still worried, and observed carefully with the legendary eye. After observing for several days in a row, he did not find anything abnormal. It seems that the danger does not come from Shuya, so where will it come from? When there is no clue, every wizard will use a spell similar to comfort, that is, fate divination. Misai divined again and again. The results showed that he would most likely encounter a strong enemy. But where was the strong enemy? What was his identity? He still didn't know. This made the dark clouds in his heart thicker, so he began to practice desperately, hoping to gain more powerful strength. But the energy of ordinary people is limited, and the body's endurance is also limited. No matter how much practice, the improvement speed is still very slow. Half a year has passed since he was promoted to legend, and Misai's legend level is only 1.8. On this day, when he was practicing again close to the limit, Misai suddenly felt that there was an abnormal fluctuation in the nearby magic ring. The intensity is very high. It must be caused by legendary magic power, and it is not far away. Is it a legendary wizard invading? Misa was shocked and immediately wanted to investigate carefully. Before he took action, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Misa, you old bastard, do you remember who I am? Misa felt that his whole body was shocked. How could he not remember this voice? He had been dealing with the owner of this voice for almost 3,000 years. He didn't know how many good things he had been ruined by the other party, and he didn't know how many good things he had ruined for the other party. Once, he took advantage of the other party's battle with the Iron Dragon and attacked him by surprise, and almost killed him, but this guy was able to come back to life. This old guy's life is even tougher than a rat in a sewer. Although he was shocked, he had to keep his face. Gunther, I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect you to be still alive. When saying this, Misa felt relieved. I wonder what happened recently. It turns out that this old guy is causing trouble for me. When he understood the source of the dark cloud, he secretly gritted his teeth. This old guy was promoted to legendary, and he can't die now. After a little thought, he knew why the other party was promoted to legendary. It must be Duke Weilun's doing. The voice of the old opponent came to his mind again. I am outside your turtle shell now. Do you dare to come out and see me? After that, he immediately added, I bet you, a coward dare not. So I plan to take a good walk in your city, preach by the way, and show some miracles. I will let these mortals know that the Lord of Light they believe in is a softa, allowing the old opponent to preach in his city, and dare not show his head, he. The other party did not hide anything. Through the unique void perspective of the legendary wizard, Misai could see the other party's position. It was indeed outside the palace wall of the Nevernight Palace, and the straight-line distance from him was no more than 3 kilometers. What shocked him even more was that the legendary level of this old man was higher than his. Although it was not much higher, it was higher than his. A flame composed of anger, jealousy, and shock rushed straight to Misai's head, so that his hair was almost standing up. If it were anyone else, he would not lose his composure like this, but this old opponent in front of him could not. The grudge between the two of them was too deep. He remembered that 2,800 years ago, this old man robbed the woman he once loved the most. It would be fine if he robbed her, but he also held a ceremony every year to show his love, and it lasted for a full 100 years. During those 100 years, he felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly every year, until he found an opportunity to catch that woman and trampled her to death in front of the old man, and then he let out a little bit of anger. But he did not lose his mind. Gunther, you are looking for death. As he spoke, he sent a message to the leader of the 1st Regiment of the Shadow Guard. Send 1,000 people out, bring the best equipment, and capture the person for me. Although the legend is strong, it is limited to single combat. In a head-on confrontation, 1,000 Shadow Guards equipped with high-powered rapid-fire muskets are enough to easily kill the opponent. I will point out his position at any time. Yes, master. Immediately, 1,000 elite Shadow Guards left the Nevernight Palace. Gunther's voice sounded again in the Lord of Light's mind. Mice, after so many years, you still like to be a tortoise, which is really a pity. Since you don't dare to come, I will go to nearby Nagsalin and have some fun with your hounds. Trust me, I will kill them all. As the voice sounded, Misai saw the other party quickly going away, much faster than the Shadow Guard warriors. And Nagsalin is about 200 kilometers away from Medacilin. It is the largest seaport city in the Glorious Empire, and the largest outlet to the Storm Ocean. The key is that 200 kilometers is too far, far beyond his legendary vision, so naturally he can't guide the actions of the Shadow Guard. Without his guidance, the Shadow Guard became blind. As long as the other party has enough patience, it can indeed cause great trouble to the Shadow Guard Corps, or even annihilate it. Of course, he can leave the palace and chase all the way to Nagsalin, but the Natural Alliance has more than one legendary wizard. If Duke Waylon ambushed and attacked halfway, he would most likely be finished. So, he must not leave the palace. But if he didn't leave the palace, he couldn't stop Otar Gunther from wreaking havoc or even preaching in other cities of the empire. Although it was impossible for him to cause major damage to the empire with his own strength, Misai felt choked up when he thought of this old man making trouble in his own country. He wanted to catch this old man and skin him alive. For the first time, the Lord of Light really felt that he needed a helper with legendary power. But such a legendary strongman would never be willing to work for him, and with his current legendary magic power, he couldn't control the other party. Although he was upset, he naturally wouldn't forget to fight back. Gunther, I didn't expect that you, an old guy, would degenerate and become a thug for a kid like Duke Waylon. Misai, that's a child, but he's also my grandson-in-law. He also spent a lot of effort to help me get promoted to legendary, allowing me to live more than 100 years longer. As an elder, it's my duty to do something for the children. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that my granddaughter Zigralana is also a 9-ring wizard, and will be promoted to 10th ring in the future, and even become a legend, which is better than your granddaughter. The Lord of Light became more and more depressed as he listened, and saw that Otargunther's mana fluctuations were getting farther and farther away, and were about to leave his perception range. He was getting more and more annoyed. Huh, Gunther, that kid is the descendant of the Iron Dragon. Are you really willing to give him the alliance you fought for? What's there to be unwilling about? There are only so many trivial things in the world, and I've experienced everything I should have experienced. I'm tired of it a long time ago. Besides, he is my granddaughter's husband, so at least half of the natural alliance is still mine. But you are still the same as before, you are so old, and your descendants have grown up, but you still want to take all the good things. I bet you will die miserably in the end. Misa didn't listen to these words at all. He only thought about how to sow discord. That guy's words are not credible at all. His ambition is much greater than yours and mine. Your natural alliance is just a stepping stone for him to climb up. Once he completely controls the natural alliance, he will definitely kick you away. Othar Gunther laughed. Misai, stop provoking me. I know all the bad ideas in your mind. Okay, I'm going to Nagzalan to preach, and not just Nagzalan. I go to every big city, haha. As he spoke, Otar Gunther left the perception limit of the Lord of Light. Looking at its direction, it was indeed the direction of Nagzalan. But he was free, and could go to any major city in the empire. When Misai thought that his 1,000-year-old rival would continue to cause trouble in his country in the next period of time, he felt as sick as if he had swallowed a fly. Of course, he was not completely helpless. The Eye of Lupita, yes, I have to speed up the creation of the Eye of Lupita, and then distribute it to various parts of the empire to reduce the activity space of this old thing. The Eye of Lupita is a legendary detection artifact he obtained in his early years. A single artifact is not very useful, but if it is assisted by the legendary crystal, it can allow ordinary mages to have some legendary vision. Although the perception is not as accurate as his, it is enough to perceive the approximate location of the legendary mage. The most frightening thing about the legendary mage is the powerful hiding ability. Once it can no longer hide, the threat is greatly reduced. As for the legendary crystal, the Glorious Empire has also found a synthesis method. Although the cost is very high, the quality of the final product is far inferior to the crystal given by Nawat. But it can be used after all. Thinking of this, the Lord of Gloriousness immediately contacted his granddaughter Zhuya. Come to my side, right away. A quarter of an hour later, granddaughter Zhuya arrived, as fast as before. The Lord of Gloriousness handed over a refining book. Give this to the refining department, and let them start large-scale mass production as soon as possible. Zhuya nodded respectfully as usual. Yes, grandfather, I will start mass production as soon as possible. She took the refining book and prepared to leave. By the way, the synthesis of legendary crystals needs to be accelerated. There are too few finished products now. The number should be as large as possible, the more the better. Yes, grandfather, we are already trying to expand the production capacity and improve the synthesis quality. It is expected that the output will be able to increase to 10 kilograms a day in another year. Very good. The Lord of Light suddenly had an idea in his mind. Maybe I should let this granddaughter be my assistant. But this idea flashed and disappeared. This granddaughter is very capable. She is currently in charge of most of the Empire's political affairs. If she becomes a legendary mage, I will definitely not be able to suppress her. Grandfather, is there anything else? Nothing, Hugo. After Zhuya left, the Lord of Light suddenly felt a little worried. There are still too few high-level mages in the Empire. Zhuya is the only one who has the possibility of being promoted to a legendary in a short period of time. The bad news is that the Natural Alliance has 2 legendary mages, which has put him in an extremely passive situation, and in the future, the opponent's legendary mages will definitely increase. The good news is that in a short period of time, the Natural Alliance should not have a 3rd legendary mage. The number of high-level mages in the Natural Alliance is also limited, and the legendary realm is not something that can be reached just by wanting to. Even if a legendary mage can promote a person to the 10th ring, there is still a huge threshold from the 10th ring to the legendary. If you don't have enough talent, you will be stuck in the 10th ring forever. But 2 against 1, Misai feels very passive after all. What should I do? After thinking about it, the Lord of Light really thought of a way. Maybe I can go to Nawut to find help. There are many 10th ring mages in Nawut. At least 40 or 50 of them have the talent to be promoted to legendary. Spend some money to hire 2 or 3, use the legendary crystal to help them promote to legendary, and they will become your perfect thugs. Because these Nawut mages are visitors from other planes, and have no roots in the Wick continent, there is no need to worry about them threatening his position. Moreover, they can be hired in rotation to prevent them from staying in the Wick continent for too long and building a foundation. The most important thing is that the Nawut mages have never seen the world, and they can be confused by a little luxury. Haha, this is a great idea. The Lord of Light was relieved of his worries, and couldn't help laughing. On the other side, after returning to her palace, Queen Jueyao was greatly relieved. Fortunately, I have the help of the godly father, otherwise my grandfather would have discovered it just now. Just now, she successfully broke through to the 11th ring, promoted to legend, and obtained the mana of legend 1.2. Based on her understanding of her grandfather, once he was discovered, the other party would definitely kill her without mercy. But since he was not discovered, the victory basically belongs to her. After calming down, Jueyao secretly touched the legendary magic weapon hidden in her dress. There are 2 magic weapons, both sent by Duke Weilon, which are carefully locked with magic. They can only be used and are difficult to imitate. But the function is really powerful. One is called the Void Ring by the Duke, which can quickly absorb mana from the 11 rings silently. A top-quality legendary crystal can store more than 80 times the mana. The effect of the Void Ring is amazing, but it is a consumable. It will break after absorbing 500 times the mana. What shocked Jueyao the most was the legendary crystal. The Duke is worthy of being the inventor of the legendary crystal. The quality of this crystal is so high that it doesn't seem real. For the same volume of legendary crystal, Weilon crystal has a mana capacity of 20 times that of the Imperial crystal, and can even perform legendary focus on mana to obtain +2 legendary effect. With the assistance of these 2 powerful magic weapons, even if she does not have the power of faith of her grandfather as a supplement, it is enough to greatly surpass her grandfather in legendary power. The only difference is probably the understanding of the power of legends. This is her disadvantage, but it is not a big problem. In the Nevernight Palace, I hide in the dark, and my grandfather is in the light. Now is the best time for me to seize power. Jueyao has always been a decisive person. Once she makes a decision, she will never hesitate. At this moment, she has also successfully promoted to legend. In fact, she has completely broken with her grandfather, and there is no room for retreat. So, the only way is to move forward. Chapter 235. Aaron. Lions 2 City on the Arance Plain, north of the giant fortress, west of the Eamon Mountains. As the name suggests, this is an extremely important military town, and its purpose is to defend against the invasion of the glorious empire on Aaron. Recently, a terrible rumor has emerged in the city. It is said that King Danger is very afraid of the rising Duke of Weilon, and in order to fight against the Duke, he wants to open the giant fortress and lead the glorious legion into Aaron. The rumor is rich in details, and the topic is extremely sensitive, so it's spread throughout the Lions 2 City. Aaron's most elite Lion 1st Legion is stationed in Lions 2 City, with a total of 100,000 people. Not to mention the quality, the number alone accounts for more than half of Aaron's army. The nominal supreme commander of the Legion is naturally King Danger, but in fact it is led by the 5 great commanders. Naturally, the 5 great commanders are all named Danger, and are members of the royal family. The rumor was not only spread among the people, but also reached their ears. So, the 5 Legion commanders held a secret meeting in Lion Fong Castle. Among the 5 commanders, the one with the highest rank and the most prestige was Yasing Danger. His rank was Marshal, the commander of the 1st Legion, and also the cousin of the current King Danger, 61 years old, a 4th ring mage. He asked angrily, "Have you found out who is spreading this news?" Immediately, a deputy Legion commander replied, "I have been checking and caught some marginal small characters. They all said that a mysterious person paid them to spread the news, but they don't know the other party's identity. This man was probably in his early 40s, the cousin of King Danger, named Willett Danger, who currently has 5 rings of fighting spirit and is the strongest warrior of the Danger family. After saying this, a trace of anger appeared on his face. No matter who spread the news, this news is at least 70% true. He clenched his right hand into a fist and waved it vigorously. From the secret letter sent from Lion Castle, Silent may really intend to join forces with the bastards opposite the fortress. Selene is the name of King Danger. In such internal family meetings, there is not much respect for the king, and it is common to call him by his name. Marshal Yasin glared at him. Don't talk nonsense about things that have not been determined yet. At this time, another deputy legion commander spoke up, but it was another cousin of King Danger, named Femi Danger. He was originally a senior mage, and because Duke Waylon made his practice experience public, he was promoted to the 4th ring. He said loudly, "Uncle, there are no outsiders here. If you have any ideas, you should say them out. Why hide them in your stomach?" After saying this, he directly expressed his own opinion. In my opinion, Silent is not a qualified king now. In the past year or so, military expenditure has dropped by 30%, and the supply of weapons and equipment is not sufficient. There is no one around him who really does things. All of them are flattering lackeys. That's fine. The strongest wizards in the Natural Alliance shared their magic experience, but he insisted on stopping the domestic wizards from listening. Now that the Duke has made the legendary knowledge public again, it is a good thing, but he is not happy, and even wants to join forces with the glorious empire to make trouble. He is simply a madman. Seeing that Yasin was about to speak to stop him again, Femi immediately said, "Uncle, just let me finish, otherwise I will be unhappy." Yasin opened his mouth, but finally did not speak. Because he is also a mage, he also has a great desire for higher magic knowledge. Because high-level mages can live many more years. So, he also thinks that the king is not doing a good job. Femi continued, "If you ask me, you should admit that you are powerful, and if you really can't compare, you should admit defeat. Duke Waylon is powerful, this is a fact recognized by the whole continent. He is not only powerful, but also very humble, and willing to share the most valuable magic knowledge. In my opinion, if the current momentum continues, the Principality of Waylon will soon be able to easily defeat our Aaron." This made the other 4 people a little dissatisfied. 5-ring warrior Willett angrily said, "Femi, do you hope that Aaron will be defeated by Waylon?" Femi shook his head. "I am not hoping, but stating a fact. I also want to say that even if Aaron is defeated by Waylon, the situation will definitely not be worse than it is now, and may even be better. Because Waylon now has plenty of money, and will never default on military expenses." Yasin said, "Femi, are you dreaming? If Aaron loses, the best outcome for us is to go home and retire. It would be better to open the giant fortress and let the glorious empire conquer it." As soon as these words came out, the 4 commanders were all silent. Femi sneered, "Uncles, brothers, if Silent really wants to open the giant fortress, do you think we can still be the commander? Silent will definitely replace us at the first opportunity. He will replace, or even kill a large group of heroes who are unwilling to follow orders, and then replace us with his lackeys. Even if he doesn't replace us, when the glorious legion enters the Aaron's plane and controls the key fortress, our fate will definitely not be good." At this point, he looked around at everyone. Each of us has the blood of the glorious legion on our hands. This is absolutely true, and the 4 commanders all turned pale. They control a large army, have been stationed in the giant fortress for many years, and often fight with the glorious legion. Although there is no major war, small conflicts and frictions occur from time to time, and dozens or hundreds of people die frequently. The hatred accumulated over the years is very deep, and only blood can pay it back. So, if the king wants to open the giant fortress, they cannot obey the order, whether for their own lives or the blood feud of their trusted subordinates. Marshal Yasin said coldly, "Femi, Silent will not do such a crazy thing, he dare not do it." Before he finished speaking, Willett on the side snorted coldly. He did such a crazy thing in the Black Knife Night, what else would he not dare to do? As soon as this was said, the commanders fell silent again. After a long time, Femi spoke, "Uncle Yasin, you are our elder. At this critical moment, you have to stand up and say something. What if that madman really wants to open the giant fortress? What should we do?" Yasin tightly grasped the hilt of the command sword at his waist. His knuckles turned blue and white, but he didn't speak for a long time. "Marshal, say something," Willett also urged. Finally, Yasin let out a long breath, and said what everyone had been holding in their hearts and dared not say. Anything else can be discussed, but the giant fortress must not be opened. If Silent dares to make such a mess, we will change the king. The surname Danger is not the only one, everyone present has the surname Danger. However, the king said this easily, but the question is, who will be the new king? After becoming the new king, how can he deal with all the troubles in Aaron's country? These problems cannot be avoided and must be solved. Willett directly asked, who will be the king? You, uncle? Yasin was moved, but immediately refused. No, I can't be the king. He knew his ability. He could lead troops to fight, but not govern. If it was a peaceful time, he would be the king, but at this juncture, being the king is not a good job. If you are not capable enough, it is easy to drink poisoned wine or be stabbed to death while sleeping. In short, there will be no good end. Willett immediately said, then I will be the king? Before he finished speaking, Femi sneered, Willett, you are a warrior, do you know magic? Willett was speechless. He didn't understand, and he didn't even have magic power. He was very happy when he said it, but he felt guilty when asked by Femi. Femi looked at the remaining two commanders. What about you? What do you think? The remaining two also shook their heads and said that they were not qualified. Willett just thought that Femi wanted to be the king, and he was immediately jealous. Femi, you are just a fourth-ring mage. Now there are fourth-ring mages everywhere, and you are not qualified. Femi spread his hands. I didn't say I was qualified. He looked around at everyone and said seriously, if you ask me, no one in our Danger family is qualified to be king. This is a bit inexplicable. The king is not selected from the members of the Danger family, so is he going to choose an outsider? Femi then revealed the answer. What I want to say is that it is better to let Aaron and Waylon merge into one, and let Duke Waylon be the king of Aaron. This was thrown into the crowd like a bomb, making the remaining four people dizzy. Marshal Yasin said without hesitation, this is impossible. Willett even growled, are you crazy? Femi, are you still asleep? I suspect you secretly accepted the benefits of Duke Waylon. Femi listened to the doubts of the crowd, and waited for the four people to calm down a little before he spoke. Don't worry, everyone, listen to my opinion. First of all, Duke Waylon is a legendary wizard who possesses the power of a god. It is no problem to say that he is a god on earth. Such a strong man is fully capable of assassinating any king of the Natural Alliance, but he did not do so. It is definitely not that he can't think of this, but because of his kindness and foresight. This is correct, and everyone agrees. The legendary wizard's magic power, which is comparable to the thunder of nature, has spread throughout the Natural Alliance. No one has the confidence to confront Duke Waylon head-on. Even ordinary people who don't understand magic can feel the great power of the legendary wizard. In an era when 5 rings are called sages and 6 rings are called Dharma saints, a sudden 11-ring existence must be extremely powerful. Femi continued, based on the current situation, in the foreseeable future, Waylon will definitely become the richest and most advanced country in the entire Natural Alliance. Legendary wizards can live for a long, long time, much longer than you and me. As long as he keeps moving towards a goal, he will always succeed. And now everyone can see that Duke Waylon wants to unify the entire Natural Alliance. I assert that no one can stop him. 3 of the 4 commanders still had nothing to say, and Willett was a little unwilling. The Glorious Empire will definitely do its best to stop it. Femi immediately glared at him. The Glorious Empire will indeed do this, but should we learn from Silent and prefer to let the enemy rule Aaron rather than let the Duke, who is also a member of the Alliance, rule? Willett spread his hands. Then it is naturally better for the Duke to rule. The Empire is an enemy, but Duke Waylon is half a relative, and he can still distinguish between the inside and the outside. Femi continued, Third, since the Natural Alliance must always be unified, and everyone has seen the Duke's character, he is cruel and ruthless to his enemies, but very generous to his allies. The nobles of the northern county of Waylon are living a comfortable life. Now, the Glorious Empire will definitely try every means to suppress the Duke. This is the most difficult time for the Duke. If we are the first to stand up and publicly support the Duke's reward will definitely satisfy us. The last sentence moved the 4 people present. Marshal Yasin understood a little. Femi, tell me, why do you come to lobby for the Duke? Femi could feel the change in everyone's mind, and knew that he had actually convinced them. He smiled faintly. I brought someone everyone knows. After speaking, he clapped his hands. Then, a mysterious man in a cloak entered the secret room. After entering the secret room, the old man lifted the heavy cloak and looked up at everyone. Everyone recognized him immediately. Sanchester! Willett shouted, aren't you dead? Yasmin said immediately, "You seem to be much younger." Sanchester smiled faintly. "I was indeed dead in the past, killed by King Sallant. Now I am no longer the king's counselor. I serve the Duke and work for Aaron's fate." The Duke promised that as long as the king abdicated and Aaron and Willan became one country, he would treat the Danger family well, and promised a permanent treatment of 500,000 lion gold coins a year, and a city as the Danger family's permanent territory. To be honest, such a reward is not generous, at least far less than Aaron's value. Willett immediately said, "Too little?" Sanchester smiled faintly. "Not a small amount, General Willett, because this is a permanent treatment. You and your descendants don't have to worry about anything. Just get the money for free. If you manage your family fiefdom well, the territory income will definitely not be reduced. And even if your fiefdom is poorly managed and goes bankrupt, the money will not be reduced by a penny. Moreover, if you or your descendants have enough ability, the Duke will still use them, just like the members of the Adrian family still occupy important positions in Whalon. Finally, as a legendary wizard, the Duke has mastered the secret method of helping people break through the wall and enter the High Ring." Speaking of this, Sanchester looked at the old Marshal Yasing. The Duke also promised to help everyone present increase the strength of 3 rings at least. When these words came out, everyone was greatly moved, because this is not only strength, but also lifespan. Everyone in this world wants to live longer. After hearing this, Marshal Yasing, who is already in his 60s, was very willing in his heart. If the Duke regrets not doing it, he won't agree, but in negotiations, we always have to strive for more benefits. He said, "The subsidy is too little, we have to increase it." Willett also said, "That's right, and we must agree on specific terms and how much each family will get. Although they all have the last name Danger, everyone has a small family, and the accounts must be settled clearly." Sanchester shrugged. "Okay, then let's talk it over and sign a contract." In fact, the Duke gave him the highest authority of 2 million a year, but he felt that the money was too much. Because Aaron is actually a civilian country, there is no need to support such a group of family members at a high price. So, the 6 people started to seesaw in the secret room. The secret talks lasted for 3 days, and finally reached a contract that all commanders agreed to. The contract was called Lion's 2 Secret Agreement. Finally, Sanchester said, "May Mother Nature favor Aaron, and even more may Mother Nature favor the Alliance." Chapter 236. Cow. Silvermoon City, Rose Palace. Queen Cow gathered all the members of the Silger royal family together, and held a royal family meeting. Old King Silger sat on the throne, with a little saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth and a silly smile on his face. But no matter what, his face was ruddy, and his eyes were bright. He would definitely not die in 10 or 8 years. The queen, dressed in a gorgeous dress, sat beside him, and the 3 sages sat on both sides of him to listen. In front of him sat a circle of princes and princesses, as well as about 40 royal relatives. After everyone sat down, Queen Cow spoke. "The purpose of calling you all together today is to discuss the future fate of the kingdom. You all must have known that Duke Whalon has been promoted to the 11th ring, and has mastered amazing magic power. He is also willing to share the knowledge of climbing to the peak of magic. This is by no means a lie, because in the past 3 months, the Duke has publicly published many heavyweight magic papers. There is no doubt that Duke Whalon is already the undisputed leader of the magic world. Countless magic talents are madly flocking to Whalon. In the foreseeable future, Whalon will have, and may even have, the power to suppress the Alliance countries. Now, I want to ask, how should our cow, a country with blooming roses, face this turbulent historical change?" After the voice fell, everyone immediately whispered and talked. The queen did not say much, and waited patiently for everyone to discuss. When she felt that it was almost time, she spoke again. "All the people attending the meeting are members of the royal family. Just say whatever you want to say. No matter what consensus is reached in the end, we will face the result together." Since the queen said so, the members of the royal family began to speak. Most people are anxious. They don't want to change the status quo, because life is easy now. But the world is changing too fast. Anyone with a little vision can see that Duke Whalon wants to unify the natural alliance. What makes people anxious is that they have no confidence to fight against the Duke. After several hours of discussion, no constructive consensus was reached. The queen did not urge them. She said calmly, "It is useless to avoid the problem, because the world does not change because of our personal will. However, the current situation is not urgent, so we have plenty of time to deal with the changes. Everyone should go back with the questions and think about how to go in the future. Now, adjourn the meeting." The members of the Silge royal family left worriedly, and only the eldest Prince Ryan was left. He asked, "Mother, can't we resist?" As a mother, the queen certainly understood her son's unwillingness. She sighed secretly and asked calmly, "How to resist?" Ryan gritted his teeth and said, "We have the Knights of the Blood Moon and the new Blackstone fleet. We may not be able to attack Violin, but we can definitely make Violin pay a huge price when landing in Cal." The queen sighed. "If the people of Cal can unite as one, or if Violin once had a huge blood feud with our Cal, then we can indeed resist. But the current situation is that Violin and our Cal have been friends for generations. Cal has countless talented wizards, who have earned generous incomes and decent positions in Violin, and many of them are even serving in the upper echelons of Violin. We have no reason to call on our people to fight to the death with Waylon. If we insist on doing so, the people of Cal will probably find a way to change the king." Prince Ryan was speechless, and subconsciously turned to look at the sage Lydon. In the past, Lydon had always firmly supported him, but this time, Lydon lowered his eyes. This secret action made the prince feel cold in his heart, and he immediately knew that the sage no longer supported him. Yes, he is only a 5-ring sage. How can he have the confidence to fight against an 11-ring legendary wizard? At this time, the mother's voice came again. "Lien, the situation is already very clear. The end of the confrontation is destruction, and what we have to do now is how to maintain the dignity of the Silver royal family as much as possible." Lien smiled bitterly. "Mother, is it to face failure with dignity? No, it is how to enter a new era with dignity." A new era? A cohesive alliance, an alliance with enough power, and the Glorious Empire and the Holy Elf Empire face off on the Wick continent, instead of a new era squeezed in the northeast corner of the continent. Lien understood, but he was still unwilling to accept it. But the pressure of the legendary wizard is too great. Not only he can't bear it, but the entire Silver royal family can't bear it. He also knows that the mages of Cal, especially those civilian mages, are very happy to follow Duke Waylon. If the Duke enters Cal, those mages will not feel sad, and may even line the streets to welcome him. So what the mother said was right, there was no way to resist. So no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. "Mother, I understand." He left the conference hall with a frustrated look on his face. Almost at the same time, Lavender's new Queen Molly also held a talk in the cabinet. The Sheila royal family only has the queen, so she represents the entire Sheila royal family. There are 5 noble marquises in the cabinet, as well as the cabinet prime minister Murati. Murati has been the prime minister for half a year, showing extremely outstanding abilities, and has now received the support of a large number of civilian officials and businessmen. Therefore, he has secured the position of prime minister, and has considerable say in the king's cabinet. Queen Molly got straight to the point. "My dear ministers, I believe you have all heard the news from Varen. I will now make it clear that the legendary wizard, who helped us kill the evil demons in the palace half a year ago, was Duke Varen himself. I also want to make it clear that I am Duke Varen's woman, and I personally fully support the Duke to become the leader of Lavender, and even the entire Natural Alliance. Of course, this is my personal opinion. Which path Lavender chooses to take depends not only on me, but also on the opinions of all the ministers. Everyone, just say whatever you want to say." The 6 cabinet members were mentally prepared for the Queen's words, and they all knew the relationship between her and the Duke. After a period of silence, Murati spoke first. "In the past 5 months, the trade volume between Lavender and Violin reached 20 million gold Sheila, while the trade volume with the Glorious Kingdoms was 22 million gold Sheila. The two are almost equal. But there is a trend that trade with the Glorious Kingdoms is shrinking. The reason is that Violin's products are more affordable, and are a high-quality substitute for the goods of the Glorious Kingdoms. Considering that we Lavender are members of the Natural Alliance, and considering the future of the country, I support your Majesty's opinion." The 5 noble marquises looked at each other. After a long time, Marquis Larmo spoke. "The international situation is still unclear. The Glorious Empire has been very active recently, and it is obvious that it intends to deal with Duke Waylon. Before the 2 sides have decided the winner, I think it is not appropriate to make a decision too early." As soon as he finished speaking, Marquis Nobundo frowned and said, "Larmo, what are you talking about? I, Lavender, am also a member of the Natural Alliance. The Glorious Empire intends to deal with the Duke of the Alliance. Then we should publicly support the Duke and condemn the Glorious Empire. How can we be a bystander?" Larmo sneered. "Support the Duke? Why? Because he hanged my daughter and grandson?" As soon as the voice fell, the Queen raised her hand and slapped the table, making a bang. A loud noise. "Larmo, watch your words. Your daughter committed treason, and your grandson usurped the throne. It is the unanimous opinion of everyone present to hang them. Duke Whalon has nothing to do with this matter. He just helped us kill the demons in the void outside the ring. If there is no Duke, Platinum City has become a demon city at this moment. Larmo seemed to have taken bullets. Your Majesty, this is just your one-sided statement. The fact is that none of us saw the demon with our own eyes. But I saw the bodies of my daughter and grandson with my own eyes. At this point, it is already very clear. Prime Minister Murati directly pointed out his underlying meaning. Marquis Larmo, so between the Alliance and the Empire, you chose the latter, right? Yes, I chose the latter. Larmo stood up and took off the minister's badge on his chest and slapped it on the table. Let me be frank. The Larmo family and the 3 Hejian counties under our control will be separated from Lavender and the Natural Alliance and become an independent glorious country. Your Majesty, you can arrest me now, but it cannot change the fact that the 3 Hejian counties are independent. Molly stared at Larmo, as if she was staring at her mortal enemy. Larmo, it was your daughter's lover who introduced the devil, so that I am the only one left in my family. Now you are so good, patting your butt and preparing to leave, and even wanting the 3 Hejian counties to get rid of Lavender. I tell you, this is impossible. Larmo said very bluntly, arrest me, your Majesty, or send me to the guillotine. My son will succeed me as the new Marquis, and the 3 Hejian counties will still be independent. At the same time, the people of the 3 counties will greatly hate your Majesty. I know you must be holding a gun now. The idea of sending troops to quell the rebellion was useless. Because the Glorious Empire will also send troops to support us. Lavender's Golden Knights are no match for the Glorious Legion. Therefore, Lavender will lose the 3 Hejian counties forever, and will always face the threat from the Glorious Empire. Molly suppressed the anger burning in her chest, and turned to look at the other 3 marquises. What do you think? Most of the interests of the 3 marquises are within the Natural Alliance. Some of them have some business dealings with the Glorious Nations, but they do not occupy a major position. So the 3 of them simply expressed the position of the members of the Natural Alliance, and clearly supported the former in the struggle between Duke Whalon and the Glorious Empire. Molly's anger subsided a little, and she looked at Larmo. I said it before the meeting today, let everyone speak openly. Since you have expressed your opinion openly, I don't intend to punish you for it. Go back to your 3 counties in Hejian. Finally, I want to say that the 3 counties in Hejian may have close interests with the Glorious Nations, but the people still believe in Mother Nature. This determines that the 3 counties in Hejian will never be truly integrated into the Glorious Nations. When Mother Nature calls, I wonder how long you can be the Marquis. Marquis Larmo's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and insisted, I will make the people change their beliefs. Queen Molly suddenly laughed. Marquis Larmo, the benevolent mother of nature has returned. She is the true god. The Lord of Light is only a legendary wizard. He is still a mortal in nature, and a false god. The true God cares for the souls of every believer, and responds to the calls of countless believers every moment. And the false god can only pretend at best. Responding to 100 is the limit, and it is difficult to sustain. Now, you are asking the people to give up the true God and believe in the false god. It's ridiculous. I bet you will definitely not have a good end. Larmo's face turned even paler. Without saying anything, he turned around and left in a hurry. Queen Molly took a deep breath. The fools have left, let us prepare to welcome the new era of the Natural Alliance. Chapter 237. Sigh. With a gentle exhalation, Rosen slowly opened his eyes. In the practice room, the brilliance of the magic on the runes that assist practice gradually dimmed, which meant the end of a focused practice journey. My soul strength has finally been promoted to Legend 3. It is not high, but it is a further improvement. Just like an athlete who can run 10 meters in 10 seconds, he improves his performance by 0.1 seconds, which is a qualitative leap. But I feel that I am close to the limit of my body. The Nawad book exploration of the limits of the human body records that the strongest mortal legendary wizard in the history of all planes is called Luobaita, and his soul strength is Legend 6.8. After reaching 6.8, this legendary wizard only persisted for 3 days, and had to retreat to Legend 4. The description is, when I got to this step, I felt huge pressure every moment, and my head hurt and dizzy, as if a fireball exploded. Everyone's limit talent is different. Rosen, who has reached Legend 3, has already felt this pressure. I can't reach Legend 6 with my cultivation limit. So, it is still possible to move forward a little, but it will be very dangerous. However, the improvement of the basic legend level brings huge benefits. First, Lai Fu's computing power has increased by 50%. If there is no other computing power drag, He can now perform extreme combat operations on 4 lines at the same time. Secondly, his perception ability has been greatly improved. The previous void vision was about a circle with a radius of 60 kilometers, but now it has increased directly to 80 kilometers. Finally, various extracorporeal focusing techniques can also amplify the basic improvement. At Legend 2, the Legend Crystal focusing strength was Legend plus 4.1, and now it has become Legend plus 4.5. In other words, with the crystal, he can stably stimulate the mana of Legend 7.5. Under the premise of sufficient preparation, if he fights the Shadow Lord again, he can win without the help of outsiders. When thinking of the Shadow Lord, Rosen couldn't help but think of Elena with a burning soul, and subconsciously clenched his fist. This kind of thing can't happen again. For example, his current strongest Diablo focusing technique has also been raised from Legend 12 to Legend 13.2. According to estimates, as long as his basic soul strength can reach Legend 8, Lai Fu's computing power will soar by more than 10 times, and he can also Diablo focus the ultimate mana of Legend 19. It's a pity that the power of mortals has its limits. However, the wisdom of mortals is infinite, and the world of magic is full of infinite possibilities. If you can't achieve it now, it doesn't mean you can't do it in the future. Of course, for a mage, practicing magic power is the foundation, but it is far from everything. After a short rest, Rosen left the practice room and followed a secret passage leading deep underground. Soon he arrived at a deeper underground room. It was the area where the Faith Management puppet was located. This underground room is hidden about 100 meters underground. It is very wide, more than 80 meters long and wide, and more than 10 meters high. The surrounding walls are painted with a large number of legendary magic arrays, responsible for shielding, imprisonment, defense, etc. In the center of the room is a huge spiral rune magic ring. The outermost spiral has a diameter of about 50 meters and a height of 6 meters. Its surface is painted with runes, and the interior is filled with a huge amount of fine magic structures. This is the body of the new Faith puppet created by Rosen. The entire magic ring is full of light, and extends many crystal clear light threads, which gradually disappear into the void after spreading out. At a glance, countless slightly trembling light threads can be seen in the entire secret room. Countless light threads are connected to the void at one end and connected to the spiral ring at the other end, converging all the way to the center of the spiral, and finally converging to the starting point of the spiral. There are 4 endless legendary crystals condensed in the starting point. The function is to provide energy for the Faith puppet. When all 4 pieces are full, the puppet can run stably for about 4 months, so Rosen only needs to charge the array once a month to ensure the normal operation of the puppet. At this moment, the mana is still full and does not need to be charged. Rosen's purpose is to upgrade the puppet. He has 2 purposes for creating this puppet. First, we should avoid the detection of Kigralana to hide Lai Fu's existence. Second, we should liberate Lai Fu's computing power. It was a bit clumsy at first, but with each upgrade, the effect became better and better, and it could almost replace 70% of the believer management work. During the upgrade, light footsteps came from behind. After a while, Kigralana's voice came over. Rosen, this Faith puppet is getting more and more complicated, and I gradually can't figure it out. It was the puppet manager Kigralana. When the puppet was first created, Rosen explained the puppet principle to her in detail, and the principle was not difficult, so she understood it easily. But Rosen upgraded and modified it from time to time, a small upgrade every 3 days, and a big change every 5 days. Although the basic principle has not changed, the structure has gradually become complicated to an incredible degree. Kigralana felt that if it were her, let alone modification, it would be a problem whether she could remember the fine structure. Rosen completely handed the upgrade task to Lai Fu, and smiled. Dear, it looks complicated, but in fact, many of them are repeated structures. Many upgrades are just a simple stacking of hardware. In fact, due to the problem of manufacturing process, the most accurate description of this Faith puppet should be stupid, big, black and rough. It is similar to stacking CPUs with macro electron tubes. If he has the same nano-level chip manufacturing process as the Earth, then the size of this thing can be greatly reduced, and the function can be greatly improved. Unfortunately, this matter is just a thought for the time being. At least it will take another 20 years for the social and technological level to develop. Kigralana naturally didn't know Rosen's thoughts. She only thought that this big guy was very, very cool and very, very powerful. It was simply a creation of God. She asked, after this upgrade, how many believers can it respond to at the same time? It can respond to the prayers of about 2 million believers at the same time. These 2 million believers are the top believers of the natural God Church, and their faith is very devout. Most of them are managed by the faith puppet, while a small number of very important believers are managed one-on-one by Lai Fu. If there are some special situations, Rosen will connect directly. The effect is also extremely extraordinary. The current faith power has increased by about 100 times compared to when Rosen first took over, and it is still growing rapidly. Even if Rosen does not use the secret method of burning soul, it is enough to maintain his legendary soul. Ziglarana asked again, has the oracle of Mother Nature giving birth to the Holy Son Helena been passed down? Rosen nodded, it has been passed down. I said in the oracle that Helena is Mother Nature's favorite child. She is powerful, beautiful, intelligent, and kind. She has extremely powerful power, and profound wisdom at birth. Helena is the god of magic, wisdom, mercy, and protection. Soon, Mother Nature will return to the kingdom of God, and hand over the task of protecting the mortal world to the noble goddess of nature. I have passed on Helena's image, personality traits, and power characteristics to the chief priests of various natural temples. Just as we discussed before. The reason for choosing the goddess image is that the new natural empire will be secular-oriented and theocracy-assisted. Natural religion is an auxiliary to society rather than a dominant one, so it needs to reduce initiative and aggression. In this regard, the first impression of women is more consistent. Ziglarana still felt that this matter sounded a bit mysterious. Only a fictitious image and real name, but no real soul to support it. Is it really possible? Rosen smiled. Of course it can. Navit's belief in protection is essentially a kind of belief in protection, and if you really look into it, protection is actually a fictitious concept. Gods are actually fictionalized by mortals, and they have always been, right? Ziglarana thought carefully, and then nodded slightly. You are right. The real Mother of Nature, and the Mother of Nature in the spiritual world of believers have never been the same thing. She asked again, the power of faith is increasing. Have you thought about how to use it? Rosen has also thought about it. Just like Nawat, it is mainly used to protect the soul and resist the void demon. The order level of the power of faith is 1.5, second only to the power of the magic circle, and higher than the level of soul power. The only way to obtain it is the faith of believers. When there are more believers, this power will become very huge, far exceeding the limit of a single mortal, and Rosen can't bear it. So, you can only go back to where you came from. Rosen's role is to obtain the right to distribute this power. When needed, you can also borrow this power to save yourself in an emergency. About half an hour later, the faith puppet was upgraded. Rosen took Ziglarana's hand and left the secret room. Nana, let's go, we have to receive 2 important guests later. Who is it? A legendary wizard from Nawat, who came to help us. Legendary wizard? Help? Where do we need help? Ziglarana felt that she couldn't keep up with Rosen's train of thought. Of course it's Aaron. Rosen said as he walked. Aaron is very lively now. The Glorious Empire, the Holy Elf Empire, Nawat, and even some unidentified guys are hiding. Ziglarana became more and more confused as she listened, and couldn't help saying, Rosen, I feel completely disconnected from the outside world. This faith puppet is really annoying. Why don't you find someone else to manage it? Rosen had expected this situation early on, because Ziglarana's personality was not suitable for doing such boring and tedious work. He smiled and said, as you wish. Ziglarana was very happy, and continued the previous topic. You just said that the unidentified guy, who could it be? Demons and their apostles, visitors from the gods, and traveling mages who are watching the fun. Anyway, there are a lot of them. Ziglarana was shocked. Such a big commotion? Does King Danger have such great ability? If it was just King Danger, of course, he would not be able to cause such a big storm. But now Aaron is a battleground for various forces. If Aaron belongs to me, then the unification of the Natural Alliance will be beyond doubt. So the Glorious Empire will try its best to stop it, and the Holy Elf Empire and the Glorious Empire have reached a private cooperation and are ready to join forces with the Lord of Glorious. Sniper me. As for the Nawat Mage, it was the Lord of Light who started it. He felt that his legendary power was not enough, so he went to Nawat to call for help. Mage Naya thought I might be in danger, so he also sent us some helpers. The frequent plane teleportation alarmed the demons in the Nawat plane, so some demon apostles from the Nawat plane also came. In the end, it was probably because I had some reputation in the various planes. This matter also spread to other planes, and then many people came to watch the fun. Ziglarana suddenly felt like she was facing a vortex storm. Are you sure you can take back Aaron? Rosen shrugged. I don't know, do your best. The rest will be decided by the God of Destiny. After a pause, he said, "Don't worry too much. Although there are more strong people coming, the strongest force in the world is still the army. At present, I have mastered most of Aaron's military power, and the situation is in our hands. Will you go to Aaron in person?" Zigorlana was a little worried. Rosen smiled lightly. "Of course I will go." Seeing Zigorlana's worried face, he thought about it, stepped aside, and disappeared directly. After a few seconds, he walked out of the air again. During the whole process, there was no fluctuation of mana. At least Zigorlana did not notice anything. Shadow's secret art, a nearly perfect invisibility art. Not only can I use it myself, but also can use it on magic tools. I learned it from the Lord of Shadows. Zigorlana was relieved immediately. "I will ask my grandfather to go with you?" Rosen shook his head. "No, my grandfather will stay in Whalon to prevent the Lord of Light from attacking from behind. Believe me, if I am not in Whalon, the Lord of Light will definitely come to make trouble. The godly father has returned from the glorious empire. He now lives in seclusion by the Swan Lake, learning new knowledge every day, studying all kinds of new legendary fighting skills, and learning to drive electric cars and new aircraft. His life is very fulfilling." Seeing that she was still worried, Rosen comforted her with a secret voice. "Have you forgotten my flesh and blood puppet in the Duke's mansion? I made another one, so it's not me who really fights, but the puppet. If the situation is not right, I will give up the puppet and run away immediately." Zigorlana was greatly relieved, thought about it, and made a promise in a shy voice. "When you come back from Aaron, we will follow the wishes of our grandfather, right?" After saying this, her face was already full of red. Grandfather's wishes? Rosen understood it as soon as he heard it, and his heart was slightly warmed. "As you wish, ma'am." Chapter 238. Pa! A beautiful crystal wine glass was thrown to the ground fiercely. Under the huge force, the wine glass instantly exploded into a ball of white powder that splashed everywhere. "Damn Sanchester, I knew this guy was a traitor." In the restaurant, King Salad of Aaron, Danger's face was darker than black stone, and the whole person was wrapped in a furious emotion. The servants in the restaurant huddled in the corner tremblingly, not to mention breathing. Even their buttocks were tightly clamped, for fear of a fatal fart at an inopportune time. Huff, huff. Danger was panting heavily, and in his fury, he still hid a strong sense of loneliness. No one. There is no one in the world who can plan for him wholeheartedly in times of crisis. He knew in his heart that Sanchester was forced away by him. He originally thought that this wizard was already very old, and even if he left, it would not cause him much trouble. Unexpectedly, this old man not only had his magic power greatly improved, but was also alive and kicking again. He knew with a little thought that this must be the ability of Duke Whalon, and this made him feel extremely powerless. Mortals really can't fight against gods. He finally understood, but it was too late. Because the most elite Lion First Legion had publicly called for him to step down, the waves of people opposing him were one after another, and even those nobles who were not killed by him jumped out and shouted slogans of revenge. At this moment, almost the entire Aaron was against him. The only ones who still stood by him were a group of jackals who did dirty work for him. These jackals had a completely bad reputation and had no choice but to continue to follow him. But since they are jackals, there is no moral mercy to speak of. Since they can extend their butcher knives to anyone, they will also extend their butcher knives to him, the king, in order to protect themselves. So Danger vaguely saw his own end. Haha, Sanchester was right after all. The right path is full of thorns. I gave up after taking a few steps, and now, I have indeed slid all the way to the abyss. I subconsciously raised my hand and touched my neck. I don't know how many days my head can stay on my shoulders. Just when Danger was full of frustration, a mellow and soft voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Your Majesty, it seems that you are in big trouble." Danger had never heard such a gentle voice. At first, he thought it was an auditory hallucination, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Soon, the voice sounded again. "Your Majesty, the end is just around the corner, but it hasn't come yet. Are you going to surrender?" Danger finally came to his senses, but he didn't respond immediately. After all, he is not an ordinary person. He knows many secrets that ordinary people don't know. After a little thought, he realized that the strange voice in his mind might belong to some inhuman creature. "Devil, get out of my head." "No, I'm not a monster, my name is Otlivizan. Some people do call me a devil, but more people call me a savior. I like to save people in trouble the most. When someone regains their past glory because of my help, I will have a strong sense of accomplishment in my heart." Danger listened silently, and chewed the steak in his mouth hard. He is not easy to fool. Just tell me, how do you plan to help me, and what do you plan to take from me? Aha, your majesty, I like the way you talk. In short, I hope your majesty can find me a group of believers, the more the better, at least 1,000 people. As a reward, I will give these believers powerful power, and let them be driven by your majesty. Even if your majesty asks them to sacrifice their lives, they will not hesitate. Danger wanted to laugh when he heard it. Hee, you are a demon in the void. When you have enough believers, you can do whatever you want, but I have no means to restrain you. By then, I'm afraid I will be the first to die in your hands. So, if you can't come up with a more sincere exchange condition, then our conversation ends here. The demon was silent for a while, and soon spoke again. Your majesty, if you are willing to become my believer. He was interrupted by Danger before he finished speaking. I would rather die than become anyone's believer. Okay, then your majesty must need power. I can give you power, and let you control it without losing your power of free will. Danger nodded slowly. That's interesting. So how much power can you give me? I can make a sword for you, a sharp sword that kills legendary wizards. When you hold the sword with both hands. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Danger again. Does it have to be a sword? Compared to a long sword, I prefer a long spear. Okay, then I will give you a magic spear. When you hold the magic spear in your hand, your strength, speed, and even the speed of thinking will be greatly improved. Your enemies will become slower than a snail, and you can easily stab them to death with this magic gun. Danger was not very interested, because few people play with cold weapons these days. When they really fight, mages like to shoot each other with muskets, and they also carry explosive bombs with them. Facing such a musket mage, using cold weapons to fight is just like being a fool. He said lightly, it sounds good, but it's actually useless. Demon, you better come up with something real. The demon was a little confused. Isn't such a magic gun strong enough? Not enough, far from enough, and even a little stupid. If you have understood the world I live in, you should know that swords, guns, and other weapons are outdated. We are all playing with muskets now. Do you understand, demon? Danger's tone was full of contempt, as if he was talking to a country bumpkin. The demon understood. Of course, he knew that new weapons had appeared in the mortal world, but he had not had time to study them carefully, so he could not come up with any exciting new weapons for the time being. So, the demon Odlivizen was speechless for a while. Danger was a little disappointed. Okay, demon, it seems that you are also incompetent. Don't waste my time, go away. Odlivizen wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he felt that the more he said, the more embarrassed he was. In the end, he left without saying a word. Danger still had some expectations in his heart, but after a long time, there was no response. Knowing that the demon was really gone, he couldn't help but sigh. The times are developing too fast, even the demons are lagging behind, let alone me, a mortal? Strangely, his mood was much better because of this. But the creator seemed reluctant to let him die like this. After a while, another voice sounded in Danger's mind. Your Majesty, it seems that you are in trouble. This is the voice of a middle-aged man, with the warmth of a mortal, most likely a person. And the one who can penetrate the heavy defense of the palace, and pass the news to his ears silently is definitely not a simple person. Danger's heart suddenly surged with hope. Who are you? Legendary wizard Yastin, from the glorious empire. I heard that your majesty was in trouble, so I came here to help you through the difficulties. Danger was immediately happy. Oh, this is a bit reliable now. Oh, has anyone seen your majesty before? Yes. It was a demon named Odlivizen, who said he would help me and gave me a magic weapon, but he took out a spear, which almost made me laugh to death. It turned out to be him. The voice of the wizard Yastin suddenly became much more serious. Your Majesty, please do not underestimate this demon. He is a legendary demon of level 4. His nickname is Blood Baron. He likes to perform evil and bloody sacrificial ceremonies in the mortal world. Maybe he can't seduce your Majesty, but he can seduce your subordinates and cause great trouble. Danger was shocked when he heard the seriousness of the situation. What should we do now? No need to do anything for the time being. Recently, this Blood Baron dares not make too much noise in the mortal world. Why? Mage Yastin smiled. Because during this period, there are at least 6 legendary mages in Rhine City. If he dares to make trouble, he may die. This shocked Danger. Why are there so many legendary mages suddenly? It's hard to explain the specific reasons at the moment. You just need to know that these 6 legendary wizards all support your Majesty. Finally, the Lord of Light asked me to tell your Majesty that he would greatly increase the number of troops in the giant fortress to ensure that the First Lion Legion is unable to take care of Rhine City. On the Storm Ocean, the First Fleet of Light is also rushing to the Gilded Strait, and will cut off the connection between Whalon and Erin when necessary. What your majesty has to do is to issue a suppression order and publicly execute the leaders of all the resistance forces in Rhine City. I know this is not easy, but don't worry, we will help you find these rebel leaders. Danger's mind was immediately much more stable, and he asked, "What's next?" "Without the rebel leaders' trouble, we will leave 2 more legendary wizards to help you. You can firmly control Rhine City, and then cut off the military supply of Lion 2 City, and use this as a threat to remove the current commander of the Lion First Legion, and find a way to open the giant fortress. As long as the glorious Legion successfully enters the Erin's Plain, the rest will be left to us." Danger listened carefully, his mind trembling slightly. He knew in his heart that this road was not much better than the road proposed by the devil. Once the glorious Legion poured into the Erin's Plain, there would be no need for him as a king to exist. At that time, it would be his real death, and even the entire Danger family would have to be buried with him. Danger suddenly came to his senses, and couldn't help thinking, what did I do? He was going to die anyway. Why did he die with such a huge infamy? So he fell into silence. Perhaps because I was silent for too long, a voice suddenly rang in my mind. "Your Majesty, do you regret it?" Danger let out a long breath. "No, I don't regret it, because I never really planned to let the glorious Legion enter Erin. At the beginning, he did have this idea because of impulse, and even took many practical actions. But now, he saw the consequences of this idea. The fire of impulse cooled down, and his mind was clear. You just regret it. Okay, I regret it, but what can you do? Humph, I just want to tell you that it's too late to regret now. Because things are no longer up to you." As soon as the voice fell, the door of the restaurant was kicked open. A team of 20 Erin Knight guards rushed into the restaurant, led by Blood Flame Saras. He held the musket horizontally in his hand, with a strong flame jumping in his eyes. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I have no other way out except to obey." Danger looked at the group of jackals, sighed, and slowly put down the knife and fork in his hand. "Then you can do it." Bang! 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 Erin's Knight guards fired without hesitation. But a thick frost shield suddenly appeared in front of Danger, blocking all the musket bullets. You know, the attack strength of this musket is as high as 8 rings, and it is still continuous, and 20 people fired together. It was unable to break through this frost shield that appeared out of thin air, leaving only a bunch of white spots on the eye shield. Danger was shocked. What's going on? Then, 2 people came out from the shivering servants hiding in the corner. Both of them held exquisite crystal staffs in their hands. One of them stood in front of Dongay and protected him from the betrayer's fatal attack. The other pointed at the group of Erin Knight guards, who were trying to kill the king, and released a very powerful mass sleeping spell. As soon as the spell was cast, the bodies of the 20 well-equipped Erin Knight guards shook and fell down. Danger could see at a glance that the 2 mages were incredibly powerful, beyond common sense. He asked in surprise, "Who are you?" One of the mages stepped forward. "I am the mage Cassidon, and this one is the mage Lambros. We are legendary mages from Varen. Duke Varen has ordered that if your majesty is willing to surrender, we will do our best to protect your safety, and when the situation is stable, you can also return to the Danger family's fiefdom safely." Danger suddenly felt a sense of absurdity, as if he was dreaming, but he grabbed the rope hanging from the cliff without hesitation. "I am willing to surrender." After the voice fell, the voice of the legendary mage before rang in the air of the restaurant. "Danger, don't surrender so quickly, the battle has just begun." As soon as the voice fell, Cassidon mage roared at the air. "Master Yaston, as a fellow to what mage, I advise you to stop in time, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable." A voice came from the air. "Master Cassidon, Master Lambros, this is what I was just about to say to you. We have 3 people, and you have 2. We also have 3 legendary elven mages on our side. In this battle, our legendary power has an absolute advantage, and Duke Whalon will definitely lose. As his helpers, you will not have a good end." As soon as the voice fell, a young man's voice came out in the air. "Master Yaston, stop talking nonsense. I'm in the eastern suburbs of Rhine City. Don't you just want to deal with me? If you have the ability, just come to me directly." "Hey, Master Rosen, I didn't expect you to come in person." Yaston's words were full of surprise. "Sazmar must spare your life, so our Nawat wizard will naturally not kill you, but it's hard to say about the 3 legendary wizards of the elves. So, I advise you to return to Whalon as soon as possible, and don't take risks here." The young man's voice sounded immediately. Legendary power is not about numbers, but about the wisdom of the wizard. I alone am enough to defeat the 6 of you. Humph, Master Rosen, don't be too confident. Our Nawat's legendary fighting skills are beyond your imagination. We all carry powerful legendary crystal staffs, and the staffs are also filled with mana. Not to mention you alone. Even if Cassidon and Lambros come together, there is no chance of winning. The 2 of them actually quarreled in Danger's restaurant, and Danger, who was at the center of the storm, seemed to have become invisible. This attitude of disregard made him completely realize his status. So am I an insignificant clown? Chapter 239. Night. Rhine City. In a bell tower not far from Lion Castle. A vague figure quietly lay on the top of the bell tower, wrapped in a dark cloak, revealing no details of his body. The night wind blew, the tarpaulin fluttered, but the figure remained motionless, like a lifeless rock. In the dark night, this rock was secretly talking to someone in the distance. My lord, the Rhine City in the Dritten Plain is really lively. There are 9 legendary forces in the city, and the Bloody Baron is also joining in the fun in the void. He soon received a response from afar. Has the Lord of Light arrived? No. There are 6 who have arrived. 3 of them are Nawats and 3 are elves. Tell me the details of the situation. Rock immediately reported in detail. 3 legendary wizards came from Waylon. 2 Nawats, and the other is Duke Waylon himself. Among the 9 people, Duke Waylon has the strongest legendary power, reaching Legend 3. The other 8 are weaker, but generally around Legend 2. By the way, these legendary wizards all use the latest legendary crystal staffs, which are infused with extremely strong mana. It can be felt that Waylon's legendary crystal staff is better than that of the Glorious Empire, but the performance is not much better, and there is no discontinuous performance lead. Rock observed carefully, and continued to report while observing. Duke Waylon is not hiding at the moment. He is alone, staying in the eastern suburbs of Rhine City. The 6 legendary wizards of the Glorious Empire have discovered him, and are quickly surrounding him. The Duke didn't hide, escape, or call for help. He seemed to be planning to fight 6 to 1. I really don't know what this Duke is planning. After a while of silence, a response came from afar. Continue to observe, and report to me at any time. If Duke Waylon is defeated and escapes with serious injuries, then you can quietly chase him and make him disappear completely. The Rock Observer was puzzled. Lord, why should we take action? Other legendary wizards are just mortals, but I can't see through this Duke Waylon. He shouldn't exist. Oh Lord, maybe I should join the team of the Glorious Empire and fight against the Lord of Gloriousness with them. No, between exposing my identity and killing Duke Waylon, the former is more important. Always remember that we are messengers of light, and never do shady things. I understand, Lord. Soon after the voice fell the rock. He reported again. No, the Bloody Baron also went there with 2 apostles, and he seems to be planning to join the siege of Duke Waylon. Then now the Duke is alone against 8 people. Oh, Duke Waylon has so many enemies. The distant voice sounded again. Storms always like to destroy the tallest trees. Now we will see if this tree is strong enough. Just as this mysterious man was commenting on the dispute on the top of the tower, 6 legendary wizards, 33 in a team, approached Duke Waylon from 2 directions. The speed of approaching was not fast, and they were testing while walking. On the side of Master Yaston, the one who cooperated with him was naturally Master Nawat. There are 2, one is called Oakland, the other is called Vicky. Naturally, they all belong to the faction of Sasmar. In Yaston's perception, Duke Waylon is in the suburbs northeast of Rhine City, and the distance between them is less than 10 kilometers. For legendary wizards, a distance of 10 kilometers is almost the same as face-to-face. If you use the flying spell, you can face-to-face in 3 minutes at most. But the 3 did not use the flying spell, but used the floating spell to save mana, floating lightly on the tops of the houses in the capital of Erin. This is not to save mana, because they are not short of mana at present. The legendary crystal staffs in the hands of the 3 people are flawless legendary crystals produced in Nawat, which store nearly 80 times the mana, and they can't be used up in a short time. The main thing is that they feel a little guilty. The 3 people feel guilty. Oakland said, Yaston, Rosen is not a simple person. He is waiting for us to come over without moving. Is there a trap? Yaston and Vicky both felt the same way. After all, the opponent killed 2 demons in a row. If killing one is considered luck, then killing a level 6 demon the second time is real strength. Apart from other things, being able to control such a huge force and accurately hit the demon is an extremely amazing ability. The 2 of them asked themselves that they could not do it. Maybe they could practice with all their strength for 5 or 6 years, but it is definitely not possible now. Facing such a legendary wizard with great fighting talent, it would be strange if they didn't feel guilty. After thinking for a while, Yastin said, "Why don't we go slower and let the elves on the other side go first?" There were 6 of them, but only one opponent. They had a big advantage, so they would definitely win. The problem was that the opponent would definitely launch an extremely fierce counterattack before he failed, and this counterattack would definitely be very sharp. Who would face this counterattack was a big question in cooperative combat. Yastin's statement was immediately recognized by his 2 companions, and the 3 of them slowed down a little. Not much slower, but just a little slower than the elves. At this speed, the elves must have contacted the Duke first. Maybe only about half a second earlier, but this half a second could be the difference between life and death. However, Yastin immediately discovered that the elves were also slow. Not much slower, but just a little slower than them. He cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, these 3 elves are playing the same thing as us. This would definitely not work." Yastin simply exposed the matter and contacted the 3 elves directly. "I say, why don't we just not separate, and the 6 of us will come together?" These 3 elves are geniuses of the younger generation of the Elf Empire, and they have already had 10 rings of magic power. Before, the elves have always hidden their strength, so the young strong men are not known to the outside world. This time, because they got a stable method to be promoted to legend, they revealed their identities. But the promotion was promoted, but the promotion time was only 2 months. Facing the Duke of Whalon, who had been promoted for at least a year and a half, they were also not sure at all. Seeing Yastin talking, the 6 people simply joined together. 6 legendary mages. The highest legendary level is 2.2, but the attack strength that can be stimulated in the end is different. The strength of the elves is the highest, up to Legend 6. Because they not only carried the legendary crystal provided by the glorious empire, but also the artifact left by the ancient Lord of Truth, Dryden. One elf held a bow, another held a strangely shaped staff, and another held a ring. And the 3 Nawat mages, including Yastin, held not only the legendary crystal staff, but also 3 legendary fire guns. This thing is a new product of the glorious empire. The upper limit of strength is low, only Legend 3, but the attack frequency is high. It can hit 3 times a second, and can hit 12 times continuously. In terms of practicality, it is actually much higher than the elves. After the 6 people gathered together, they did not rush to move forward, but began to discuss tactics. A square-faced blonde male elf said, "Rosen must have set a terrible trap." Another round-faced blonde male elf said, "No matter how he sets the trap, he is only one person and can only release 1 legendary wizard at the same time, while we can release 6. The worst result is nothing more than a 1-for-1 exchange of life." Then the question immediately came up, whose life should be exchanged? Obviously no one wants to be replaced. After a long silence, Yastin had an idea. There is a demon in the void watching the fun, and he brought 2 demon apostles with him. Why not let him help us test it? Auckland said, "You mean the Bloody Baron? How could he listen to us?" "That may not be the case." Yastin chuckled. "As far as I know, the Shadow Lord who was killed by Rosen actually has a good relationship with the Bloody Baron. Let's start with this, and convince the demon to help us test it." He used the demon apostle to test it, and it doesn't matter if the apostle dies. And he himself is hiding in the void, so he can easily avoid Rosen's counterattack, and we have a safe chance to escape. Oakland frowned. The Bloody Baron is Nawat's enemy. It's not a good idea to cooperate with him to deal with Rosen? Yastin spread his hands. "It's okay not to cooperate, then you will be the pioneer?" Oakland stammered a few times, looked at the wizard Vichy beside him, and finally fell silent. The 2 of them had just tasted the good taste of the world in the glorious empire, and they didn't want to die in Erin. Yastin looked at the 3 elves again. "To be honest, with our current strength, the Bloody Baron, a demon that is not particularly powerful, is no longer a big threat. Occasionally borrowing the power of the devil is not a big deal, right?" The 3 elves looked at each other, and nodded in agreement with Yastin's statement. Yastin said, "But I am a Nawat after all, and I am not suitable to deal with demons, so please contact the Bloody Baron and tell him about our plan. This is not a big deal." The square-faced elf nodded. "I'd do it." He closed his eyes, and connected the 11 magic rings, and then saw the demon Bloody Baron wandering in the void. The other party also saw him at the first time and approached quickly. "Aha, mortal, you dared to look directly at me." The demon said so, but did not launch an attack. The square-faced elf didn't waste any words and directly told Yastin's plan, and then said, "At least in the matter of Duke Whalon, our goals are the same, aren't they?" The Bloody Baron agreed with this statement. Yes, this Duke is indeed very hateful. Okay, I help you distract him. But remember, I only help once. Once is enough. After that, the 6 legendary wizards continued to approach the target in the mortal world. A level 4 demon took his 2 demon apostles in the mortal world and took the lead. After a while, the group left Rhine City and came to a wasteland in the suburbs. From a distance, Duke Waylon was standing on the top of a hillside. He just stood there, with an exquisite legendary crystal staff on his waist. It didn't feel like he was preparing for a life-and-death battle, but rather like he was taking a walk under the moonlight. This scene was really weird. Yastin felt panic and heavy in his heart, as if he was pressed by a huge rock, and he felt a breathless feeling. Obviously, the other 5 people had similar feelings. So, at a safe distance of about 200 meters from the other side, the 6 people stopped moving forward. Seeing that the other party had no intention of taking the initiative, Yastin also waited for the Void Demon to take action, and simply said, "Duke, I advise you one last time, go back to Waylon, there is no need to lose your life in such a place." The young Duke on the top of the hill smiled slightly, and responded loudly. "Yastin, Oakland, and Dicky, I once helped you to defeat a powerful demon, and I am also your friend. Is this how you treat your friends?" Yastin laughed dryly and pretended to be stupid. "It is precisely because we are friends that we did not take direct action." The Duke smiled faintly. "Masters, you can be promoted to legends thanks to the legendary crystals I generously shared. Now you use this thing to deal with me. You are really hypocritical and sinister jackals." After saying this, the smile on his face completely withdrew. Masters are outstanding figures among mortals. There is no need to lose them in such a place. My last advice to you is to go back to your own country, and don't interfere in the internal affairs of the Natural Alliance. This made the legendary mages present somewhat unable to answer. So they were all silent. At this point, retreat was absolutely impossible. But no one took action, because they were all waiting for the Demon Apostle to take the lead. In silence, the Demon Apostle finally appeared. A man wearing black leather armor, and with scarlet flames in his eyes walked out of the darkness. He held a huge black shield with an exaggerated shape in his hand, and most of his body was tucked behind the shield. After this man appeared, he laughed loudly. "Duke, you are really the most arrogant mortal I have seen in the past 100 years. If you don't know the inside story, you will think you are a real god." Chapter 240. Moonlit Night. The wasteland in the eastern suburbs of Rhine City. Because the land in this area is very barren and the terrain is extremely uneven, there are no people for miles around. No one would have thought that such a remote place would gather the largest number of legendary masters in the Wick continent. After the Demon Apostle with a black giant shield in both hands appeared, although he walked at the front of the team, he did not attack immediately. He huddled behind the giant shield, carefully observing the opponent standing on the top of the slope, looking for the best time to attack. For the demon, a powerful apostle is like a handy tool, and it cannot be easily consumed. Looking at the other legendary wizards, they all look tense and hid far away. It seems that they are not here to fight, but to watch the show. In contrast, Duke Waylon on the top of the slope has been smiling all the time, and has not made any extra movements, as if he is not facing a group of powerful enemies, but a group of harmless soldiers. Such a casual attitude is really confusing. Could it be a trap? No, what Mage Oakland whispered, staring at the target without blinking as he spoke. Yastin also felt it was a trap, but the problem was that he did not find any abnormal signs. He really couldn't figure it out. The legendary crystal staff in the other party's hand was indeed of good quality, but it was limited. It was also larger than theirs, but also limited. The mana stored in the staff was at most twice that of a single person. But there were 6 of them. When the 6 people were added together, the total power that could be burst out in a short period of time was at least 3 times that of the other party, not to mention the help of the demon. Furthermore, the spellcasting ability of a single person is always limited. Even if there are some differences between different people, they will never be very different. 1 against 7. Just can't figure out how the other party can win. Just when the mages were full of suspicion, Duke Waylon, who had been silent all the time, spoke again. "Heh, the Lord of Glory is a turtle that shrinks its head, and the warriors he sent out are also turtles that shrink their heads, and even the demons hiding in the void have become turtles that shrink their heads. Demon Apostle, didn't you shout the loudest just now? Why do you keep shrinking in your shell?" At this time, the Demon Apostle was completely controlled by the demons in the void. He was provoked by a mortal mage, so he was of course angry. But this emotional fluctuation was not enough to make him throw away his reason. He knew very well how powerful the Lord of Shadow was. For the legendary mage who could kill the Lord of Shadow, it would not be an exaggeration. So there was no ripple on his face, and he still shrank behind the giant shield. In his opinion, this Duke Wailon did not dare to make a move easily. Even if they did, it would be difficult to penetrate his defense, and this was only one of his apostles, and ultimately just a consumable. So among the crowd, although he was at the forefront, he was actually the most relaxed. At this moment, the voice of Duke Wailon came from the top of the slope again. "Devil, since you like to hide in your tortoise shell, I will smash your shell too." Before the words fell, a powerful wave of mana flashed by, and a dazzling light mist burst out with Duke Wailon as the center. Almost at the same time, a purple-black, metal-like strange jet rushed out of the light mist and shot towards the demon apostle. The demon apostle reacted very quickly, and immediately put the heavy giant shield in front of him. A scarlet light layer at least 10 centimeters thick appeared on the surface of the giant shield, and the surface of the body was covered by a scarlet light mist with a diameter of more than 3 meters. This is the strongest defensive spell of the Bloody Baron, Blood Field. This defensive spell is actually most suitable for release in a crowd. After release, it can violently absorb the souls of the surrounding people and turn them into the power of the field. The more people there are, the stronger the field is. If used in a downtown area, it can create a terrifying blood field that is directly over 50 meters. But this is a suburb, so the power of the field mainly comes from the infusion of the Void Demon. The power of the infusion is not small, and after using some focusing spells, the strength reaches Legend 5. Moreover, the dark giant shield in his hand is also a magic weapon. This thing is made of special magic Krypton gold, and its ability to break the law is several times stronger than ordinary Krypton gold. The Bloody Baron thought to himself, "I don't believe you can kill my apostle." On the other side, the 6 legendary wizards also immediately seized this precious opportunity. All 6 used their full strength. Because the distance was a bit far, beyond the optimal killing distance of the fire gun, the non-white wizards all used relatively traditional legendary spells. The spell is called Sword of Evil Judgment. It was originally used to deal with the demon apostles of the mortal world, and has been polished countless times on the battlefield. Not only is the casting speed fast, but the power is also extremely amazing. Not to mention the legendary +3 strength, the spell scale is also quite large, and it can accommodate up to 20 tubes of mana, and can directly lock the target's soul. Almost instantly, 3 dazzling lightsabers dangling down appeared above the head of the opposite Duke Wailon. As soon as the lightsabers appeared, they attracted each other and overlapped in an instant, forming a more condensed, more dazzling, and larger Sword of Judgment. This is the joint casting technique of the no-white wizard. Through this technique, not only can the scale of the spell be greatly increased, but also the focus intensity can be slightly increased. In the end, the sword was 5 meters long, shining brightly, and the final strength reached Legend 5.5, and the might was like a star falling to the ground. On the other side, the reaction speed of the 3 elf wizards was also amazingly fast. The immortal race gave them a tenacious soul far beyond that of mortals, and also gave them plenty of time to hone their casting skills. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 3 elf wizards completed the tactical coordination. 2 elves were responsible for attack, and 1 elf was responsible for defense. The main attacking elf. 1 drew a bow and shot an arrow. The bowstring was stretched, and a light arrow emitting dazzling golden light was automatically condensed on the string. This bow is a divine weapon made by the Lord of Truth for the son of Dryden, named Golden Sun Bow. Its condensed spell arrow has a legendary strength of +4, and the longest attack distance can reach 2 kilometers, and it can reach it instantly, and it will definitely hit. The most amazing thing is that the activated Golden Sun arrow can accommodate extremely large amounts of mana, up to about 30 tubes of mana. This arrow is a ruthless kill, so naturally as much mana as can be poured in. Almost all of the 30 tubes of mana were poured in, and the mana stored in the legendary crystal was instantly drained by 80%. The arrow shot out, rushing towards the target as fast as a scorching sun, illuminating the night sky. The weapon of the other elf is a staff. The staff is also a divine weapon, called True Mirror Staff. It has only one effect, which is to copy the attack of the companion 100%. So, after the Golden Sun arrow, another Golden Sun arrow appeared and also shot at the target. The last elf raised the ring in his hand and poured all his mana into it. The pouring was so rapid that cracks appeared on his legendary crystal. The ring is called Dreeton's Guardian. After being activated, it can form a huge and wonderful single-sided ring. Facing all incoming attacks, the ring does not confront them head-on, but pulls them from the side, allowing one of the incoming attacks to fly endlessly along one side of the ring until it naturally consumes mana. Because of this characteristic, this ring can withstand the attack of Legend 8 at most, and can achieve the effect of 1 against 3. In other words, this side consumes 1 mana to guide, and can eventually resist the attack caused by 3 mana of the opponent. Such a powerful defensive spell also reflects the elves' extreme attention to the lives of warriors. All of the above changes were completed in an instant. It was like a spring that was stretched to the extreme, and the suppression was removed, so it suddenly bounced violently. But almost at the same time, or even faster than the opponent, Duke Whalon was able to do 2 things at once, and exploded a hemispherical light field with his body as the center. Once the light field exploded, it expanded in all directions at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts emerged in the minds of the legendary wizards. Yastin thought, "This Duke casts spells so fast." Oakland thought, "We have such a strong attack, and you want to block it with just 1 spell?" With the legendary crystal, the attack power of the legendary mages has increased by orders of magnitude compared to the past. When the legendary mages burst out their power, even if the demons come, they have to retreat, let alone the legendary mages who are also mortals. The elves' eyes are fixed on the sun arrow. This is a legendary level 6 attack. Not to mention humans, even a giant dragon flying in the sky can be shot to death with 1 arrow. After another moment, the Duke's pale golden light field collided with the golden sun arrow and the evil judgment giant sword. At the moment of the confrontation, lightning splashed and white light flashed frequently. After another moment, the pale golden light field ignored the attack and continued to expand violently outward. Like a violent torrent, it smashed the evil judgment giant sword head-on, and then swallowed the golden sun arrow without a trace. That's not all. The expansion did not stop, and it expanded outward for another 30 meters, so that the total diameter reached an astonishing level of nearly 100 meters. Compared to this huge defensive spell, the attack spells activated by the 5 legendary wizards, which consumed huge mana, were like tickling toys, and hardly interfered with the giant light shield. The 6 legendary wizards suddenly widened their eyes, full of disbelief, and their thoughts choked involuntarily. At the same time, the demon apostle holding the dark giant shield was in a different situation. The giant shield that looked very thick was as fragile as paper. The double defense composed of defensive spells plus demonized Krypton gold giant shield was directly penetrated by the purple-black rays, which looked as easy as a steel sword poking mud. Just see, poof, there is a fist-sized transparent hole on the head of the demon apostle. The purple-black ray continued to shoot forward, creating a bottomless black hole on the ground behind him. Demons are void creatures, but the apostles controlled by demons are mortals. Their heads were pierced, and they died on the spot. Mage Yastin was the first to react, and a thought flashed through his mind. How can his mana be so strong? The golden field with a diameter of 100 meters, and a strength exceeding the legendary 7 mana is naturally very strong, but the most powerful thing is the scale of the spell. To achieve such a spell scale, the mana consumed is definitely an incredible number, far exceeding the capacity limit of the legendary crystal staff. If it were him, I'm afraid, he would need 1,000 tubes of mana to be enough. And the mana they just infused in their joint attack added up to less than 150 tubes, which was almost an order of magnitude different, so it showed a sense of powerlessness like tickling. Oakland was paying attention to the demon apostle, who was killed in seconds. How can the power of this spell be so outrageous? The Bloody Baron is Nawut's old rival. The defense of its demon apostle is amazing. If it goes all out, it can even withstand the attack of Legend plus 10. Now it was pierced directly from the front. Could this Duke Whalon be a true god? On the other side, the 3 elves looked at each other, and they had already begun to retreat. But before they started to act, a new change occurred on the field. Inside the super pale golden light field, Duke Whalon raised the legendary crystal staff in his left hand high and shouted, "Demon, since you are here, stay with me." The staff suddenly appeared with a dazzling golden light, as if a giant sun exploded on the ground, not only illuminating the night sky like daytime, but also causing a violent shock to the magic circle. The overwhelming power made the 6 legendary wizards present feel their hearts swaying, and they almost couldn't control themselves and screamed. In this state, let alone casting a spell to escape, being able to stand is the ultimate. Wizard Yastin immediately knew, another huge scale spell. The so-called huge scale is also defined in Nawut, usually referring to spells that consume more than 1,000 times the standard legendary mana. When fighting against demons, because it is necessary to infuse the power of guarding faith, or even to bear the power of burning souls, this kind of huge scale spell often appears. The problem is that Duke Waylon has no fluctuations in the power of faith, and no one burns souls for him. Where can he get such amazing mana? Oakland gritted his teeth and connected the magic ring to observe the situation in the void. With just one glance, he saw a scene that he would never forget. If the mortal world only had some strong light and magic ring vibrations, then there was a violent explosion in the void. The core of the explosion was the Bloody Baron. This legendary fourth demon, who had been entangled with Nawat for about 30 years, was killed by Duke Waylon in one blow. He was beaten to pieces and died on the spot. The most terrifying thing is that Duke Waylon killed the Bloody Baron while facing the joint attack of 5 legendary wizards. If the opponent used such power on them, they would definitely be beaten to pieces. Oakland disconnected the connection of the 11 magic rings in despair, and an incredible thought came to his mind again. Could it be that this Duke is really a true god? They are both legendary wizards, but the gap is really too big. As soon as his perception returned to the mortal world, he found that Duke Waylon was actually doing 3 things at once. He pointed his right hand at the elves and shouted, "If you come, don't even think about leaving." The majestic mana reappeared, directly stimulating an arcane ray with a diameter of 10 meters and a legendary strength of more than level 7, which crashed into the elves' defensive spell Guardian of Darritan like a torrent. Swish, swish, bang! In less than half a second, the ingenious single-sided ring was directly shattered by the terrifying arcane torrent. What spell skills, what super high focus, facing the crushing spell scale, all became fancy things. The elves' defensive spells were blown up on the spot. The 3 legendary elves inside were violently shaken by the power, and they spurted blood on the spot and fell to the ground softly, with only their last breath left. This was because the arcane torrent ray was deviated. If it hit the elves head-on, they would definitely be left with nothing. One strike killed the demon apostle, one strike killed the demon body, and another strike crippled the elf, but Duke Waylon did not continue to attack. He slowly turned the staff in his hand, and aimed it at the 3 Nawat mages. The staff once again showed a magnificent fluctuation of mana. It was obvious that he was brewing a huge legendary spell. But the spell did not explode. Duke Waylon's voice came over, "Master Yaston, you are all top figures in the human race, and pioneers in fighting against demons. I am not a person who likes killing. So, I will give you one last chance. Surrender, hand over all legendary magic weapons, and leave this plane immediately." The voice was very flat, just like the casual chat of ordinary people. But the 3 Nawat mages present felt as if their hearts were hit by a heavy hammer, and their spirits were about to dissipate. At this time, the other party was still willing to let them go, which was enough to show that the other party had mastered the real power of magic. It also showed that in the eyes of the other party, they were insignificant ants. Yes, they were indeed ants. Even with all their strength, they could not even interfere with the other party's killing of the Void Demon. This demon that had been entangled with Nawat for many years was killed by the other party. The 3 of them lowered their eyes and heads involuntarily. "You are not as strong as others, so you have to bow your head." Yaston saluted respectfully to the Duke at the top of the hill according to Nawat etiquette, and placed the legendary crystal staff on the ground. "As you wish, Mage Rosen, we will leave the Dritton Plain immediately, but there seems to be no phase transfer array nearby." Rosen pointed to a location. "I have prepared a transfer array for you." Yaston immediately said, "Let's go now." He immediately ran to the location of the array pointed out by Rosen. Oakland and Vic quickly followed. A few minutes later, phase transfer fluctuations appeared one after another. The 3 Nawat mages left very straightforwardly. Rosen looked at the elf mages again. The 3 elf mages were seriously injured and could hardly move, but because of their tenacious elf souls, their consciousness was still clear. At this time, they all looked desperate. Rosen raised his staff and pointed at the 3 people, and several golden lights fell over. Some of the golden lights sank into their bodies and healed their injuries, but it was a spell version of Golden Blessing. Of course, the effect was not as good as potions, but it was enough to heal injuries. But more golden light was printed on his forehead, wrists, and ankles, turning into a circle of deep golden runes. It was a very common mana confinement rune. Although the spell was very common, its strength was as high as Legend 7, and each confinement spell was infused with up to 100 tubes of mana, and an almost unbreakable spell lock was added. It was like a 100-gene person, wearing 10-ton fine steel shackles. The shackles were naturally very common, but they were too heavy, mainly a heavy sword without a blade. If the shackles are not removed, don't think about moving. You 3 are my captives now. If you want to regain your freedom, cooperate well. Otherwise, I won't kill you, but I will make you live a life worse than death. It just so happens that your lifespan is long enough, and this life worse than death will become very, very long." The tone was very flat, but the three elves were silent. The square-faced elf seemed to be the leader of the three. He immediately said, "Duke, we will admit defeat and cooperate. The elves have a long lifespan, so they don't insist on being stubborn. Because in their view, temporary gains and losses are not important. When facing an opponent that they cannot defeat, surrendering does not undermine their honor. Because as long as they can stay alive, they can rely on their long lifespan to outlast the powerful enemy." Rosen certainly knew the elves' plan. He nodded, "Very good. I like people who know what's interesting the most. These elves are the witnesses of the glorious empire's joint elves against the human race. And the physical evidence has been recorded by him using light and shadow magic. Once this information is made public, it will definitely cause a near-destructive blow to the reputation of the glorious royal family. He may not necessarily use it, but he will hold it tightly in his hand." After thoroughly grasping the situation, Rosen turned his head and glanced at the darkness in the distance, concentrating his mind and releasing a mind spell. "Apostle of Atumen, the Lord of the Sun, you have seen enough. It's time to go, right?" After a few seconds, the response came. "Great Mage Rosen, I'm leaving now." Soon after he said this, Rosen felt the fluctuation of phase shift. This messenger from the Atumen god realm walked very fast. After feeling it carefully again, Rosen felt that the legendary mages, who might affect the overall situation, had already left Rhine City, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the Shadow's secret art, and thanks to the Endless Crystal. Why does he have such a strong mana? Because he secretly buried 2 Endless Crystals, with a reserve of up to 10,000 Rosens under the hillside in advance, and then he kept stepping on them. Why bury 2 pieces? One piece is used, and the other piece is redundant to prevent accidents. Why not kill Mage Know-What? Because killing him is useless. Not killing him can show his kindness and righteousness, and he can also spread his great achievements tonight through their mouths, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Endless Crystal is really a good thing, but it's a bit big and a bit difficult to move. Chapter 241. Late at night. Aaron Lion Castle. Hall of Heroes. Once upon a time, King Danger once sat on the tall golden lion throne to receive foreign envoys. At this moment, the person sitting on the lion throne is no longer the Lion King, but the Duke of Dawn from the Principality of Whalon. The Lion King who once sat on the throne is now standing under the throne, with a frustrated face, but he has to listen to the Duke's words very seriously. The Duke of Dawn on the throne looks a little lazy, like the laziness after the war, and like the carelessness of facing ants. But no one dared to say a word, and no one even dared to breathe freely, including the 2 Know-What legendary wizards sitting on both sides of the throne. Because the power of this Duke is so terrible, as magnificent as a true god descending to the earth, the Duke's careless voice echoed throughout the hall. Draft and notice. First, King Danger 19 has voluntarily taken off the crown and stepped down from the throne because of his poor management of the country, which has led to the country falling into many difficulties. Second, swear that you have absolutely no intention of opening the giant fortress. These are all slanderous rumors from political enemies. I hope that Aaron and Whalon will always be brothers and friendly countries. Beside the throne, several civilian clerks lay on the ground and wrote quickly. Soon, they drafted several notices with the same content. The notice with the clearest notes and no typos was handed to King Danger. Rosen continued, "Early tomorrow morning, you will go to the king's podium in Lion Castle, gather as many civilians as possible, and read this notice in public." Danger held the document like a puppet, and it took a while for him to come back to his senses. What will happen after reading it? After reading, someone will send you and your children to the city of Aluk on the northern coast of Aaron. That is the fiefdom I prepared for the Danger family. As a former king who voluntarily resigned, you and your family have 1/5 of the seats in the City Management Council. Every year, you will also receive an economic compensation of 100,000 lion gold coins for 100 years. Although Danger's wife died, he had 5 children. After losing the throne, this welfare treatment became very important. Although Aluk City is not a big city, it is a coastal city with a good seaport. The annual fiscal revenue is about 800,000 gold coins, and 1/5 is 160,000. Adding the permanent compensation of 100,000 a year, it is enough for their family to live without worries. Although it is far from the glory of the king in the past, this is the best ending for Danger, who has fallen into the abyss. Danger looked up at the young man, who was high above him, and felt that the other party was very tall, as if he held endless power. This feeling gave him a strong sense of fear. He knew that his future fate depended entirely on the other party's kindness. After swallowing his saliva secretly, he felt that he should do something to please him. Your Majesty, the first glorious fleet is currently approaching the Gilded Strait. Perhaps you should make some preparations. It was a little unfamiliar at first, but he soon learned it. Where did he learn it from? Of course, he learned it from those jackals, who were extremely flattering to him in the past. He watched them every day, and now he learned it a little bit, and he learned it almost. Looking at the slightly unfamiliar flattering actions of the Lion King, Rosen felt very refreshed and couldn't help but secretly said, "It's a real pleasure in life to make the king bow down." I couldn't help but think again, if one day, Queen Juya also flatters me like this, and even sharpens her sword for me like Molly, cough cough. You're thinking too far, Rosen, you're thinking too far. Queen Juya is an extraordinary woman with great talent and strategy. It's very difficult to make her bow down. At present, I am far from qualified. Admittedly, he used the endless crystal to show off, but this can only be hidden from ordinary people, not Queen Juya. Soon, the other party will find the trick. So, Rosen quickly retracted his reverie. Thanks for the reminder, but I'm ready. At present, the glorious empire is still ruled by the Lord of Gloriousness. The Lord of Gloriousness, when it comes to power and practice, is very good. But when it comes to governing a country, especially governing an empire in the new era, he is only a mediocre one. Rosen had already calculated his reaction clearly. At this moment, the trick of using the legendary wizard to attack and behead has failed, and the old man will definitely think of using the army to attack. Rosen has also made corresponding preparations. The real power of this era is the army. If a powerful country wants to rise, it will definitely not be able to do so without a strong army. If Whalon wants to control the natural alliance, he must also fight with the glorious empire on the battlefield, at least to let the other party know that he is not easy to mess with. Therefore, Rosen has already made preparations for the response. Not only preparations at sea, but also on land. Danger couldn't help asking again, "The demon in the void, please be careful, Your Majesty?" "There is no need for this, he has been killed by me." Danger felt his heart twitch slightly, and the fear at his heart became stronger, but he was also curious. What about the 6 legendary wizards of the glorious empire? Some have fled, some have been captured by me, and will not cause trouble again. Danger had nothing to say. He looked down at the notice in his hand, and suddenly felt that the content on it was not so unacceptable. After all, he was not the only loser. Many people lost to this young duke. So, he kindly reminded, "Your Majesty, should there be one more item in the notice?" "Which one?" "Announce that Aaron will be incorporated into Whalon. The 2 countries will be merged into one, and you will be the king?" Rosen smiled. Aaron and Whalon will merge, but this is the natural alliance after all. This matter should be initiated by the Temple of Nature, not you, the unqualified king. So, this matter has nothing to do with you, you can step down. "Yes, Your Majesty." A figure that Danger felt very familiar with stepped forward and said, "Salenti, let's go, I take you to rest." Danger knew the identity of the visitor as soon as he heard the voice. It was Sanchester, the sage he once trusted the most. He was a little angry, but soon the anger dissipated because it was meaningless. He followed Sanchester out of the Hall of Glory, and then walked back to his bedroom along the familiar road. As he walked, he finally couldn't help but said, "Sage, when did you give up on me?" Sanchester was also relieved because he won. So he answered calmly, "That night, I explained the last way to you, and you didn't refuse." "Ah, so late. I thought you had given up long ago." Sanchester sighed lightly. Some people win in the world, and naturally some people lose. Accept failure, and leave with dignity, and the glory will naturally dim, but as long as you are alive, it does not mean the end. Maybe this generation failed, but the next generation, and the next generation, may rise again, but Your Majesty chose a path of complete destruction, so I can only give up. Danger felt his cheeks burning. "Sage, I disappointed you." "I'm not completely disappointed. After all, you regained consciousness at the last moment." As he spoke, he took Danger to the door of his former bedroom. "Rest assured, Salent, and have a good sleep." Danger hesitated. "Am I still qualified to sleep here?" Sanchester smiled. "The Duke's goal is not to be the King of Aaron, his goal is to compete with the Lord of Glory, and he won't care about this little violation of the rules." Danger understood it completely, and felt a little regretful in his heart. He couldn't help but say, "When he was fighting for the princess with me in Dawn City, I should have been cruel and done it thoroughly." Sanchester didn't argue, but just smiled faintly. "Yes, it's a pity that there is no if in the world." At the same time, the Hall of Glory. Rosen finally looked at the two legendary wizards, who came to help from Nawat. Master Cassidon, Master Lambros, thank you for your help this time. This is the legendary crystal staff left by Master Yaston, so please take it back to Nawat. The two legendary mages looked at the staff, feeling shocked and a little worried. They had been protecting the king before, and only observed the battle on the outskirts of the city through the void vision. They only felt that the fight was very, very intense, but they were not very clear about the details. Rosen saw it and smiled. The three mages are still fine, and they should have returned to Nawat by now. The reason why we let them leave the staff is that we are worried that they will regret and cause trouble again. Since this is the case, the two mages put aside their worries, but they are even more shocked. I can't figure out why this duke has such a huge magic power, because I can't figure it out. I feel that the other party is unfathomable and very scary. This is the effect Rosen wants, so he naturally won't explain more. He took out 2 spell books and handed one to each person. One spell book is called Several Improvements on the Legendary Focusing Technique, and the other is called 5 Modifications to the Legendary Wall Breaking Technique. I don't have much to give in return, just give me some of my spell experience. In addition, I will also give you a batch of high-quality legendary crystals. His attitude is really polite, and the two legendary mages are a little embarrassed. After all, they didn't help much, just protecting King Aaron. But one thing is basically certain, that is, it is only a matter of time for this extremely powerful legendary duke to control the Natural Alliance. The idea of forcing him to work for Nawat was completely bankrupt. Even if the duke was willing to go to Nawat, they didn't dare to take him in. They didn't dare to use him at all, and they couldn't use him. This duke was too powerful. Whether it was his personal ability or his personality charm, he was too powerful. As long as he was allowed to enter the Guardian Council of Nawat, he would definitely rise in a short time, and even have the highest voice in the parliament. That was really doing everything possible to invite a master back. After that, there was no conversation all night. The next morning, Salent and Danger issued an abdication notice on the king's podium in front of tens of thousands of citizens in Rhine City. For a time, Aaron was without a master, and everyone in Rhine City was confused and worried, not knowing where Aaron's future would be. But this confusion lasted less than a morning. On the afternoon of the day after the announcement was issued, the Golden Archbishop Arad of the St. Mongat Grand Temple in Rhine City led 50,000 devout natural believers to pray for Aaron's fate in the temple square, praying for the Mother of Nature to point the way forward. Mother of Nature really responded. In front of tens of thousands of devout believers present, a miracle appeared. A rich light fell from the sky, and the gold contained emerald green, just like the golden hair and emerald eyes of the descendants of the natural gods. After the light fell, it quickly expanded, and finally formed a light column that connected the sky and the earth, and the entire Rhine City was clearly visible. The Golden Archbishop Arad was simply crazy. The 50,000 devout believers were almost crazy. They sang hymns of praise crazily, and the power of faith suddenly became nearly 10 times stronger. In this almost fanatical religious atmosphere, Mother Nature sent down a clear oracle. Whalon and Aaron, a country of the same origin. The Lord of Whalon is also the Lord of Aaron. Things went smoothly. When the miracle of nature appeared, Danger was packing his luggage to leave Lion Castle. He was originally gloating over the chaos of Aaron's loss of his master. When he learned the content of the oracle, he was stunned. After staying there for a long time, he sighed deeply again. Mother Nature also chose him. Ah! Such a magnificent miracle, such a clear oracle, Whalon and Aaron can't help but merge. If Duke Whalon doesn't want to ascend the throne, the fanatical believers of nature will desperately push him up. Chapter 242. Medacillin. The Lord of Glory almost jumped up on the spot. Waste, what a bunch of waste. 6 people can't beat 1 person, what mage, what son of Dryden, all a bunch of waste. It seems that the legendary mage's beheading tactics can't be used, so we can only decide who is better on the battlefield. He immediately found his granddaughter Julia. Let the first fleet of glory enter the Gilded Strait, and cut off all trade routes between Aaron and Whalon. If they encounter the Whalon fleet, teach them a lesson. This time, Julia didn't listen completely. She carefully suggested, Grandfather, the intelligence says that the Whalon fleet has some very sharp new weapons, and we don't know the performance of their weapons. I suggest that we use the vanguard to explore the strength of the Whalon fleet first. After finding out the intelligence, we will formulate the next tactic. The Lord of Glory also felt that he was impulsive before, and thought that what his granddaughter said made sense, but he had a fire in his heart, and had to vent it. Why? We invest so much money in weapons research and development every year. Our fleet has more new weapons than Whalon. Shouldn't Weilon be afraid of us? Julia thought to herself, what are you talking about? We are the invaders. They have to fight whether they are afraid or not. Are we going to surrender directly? One is going to a distant place to cause trouble, and the other is defending their country. The morale of the soldiers is very different. But of course she couldn't say this, otherwise her grandfather would definitely take advantage of the situation and vent his anger on her. So she carefully explained, Grandfather, we are just trying to reduce the losses as much as possible. After all, the new warships and new weapons are very expensive and slow to build. The Lord of Glory waved his hand impatiently. Okay, no matter what method you use, you must stop Duke Weilon from entering Erin. Julia also wanted to have a fight with Weilon's fleet to find out what new things the other party had developed, so she began to prepare seriously. She was very cautious because Weilon had an absolute advantage in legendary power. Although legendary power is not an invincible force when facing an army, it must not be underestimated. Any misjudgment may allow the opponent to seize the opportunity and cause a major blow to the Glory fleet. While preparing, she secretly contacted Duke Weilon through the secret channel with Irene. We must fight if we can. Whether it is the will of our grandfather or the strategy of the Glory Empire, we must try our best to prevent the unification of the Natural Alliance. But we must not be confused and fight like a farmer in the countryside. So, she had to contact the other party and control the situation, lest she fall into the quagmire and be exploited by the Holy Elf Empire. When receiving the news from Queen Julia, Duke Rosen immediately passed the relevant information to Rosen's original body in Erin through the Faith Channel. After reading the news, Rosen was secretly glad. Fortunately, there was the Queen as a buffer, otherwise he would have to fight with the glorious Empire. Once a war starts, it cannot be stopped. However, due to the huge gap in national strength between the two sides, Rosen was not sure of winning. Perhaps his weapons were more advanced than those of the glorious Empire, but his weapons production capacity was far inferior to that of the other side. Even if the battle-loss ratio was 1-5 on the battlefield, it would be a victory in tactics, but a failure in strategy. Whether from the strategic perspective of the entire human race or the strategic perspective of the Natural Alliance, it was a failure. For the human race, the fierce internal friction between the two countries benefited the elves and demons. For the Natural Alliance, the battlefield was within the Alliance, and no matter how it fought, the Alliance would suffer. Therefore, at this time point, if it is possible not to fight, then don't fight. After careful consideration, he sent back the message. I, Weilon, have recently made a good thing. I will show you a trick from a distance. If you can catch it, then fight. If you think my thing is a bit powerful, and you are not sure to catch it, then withdraw the glorious fleet, and let me take over Erin. How about it? Soon, the Queen replied, show it to me. Then let's do it. Duke Rosen wrote a new weapon test plan called Operation Sword. After the plan was delegated layer by layer, it arrived at Weilon's Navy Department that afternoon. The Navy Department currently has 3 fleets, each of which currently has 35 warships. The highest commander of the first fleet was Yop, who was born in Shire County, and currently holds the rank of Lieutenant General. He looked at the test plan and grinned. The sword that has been hidden for so long is finally going to be unsheathed. But there was still a little regret, because this time the unsheathing was just a gesture in the air, and it did not really poke the opponent. He sent a warship and a target ship to the designated sea area of the Gilded Strait. The Gilded Strait is not wide, and around 9 o'clock the next morning, the warship and the target ship arrived at the destination. The warship was in the rear, in a completely invisible state. The target ship was in the front, also in a highly invisible state, but deliberately showed some traces for observation. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the simulation was a glorious warship. At the same time, an observation ship from the glorious fleet arrived at the sea area where the target ship was located. The mages of the observation ship took off the unmanned rotorcraft for observation early, and locked the observation target on the target ship in the distance. The weather was fine that day, with light clouds and breeze, and the visibility on the sea was very high. But the strange thing was that, except for the target ship, the glorious mages did not see any attacking warships on the sea. The captain of the observation ship guessed that Weilon's attacking warship should have entered a completely invisible mode, but he still didn't believe it, because this invisibility was too perfect, even more perfect than their glorious warship. Keep looking, you must find Weilon's warship. This matter is very important, even the most important, because it is related to the first move on the battlefield. The glorious mages continued to look. Not only did they increase the search density, but they also increased the search range. As a result, they still did not find any trace of Weilon's warship. If this happened on a formal battlefield, it would be a nightmare. The observation captain immediately reported the situation to the admiral of the First Fleet of Glory. "Marshal, we didn't see the Whalon warship on the sea. We have looked all over the nearby 30-kilometer sea area, but there is nothing. Is the intelligence wrong?" A quarter of an hour later, the admiral's staff sent back a message. "No, wait another half an hour." The relationship between superiors and subordinates in the Glory fleet is very strict. Since the superior said so, the captain can only wait. Time passed by minute, and about half an hour later, the Glory mages finally made a discovery. Report to the general, abnormal light and shadow appeared on the sea, confirmed to be the Whalon warship, 30 degrees east by north, 80 kilometers away from the target ship. Just after the report, there was a new discovery. We lost the trace of the Whalon warship again, and we didn't even find any waves on the sea. We highly suspect that the warship is slowing down or even stopped. When the Blackstone warship moves on the sea, there will definitely be waves. The faster it moves, the bigger the waves will be. At present, there is almost no way to completely suppress the waves. This is the latest common sense of navigation. Immediately afterwards, the observation wizard reported again. A high-speed flying object was found in the sky. The speed is extremely fast. It is estimated to be 300 meters per second, almost twice the speed of our fastest aircraft. The target is invisible, and its specific shape cannot be seen. The estimated volume is less than 1/5 of our fighter. No mana fluctuations are detected. It should be an unmanned aircraft. It is flying over the sea at an altitude of less than 100. The sea mist blocks most of the target's power fluctuations. It's so fast. The observation captain immediately issued an order, Judgment Array, conduct a simulated attack. This is the latest Judgment Array, which not only improves the problem of backlight strikes, but also greatly increases the power and locking ability. Chi. One after another, weak tentative beams of light continued to rush towards the high-speed flying objects on the sea surface, simulating attacks. The Radiant Mage immediately reported the interception effect. The target speed remains unchanged, but the flight trajectory has changed suddenly, from a straight line to a spiral advance. The trajectory is too complicated, the Judgment Array cannot lock, and the effective attack time is seriously insufficient, making it difficult to cause a devastating blow to the target. The captain's heartbeat accelerated when he heard this. It can fly so fast, and can even spiral forward. Aren't you afraid of disintegration? If this was a manned aircraft, spiraling forward at such a small angle, the pilot in the cockpit would definitely be knocked out. The Radiant Mages did not respond, and continued to report the situation at high speed. It went to the target ship, and it exploded. The power was terrible. The target ship's stealth effect failed. It is 50 meters long, and the hull has been specially reinforced, making it much thicker than ordinary warships. A huge hole was blown out of the side of the ship. You can see that the hull is very thick, twice as thick as our warship, and its defense is definitely higher than our warship. Not good, the target ship is going to sink. Observation information was continuously reported, causing the captain of the observation ship to sweat faintly. He put himself in the position of the target ship, and then came to a preliminary conclusion. If the enemy is equipped with a large number of high-speed explosive aircraft, it will cause a devastating blow to our fleet. After careful analysis, a second conclusion was drawn. Once more than 3 high-speed aircraft attack our warships at the same time, they can break through our air defense forces and threaten the safety of the ship. If the number exceeds 6, the warship will almost certainly be sunk. Considering the near-perfect stealth capability of the enemy warships, it is destined that the enemy will have a high probability of getting the chance to attack first. At present, the glorious First Fleet has 150 new Blackstone warships. As long as the enemy is equipped with 900 such unmanned explosive aircraft, it is possible to sink all of our warships. If the enemy is carefully ambushed, our side will have almost no chance to fight back. The more he thought about it, the faster the captain's heart beat, and the more cold sweat on his forehead. He immediately reported the observed intelligence to the Navy Marshal, who immediately reported it to the Queen. Later, the Queen received this military report. She was also shocked, and immediately summoned the weapon research mages of the major weapon research bureaus of the Empire to discuss countermeasures. These wizards are all top talents in the Empire. When they saw the report, their eyes lit up and their brows furrowed. After half a day of discussion, they reached a preliminary conclusion. Finally, an old wizard with a calm expression reported the conclusion to Queen Juya. Your Majesty, the new weapon demonstrated by Duke Whalon is not difficult to implement in terms of magic. If we are given a year, we should be able to come up with similar weapons. But at present, We don't have similar weapons or reliable countermeasures. I suggest not to start a war easily, otherwise our fleet will suffer great losses. If Whalon is the only enemy, we have to fight even if we suffer heavy losses, but there is still a huge elven empire behind us. Julia asked, what do you think the approximate cost of this unmanned explosive aircraft is? It is definitely much cheaper than our fighters. There are 3 reasons. First, it is small enough. Second, it is unmanned and omits the cockpit. Third, it is a disposable item and can use cheap disposable materials. We estimate that its manufacturing price should be 1/10 of our current mainstreamer aircraft, or even less. Considering Whalon's current magic industry capabilities, the other party may have built more than 1,000 aircraft, and this is definitely not the other party's strongest unmanned explosive aircraft. In other words, in this new weapon field, we have fallen far behind the Natural Alliance. Julia frowned slightly. Do you have any countermeasures? Of course there are countermeasures. The old wizard immediately gave suggestions. First, we also need to make this unmanned explosive aircraft, and we must build it quickly. Second, we have to greatly strengthen the air defense weapons of warships and land. We must not only strengthen the attack weapons, but also develop stronger detection weapons to deal with Whalon's stealth ability. Third, I think this unmanned explosive aircraft will become the mainstream attack on the battlefield in the future. The current explosive cannon is outdated and not worth mass production. Julia felt her heart bleeding, because the explosive cannon was just equipped, and many cannon factories were expanded, which cost her a lot of money. It has not been used much, but it is facing the risk of being eliminated. She was a little unwilling. This unmanned explosive aircraft may be very powerful, but there must be a wizard behind it remotely controlling it. If a targeted power storm is triggered on the battlefield, it should be enough to make it ineffective, right? The old wizard nodded. It is indeed possible, but judging from its remote control distance, it is at least greater than 80 kilometers. This shows that the other party should not use telekinesis, but an unknown remote control method. We currently do not know how to interfere. In addition, there is even a possibility that these unmanned explosive aircraft are actually semi-independent attack puppets, and there may not be a real-time remote control wizard behind them. Attack puppets? Yes. The old wizard nodded. There is evidence that Duke Whalon's ancestor is a fallen Iron Dragon clan. The Iron Dragon he created is a powerful combat puppet. There is also a lot of evidence that Duke Whalon is also extremely proficient in puppetry. Therefore, it is very likely that he created a flying puppet. If it is a semi-independent flying puppet, as long as the spell shielding is done well, it has a strong interference ability. Julia suddenly felt that the situation was very difficult. The situation was obvious. Not only could they not fight a naval battle with Whalon, but they also had to quickly formulate countermeasures. Considering the limited range of aircraft, especially unmanned explosive aircraft, they would definitely not fly far, so there was no need to worry about the threat to the security of the Empire's homeland. But this was only temporary, because Duke Whalon would definitely vigorously improve the new weapons. Therefore, the corresponding anti-aircraft weapons must be vigorously developed, otherwise even sleeping would be difficult. The emergence of this new battlefield weapon also brought a direct impact, that is, the Empire was temporarily unable to interfere with the Natural Alliance on the battlefield. Duke Whalon's entry into Erin was a foregone conclusion. Julia's mood was very complicated. Reluctant, admiration, and a little fear. Because Duke Whalon had just defeated 6 legendary wizards by himself, and even killed a level 4 demon hidden in the void, she was also a legendary wizard now, but it was still difficult to understand the other party's methods. I just couldn't figure out how the other party did it. Of course, it wasn't completely incomprehensible. She guessed that the other party might have found a way to synthesize large-capacity legendary crystals. But this guess was not good either, because the uses of legendary crystals were too great, and the Empire was almost completely crushed by the Natural Alliance in this field. Amidst all the complicated emotions, she reported the news she received to her grandfather. "Grandfather, we can't fight at the moment." "Waste." Grandfather roared in a disgraceful manner. I don't know who he was scolding, but it made Julia feel uncomfortable in her heart. She couldn't help but secretly said, "Grandfather, you are so happy to talk, but we all ran our legs off for this." Of course, she didn't say it out loud, and still stood respectfully. After a long time, the Lord of Light finally came to his senses. It seems that we must cooperate more deeply with the Holy Elf Empire to deal with the Natural Alliance together. Julia was still respectful. "Yes, Grandfather." But she secretly said in her heart, "Grandfather, if you do this, we will cut ourselves off from the human race. I will never listen to you on this matter, and I will do my best to stop you." She has not yet completely controlled the situation in the Empire, so she will not make trouble, but once the time is right, she will not hesitate. Chapter 243. The western end of the Wick continent. The endless sea of forests and towering trees everywhere are the territory of the Holy Elf Empire. In the Elf Empire, the Sea of Forests is not a special landform, but a common landform. The forest coverage rate in the country is almost 100%. In the deepest part of the Sea of Forests, there is a giant elven city built in the upper middle layer of the forest, called Drudden. In the elf language, Gissen is the pronunciation of blessing, so the name of the capital means the mortal blessing place of Drudden. The forest is rainy, and it rains endlessly at any time. Even if it is sunny, the sky is full of thick clouds, and it is difficult to see the endless blue sky. This day is the same as usual. It is a sunny day with clouds. Ayo! Suddenly, a long and powerful roar broke the tranquility of the forest, startling a flock of birds like a dark cloud. Immediately afterwards, a dark green giant creature with a length and width of more than 20 meters rushed out from a thick cloud mountain and swooped down towards a towering tree at least 500 meters high in the forest below. The speed of this giant was so fast that there were even puffs of thick white water vapor around its body. At the same time, the giant itself also emitted a stream of emerald green light, which not only wrapped its body, but also merged with the white water vapor to form a group of gorgeous emerald green light mist. Whoosh! In the sound of fierce airflow, the giant swooped down above the tree canopy in an instant, began to slowly slow down, and finally landed on a huge branch with a diameter of more than 15 meters. As the giant stopped, the light mist slowly dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the giant. It was a dark green, winged lizard. Oh no, in the Wick continent, this should be called a flying dragon, or a green dragon. It had a ferocious, huge head covered with a pair of sharp rune dragon horns. Dense, dark green dragon scales with natural runes that lightened and darkened with breathing. The muscles were bulging quickly, and the streamlined body was full of visual explosion. The most peculiar thing was that the chest of the huge flying dragon had 2 rows of huge air holes in the windward position. It opened and closed with breathing, and made a whistling sound of air flow. After the green dragon completely stopped, it slowly squatted down, and the dragon scales on its back bulged like an exploded pine cone, and then retreated to both sides like a living thing, and finally 2 elves came out from it. It was Brian and Sisai, who were on a diplomatic mission to Waylon and the glorious empire some time ago. The 2 elves jumped off the dragon's back one after another. After landing, Sisai turned around with a cold face and left. Brian spread his hands helplessly. He gently patted the green dragon beside him, took out a palm-sized emerald crystal from his cloth bag, and handed it to him. Irelos, thank you very much for your help. This is my reward for you. The stone floated up automatically, and flew into the green dragon's huge mouth. Then the dragon actually made a deep but gentle human voice. Brian, you seem to have upset Sisai. Brian spread his hands. She is just like this. A feather-sized thing can make her unhappy. It seems that the whole world is sorry for her, and she has to coax her and give in to her. It didn't matter before, but this time it was a serious matter. I was a little tougher, and she ignored me. After saying that, he added, I guess she won't pay attention to me anymore. Green Dragon Irela said, I remember you liked her very much before, and you tried every way to please her. Don't you want to comfort her? No need, it's better to ignore me, but it saves me a lot of time and energy. The Green Dragon shook his head. Brian, it seems that you have grown up completely, which makes me very happy. But in the long and dull years, you still need to find some fun, and Sisai is a good source of happiness. When she doesn't speak, her beautiful face can always make people happy. Brian still looked indifferent. Yes, but it's only when she doesn't speak. In addition, in the human world, beauty is the least valuable thing, because humans have developed very amazing deformation skills. Those short-lived species are really troublesome. The Green Dragon shook his head with disdain. Okay, let's not talk about her anymore. I have to report the situation to His Majesty. The Green Dragon spread its wings. Then goodbye, Brian of the Trothlins family. It did not fly away, but folded its wings and walked slowly towards its nest in the trunk of the giant tree along the green corridor formed by the huge tree trunk. After Brian watched it go away, he also walked along the spiral steps on the huge tree trunk towards the higher and denser tree canopy. After more than 10 minutes, he came to a huge tree house. This tree house is not only big, but also very high, more than 400 meters above the ground. There are many clouds and mists around the tree house, so it is also called the White Cloud Palace. The amazing thing is that the tree house is not carved after birth, but looks like this naturally. All the furniture, vines, and even the elegant fragrance in the house all grew from the trees. There were no guards at the door of the tree house, only rows of soft branches covered with leaves. Brian stood on the circular platform of the tree house, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and respectfully performed the unique erudite etiquette of the Sun Elves to the door. "Good day, Your Majesty Osella." Swish, swish. The branches at the door retreated to both sides like a long snake, making way for the way forward. A slightly old and gentle voice came from the house. "I'm on the balcony on the second floor, Brian." Brian was very familiar with the layout of the tree house, and immediately walked to the middle of the house, followed the spiral staircase all the way up, and after passing through the arch, there was a semicircular wooden balcony with a radius of 15 or 16 miles. There was a round table and several benches on the balcony, and above them were dense shade branches, and many branches were hung with ripe fruits. The amazing thing is that although it is the same branch, the fruits grown are colorful and in different shapes. When Brian arrived, one of the branches moved and handed a juicy melon to him. The melon fell automatically without Brian exerting any effort. Brian was thirsty, so he ate it with relish. At the same time, a branch went around behind him and built a temporary small rattan chair on the ground behind him. "Sit down, Brian." One of the benches slowly turned around, revealing a blond old man half lying on it. The old man looked like a human in his early 50s, with some wrinkles on his forehead, but his blond hair was still thick, and his blue and gold-lined eyes were still bright. He was wearing a dark green robe made of a strange material, like cloth and leaves. This person was Osella, the sun god of the Holy Elf Empire. At this moment, he was also one of the strongest legendary wizards in the Empire, with a basic mana strength of an astonishing legendary 5. Elves have always had legendary power, but they just didn't have stable legendary power. But the appearance of legendary crystals made up for this defect. And the reason why he could maintain such a high legendary level without feeling pressure was naturally because the elves had the tenacious soul unique to the immortal species. The powerful sun god patiently waited for Brian to finish eating the melon. "Brian, I see anxiety in your eyes. Is it because things are not going well?" Brian nodded slightly and began to report his experience in the Natural Alliance and the Glorious Empire. After finishing speaking, he whispered, "Your Majesty, when I left, the young Duke was already preparing to be crowned as the co-lord of Aaron Waylon. He is much more difficult to deal with than we thought." Osella's expression did not change, and his tone was calm. "He is indeed an outstanding mortal. What does he say about the 3 captured tree warriors?" Brian shook his head. "I don't know, because I can't visit him. Otherwise he would definitely catch me, and use me as a political bargaining chip against the Glorious Empire. But I am sure that the 3 tree warriors are alive, and have not been tortured, but their freedom has been restricted." Osella nodded. "It's good to be alive. Just treat it as an outing experience." He asked again, "Why did the glorious fleet of the Gilded Strait retreat for no reason?" "It's also unclear, but from some side information, it should be that Duke Waylon showed a powerful war weapon to the Glorious Empire, and the latter was not sure of the confrontation and was forced to retreat." Powerful war weapon. Osella's hands clasped on her lower abdomen flicked gently, and she sighed. These short-lived species really love to toss around, always like to come up with something so powerful that even they can't control it. Just wait and see, these guys will be destroyed by their own creations one day. Brian didn't know how to comment on this. After all, for elves, he is still quite young at the age of less than 100. In terms of time experience, he is far inferior to the elf elder in front of him, who has lived and awake for nearly 3,000 years, and existed for nearly 7,000 years. So he asked carefully, "Your Majesty, what should we do?" "Of course, we should find a way to make these short-lived species return to simplicity, so that they won't make some things that can't be resolved, causing everyone to have a hard time." Osella looked as if it was a matter of course. Then he said, "But the power of the short-lived species is indeed growing rapidly, and there are a lot of them. A direct confrontation will also cause us to suffer huge losses." After thinking for a while, he said, "General Buck across the sea is also a restless guy. He likes fighting, and has recently developed a good army. You take a few days off, and then go to the storm continent across the sea to talk to General Buck about cooperation." Brian was startled. "Your Majesty, General Buck is restless and cruel and mean. What if he turns around and comes after us?" Osella grinned and suddenly raised his hand. A branch immediately responded to his action, placing a strange round plate half the size of a palm in his hand. "This is the seal of truth left by Druden, and it has recently begun to respond to my call. Lord of Truth, the patron saint of our tribe, His Majesty Dritten told me that he will return in the near future. Brian was startled. How near is near? The elves' near future is a very broad concept. 1 year is near future, so is 10 years. In some extreme contexts, even 100 years is considered near future. Ursula thought for a while and said, judging from your Majesty's tone, it should be medium near future, about 5 to 10 years. And this long journey of 5,000 years has greatly improved your power, wisdom, and knowledge, and successfully broke through to the ranks of powerful gods. Even General Buck's master is not your opponent. So, Buck will honestly execute the contract unless he wants to die. This news made Brian happy. Of course, he knew what a powerful god meant. This is the classification of power intensity by gods and demons, with each 3 levels as a step. They are weak, ordinary, excellent, powerful, great, and supreme. According to this classification, mortal legends can only reach the first 2 levels. For example, Duke Waylon is a weak god, and the legendary 5-son god Ursula is a weak god. Of course, the situation of mortals is different from that of gods and demons, so this is an inappropriate analogy. Dryden originally belonged to the middle power, with a strength of legend 10. Now he has broken through to the powerful power, which means he has a power higher than legend 12. In comparison, the master of demon General Buck, devouring demon King Norma, only has the power of legend 11, and is only an excellent divine power. There is a very strict hierarchy between gods and demons, and the weak will never take the initiative to provoke the strong. But then a trace of uneasiness emerged again. Your Majesty, are you going to lead us to continue to rule this world? Ursula nodded. Yes, this is the Dritten plane, and it naturally belongs to Dritten. Those short-sighted, short-lived species are just parasites of the plane, and they will eventually be cleaned up. After saying that, seeing that Brian's face did not show ecstasy, but some worry, he was stunned. Brian, what are you worried about? Brian gritted his teeth and said his disrespectful thoughts in his heart. Your Majesty, it has been 5,000 years since your Majesty left. 5,000 years is really not a short time. I am afraid that your Majesty now is not the same as your Majesty in the past. So, I am worried that this may not be a good thing, but may be a disaster. Gods and demons are essentially non-human void lives, and they can change roles at any time. Ursula naturally understood, because he had similar thoughts before, and even now has similar concerns. But he has figured it out. Brian, we actually have no choice but to accept it. Ursula pointed at herself, and then at Brian. Your body and my soul were all created by His Majesty, and His Majesty has countless ways to control us. So, if we want to maintain a trace of our own free will, the only way is to completely obey His Majesty. After all, the power above Legend 12 is a great power that mortals like us can never resist. Brian understood, sighed lightly, and showed obedience on his young face. Your Majesty, I know. Very good. Ursula encouraged. Work hard, young man. Even as strong as His Majesty Dryden, he still needs loyal apostles in the mortal world. You are a talented young man. Dryden easily saw you, and he will definitely give you supreme glory. Chapter 244. Wellen. Medical Laboratory, a secret underground laboratory. In the experimental hall, 3 legendary elves lined up and accepted various examinations and analyses in turn. Blood was drawn through a needle tube, soul fluctuations were observed, mana analysis, detailed body structure scans, etc. In short, except for the body dissection, everything that could be done was done. The 3 elves cooperated fearfully, wanting to resist but unable to do so. Next to the experimental hall, Rosen held a series of analysis reports in his hand and read them very seriously. He was particularly concerned about the structure of the elf's brain, because the brain is the main place for the soul to exist. How long a practitioner can live depends entirely on how long his soul can exist stably, and the lifespan of the soul is closely related to the brain. At present, various experimental results show that the body structure of the elves is similar to that of the human race, and no essential difference has been found in the macroscopic structure of the brain. It can even be said that the elves and the human race are exactly the same. These analysis reports made Rosen fall into contemplation. This is really strange. The 3 elves cooperated very well, and answered all Rosen's questions. Through their description, Rosen knew that the elf sun god Ursula had lived for more than 7,000 years, and was awake at least half of the time. In contrast, although the godly father and the Lord of Light lived for more than 3,000 years, they were awake only 1/10 of the time. The difference in the quality of life is very large. How can one of the lives with almost the same appearance only live for less than 100 years, and even if it is promoted to the peak of the 10th ring, it can only stay awake for 500 or 600 years. How can the other live dozens of times longer? After careful analysis, Rosen came to a preliminary conclusion. Since the main appearance is the same, it means that the main genes are the same. The real influence on the bloodline may be a few key genes. Then let's start focusing on the performance of cells. Anyway, there are 3 living elves, and they are all male elves. Various cells, especially reproductive cells, are simply inexhaustible, and results should be produced soon. After explaining the next task to the research mages in the secret laboratory, Rosen left the secret laboratory. Because it is a medical laboratory to the outside world, and the main research object of medical treatment is various diseases, especially infectious diseases. For safety reasons, the laboratory is located in the suburbs of Mondania City. After Rosen left the laboratory, he drove an unremarkable electric car by himself, following the latest road traffic rules, and returned to Swan Castle. On the way, you can see lights and colorful decorations on the roadside, hanging a lot of ribbons and lights, and from time to time you can see some colorful propaganda slogans, such as Aaron and Waylon are of the same origin and race, and the citizens of the 2 countries are brothers and sisters, and so on. They are all preparing for his coronation. The people are very lively, but there are countless trivial government affairs before the coronation. Fortunately, all of this is handled by Duke Rosen, and the clone currently only accounts for 10% of LiFu's computing power. The real body Rosen is deeply hidden behind the scenes, becoming a bystander of all the prosperity in the world. As the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. Jumping away from the chess game, Rosen can better perceive the development of the mortal society. After driving for a while, I saw several groups of natural believers gathered on the roadside to pray, with a religious fanatic atmosphere. Oh, this is not a good thing. Although this greatly increased the gains of the power of faith, it also greatly increased the voice of the temple of nature, and greatly increased the time and energy that people invested in religion. However, religion is a kind of empty activity. It is very good to relieve boredom, and kill time during leisure time, and it can prevent people from having wild thoughts. But if it is used as a social pursuit, it will greatly slow down the development of magic. This is absolutely not possible. Because the reason why Rosen can have various new achievements in magic is, first, because of LiFu's computing power assistance. Second, it is also because of the feedback from various new achievements of folk magic. Mortals, a single person still has reason, but once they gather together, they always like to go to extremes. Whether it is the earth or the other world, it is the same. It is either extreme left or extreme right. If you want to achieve balance, you must have a leader who rules the country like cooking a small fresh to steer the door at any time. When most people start to hate the activities of these fanatic naturalists, I will issue an oracle to calm the minds of these fanatics. While thinking, the electric car drove into Swan Castle from a hidden back door. It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, almost dinner time. But there was still a more important family matter to be solved tonight. During dinner, Rosen was as considerate to his wife Selina as always. After dinner, when he returned to the bedroom with his wife Selina alone, he considered it for a while, and said, "Dear, there is something I have to tell you." "What?" Selina was untying her tightly coiled hair in front of the dressing table. Rosen organized his words and said, "Do you know Ziberlana?" Selina paused, looking confused. "Isn't this the name of Mother Nature?" Rosen nodded, yes and no. "I don't quite understand." "To put it simply, there are 2 Mother Natures. One is the supreme true God. The other is the carrier of the true God in the mortal world. The Ziberlana I mentioned is this carrier." Rosen didn't tell Selina the truth, because the fewer people knew about the belief in puppets, the better. There was no benefit for Selina to know, but a lot of disadvantages. Selina was also a mage with a solid knowledge of magic. She immediately understood what Rosen said. Is it related to Aaron's affairs? Selina didn't expect that Mother Nature would issue an oracle to support her husband, and she felt it was incredible. Now combined with her husband's words, she felt that the reason why her husband could get the support of Mother Nature was most likely that he had reached some deal with Mother Nature. Rosen was so sharp that he immediately saw what Selina was thinking, so he followed her train of thought and said, "That's right, but it's not only about Aaron, but about the entire natural alliance." Selina had guessed it a little, and turned to look at Rosen, her eyes full of disbelief. Rosen continued, "Mother Nature supports me in unifying and controlling the natural alliance, but the price is that I have to marry her carrier in the mortal world." Selina was stunned, and her eyes were a little moist. "So you don't want me anymore?" Rosen hurriedly shook his head. No, of course not. He and Selina were also a couple in adversity, and they had been together all the way. The other party had given birth to 2 lovely children, and the baby in her belly was about to be born, which could not be abandoned. He walked over, held Selina in his arms, and whispered what he and Zigarlana had agreed on. Zigarlana is the wife of God, the only one, which marks the orthodoxy of my control over the natural alliance, but this does not affect my marrying a mortal wife. Selina's mind suddenly calmed down a lot. She was born in a noble family, and was accustomed to such political exchanges, so she accepted Rosen's statement at once. So that's the case, but when I think about it carefully, I think it's really strange. She looked up at Rosen. My husband actually married the mother of nature, or in other words, I actually share a husband with the mother of nature. Rosen shrugged. It's a bit strange. He promised seriously. Our children will always enjoy the glory of the Duke of Whale-Undon. This is the promise that the mother of nature gave me. Selina was completely relieved. She was not a very ambitious woman, and she didn't have much enterprising spirit. As long as she could keep the family's glory, she would feel that she had done her ancestors justice, and she would not be dissatisfied. Rosen added, Our days will be the same as before. I will still be with you most of the time. But occasionally, I have to stay with Mother Nature and fulfill my husband's duties. About 1 or 2 months a year, or maybe less. Selina was more satisfied, but she felt a little uneasy. I am immortal, but I have taken up so much time as Mother Nature's husband. Will the gods be dissatisfied with me? Rosen had already thought of an excuse. He smiled and said, It seems a bit much in a short period of time, but if it is placed in the long river of time, it is only a small part. Because mortals have limited lives, I will accompany you on your journey through the mortal world. When we reach the kingdom of God, I will spend most of my time with the true God, and a small part of my time will be spent with you. Selina was a little reluctant, but she had nothing to say about it. It's fair. She became curious again. Will you and Mother Nature have children? Yes, the child of Mother Nature and I will be the next generation of the Son of Nature. In fact, this Son of Nature has already been born. His name is Higlena, but it will take some time to grow up. In a sense, Higlena, the virtual god, was really created by him and Zigarlana together. Selina's eyes widened. Is it Higlena, the god of magic, wisdom and protection in the church oracle? She is also a believer in nature. Although she is not very pious, she still knows the content of such important oracles. But she didn't expect that the father of this Son of Nature, who is about to take charge of the mortal world, would be her husband. To put it another way, she is the stepmother of the new god. It felt like something was a bit outrageous. Then it suddenly dawned on me. You even have a child. No wonder Mother Nature supports you so much. Then I was curious. When did this happen? It was really hard to explain this in detail, so Rosen could only continue to make it up. Before I met you, I secretly upgraded to the 10th ring of magic power, but this could be hidden from mortals, but not from Mother Nature, and then something happened, and then I had a child. Selina didn't doubt it, and she even had a burning gossip heart. Well, does Mother Nature like your magic gun too? Well, probably. Rosen wanted to slap himself in the face. He knew that Serena had a cuckold mentality, so why did he make up such details? Now, one lie has to be covered up with 100 lies. In fact, he hasn't really gotten along with Zigarlana yet. That woman is very shy. Last time, she said that she would do it after Aaron came back, but after he came back, she avoided him. Serena didn't notice Rosen's thoughts and asked excitedly, Did she scream loudly when you were doing it? What a mess of questions. Rosen's face turned serious. Selina, my dear wife, don't ask such blasphemous questions about the true God. Selina was not afraid at all. What's blasphemous about this? Isn't this a common human feeling? Seeing that Rosen didn't say anything, she begged in a tender voice. I am very curious about the true God, dear, just tell me. Considering that she was still pregnant and was about to give birth, Rosen could only follow her wishes and continue to make up stories. She screams, but not as loud as you do. She screams louder when I poke her harder. She usually just moans. That's really interesting. Does she have a lot of spring water? A lot. More than you. Does she look like a statue? Very much. What does the naked Mother Nature look like? I know you're good at transfiguration. Can you show me how to transform yourself? Rosen was going crazy. This question is really a bit blasphemous. Although Mother Nature has a good temper, there are limits. Okay, then I ask one more question, the last one. The last one. Who do you think is prettier, Mother Nature or me? Both are pretty. Perfunctory. Selina, that's enough. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, when Rosen was about to go to the medical laboratory, Zigarlana, who had been hiding from him for several days, finally showed up. She looked normal, but when she saw him, her jade-like cheeks turned slightly red, and her eyes flickered. But her expression was very serious, as if she had encountered something serious. "Rosen, grandfather asked you to come over, saying that he has something very important to tell you." It was the first time that Zigralana showed such a serious expression, which surprised Rosen. "Let's go together." Chapter 245. Swan Lake. Otar Gunther, the mighty father, such a man with a strong appearance, was sitting in the sunshade pavilion in the yard, holding a New Age storybook and reading it seriously. After hearing the noise, he did not look up, but turned the pages of the book and blamed. "Rosen, what's wrong with you? It's been almost half a year. Why hasn't Nana's belly grown yet?" Rosen felt embarrassed by being urged by his elders to have children. Looking at Zigralana, her cheeks, which were already slightly red, suddenly became like red apples. Fortunately, Rosen reacted quickly and thought of an excuse quickly. "Grandfather, I already have 2 children. Strictly speaking, they are also your direct descendants. It doesn't take much, tracing back 100 generations, and you can almost reach the mighty father. Considering that the lords of the Natural Alliance are deliberately ensuring the purity of their bloodline, this bloodline is still quite pure." Odergunther didn't expect this. He was slightly stunned, then shook his head. "It's too far away. I don't have any feelings at all." After that, he waved his hand again, put away the storybook in his hand, and said to Rosen seriously, "There are 2 ways of immortality in this world. One is the immortality of God. The other is the immortality of mortals. God exists forever, and God also favors some mortals, allowing them to obtain some immortality power, so these lucky mortals have a longer life than ordinary mortals. And ordinary mortals can only resist the erosion of the sand of time by constantly reproducing." At this point, he patted the chair beside him and motioned for the 2 to sit down. After sitting down, he said, "The few words I just said are not my own thoughts, but myths from ancient times. Or rather, it happened in the last era before I was born. This era is also called the Age of Truth." Rosen's heart moved slightly, and he immediately remembered that the plane they were in was called the Druden Plane, and Druden called himself the Lord of Truth. On the other side, Odergunther narrowed his eyes, his face full of emotion of traveling through a long time. Traveling mages say that there are gods, demons, and mortals in this world. Our world is now considered the mortal world, but more than 5,000 years ago, it was the gods, dominated by the Lord of Truth Druden. And the elves now are the lucky ones favored by Druden. Rosen knew some of this knowledge from the ancient times, but not as systematically and in detail as Odergunther. He whispered, "I heard that the religious atmosphere in the god realm is very strong and extremely depressing. Mortals have a feeling for God similar to that of a strict father." Odergunther nodded. Yes, they both admire and fear God. Admire their extraordinary power and knowledge, and fear the various lies of hell they make up. And these are all deliberately done by the gods. They use these 2 points to wantonly play with the hearts of mortals, and make mortals toys for them to manipulate. After a pause, the godly father looked at Rosen. "The faith puppet you and Nana made is good, but it has been a bit too much recently, and gradually it has a bit of the breath of the god realm." Rosen also had this idea and immediately humbly absorbed the opinions. "I don't like this atmosphere. I will find a suitable opportunity to reduce the religious enthusiasm of believers." Odergunther nodded. "Since you feel the same, I feel relieved." A faint fear appeared on his face again, as if the former master was right in front of him. The wisdom of the Lord of Truth is difficult for us mortals to understand, especially the control of souls and life. Even now, I can't understand it at all. This Lord of Truth likes to do something very strange. At this point, he was silent for a while, as if looking for a suitable adjective. Just as a servant brought tea, Rosen poured him a cup diligently and handed it to him. The old man took a sip of the hot tea, his eyes lit up slightly. "By the way, all things have spirits. This word is not invented by me, it is an adjective of the Lord of Truth. He said that he didn't want only one kind of creature in the world to have wisdom, but hoped that all mortal creatures would have wisdom, and be able to communicate with each other. In order to achieve this, he transformed various creatures, and then extracted the souls of mortals like us from their bodies, and then poured them into the bodies of the transformed creatures." Rosen's eyelids twitched when he heard it. He seemed to see a mad scientist. "Isn't there a high chance of failure?" The old man chuckled. "I don't know much, but the Lord of Truth has built a place called the Tribunal of Truth. The believers of truth will bring all mortals who have committed blasphemy to the Tribunal of Truth. After a series of trials, if they are found guilty, they will use the magic given by the Lord of Truth to pour the souls of the sinners into various new bodies. For example, if a person is poured into a pig's body, a pig-headed man will be formed. Correspondingly, there are dog-headed people, sheep-headed people, fish-headed people, and so on. They are collectively called the sinner race. Zigralana asked curiously, "Is this how the fishmen near the White Sturgeon Island came from?" The old man spread his hands. "How else could they come from?" Rosen asked, "Logically speaking, in addition to the sinners, there should be other transformed lives?" "Yes, there are, and quite a few. For example, the fighting race dragons. There are flying dragons, earth dragons, and sea dragons. Another example is the production race tree people, responsible for producing food and building houses. Occasionally they also fight part-time. Finally, there are the gods' favored races, which are the gods' managers in the mortal world, that is, the elves today." Rosen's heart moved, and he immediately asked, "So, the elves were transformed by mortals?" "Obviously, and it should be regarded as the most perfect race, obviously more perfect than us mortals." Rosen has been studying elves for some time, and he agrees with this. It is indeed perfect. All the small defects of mortals have been changed, and the toughness of the soul has been greatly increased. Mortals are evolved naturally, and the characteristics of natural evolution are no rework, no obsessive-compulsive disorder, just make do with what works. So, mortals naturally have a lot of traces of evolution, but these traces have all been changed away in elves. The old man sighed. It is precisely because of this that the elves are extremely arrogant, thinking that they are the eldest sons of God, and mortals are just a pile of debris in the utility room. They describe mortals as a pile of rough stones, and believe that elves should naturally rule over mortals. They did so. So the Age of Truth is also called the Age of Elves. At this point, Odergunther opened his hands and made a hugging gesture. For about 2,000 years, the entire Wick continent, and even the Storm continent across the sea, were all ruled by elves. And this rule came to an abrupt end with the sudden departure of the Lord of Truth. Without the support of God, coupled with the cruel tyranny of the elves, the ruled races rebelled one after another, order quickly collapsed, and the world entered an era of strife, known as the Age of Chaos. Lord of Glory, Misai, I was born at the end of the Age of Chaos, and your ancestor, the Iron Dragon, was born in the middle of the Age of Chaos. At this point, the old man revealed another secret. In fact, the natural bloodline I created, and the glorious bloodline of the Lord of Glory, are half of the elven bloodline. Because we each married a poor elven noblewoman. Rosen immediately felt that this was really a confusing account. The Lord of Truth transformed mortals to create elves, and finally the elves thought they were noble, and not only imprinted their hearts on themselves, but also on mortals. In the end, mortals really regarded elves as noble, and strong mortals married elven noblewomen. It seems that the Lord of Truth has really had a profound impact on this plane, and it is no wonder that this place is called the Dritten Plane. But Rosen was a little strange. What does the old man want to tell me? Odergunther took out a strange rune disc, the seal of truth, the elf wife I married, that is, Nana's grandmother left behind. Zigralana asked curiously, "Where is my grandmother? Why have I never seen her, and you never tell me?" Odergunther shrugged, and a trace of hidden pain flashed between his eyebrows, but the pain soon faded, dead, killed by Misai. But Misai didn't end well either. I found an opportunity, and chopped his elf wife into meat sauce. Rosen and Zigralana looked at each other in silence. Odergunther continued to talk about the seal of truth. Dryden left an oracle before he left. He will definitely come back again, and before he returns, the seal of truth will emit light. Originally, this thing was just a relic of my wife, but now it is lit. The light in the sunshade pavilion was too bright, so the old man used a dark sky curtain to block the sunlight, and then the light on the seal of truth became very obvious. It was a faint emerald green glow, flickering slightly, and exuding a faint soul breath that only legendary wizards could feel. Through this soul breath, Rosen vaguely felt the strength of the Lord of Truth. Very strong, much stronger than me, estimated to be above 12, close to 13. The situation of gods and demons is very different from that of mortals. Gods and demons exist in the void, and are composed of pure soul power. Their soul strength and soul scale are closely related. According to Nawat's knowledge, the scale of the power of gods and demons will increase by nearly 2 to 3 times for every level of strength increase. At the beginning, the power scale of the Shadow Lord of Legend 6 was more than 10 times stronger than the Silver-Eyed Demon of Legend 2, and nearly 400 times higher than Rosen of Legend 2. The gap is very, very large. Without the blessing of legendary crystals, and the power of faith, mortal legends can't fight against gods and demons of the same level. And even now, Rosen has no confidence to fight against the returning Lord of Truth. Because according to the data, his mana scale is estimated to be more than 40,000 times his current. Therefore, this is a real strongman, and it is not an exaggeration to call him a true god. On the other side, Gunther nodded slightly. Yes, he has become much stronger than 5,000 years ago. And based on my understanding of the character of the Lord of Truth, if he sees the current appearance of the Dritten Plane, he will definitely be very, very dissatisfied, and then find a way to transform this world into the appearance he likes. Ziggerlana asked softly, the appearance he likes? Then what appearance does he like? Gunther spread his hands. Good question, but no one knows. After all, 5,000 years have passed, and no one knows what the current Lord of Truth likes. After that, he looked at Rosen. I don't know how long it will take for the Lord of Truth to come back. He may have come back, or he may still be on the way back. It will take several years, or even more than 10 years to return. But once he returns, it will definitely have a profound impact on the world we live in again. So get ready, young man. He handed the seal of truth to Rosen. Rosen took it solemnly and said in a serious tone, I will be ready, grandfather. Also, have a baby with Nana as soon as possible. No matter how chaotic the world is, no matter how busy you are, you must not forget to reproduce. This is the way for us mortals to achieve immortality. After saying that, without waiting for Ziegler to protest, he picked up the storybook called The Tragic Times and continued to read. Okay, go away. I want to read a book carefully. Don't disturb me if there is nothing to do. Rosen and Ziegler had no choice but to leave. In the electric car, Rosen said, Nana, grandfather keeps asking me every time, when will you fulfill your promise? Ziggerlana's cheeks were red, and her body almost shrank like a quail. After a while, she finally made up her mind. Let's do it today. Rosen immediately said, I know a good place. Let's go there to do it. Whatever you want. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Soon, Rosen took Ziggerlana to the underground secret room of Swan Castle. No one will disturb us here, and no one can spy on us. Well, not bad. Ziggerlana breathed a sigh of relief. Probably to ease the topic, she asked, Are you sure about the Lord of Truth? Not yet, but I will be sure soon. At least I can protect myself. After all, even the gods and demons of Legend 13 still cannot break through the barrier of the magic ring, and can only rely on the power of the mortal world. While speaking, his hands were not idle. Ziggerlana resisted instinctively, but the intensity was not high. In a daze, the matter was done. After the job was done, she gave a soft comment. It feels weird. Rosen was very straightforward, because the Mother of Nature was extremely sensitive, even more so than Nephronia. He smiled and asked, Is it a good monster or a bad monster? I don't know, why are you here again? She couldn't speak, and just kept shouting. Rosen thought secretly, It seems that I was wrong about Selena. The Mother of Nature's shout is louder than hers, much louder. Fortunately, there is a spell shield, otherwise I'm afraid that everyone in Swan Castle can hear it. Thinking of the return of the Lord of Truth, Dryden, an idea flashed through his mind. We have to start preparing for a desperate fight. How to fight to the death? Of course, it's to make a nuclear bomb. Fusion is difficult, but fission can be done as long as there are materials, and it's very easy in the magic world. And it must be prepared in secret, and no one else knows except me. Why? After all, it is a powerful existence above level 12, and its penetration ability must be extremely strong. The more people know, the greater the risk of the secret being leaked. If the nuclear bomb didn't hit the Lord of Truth, but exploded in a mortal city, it would be embarrassing. Chapter 246. The Secret Lounge under Swan Castle. Rosen was putting on his pants, and just as he put one leg into his pants, he was hugged from behind by Ziggerlana, and a sweet voice came from behind. Dear, this thing actually tastes good. When Rosen heard the sweet tone of voice, he secretly said in his heart, Oh no, Nana is probably a clingy person. There is a type of girl who is infinitely shy before doing things, but as sweet as Maltos after doing things. There is only you in her eyes, and she will be affectionate and gentle to you. If it were an ordinary person, it would be no problem. Staying with her for a lifetime would be a perfect life, but he is not an ordinary person, he is a great lord. Although women are his favorites, if he spends a lot of time in the land of tenderness, then this life will not end well. The land of tenderness is his hero's tomb. Besides, there are so many beauties waiting for him in the world, how can he focus all his attention on one beauty? That would be unfair to other beauties. But if he rejected her coldly, or even got intimate with other women after the rejection, it would hurt Ziggerlana's heart. Over time, if the other party did not get a response from him for a long time, it might turn love into hatred, or jealousy out of love. In short, there would be no good result in the end. When the Lord does something, he should think 3 steps ahead. So, this problem must be solved. So, while Rosen turned around and tenderly entangled with her, he secretly thought of a solution. Then he thought of an idea to solve it. First, we have to have more children to divert Nana's attention. Then, I have to train Laifu to have the ability to fall in love, and then use my blood to fuse a perfect clone to deal with Nana, this sweet girl. After another round of lovemaking, Zigralana asked softly, "My dear, how are you preparing for the natural empire?" Rosen asked with a smile, "Why, are you in a hurry to become the queen?" Although Zigralana's face was full of shame, she still nodded, "Yes, so that we can be together openly without hiding." Since she was so frank, Rosen also answered seriously. The matter of becoming an emperor is unprecedented in the natural alliance, and it is also a bit against the current trend of the times, and will encounter a lot of resistance. So, we must make full preparations in advance. First of all, we must build momentum among the people, especially among the natural believers. At present, I am building a dream world called Natural Kingdom of God. After it is completed, I will invite all the core believers of the Natural Alliance to participate in our wedding in the Kingdom of God in the dream. After a pause, he said, "In other words, we will get married once in heaven and once on earth to obtain the most orthodox imperial power. In addition, there is one thing that must be prepared, that is, to deal with the madness of the glorious empire. To be more precise, it is the madness of the Lord of Light. Once a person goes crazy, all rational considerations are no longer valid, all behaviors become unpredictable, and this is also the most terrifying time for a person. Then why did he have to become an emperor instead of establishing a republic like Nawat? There are many considerations. For individuals, it is naturally to realize ambitions. For strategy, it is to better unite the natural alliance. Because the alliance is too scattered, just like a ball of sand, it looks like a pile at first glance, like a huge monster, but it falls down with a push. If you want to quickly melt such loose sand into a crystal, you can't rely on a mild republic. You must go too far, and use the most powerful centralized autocracy to establish a dictatorial monarchy. Back to the point. Although Siglerna was intoxicated by Rosen, her brain was still working well. After thinking carefully, she nodded gently. "Well, it sounds very good. How long will it take?" Rosen naturally had a plan in mind. About half a year, just in time. Aaron and Varen's fusion also needs a lot of preliminary preparations. The time is not long. Although Siglerna is looking forward to the wedding day, she also knows that this matter cannot be rushed and can only be patient. Seeing her like this, Rosen felt that he had to find something for her to do, so he said, "Nana, you can concentrate on practicing during this time, and I will also help you to try to get promoted to legend before our wedding." Siglerna immediately had a goal. Okay. After a long period of sticking, Rosen finally got away. After escaping, Rosen immediately rushed to Bell's laboratory. At present, the scale of Bell's laboratory has expanded dozens of times compared to the initial scale, and the number of people has also expanded from the initial dozen to more than 4,000 now. Each of them is a genius wizard of the Natural Alliance. This laboratory has also produced many achievements, which has greatly helped Rosen. This time, he plans to build a fission nuclear bomb. The first helper is naturally Bell's laboratory, which has already developed a nearly complete periodic table. Bell is currently a 4th ring peak wizard, and it was naturally Rosen who helped him to get promoted. Although he is the highest person in charge of the laboratory, he always goes to the front line in person. When Rosen found him, he was wearing protective clothing and developing a new material. Since he was busy, Rosen waited. About half an hour later, Bell came out of the laboratory. Rosen said, "Master Bell, it seems that your laboratory needs a special assistant team to help you coordinate and manage the laboratory." Bell slapped his thigh and felt the same way. "Yes, I need it too much. Managing the laboratory is a waste of my precious time." After thinking about it, he simply said, "It's boring to be the top person in charge. It's just a burden. It's better to let someone else do it so that I can concentrate on the experiment." Since he felt the same way, Rosen said, "Then recommend someone to me when you have time." "Okay." Bell asked again, "Lord, you seem to have something important to talk to me about." Rosen waved his hand. "Go to your office, and we will talk in private." After arriving at the office, Rosen released a legendary breathless crystal wall technique, then walked to the periodic table on the back wall of the office, and pointed to a group of heavy elements that have been found to have radioactive isotopes. Among them is uranium. I need you to form a group of people to help me secretly search for this type of mineral that can excite fluorescence. The more the better. Bell looked at the element that Rosen pointed to. Fluorescent elements? These things are not easy to find. They are rarer than gold. These fluorescent elements were discovered by accident, and there are very few samples. Of course, Rosen knew that this thing was hard to find. No matter how hard it is to find, we must find it. This thing is very important. Don't worry about the money. I will persuade the cabinet to allocate a large sum of money. He did not say that he was interested in uranium, because he only planned to build a fission nuclear bomb by himself. Bell was also very curious about fluorescent elements, and wanted to study them carefully. Seeing Rosen's support, he was very happy. Okay, I will form a team immediately. Well, send people to find each fluorescent element, not only on the ground, but also underground and on the seabed. Find it as soon as possible, it is very important. Bell didn't understand why it was important, but Rosen was a legendary wizard. If he repeatedly emphasized the importance of something, it must be very difficult. Bell nodded. Okay, I will start designing related detection tools immediately. Then, the search for uranium ore was settled. Rosen wanted to return to Swan Castle, but the Minister of Magic Wei Ge handed Duke Rosen a new paper. This changed his direction. The paper came from Cavendish Laboratory. To be precise, it was written by a wizard named Weber in the laboratory. The title of the paper is Counterintuitive Phenomena in the Supermicro World Unpredictable Light. The main body borrowed the eyes of Duke Rosen to take a quick look at the content of the paper, and sighed in his heart. It's so fast, they have discovered the photon. Immediately changed direction, and went directly to Cavendish Laboratory. When I arrived at the laboratory, I found Master Weber directly. He was a black-haired young man, less than 25 years old, but he had the magic power of the fifth ring. His face was very handsome, but he neglected to dress up, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, and his hair was messy like a chicken coop. After seeing Rosen, his hands and feet were shaking with excitement, and he didn't know whether to speak first or to salute first. As soon as Rosen saw his appearance, he knew that this was another outstanding talent from a commoner. Immediately gently comforted him. Be casual, Master Weber, you are 23 years old, I am 23 years old too, we are the same age. Just treat me as a classmate in the academy. Weber calmed down a little. Rosen got to the point. I read your paper. It's very exciting, very wonderful, and very groundbreaking. Especially the mathematical model you used to explain various ghost resonance phenomena in the end shocked me. This mathematical model is called Weber ghost equations. It perfectly explains the ghost resonance phenomenon of various forces, and predicts the existence of a probability transition spell. What is probability transition? In simple terms, it is to transfer the probability of one thing to another. For example, if you throw a stone into the sky, it will land again, with a 100% probability. Now use magic to transfer the probability of this thing to another thing with a very low probability, and almost impossible to happen, such as a certain country's football, which may make it win the championship. Anyway, this magic is very mysterious, very mysterious. Not only did it give Rosen great inspiration, it also gave him a wonderful idea to create a magic weapon. On the other side, Weber was tickled, his face was both proud and humble. Duke, it's not perfect yet, there are still many difficulties that have not been solved. Then solve it, I will fully support your research. Weber's eyes lit up. As you wish, Duke. It is obvious that this Weber wizard is a top genius. For such a big treasure, Rosen is naturally generous. After leaving the laboratory, on the basis of the existing promotion system, the Duke's immunity was used to double the additional amount. The specific treatment content is, in terms of personal, a 2-acre lakeside villa, a new luxury electric car, a special car driver, a team of special elite guards, 2 life maids, 20 milliliters of golden blessing potion every year, all kinds of medical expenses are free, the monthly salary is raised to 30,000 Klee, 2 months of free vacation every year, and the qualification of direct connection to the lakeside study. At the national level, the construction and use qualifications of an ultramicro optical laboratory were obtained, and the total investment of the laboratory was not less than 200 million Klee. The huge benefits directly shocked Master Weber. After all, he was a passionate young man, and he wrote a suicide letter to Rosen, vowing to do his best to study ultramicro optics. Rosen naturally wrote back to encourage him. Then, he returned to his laboratory and planned to start thinking about a wonderful legendary magic weapon based on the Weber ghost formula. Unexpectedly, less than 2 days later, he received another good new paper. There are 2 authors of the paper, who are 2 close friends from Lavender. One is Owen, and the other is Hansen. The paper is called The Stars Under Our Feet. When I opened the paper, I saw various precise world mapping data. After listing various detection data, the paper pointed out that as long as the speed of a thing is pushed to 9 kilometers per second, it can be kept flying in the sky without landing. In other words, the first cosmic speed of the Dryden plane is 9 kilometers per second. Rosen was very satisfied. Long-term and continuous investment has begun to bear fruit. The development of magic technology depends not only on the great breakthroughs of top talents, but also on the small progress of ordinary people. In the end, the great breakthrough is connected with the small progress, and the point leads to the surface, which can achieve the improvement of the power of the entire country and even the entire race. This surveying and mapping data is of great help to navigation and aviation, and it also greatly broadens the horizons of mortals. So Duke Rosen was naturally very happy, and gave great rewards to the 2 surveying and mapping masters. In this atmosphere of endless new knowledge, time passed quickly. 3 months passed in a flash. The dream of natural kingdom created by Rosen for ascending the throne has also been polished to perfection. It's time to start building momentum for the natural empire. Chapter 247. Night. Rhine City, the former capital of Erin, the great temple of St. Mungard. After finishing a day's work, the golden Archbishop Galad, with the help of his servants, lay on the wooden bed in the room. Although the temple is not a monastery, Mother Nature advocates frugality, so even the golden Archbishop has relatively simple material conditions. Maybe some archbishops didn't care before, but after Mother Nature returned, no one dared to ignore the doctrine and mess around. After all, this is a church led by the true God, not like the glorious church, which is a deceptive thing made by a false god. At first, Galad was not used to this simple life, because his previous life was more comfortable than that of the king. But he had to do this now, otherwise he would be alienated and abandoned by Mother Nature, and it would be difficult for him to enter the kingdom of Mother Nature after his death. This is naturally impossible. After a long time, he got used to it, and even felt a sense of spiritual satisfaction. Soon after he closed his eyes, he felt a warm and peaceful feeling in his heart, which was very comfortable. All the troubles during the day, and the discomfort caused by physical illness disappeared. Soon, he fell into a deep and sweet dream. At some point, he suddenly felt someone talking in his ear. "Wake up, Brother Galad." Galad woke up, but all he saw was darkness. He was confused and a little scared. "Who is calling me?" Then, the darkness in his vision gradually faded, and then he saw light, as gorgeous as the sea of stars in the sky. He saw it clearly, and found that he was standing in an incredibly magnificent city. The city was also in the dark, and the sky was pitch black, but the ground was illuminated by endless lights. There were lights everywhere. There were buildings that towered into the sky like mountains everywhere. There were roads everywhere, and he was standing on the side of a road. These wide, flat roads were not only on the ground, but also in the sky. They were crisscrossed in the sky, like dense spider webs, connecting huge buildings that towered into the sky together. He also found that there were countless vehicles running on the road, some of which were similar to the new Blackstone car. These vehicles were gorgeous and sophisticated in appearance, a bit like the Blackstone car, but if you look closely, they actually had no wheels, but were suspended and flying close to the ground. The speed was also amazingly fast, speeding past the road like a phantom. At the same time, it was also very quiet, without the clanging sound of the Blackstone car, and there was no unpleasant stench. Giz. A vehicle stopped beside him, and the window like flawless crystal rolled down. A strange man said to him, "Brother Galad, you are here." Brother is the name in the church. Men are called brothers and women are called sisters, which means that all believers have equal status before God. Giz. This beautiful vehicle opened its door in a very strange way, just like a dragon spreading its wings. "Come on, Brother Galad, His Majesty's wedding is about to begin." Galad was startled. His Majesty's wedding? Whose wedding? "Come on, I tell you slowly." Galad saw 2 very thick but strangely shaped chairs inside, guessing that these should be seats, so he walked up and sat down. It felt very soft and comfortable. After sitting down, there seemed to be a pair of small hands on his back gently massaging his shoulders and back, making him almost moan with comfort. Bang! The peculiarly shaped door closed, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. A man's voice came from the front. "Brother Galad, this is the kingdom of nature. Her Majesty specially invites you to attend her wedding, and I will take you to the holy square for the wedding." Galad suddenly realized, and at the same time, the shock in his heart became stronger. "Lord, this is actually the kingdom of nature? This is completely different from what I imagined." He thought that the kingdom of nature would stand in the clouds, with countless holy lights shining, extremely magnificent and extremely glorious. Of course, It's not that the scene in front of him is not magnificent and glorious, but it is far beyond the limit of his imagination. No matter how he thought, he could not have imagined that the kingdom of nature would be like this. That's why he believed that all this was true, not an ordinary dream. Because it is impossible for a person to dream about something he has never seen before, let alone to dream so specifically and clearly. He turned around and looked around, and found that there were a lot of things he had never seen in this means of transportation, which was also called a car by the other party. Although he had never seen it before, it seemed so logical, as if it should be like this. Soon, the car started. It was very stable, but the speed was very fast, and it soon caught up with the traffic on the road. Gar had found that the cars on the road had various shapes, but the shape of each car was extremely gorgeous, and it felt like the most exquisite creation in the world. He couldn't help asking, who is driving those cars? Mortals like me who live in the kingdom of God. Many of the passengers in the cars are invited to the Holy Square to attend His Majesty's wedding, just like you. Are many people invited? A lot. Almost every temple's chief priest, as well as countless devout believers, are invited, probably tens of thousands of people. Galad was shocked, and when he was about to ask, he suddenly found that the car drove into a long cave. After coming out of the cave, it actually drove directly on a translucent sky road. And it drove higher and higher, and in the end, it was almost level with the clouds. How high are we now? Galad asked fearfully. About 1,000 meters, but this is far from the top. The highest can reach more than 5,000 meters. Oh, Mother Nature! Galad was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He asked again, what is such a high building made of? Won't it collapse? Brother Galad, this is not the mortal world, but the kingdom of the true God. The true God has wisdom and magic that mortals like us cannot understand. So, don't try to understand the kingdom of God with mortal knowledge, otherwise you will make a fool of yourself. Galad nodded in agreement, but he was still shocked by what he saw and kept exclaiming. At this moment, they were not only flying above the clouds, but also floating in an endless sea of stars. The wildest and most magnificent imagination of mortals is 1,000,000 miles away from what is in front of them. The kingdom of God is really magnificent. Looking to both sides on the road in the clouds, you will find that there are dense lights all over the top, bottom, left and right, which is 1,000 times more magnificent than the sea of stars in the mortal world. No, it is 10,000 times. Gradually, the car slowed down because there were more and more cars on the road. Countless cars converged in the middle along the spiderweb-like roads, and in front was a huge square built in the sky. The square was covered by a golden light column that connected the sky and the earth. From the outside, it was dark, but as soon as you entered the light column, the sky actually lit up. But it was not the blue sky, but endless golden light. Many bubble-like light balls were flying in the golden light, and songs came out of the light balls, which was the most popular praise to nature in the mortal world. Countless light balls sang together, and a large number of songs gathered together to form a torrent of songs. The previous moment was still a mysterious and magnificent sea of stars, but now it was a holy and glorious square. The car stopped, the door opened, and passengers came out of the car one by one. Each of them looked incredible. Exactly the same as Galad at this moment. Obviously, they were also mortals invited to attend the wedding. Brother Galad, I will take you here. You can walk the rest of the way by yourself. When the wedding is over, His Majesty will take you back to the mortal world. With these words, the man got into the car and drove away quickly. Galad had no time to pay attention to him, because his attention was attracted by his companions around him. He found many acquaintances in the crowd. Ah, Sister Alina, you are also invited? Oh, Brother Galad, it's nice to meet you. He kept greeting acquaintances, and then gathered together, asking each other curiously. Since it's a wedding, who is His Majesty's husband? People shook their heads, and everyone had the same curiosity on their faces. More and more mortal believers arrived, all gathered in the square. At a glance, there were people everywhere. Everyone had the same doubts in their hearts. Who is the husband of Mother Nature? No one doubted that this was not the kingdom of nature, because everything was too specific and detailed, making people have to believe that all this was real. Gradually, no one came. This so-called holy square also became crowded, even a little crowded. At this time, the natural praise that was originally just background music suddenly became louder, and a large number of fluttering and gorgeous light bands appeared in the sky at the same time. Immediately afterwards, a light flashed on the high platform in the middle of the holy square, and a woman who was more than 10 meters tall, covered by a ball of golden soft light, and wearing a fiery red wedding dress appeared. When the believers saw the appearance of this woman, they immediately found that she was almost exactly the same as the sculpture of Mother Nature in the temple. Obviously, she is Mother Nature. But compared to the rigid and rough sculpture, the woman in front of him was 10 times more vivid, 10 times more beautiful, and 10 times more holy. Every believer had an idea in his mind. So, this is the true appearance of the true God. So, the believers immediately began to sing the praises of nature in unison. Amid the singing, another figure slowly appeared on the high platform. It was hazy at first, then clear, and gradually, it showed its complete appearance. It turned out to be Duke Waylon. Duke Waylon's appearance had long been spread throughout the Natural Alliance. Almost everyone living in the Natural Alliance, and even many people in the Glorious Empire, knew what he looked like. The Duke was wearing a black suit and a white shirt. He was also more than 10 meters tall, even taller than Mother Nature. He was also covered with a layer of golden light, and he took Mother Nature's arm. It was obvious that he was Mother Nature's husband. After seeing this scene, the Golden High Priest Galad was stunned at first, and then he had an idea. No wonder His Majesty sent down an oracle to support Duke Waylon. It turns out that he is the husband chosen by His Majesty. Then he sighed secretly. I'm afraid only such a person is worthy of being His Majesty's husband. Every believer had a similar expression on his face. Stunned, understood, and suddenly realized. Then, the gentle voice of Mother Nature, with a strong maternal nature, came from the high platform. My followers in the mortal world, I now officially declare that Rosen Saxon is my chosen husband. Whether in heaven or on earth, I will give him endless glory to reward his outstanding contribution to the Natural Alliance. On earth, he will become the first emperor of the Natural Alliance. He will spread the wisdom of the kingdom of God to the mortal world and lead the alliance to glory. As he said this, Galad suddenly felt his thoughts tremble slightly, and then his vision went dark. Then, Galad suddenly woke up. He still remembered everything that happened in the dream clearly, and immediately bowed his head and began to pray. Mother of Nature, please guide me and tell me that everything that happened just now is true, not the devil's lies. Soon, he got a response, which was a joyful, appreciative, gentle emotion, and also implied a vague idea. My spokesperson on earth, supporting my husband? Galad let out a long breath. As you wish, Your Majesty. God's husband wants to be the emperor of the world and spread the wisdom of the kingdom of God to the world, so of course, he will give his full support. When he thought of the magnificent scene he saw in the kingdom of God, Galad was shocked. It really deserves to be the kingdom of God. When he thought about his soul living in such a magnificent world after his death, he became very yearning in his heart, and even had the idea of dying on the spot and living a good life in the kingdom of God. Of course, he couldn't die, because the church strictly prohibited suicide, and the soul of the suicide must go to hell. But he was no longer afraid of death. At the same time, this was also the idea of almost all believers, who were guided to the dream of the kingdom of God. On the other side, in the faith puppet's secret room of Waylon Swan Castle, Rosen and Zigarlana were still staying in the dream of the kingdom of God. The believers had all been sent away, so there were only 2 of them in the entire kingdom of God. Zigarlana finally couldn't suppress the shock in her heart. My dear, the natural kingdom you created is so spectacular. If there is a kingdom in this world, it will definitely not be better than this. Rosen smiled and said, it took me a lot of energy. In fact, this so-called natural kingdom is based on the big cities on Earth, with some sci-fi imagination and localization transformation, but the effect is really good. It directly shocked these aliens, who have never seen the world. And this is inevitable. Let alone the other world, even on Earth, people in the 18th century will definitely be shocked when they see the world of people in the 21st century. This is just the same world with a difference of 200 years. Zigarlana naturally didn't know Rosen's thoughts. She now worships Rosen as her husband, and her worship is mixed with strong personal emotions. So she couldn't help asking, the wedding in heaven has been held, what about the one on Earth? The wedding on Earth will be held soon, in another month or 2. Why does it take so long? Isn't it almost done? What are you waiting for? She couldn't wait to be with Rosen every day. Rosen was worried in his heart. Oh, it's not good for a girl to be too enthusiastic. He smiled on his face. This can't be almost done. We must make full preparations and ensure absolute safety. I don't want my grandfather's tragedy to happen to me again. Before she finished speaking, she saw that Zigarlana's facial lines softened a lot, and the water in her eyes almost overflowed. He thought to himself, oh, she was so emotional with just a random sentence, isn't she? No wonder the godly father thought that his granddaughter was useless. But then again, he didn't lie. It's true that there is still a little short of it, mainly in dealing with the madness of the Lord of Light. Most of it is ready, just a new trick is missing. Chapter 248. In a blink of an eye, a month and a half has passed. In the new capital of Varan, Mondania, Swan Castle issued a notice to the All-Natural Alliance. The name of the notice is very short, just 4 words, Natural Empire. The main content is as follows. On July 19, 1523 of the Natural God calendar, the Natural Empire was established. The first emperor of the empire is the former Duke of Varan, the legendary wizard Rosensaxon, and the first queen is Miss Raelana, the mortal incarnation of Mother Nature. The former Principality of Varan and the former Kingdom of Erin will be combined into one, becoming the main territory of the Natural Empire. The former 32 counties of Varan and 42 counties of Erin will be redivided to become the 26 provinces of the Natural Empire. The empire has one capital, Mondania. There are 3 auxiliary capitals, namely Dawn City, Rhine City, and Lion 2 City. The 4 capitals will be directly governed by the emperor. The notice also printed a photo of Rosen and Zigralana. Both printing and imaging are the latest achievements of magic. They are not only very clear, but also move, just like a short video. This is also the first time that Zigralana appears in the public eye. Her appearance and temperament are almost exactly the same as the sculpture in the temple, and she is wearing the same simple long dress as the sculpture of Mother Nature. She is simply the living Mother Nature. As soon as the content of the announcement spread, everyone was stunned, and there was a shocking feeling of mist shining into the world. Those devout believers of nature who had seen the kingdom of nature in their dreams, when they saw this announcement, they directly supported it unconditionally. Even the true God Mother Nature is married. If such a person is not the emperor of the Natural Alliance, who will be the emperor? They began to promote it vigorously, and even many devout believers began to write books. The title of the book is Sleep Journey to the Kingdom of Nature, which vividly describes the process of participating in the wedding of the Kingdom of Nature. About 99% of the people in the Alliance are naturalists. Although most of them are shallow believers, they all have the imprint of Mother Nature in their souls. No matter what happens, they like to talk about Mother Nature. Now, the chief priests of the major temples spare no effort to brainwash believers at prayer meetings, promoting the nobleness and holiness of the natural emperor. For ordinary civilian believers, it is difficult not to believe. Therefore, most ordinary people in the Natural Alliance directly recognize Duke Waelon as the emperor. Who let him be the husband of Mother Nature? This is the idea of ordinary people. For the mage class who master knowledge and magic, it is shocking, confused, and puzzled. The mages are confused and feel that they cannot understand the logic of the operation of this world. But one thing is clear. If the Natural Alliance must have an emperor, then Duke Waelon is obviously the best candidate. Does the Natural Alliance need an emperor? Not sure, but the wives and parents of the mages think it is necessary. Some mages themselves also think it is necessary. So, there is some sporadic resistance from the mage class, but the overall attitude is acceptance. Finally, the reaction of the top elites of the Natural Alliance. Most of them are afraid. Because it means a complete subversion of the old order, which means that their status will be lost. Cow. On the day after receiving the news, Queen Cow convened another royal meeting. The first sentence at the beginning is, "Everyone, the time left for us to make a decision is getting shorter and shorter." The members of the royal family looked at each other in silence. The queen continued, "Soon, there will be a surge of thoughts among the people of Cow, and there will definitely be countless people who want to join the Natural Empire and become part of the empire. Both the Duke and Mother Nature have clearly expressed their will. I'm afraid that in the near future, the empire will begin military expansion and conquer the remaining alliances until the alliances are completely unified." The royal family remained silent, and everyone felt a huge psychological pressure. After a long time, the eldest Prince Ryan said, "Perhaps we can declare Cow a vassal state of the Natural Empire, so that at least we can maintain the glory of our royal family." Queen Cow looked at her eldest son with some sadness, and then turned to look at the other princes. "What do you say?" The third prince looked unwilling, but did not say a word. The sixth princess also looked pale and silent. The others were probably in a similar state. They were unwilling, but they did not have the courage to resist, so they could only stand still. Queen Cow said, "Since you want to drag it out, then drag it out. Wait until you fail on the battlefield, and then declare surrender." "Mother, we may not fail," Ryan argued. The queen said indifferently, "On the eve of the abdication of the Lion King, there was some chaos in Rhine City. The glorious legion approached the giant fortress, and the glorious First Fleet approached the Gilded Strait. That night, the war was about to break out. But in the end, the fleet took the initiative to retreat, and the legion also gave up the attack. My eldest son, do you think this is because of the Empire's kindness? Or because of the Empire's powerlessness?" Ryan's face turned pale. Of course, it is the Empire's powerlessness. The glorious Empire is the old enemy of the Natural Alliance. If there is a real chance, it will definitely take action. The only reason why it did not take action is that it is not sure. Why not sure? It is obvious that it failed to deal with Duke Whalon. Even the glorious Empire was defeated, so how can the cow, who has countless natural believers in the country, resist the Natural Empire? I am afraid that if the war is declared today, the Silge royal family will be slaughtered by fanatical natural believers that night. Sage Layton said, I am an outsider, but I have to say that this is a hopeless and doomed confrontation. If you surrender voluntarily, you can at least get a city as a family fiefdom like the Danger family. Otherwise, the second half of the sentence was not said, but everyone knew it. Queen Cow said, vote, whether to fight or surrender, whichever side has more people will listen to it. So they voted. After a round of voting, 42 members of the royal family, 38 wanted to surrender, and only 4 wanted to fight. The surrender faction was in the absolute majority. Queen Cow spread her hands. The minority should obey the majority. The meeting was suffocatingly silent, but no one objected. So, the next morning, Cow's Silge royal family handed over the surrender letter to Mondania, the capital of the Natural Empire. At the same time, a similar thing happened to Levender. In the Natural Alliance, in this sect where everyone believes that there is a true God, the true God married a mortal, which directly shattered everyone's will to resist. After a discussion in the cabinet, Levender submitted a surrender letter to the newly established Natural Empire, and expressed his desire to join the Natural Empire. The 2 major kingdoms gave up resistance, and the 6 major duchies naturally had no intention of resistance and surrendered directly. Soon, the relevant news also reached the glorious Empire. After Zhuya received the news, she sighed, but she was not surprised. After all, Duke Whalon either did not launch it, or once launched it, it would be a series of violent combos. From the moment the glorious First Fleet withdrew from the Gilded Strait, she expected this result. The only thing she couldn't figure out was the Church of Nature. Everyone said that Mother Nature was the true God, and in the past year, the influence of the Church of Nature among the people of the Alliance has indeed been growing rapidly, even to an incredible extent. Even within the glorious Empire, some natural believers began to appear. She couldn't figure it out. Did Duke Whalon cooperate with the Void God? It shouldn't be. Isn't he the most afraid of the Void God and Demon? Besides, even the Void God and Demon don't seem to have the ability to respond to countless believers at the same time? What's going on? She couldn't figure it out, but she also felt that this matter was very serious, even more serious than the Natural Empire itself. If she doesn't figure it out, I'm afraid the glorious Empire will eventually fail on this point. Her own experience is no longer enough, so the Queen has to ask for help from her grandfather. She went to the Shadowless Palace and reported the latest information she got. Her grandfather's face suddenly darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. He directly asserted, there is absolutely no true God in the world. The so-called true God of the Natural Alliance is most likely a trick of Duke Whalon. But grandfather, the investigation report of the Shadow Guard shows that there seems to be a great will that is everywhere and constantly responds to the prayers of believers. This great will not only responds to 1 or 200 people at the same time, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people. The Lord of Light was shocked, but still shook his head. It's impossible. The Lord of Truth couldn't do this back then. It must be a trick. He couldn't figure it out. Although he believed it was a trick, he couldn't figure out how Duke Whalon did it. This made him feel powerless. But he was a strong man after all. He gritted his teeth and had a will to fight to the death. We can't let Duke Whalon go on like this. We must stop it with all our strength, even if it means heavy losses. Zhuya, you must mobilize the army immediately and attack the Natural Alliance while he and Siglarana are getting married. But what about the elf army? The elves won't take the opportunity to attack. They promised me. If necessary, they can also send out an army to cooperate with us to attack the Natural Alliance. Zhuya was shocked. Grandfather, the elves are not trustworthy. There is no effective binder of the contract above the country, so nothing the Elf Empire says can be trusted. In contrast, Duke Whalon has always had an excellent reputation, and his guarantee is much more credible than the elves. Because he has spent a lot of time and money to maintain his reputation, he will not give it up easily. Therefore, the elves are completely unreliable, while Duke Whalon can be trusted half of the time. Therefore, if she has to choose a partner between the Natural Alliance and the Holy Elf Empire, Zhuya will choose the Natural Alliance without hesitation. But the Lord of Light obviously doesn't think so. There is a hint of madness on his face. We have no other choice. We can only gamble on this. Grandfather, we can't gamble. Once the elves breach the contract, we will actually face the pincer attack of the elves and the Natural Alliance, which will plunge us into the abyss. The Lord of Light was furious and roared like thunder. Zoya, this empire is mine, not yours. You must listen to me, otherwise you are not the queen. He stared at Zoya, and his brown eyes showed an extremely indifferent and fierce light, like a lion ready to devour his cubs. I know you are good at governing the country, and I also know that you have an excellent talent for magic, but I have traveled through a long time, and I have seen the world and experienced hardships more than 10 times more than you. My experience tells me that Duke Waylon must die. I must warn you that in the long river of thousands of years, I have personally saved many children. As soon as these words came out, Zoya felt that all the pores on her body exploded, and she immediately knew that her grandfather really wanted to kill her. But she was not ready yet. It was almost impossible to succeed in seizing power at this time. But she had no time. What to do? Zoya immediately thought of Duke Waylon. The Duke said that if she needed help, she could ask him. So, she bowed her head respectfully. Grandfather, I will start preparing for war immediately. Very good, this is my good granddaughter. The Lord of Glory was satisfied. That night, Rosen received a message from Queen Zoya through Irene. He immediately knew that the most critical moment for the unification of the alliance had arrived. Whether it could really be unified depended on whether he could stop the madness of the glorious empire. Chapter 249. Using a special method, Irene found a secret channel. In the channel, Rosen and Joyal can talk directly. To be more precise, they are negotiating. Rosen, you are too aggressive and have driven my grandfather crazy. You want to start a full-scale war against the Natural Alliance and even unite with the elves. Joyal's tone was very calm, but the content of her words was very scary. Rosen certainly knew her purpose, which was nothing more than using it as a bargaining chip to gain greater benefits in the subsequent cooperation negotiations. So, he immediately refuted. This news is really disappointing. But I must say that I have the ironclad evidence of your alliance with the elves and alien races in my hand. The reason why I didn't publish it is not that I can't do it, but that I don't want to make things go to the point where there is no turning back. Joyal was prepared. This matter can indeed greatly affect our reputation among the people, but it is not fatal. As long as we win the final victory on the battlefield, we can still save it. She replied, and Rosen agreed with this. No one is perfect, and so are national leaders. They can have thousands of flaws and defects, but as long as they have the strongest violence in their hands, they can still maintain their status. And the best way to show the strongest violence is to win foreign wars. The biggest reason why the Lion King Danger was forced to step down so easily was that he lost the naval battle against Waylon. So Rosen played a card with real deterrent power. I have not been idle in the past 6 months. Not only did I send a large number of troops to the giant fortress, I also made every effort to produce a large number of combat weapons, including thousands of unmanned explosive aircraft, millions of explosive shells, and 100 warships. At the same time, in the sea area where the Gilded Strait and the Storm Ocean meet, I threw countless trigger explosive bombs into the sea, enough to stop the glorious fleet. In the uninhabited mountains next to the giant fortress, I also buried countless trample-triggered explosive bombs in the mud, enough to block any ground infiltration. I know you are developing a large number of anti-aircraft weapons, but I am doing it too. Detection arrays, sniper weapons, intensive attack arrays, and a large number of air raid caves have been dug in various cities to avoid air raids. If the war really starts, I may lose, but you must also be mentally prepared for the death of millions of soldiers. Obviously, these are not much different from the results of Joyal's war think tank deductions, and such a result is unbearable for the glorious empire. There is no need to wait for the war to end. The people's livelihood in the empire will definitely be in decline, resentment will rise, a large number of anti-war waves will appear, and even chaos will inevitably occur. It would be fine if there was hope of victory, but obviously, this is a war without hope of victory. Because Joyal knew that once the glorious empire fell into such a war quagmire, and its strength was greatly damaged, the Holy Elf Empire would definitely stab it in the back and send the empire directly into the abyss. So she was silent. As the builder of the secret channel, Irene could naturally hear the conversation between the two sides. She urged, "Cousin, what are you hesitating about? The Natural Alliance wants to unify. We can interfere, but we certainly can't start a full-scale war, because it has nothing to do with our empire. I know you must say it is related. It is true in terms of grand strategy, but for the vast majority of people in the country, even if our country closes its borders and lives its own life, we can still live well. Why should we meddle in the affairs of the alliance? This made sense and broke the deadlock in the negotiations. Julia sighed and said the most crucial words. I must listen to my grandfather, otherwise I will die. Irene was silent. Of course she knew the final answer, but she didn't dare to say it. As an outsider, Rosen had no such scruples. He said directly, then let him die. It's impossible at present. The first Shadow Guard has expanded to 30,000 people. I took advantage of the expansion to squeeze in some spies, but they all occupied some marginal positions. My influence on the first Shadow Guard is very limited, and they are my grandfather's loyal hounds. As long as my grandfather gives an order, they can tear apart anyone in the palace, including me. Although she already has legendary power, this power is only strong in single combat. Facing a group of well-trained combat legions equipped with the most advanced thermal weapons, if you want to survive, you can only run away. It's not possible to run away, because they are also equipped with a large number of legendary magic weapons, and there is a grandfather watching. Rosen immediately said, then sneak attack and behead. Just kill the Lord of Glory quietly. Without the Master's first Shadow Guard, you can do whatever you want. Julia took a deep breath. This should be the only way, but I can't do it alone. I need help. Rosen knew that the other party would say this. He also knew that the other party had not finished speaking, so he waited patiently. Rosen, if you are willing to help, as long as I succeed in ascending the throne, I will immediately order an end to this crazy total war, restore normal trade between the two countries, and return the 3 Hijin counties to Lavender. But I need your help, not only to kill my grandfather, but also some other conditions, and these conditions are also very critical. You tell me. Julia asked in a serious tone. Tell me, have you mastered the synthesis method of the super large capacity legendary crystal? Rosen knew that he could not hide this. Yes, I have mastered it. I call it the Endless Crystal, which can store up to 5,000 Rosen mana. Julia could certainly understand Rosen's practice of using his name as a unit of measurement, but she had no intuitive concept of 5,000 Rosen. Give me a ruler. It is about 6,500 times your current total mana. Julia and Irene took a breath together. A lot. Irene was just sighing, but Julia knew the horror of the Endless Crystal and felt the huge gap between the two sides. Because the Empire can only synthesize legendary crystals with a capacity of 300 times the mana at most, the gap between the two sides is a full 20 times. She immediately asked, so, outside the Rhine City, you use this trick to repel the legendary wizard's joint attack? That's right. Rosen added, of course, I also developed some supporting spells, such as spells with super large mana capacity, smooth transmission technology for super large flow mana, and spells to conceal extra mana flow. But no matter what, endless crystals are the basis of everything. Julia said, then, my second condition is that you have to share with me the alchemy of synthesizing endless crystals. Rosen sneered, Ms. Julia, you are greedy. I don't think so, because without my cooperation, you definitely can't kill my grandfather. There is no problem with this. Since Rosen has revealed it, he actually didn't want to refuse. His current attitude is just to negotiate conditions. So, he half-truthfully said, our country has developed 5 generations of alchemy to synthesize infinite crystal. I can't share the latest 2 generations with you. But I can share the 3rd generation with you, and the 3rd generation alchemy can synthesize 2,000 Rosen's endless crystals. Julia thought for a while and asked, can multiple endless crystals form an array? Yes, but the array will affect the speed of mana transmission and greatly affect the casting speed. Julia asked again, how to recharge so many legendary mana? She immediately added, I don't believe that everyone recharged it together. You must have mastered some charging secrets. The charging secret is naturally the soul burning ring. So Rosen said, everyone recharged it together, or more accurately, it was recharged with the power of faith. I don't believe it. After that, Julia played a favor card in a pleading tone. Rosen, from a geographical point of view, my glorious empire is the natural shield of your natural empire against the Holy Elf Empire. I think since you plan to share the endless crystals, you should not hide such a critical means. This is also true. Especially with the Lord of Truth about to return, the glorious empire controlled by Queen Zuya will definitely become an ally of the natural empire. Irene was very surprised. Cousin, are you asking Rosen for help? She had never seen her cousin speak to others in this tone. Julia sighed, I guess so. Rosen, what do you say? Rosen naturally had his own plans. I can give it, but not for free. The glorious empire must also share with me an equal amount of magic results, such as the technology of superpowered destructive light. Shuya agreed without hesitation. Okay. Then, she said, but I have a third condition, which is also the most critical condition. Rosen couldn't help but sigh. There are so many conditions, but just tell me. Shuya said, everyone says that Mother Nature is the true God, but I don't believe there is a true God in this world. This must be one of your achievements in magic. I need you to share this achievement in magic, otherwise I would rather follow my grandfather and risk destroying the country to help him start a full-scale war. Rosen asked back, is this important? Very important, even the most important. If the citizens of my glorious empire are infiltrated by you little by little into naturalists, how can I rule this empire? This didn't surprise Rosen at all. Ever since he started training Lai Fu to manage the beliefs of believers, he knew there would be such a day. Because as long as you are not blind, you can see the difference between the natural sect and other sects, and you can also see the great power of a church controlled by the true God. It is impossible for a mortal country to fight against the true God. Just like on Earth, a modern world that relies on radio for communication is absolutely unable to fight against the information world. The gap between the two sides in terms of organization, cohesion, stability of rule, and speed of response to changes is too big. The former is a slow-reacting idiot who often makes mistakes, while the latter is a powerful warrior with agile movements and quick and accurate reactions. There is no way to fight. Since Shuya has said this, and Rosen also believes that she will really do it if she says it. This is also human nature. When a person knows that he is destined to fail, he will lose all sense of security and become hysterical. This is the case with the Lord of Light. Shuya's situation is better, but it does not mean that she can always maintain her rationality and bottom line. Rosen also has a limit to his madness. For example, he felt that he could not deal with the Lord of Truth with conventional means, so he began to secretly prepare fission nuclear bombs. So, in order to make Shuya feel safe and to give the natural empire an additional powerful ally in the fight against the Lord of Truth, he nodded in agreement. Because helping others is helping yourself. Rosen said, let's do the old way, exchange results. I want 3 top-secret results of the Glorious Empire. And I will exchange the results of the true God with you. The Glorious Empire's magic department has a lot of good things, especially the research on light, which has reached an extreme. Some of the results are of great use to Rosen. This surprised Shuya. True God, did you really create it? Although she had been guessing this, she was still very shocked after the news was confirmed. Irene was also extremely shocked. How could the true God be created? The magic common sense of the two women was almost completely shattered. I felt that the opponent's wisdom was really unfathomable. Rosen smiled faintly. Your Majesty Zoya, do you agree? Zoya nodded without hesitation. I agree. Very good, then I will rush to Madaxalon as soon as possible to carry out the decapitation plan. Zoya was surprised again. Rosen, you want to come in person? Aren't you afraid that I will regret it? If she comes to Madaxalon in person, she will kill him directly. Then all the threats will be gone. Rosen did not comment, but told a piece of news. Your Majesty Zoya, don't you know that the Lord of Truth, Dariton, is about to return? What? Zoya was shocked. Where did you get this news? Of course, she knew what the news meant. It was pried out from the mouth of the legendary elf wizard and confirmed by multiple sources. And this is the biggest reason why I am willing to share the great achievements of magic with you. We mortals really can't stand any internal friction. Zoya fell into a long silence. Irene was a little puzzled. Is the Lord of Truth terrible? Zoya answered her. It's terrible, very terrible. He is the absolute ruler of the old world, and the biggest shaper of today's world. If he returns, the elf empire will repeat its glory. Oh, Creator, you are too cruel to mortals. Obviously, Queen Zoya knew countless secrets, so she realized the seriousness of the problem at the first time. Then, she sighed deeply, and said in a tone of extreme determination and disappointment, my grandfather must have known this important news, but he concealed it from me because of his own personal desires. He thinks he is the master of mortals, and always regards himself as the savior of the world. He always claims that he is the only savior of the world. I used to think he was sincere, and I assisted him with all my strength to help him strengthen the power of the empire. But I didn't expect that when facing a truly terrible crisis, he only cared about his status and glory. Despicable. Selfish. Shameless. Greedy. Cowardly. I am very disappointed, more disappointed than ever before. I am extremely ashamed of having his blood in my body. He must die. The disgust in her words was almost condensed into substance, and then, she said in a calm tone that saw through fate, Rosen, just come over, I will do my best to ensure your safety. If there is any uncontrollable accident, it will definitely not be because of my betrayal, because I will definitely die before you. Chapter 250. Velen Swan Castle, Cabinet Meeting Room. Lord, is the war with the glorious empire inevitable? The question was asked by the Minister of State Kruber. When he asked, all the other ministers were looking at Duke Rosen. Duke Rosen's face was unusually solemn. Whether it can be avoided or not, we must be prepared for the worst. Foreign Minister Tould, Adrian said in a very light voice. Perhaps, we can announce a postponement of the Unified Natural Alliance. Before he finished speaking, the Minister of Supervision, Rifa, immediately shouted back, Postpone? Sir Tould, what you really want to say is give up, right? Tould stammered. The glorious empire has 3 fleets, the number of new Blackstone warships exceeds 400, and it is said that there are more than 1,000 new aircraft, and they are still being produced at an extremely crazy speed. How to fight this? The generals of the military were also present. There are 10 lieutenant generals in the Navy, Air Force, and Army, and their magic power has been raised to at least 6 rings by Rosen. Lieutenant General Yop of the 1st Fleet is currently a 6-ring warrior, and he snorted coldly. How to fight? Fight on the battlefield. Lieutenant General Holland of the 2nd Fleet is a 7-ring warrior. He also looked determined. The glorious empire is too broad-minded. If we don't fight back resolutely this time, there will be the next time, and it will never end. Commander of the 1st Army of the Dawn of the Army, Caudron, is a lieutenant general from the White Sturgeon Island. That's right, it's time to teach the glorious empire a lesson. The other generals also have the same attitude, all advocating war. These generals, and the legions they lead, are the power that Rosen has developed in Whalon for more than 2 years. They are also the most loyal forces to Rosen, and they are his greatest reliance on sitting firmly on the throne of Duke. Although developing at full speed, the total force is only 1/6 of the Glorious Legion. In addition, due to the gap in resources and manpower, even with the high production efficiency of the magic production line as a compensation, Whalon's weapon production capacity is only half of that of the Glorious Empire. The gap between the two sides is very large. If a full-scale war with the Glorious Empire really breaks out, there is almost no chance of winning on the front battlefield. Although he can urgently recruit Aaron's Lion Legion, Cal's Rose and Moon Legion, and Levander's Golden Legion. But his control over these legions is very low, and he can only use them to fight a favorable war. Once the wind is against him, it will immediately fall apart, and there may even be betrayal. Therefore, the current moment is indeed the most critical moment in the process of the unification of the Natural Alliance. If it survives this wave, the Alliance will be unified. If it can't survive, not only will the Alliance return to a loose state again, but Whalon will also be squeezed out by the Glorious Empire and become an overseas island. Perhaps, he can continue to be the Duke of Whalon, but if he wants to unify the Alliance, he will have to accumulate strength for many more years. If the Lord of Truth returns at this time, he may not be able to fight against him, and mortals may become the playthings of the Lord of Truth again. Therefore, the direction of the world situation in the future is related to the fate of all mortals. It is a real turning point in the fate of mortals. The ministers and generals of the Cabinet Council are still discussing countermeasures, but in the basement of Swan Castle, Rosen's body is staying in a secret room that no one knows. At this moment, there is a person standing in front of him. He looks exactly like him, and is his latest improved combat clone. Whether it is the body, soul, or magic power, they are all exactly the same. But the strange thing is that there is no perceptible power connection between the two sides. This is because the newly developed Soul Ghost Resonance is used as a link between the two. This strange link not only transmits information, but also transmits power. Because it is Ghost Resonance, it cannot be shielded. The only disadvantage is that the resonance loss is a bit large, especially in the transmission of power. The loss in the middle is as high as more than 80%. But it doesn't matter. Rosen, who has mastered the Endless Crystal, can afford it. At this moment, the main body is sitting motionless on the chair, and the combat clone is getting familiar with the body. After some perception, Rosen nodded with great satisfaction. Except for not carrying Lai Fu, the Soul GPT, it is exactly the same as my main body. This nearly perfect combat clone walked to the storage rack on the side, and began to carry various equipment. First is the staff. It is not a legendary crystal staff, but a Ghost Resonance staff. It is less than 40 centimeters long, less than 2 cm thick, silver white, and smooth on the surface. At first glance, it is the most ordinary metal rod. The name tells the principle of this thing, and this thing does not store power, but is only responsible for transferring power. Through the Ghost Resonance effect, It connects to the perfect endless crystal array under Swan Castle. This perfect endless crystal is a new generation of legendary crystal created based on the improved synthesis method of Weber-Gauss formula. The effect is that the capacity of a single block is increased to 15,000 rosons, and the focus is plus 4.5. Using the resonance staff and a crystal array with a total capacity of 120,000 rosons, even if Rosen's combat clone is far away in Medicillin, it can quickly release a huge-scale spell of no more than 1,500 rosons mana at any time, and can use 8 times in a row. After the power is exhausted, the ability to cast a large-scale spell can be restored every 5 minutes. Because once the battle breaks out, Rosen, the main body of Swan Castle, will use the soul-burning ring to continuously charge the crystal array. In order to avoid the resonance staff from being accidentally damaged and unusable, Rosen brought 3. 1 is for the main use, and 2 are for backup. Then, there is a silver-white ring with a diameter of about 5 centimeters, which is hung on Rosen's neck as a pendant. This magic weapon is the most critical. It is based on the Weber-Gauss formula, and combines some other profound soul principles to create a good thing. It is a probabilistic magic weapon. The scientific name is Probability Judgment Ring, but Rosen prefers to call it Life and Death Ring. Its effect is to consume 1 Rosen mana and stimulate a ray-type probability spell. The effect is a certain probability to make the opponent's soul collapse directly. For a fixed recipient, the trigger probability is only related to the target's soul basic toughness, and fluctuates between 1% and 50%. The initial test showed that for souls below legendary strength, the triggering probability is generally 50%. Once the spell is cast, it's half life and half death. For targets above legendary, the probability decreases by about 4% for each additional level, and it is completely ineffective at legendary 12. In short, this is a face gambling thing. Finally, in order to ensure that this plan is foolproof, Rosen created 5 spare combat clones. The one in front of him is activated, and the remaining 4 are temporarily dormant. Then why not send multiple clones to implement the killing plan together? Because although Ghost Resonance is powerful, when the same resonance effects exist together, they will interfere with each other, causing confusion in ultra-long-range control. This problem can certainly be solved, but the time is too short, and Rosen has not yet found a good way to avoid interference. Therefore, only 1 combat clone can be sent out. But this combat clone is already powerful enough, because he can call up to 60% of Laifu's computing power to achieve the heart of the God of War with 3 lines without delay. After everything was ready, Combat Rosen walked out of the secret room quickly and came to the phase transfer array. With a flash of thought, he crossed nearly 2,000 kilometers and came to a phase array prepared in advance deep in the Eamon Mountains. This place happened to be in the territory of the Glorious Empire, less than 500 kilometers away from Medicillin. After recovering a little, Combat Rosen cast an immortal fate on himself, a hidden shadow secret technique, and finally used a flying technique to quickly fly to Medicillin. During this time, Medicillin, Shadowless Palace. The Glorious Empire is preparing for a full-scale war. The Lord of Glory was naturally very concerned about this major event that concerned the fate of the entire empire and his own future. But unlike his granddaughter, who was busy mobilizing troops and raising supplies, he was busy at another level. As a strong man who had lived for more than 3,000 years, created the Glory sect, and founded a huge empire, his mind might not be able to keep up with the development of the times due to his long sleep, but his perception of danger was extremely sharp. During this period, the Lord of Glory, Misai, clearly felt that when he decided to fight to the death, his whole soul was heavy, as if a huge rock was pressing on him. He immediately realized that he was being watched. It is highly likely that he was targeted by Duke Waylon. This was also within his expectations. After all, he was ready to fight Duke Waylon desperately, so the other party must have felt the danger, and would also fight him desperately. The Empire's plan to behead Duke Waylon had failed with the defeat of the 6 legendary wizards, but Duke Waylon would definitely use the beheading tactic against him. And Duke Waylon's beheading must be very terrible, and he might not be able to stop it with his own strength. Therefore, Misai used his connections accumulated over the years to look for reinforcements everywhere. The first way to find help was naturally the Republic of Nawat, looking for his old friend Yastin. Through the phase array, the 2 sides communicated across a long distance. Master Yastin, I need a group of legendary mages to protect my safety. The price is negotiable. Sorry, Master Misai, the Guardian Council recently passed a new resolution prohibiting the Republic from interfering in any form in the national disputes of the Dryden Plain, so I can't help you. The Lord of Light was shocked. Why did this resolution pass suddenly? Master Naya's Sky faction received help from Duke Wailon and obtained a large number of high-quality legendary crystals, which allowed them to have a large number of very powerful legendary mages and gain more seats on the Guardian Council. In addition, our Republican faction also believes that forcing Duke Wailon to fight for what is not a wise idea. Sasmar has also given up this unrealistic idea. So sorry. After saying this, Master Yastin cut off contact. The Lord of Light suddenly felt a great psychological pressure. He clearly felt that Duke Wailon had begun to counterattack him, and the opponent's power was quickly surrounding him. When he thought of the information he had learned in the past few years, he felt a chill on his back. Duke Wailon was one of the most terrifying people he had ever met, more terrifying than the godly father and the sun and moon gods of the elves. He had to find help. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and quietly contacted the elves with the phase array. Asala, I'm in trouble. Asala replied slowly, Misa, it seems that this trouble is so big that you have found me. The Lord of Light was angry when he heard this tone, but he had no choice. This is not just my problem, it's our problem. As you wished, I launched a full-scale war against the Natural Alliance, and now I face a huge risk of being assassinated by Duke Wailon. I need you to send some strong men to protect my safety. Osella responded a little faster, You need my protection? Aren't you afraid that my people will take the opportunity to kill you? The Lord of Light paused when he heard this. This risk does exist. Asala's voice came immediately. Ha ha ha, don't panic, I'm joking with you, we are allies now, how could I attack you? Misa laughed dryly. Asala, you'd better not make such a joke, I will take it seriously. Besides, I am willing to serve the Lord of Truth. As servants of the Lord of Truth, there is no unsolvable conflict between us. You are right, Misila, I will send people over immediately, and they are all top-notch strongmen. Well, 3 legendary 4 strongmen, do you think it's enough? Enough, absolutely enough. Misa's tone was very happy, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. I didn't expect that the elves actually had such a strong power. He felt vaguely that the legendary power that suddenly erupted from the other party had a lot to do with the legendary crystal he shared. He couldn't help but feel very regretful, but more helpless. If it happens again, he will most likely choose to share. Because the elves shared the art of longevity with him, which could allow him to live 500 more years of wakefulness. This was a condition he could not refuse. He sighed inwardly. Alas, the Lord of Truth has returned, and the glory of the mortal kingdom has completely ended. If he was jealous of Duke Wailon, who was also a mortal, he was completely afraid of the Lord of Truth, and he had no courage to resist. The powerful gods and demons of Legend 12 were terrible, but he still had the courage to fight to the death. But if this powerful existence also controlled a powerful elven empire, it would be a great force that mortals could never resist. Since there was no hope of victory, it was better to surrender directly. Chapter 251. The average latitude of the Free Alliance is about 40 degrees, and Wailon is more than 50 degrees north latitude, which is a temperate country close to the cold zone. The average latitude of the Glorious Empire is estimated to be only more than 30 degrees, which is a temperate country close to the subtropical zone, with high temperatures and significantly more precipitation than the Free Alliance. It is now May, and the temperature in the Natural Alliance is less than 20 degrees. You have to wear a thin windbreaker to keep warm when going out, but the temperature in the capital of the Glorious Empire, Medasilan, is 35 or 36 degrees. The travelers on the street are all short shirts and thin skirts, which is very cool. Rosen naturally followed the local customs and changed into knee-length wide-leg shorts and a breathable sweatshirt, and put on a pair of leather sandals unique to the Glorious Empire. The life and death ring and ghost resonance staff he carried with him were also deliberately hidden with the Shadow's secret technique. But his appearance did not change. Most people in the Glorious Empire also have black hair and black eyes, some are brown and black, and some are pitch black, and their facial features are similar to Rosen. Rosen walked on the street in his original appearance, without any sense of abruptness. This of course has historical reasons. Because in the ancient chaotic era, the ancestors of the Iron Dragon originally lived near the Glorious Empire, and later moved north. Back to the topic. Rosen walked around the street, seemingly wandering around, but in fact he was scouting everywhere. After all, it was his first time in Medasilan, and he had to do the big thing of regicide, so he naturally had to familiarize himself with the situation. How to sneak in, how to hide, the specific force deployment in the palace, etc., all needed to be carefully observed. Most of the time, he took the public black stone car, a few times he walked directly, and even less often, he took some black stone cars similar to taxis. The Blackstone car of the glorious empire is much better than the Blackstone car produced by Cal, Aaron and other countries, and is also better than that of the what, but it is obviously not as good as the electric car of Whalon. It is quite comfortable to sit in, but the price is relatively expensive. The starting price is 1 light silver coin, which is about equivalent to 200 KL of Whalon according to the exchange rate. It is really not affordable for ordinary people. While checking the location, Rosen also used the legendary vision to match the earthly terrain with the ripples of the magic ring 1 by 1 to increase the accuracy of Lai Fu's analysis of the event. Well, the water resources in this capital are really abundant. There is a fountain every less than a kilometer, and baths and public toilets can be seen everywhere on both sides of the road, which is quite like the style of the ancient Roman city in another world. Because the weather is hot, the residents of the city, both men and women, like to play in the fountain, and the baths are full, so beautiful scenery can often be seen on the street. Rosen secretly sighed. It is really refreshing. Deeply feel the beauty of the world. As he was walking, he suddenly had an idea. He found an acquaintance in a bathhouse on the roadside. He didn't expect to find an acquaintance in a foreign capital. He just had a quick exchange last time, but this time he wanted to have a good chat and find out the details of the other party. So he also entered the bathhouse. It was more like a swimming pool for summer vacation than a bathhouse. The water was running water, which was drawn from the city's underground river and drained from another channel, so it was very clear, but there were really many summer vacationers in the pool, and men and women mixed together to fill the bathhouse. Fortunately, there were VIP pools and civilian pools. The water in the VIP pool was upstream, there were fewer people, and the price was of course much more expensive, and Rosen's goal was to soak in the upstream VIP pool. It was a young woman with long legs and a thin waist, blonde hair and brown eyes. Like everyone else in the pool, she only wore a special white gauze swim skirt. The VIP pool was also a mixed pool, but it was much more reserved than the civilian pool, and there was a lot of distance between strangers. Rosen went for the other person, so he naturally didn't bother to avoid suspicion, and swam towards the other person as soon as he got into the water. At first, the other person didn't notice him, but when he was about 5 meters away, the other person's expression changed secretly, and it was obvious that he had discovered him. Rosen thought to himself, although the Shadow Lord is only a legendary 6 power, this guy's ability to hide is really strong. This is normal, it's more like a profession with a specialty, even gods and demons are not omnipotent. When he got nearby, he leaned against the edge of the bathing pool side by side with the other person, and then greeted him with a secret message. Apostle of Atumen, are you here to join in the fun again? The woman didn't look surprised, and obviously she had discovered Rosen's identity. Rosen was not surprised by this, because he knew that Atumen, the Lord of the Sun, was a powerful void god with legendary 14 power, even stronger than the Lord of Truth, who was about to return. Such a powerful void god not only had extremely large power, but also possessed wisdom that ordinary mortal mages could not match, and mastered many spells with amazing effects. If the other party could not find him when he got close, that would be abnormal. The woman smiled and responded, "My name is Freya. It's an honor to meet you, His Majesty the Emperor of the Natural Empire." There were servants serving the guest pool, and soon a servant brought fresh fruits and drinks. Rosen took a glass of iced sparkling wine, and the Sun Apostle who called himself Freya took away a bunch of crystal clear green grapes, and then ate them one by one with relish. The movements were very graceful and relaxed, but Rosen felt a well-hidden fear, and even a hint of hostility. He immediately understood that the so-called gods and demons were just different attitudes of the void life towards mortals, but the essence was the same. 3 demons had already died in his hands, so Atumen, the Lord of the Sun, who is also a void life, would naturally pay extra attention to him, and it was natural for him to be fearful and hostile to him. The succubus Mediana said that to the gods and demons, mortals were ants, and their fates could be manipulated at will. But now a big ant jumped out, and could bite the gods and demons to death. Then all the gods and demons would naturally be afraid of this big ant, and even try to kill it when there was a suitable opportunity. It can even be imagined that once the Lord of Truth returns, and finds out what he has done, he will definitely come to deal with him as soon as possible. These principles are not difficult to understand, but the premise of understanding is to disenchant. You must get rid of your natural reverence for the so-called gods, and your natural fear of the so-called demons, and then you can easily see through their positions and tricks. In Rosen's eyes, the power of this Sun Apostle is Legend 14. Of course, it was not seen by him, but analyzed by Lai Fu. This power is certainly not her own, but the gift of Atumen behind her. Because it is a gift, It is not much, and the scale is probably only twice that of Rosen's own magic power. Without the assistance of magic tools, Rosen is far from being the opponent of this woman, and even if he has various magic tools, he may not be able to win, because the opponent must also carry extremely powerful magic tools. Therefore, the existence of this Sun Apostle is a huge variable in this beheading plan, and it is best to drive her away. After some thinking and analysis, Rosen said, "Miss Freya, how about we make a bet?" Freya immediately shook her head. "Your Majesty, I don't like to bet with people, especially those who can't bet with me." Rosen leaned back slightly against the wall of the bathtub and said with a smile, "What if I must bet?" Freya also smiled, but her spirit was tense. "Oh, then this is forced. What is your confidence?" "Since it is a bet, why do you need confidence? Winning or losing depends entirely on the arrangement of the creator. Anyway, he is just an avatar, and it doesn't matter if he loses, so he can do whatever he wants." Freya's eyes blinked lightly, and a strange light appeared in her eyes, and her tone changed. "Mortal, what do you want to bet?" Obviously, the one who controls the body in front of him at this time is already a Chuman, the Lord of the Sun. Rosen took a sip of wine and sighed in his heart. Such a beautiful girl, but a puppet, what a pity. Facing a powerful void life of Legend 14, he was nervous, and the heart of the God of War was running to the extreme, but his expression was still very calm. "Powerful Atuman, are you proficient in calculations?" "Not particularly proficient, but much more proficient than you mortals." "Oh, then I bet I can calculate faster than you." "I don't believe it." Freya shook her head. "If you are really immortal, then you can't really calculate better than me." She immediately said, "What is the bet?" "The qualification to stay in this plane. If I win, you leave, and if I lose, you stay." "This is not fair. You don't seem to have to pay any price." Rosen smiled faintly. "I am a native resident of this plane, equivalent to the owner of this plane, so of course I have some small privileges." Atuman shook his head. "It's not where you were born that belongs to you. The true ownership of a plane or an object must be determined by strength and wisdom. So, if you lose, we will go outside the city to fight." Rosen raised his eyebrows. "That's fine." Then he said, "To be fair, you can come up with the specific calculation questions. But please note that if you can't calculate this question yourself, then we can only call it a draw." Atuman smiled. "Let's calculate pi. If you can calculate to 1,000 digits in 1 hour, you win." Rosen explained, "What a difficult question." He pretended to be silent. About 10 minutes later he said, "I have calculated it." Atuman said, "Just report it directly." Rosen began to report mechanically, 3 numbers per second, reporting for more than 7 minutes in a row, and even reported more than 100 digits. As he reported, the woman opposite him looked petrified. After Rosen finished reporting, Atuman frowned. "Have you calculated it before? You are the one who asked the question." "Even if I have calculated it, it is my good luck, isn't it, powerful Atuman?" The woman immediately said, "I forgot to add one thing just now. I hope it is a best of 3 system. This is the disadvantage of not having a notary. You can regret it at any time." Rosen didn't hesitate and smiled. "Then please ask another question. What is the largest prime number within 100 million? Rosen was still silent for more than 10 minutes, and then gave an answer. The woman was petrified again, her eyes swirling around, as if she was going to regret it again. Rosen smiled and said, "Powerful Atuman, I heard that you are a trustworthy god. Don't let your reputation be tarnished because of a small mortal like me." Atuman shook his head, his face solemn. "No, you are definitely not immortal." Rosen spread his hands. "This has nothing to do with our bet. It really doesn't matter, but unless you tell me which god is standing behind you. Otherwise, even if my reputation is damaged, I will not leave." These words made Rosen's heart move slightly, and an idea came up. The content of the Encyclopedia of Void Creatures flashed quickly in his mind, so he sighed helplessly. "You are really stubborn, but okay, I will tell you who is behind me." Rosen stared at the woman's eyes, and said word by word, "I serve the great witch Palaminas." The witch Palaminas is a very mysterious neutral void creature, with the strength of Legend 17, which can be called great. This great being doesn't like to torture mortals, and has no interest in preaching in the mortal world. He is like a dragon that can't be seen from head to tail. Except for occasionally liking to play harmless jokes with mortals, he rarely appears in the mortal world. But the power of Legend 17 makes people dare not underestimate his existence. So when Rosen said this, the solemnity of Atuman, the Lord of the Sun, suddenly became several times stronger. "Are you not lying? All my knowledge of magic comes from this great being, and I have also been given some special abilities by him. So even though this great being has only seen me 3 times and has never given me power, I still consider myself an apostle of Palomina's. Atuman was skeptical, but Rosen spoke seriously, and his ability was extraordinary. But he was sure of one thing: he must not provoke this great witch, and he must not take any risks, otherwise there would be endless troubles. So he nodded slowly. I will leave immediately, and I will not come to this plane to join in the fun in the future. Rosen did not expect the effect to be so good, and immediately continued to work hard. Very good, when I see the great witch next time, I will definitely say a few good words for you in front of her. Unexpectedly, this made Atuman almost jump up. Don't. I don't want any good words. Don't mention my name. Just pretend we don't know each other. After saying this, the Sun Apostle got up and left in a hurry. After walking a few steps, she stopped again and said, Misai has surrendered to Dryden, and the elves and demons are protecting him in the palace. Remember, never mention my name. After saying that, without waiting for Rosen's response, she hurriedly left the bath. After a while, Rosen sensed the fluctuation of phase shift. She walked very decisively, and seemed to be very afraid of this mysterious witch. This reaction made Rosen feel very strange. Is this Lord of Light afraid? Why is he afraid? The reason why he felt strange was that Atuman and his Light Alliance had helped Nawat, and fought against the supreme demon god Gomeler of Legend 19. Now he is so afraid of a witch of Legend 17, which feels a bit unreasonable. There must be some secrets in the void that I don't know. But then again, the name of this witch actually has such a deterrent effect, it seems that it can become my amulet. Thinking of the last message given by Atuman, he thought to himself, elves and demons protect the human race, this world is really magical. He had almost finished his walk, it was time to meet Julia. Chapter 252. It's the annual Queen's Flower Viewing Party again. This is an old tradition that has lasted for 36 years, and has never been interrupted. This year is no exception. The sun sets and night falls. Gentlemen and celebrities from all over the glorious empire, escorted by special people, set out from the Rose Mansion near the Nevernight Palace to the Queen's Starlight Rose Garden. For some reason, the atmosphere of this year's flower viewing party seems a bit tense. There are many more royal guards around the garden than in previous years, and the inspection of invited guests is also much stricter. Before entering the palace, both men and women must pass through a secret room. In the secret room, guests will be required to take off all their clothes and have their bodies carefully examined with various instruments. Male guests are fine, but many female guests are very embarrassed. After coming out of the secret room, they are all blushing, and even have a lot of conflicts because of the inspection. But no matter what, nothing serious happened. When night fell and the moon and stars shone brightly, more than 300 guests successfully entered the Starlight Rose Garden, and sat in the reserved seats. Together with the Queen, accompanied by wine and music, they waited for the Starlight Rose to bloom. Of course, flower viewing was just a side event. The main purpose of the guests was to meet the Queen. It would be an incredible honor to show up in front of the Queen and have a few words with her. After returning home, they can brag to their relatives and friends in the countryside for most of their lives. According to the invitation list, the total number of guests should be 313, but the actual number of guests was 306. 7 less. After all, people are subject to misfortunes at any time, and there will always be accidents of one kind or another. The empire is very vast, so some people will miss the flower viewing date. Therefore, there is some room for maneuver. Rosen and the Queen worked together to quietly replace a guest who was late due to an accident. There was no choice but to do so. Because according to the information given by the Queen, the alert intensity of the palace has been raised to an almost abnormal level. The entire palace is covered by an extremely sensitive and accurate legendary detection array. The array is monitored in real time by 804 ring mages and 55 ring mages, 24 hours a day, and the same area is covered back and forth. As long as the mages want, they can even see the male and female mosquitoes flying into the palace. At the same time, there are 30,000 shadow guards in every corner of the palace. The average strength is extremely close to the 4th ring, equipped with a burst fire gun with an attack strength of 8 rings. And among every 100 shadow guards, there is a 5-ring strongman. This person will be equipped with a legendary defensive magic weapon, a legendary detection magic weapon, and a continuous explosive fire gun with a strength of legendary 2. And he is extremely well trained, and his reaction time to various crises is no more than 1 minute. It can be said that no matter in terms of magic or physical defense, the palace, especially the Shadowless Palace where the Lord of Light lies, is in an impeccable state. Finally, any outsider entering the palace is strictly prohibited from releasing any spells, carrying any magic weapons, and will be closely watched by the shadow guards. Therefore, if it were not for the help of the queen, Rosen would really not be able to enter the palace quietly. And even if he got help, he could not bring his magic weapon into the palace, and he is currently completely unarmed. Back to the topic. Soon, the guests sat down, and then they began to come to the main flower hall in batches according to their provinces to meet the queen. Among them, there was a group from Gothic province, which is adjacent to Erin. There were 8 guests invited, 6 men and 2 women. Gothic province is mountainous and transportation is extremely inconvenient, so the 8 guests only heard each other's names, but had never met each other. Among the 8 people, one was Rosen. He did not use any transformation, but just changed his hairstyle and clothes, so he became Rupert, a new 5-ring young wizard in Oral Mountain City, Gothic province. According to the information, he is 26 years old this year. He has been promoted to the 5th ring of magic power purely by his own efforts. After being tested by the Imperial Magic Department, it was found that if he continued to work hard, he might even break through to the 7th ring. Such an outstanding magic talent naturally became famous, so he received an invitation letter to the flower viewing party. Soon, it was Rosen's turn. Rosen walked forward with a slightly dull expression according to the description in the information, and performed a very non-standard imperial light salute to the queen. Queen Zoya glanced at Rosen and smiled. "Look up, Rupert." Rosen looked up as he was told. At this moment, the two looked at each other from a distance of less than 6 meters. In Rosen's eyes, Zoya looked about 70% similar to Irene, but her facial features were much more graceful. She was less heroic than Irene, but more majestic and graceful, exuding a strong sense of luxury. In terms of height, because the other party was sitting, it seemed that she might be shorter than Irene. At least her upper body was shorter, and her figure was more rounded. If Irene was a strong and charming imperial envoy, like an exquisite pearl, then the woman in front of him seemed to be a golden, jade, and gemstone emitting a full house of splendor. At the same time, Zoya also looked at Rosen. She had seen Rosen's image from different channels, but they were all side profiles and half-length portraits. This was the first time she had actually met him. Her eyes turned to Rosen, and her mind was a little dazed. Is this young man the legendary wizard who made her grandfather crazy, the Alliance worship him, and possessed incredible wisdom? The other party deliberately changed his temperament with details such as hairstyle, clothing, expression and posture, so that he was completely different from the image. Even familiar people would find it difficult to connect the two together. But no matter before or after the change, it seems difficult to connect the other party's image with the ambitious emperor. Who would have thought that such a young man would mess up the human world into what it is now? But thoughts are thoughts, and Zoya showed a faint smile on her face. Not bad, he is a handsome young man. In addition to your achievements in magic power, have you learned any unique spells recently? Rosen answered as agreed. I am also proficient in elemental transformation and have mastered the method of separating basic elements from multiple composite elements. The queen looked interested. Is elemental transformation the new spell from the Natural Alliance? Yes, your majesty. Oh, it's really good. Being able to keep up with the latest and strongest magic knowledge is the best quality of a wizard. Lena, please ask Master Rupert to take the seat. Lena is the queen's trusted maid. The seat of honor is the seat of the queen in this flower hall. It is very close to the queen, and there are only 30 seats. It is the most honorable treatment. The guests who came with her all cast envious and yearning eyes. Because the subsequent treatment of staying in the flower hall is to stay overnight in the palace. Not to mention for commoners, even for nobles, this is a very rare honor. But everything is in accordance with the procedure, and the queen's behavior is not special, so no one thinks too much about it. Soon, Rosen was arranged to sit in a seat in the corner of the flower hall. The position is very inconspicuous, and Rosen did not say anything, just focusing on enjoying the fruitcakes and drinks on the small table in front of him. Soon, he was forgotten by everyone present, and became a transparent person in the flower viewing party. After that, the queen continued to receive other guests, without paying special attention to him, and did not use hiring mind's secret language to contact. Everything is exactly the same as the flower viewing party in previous years. Time passed by minute by minute. The starlight roses in the garden bloomed. Looking around, it was endless, as if you were in the sea of stars. In the sea of stars, the art team specially trained by the Empire came on stage one after another. Regardless of gender, they were all top beauties. Some sang, some danced, and there were poems, plays, acrobatics, and many other programs, making it like a gala. These days, this is considered the top entertainment, and the guests attending the meeting were fascinated. Rosen also thought it was quite good, and it was the top scenery he had seen since he came to this world. More importantly, it was a rare occasion that he was not the organizer, but a simple guest. This gave him a leisurely mood to appreciate it from the side. There was still a lot of time before the action started, so he simply put all his worries aside. While enjoying the fresh and sweet fruits, eating delicious cakes, and appreciating the audiovisual feast, he felt an indescribable comfort. While enjoying it, he vaguely felt the queen's attention. She looked at Rosen's wine glass with a hint of doubt. The underlying meaning was obvious. Don't drink too much wine before the war. She was obviously worried that he would miss the big event because he kept drinking one glass after another. Rosen turned his head and glanced at Julia. She saw that she was sitting in the main seat, talking and laughing, and seemed to pay no attention to her at all. But with Lai Fu's meticulous observation ability, he could naturally clearly feel the anxiety she tried to hide. It was completely understandable. After all, he was about to face the life and death pass. If Rosen's real body came, he would never feel more relaxed than the queen, but he came as a clone. So he continued to drink, even more, and all of it was high-proof liquor. At the same time, his eyes turned around the shadow guards in the corner, meaning, I do this to reassure the shadow guards. There were also a large number of guards wearing black and red battle robes at the flower viewing party, all of whom belonged to the first shadow guards. Among them, ordinary shadow guards have 3 rings of strength, while the team leader has 4 rings, and 5 rings are not uncommon. This should be the benefit of his public practice of secret methods and the sale of the magic ring scale. There are also a lot of them, estimated to be more than 2,000 people, some in the open, some in the dark, almost surrounding this starlight rose garden. Almost every guest is watched by at least 5 shadow guards, and any unusual behavior will attract a lot of attention. Just now, Rosen was arranged to sit in the VIP seat, which attracted extra attention from the shadow guards. At most, there were more than 30 pairs of eyes staring at him. And his behavior of constantly pouring good wine for himself, even getting himself drunk, like a country bumpkin, did greatly reduce the vigilance of the shadow guards. At present, there are only 2 ordinary shadow guards watching him as a matter of routine. They are not doubting him, but they are worried that he will get drunk and go crazy. The queen is an extremely intelligent person. After seeing this, she thought for a while, and whispered a few words to her trusted maid. After a while, the maid brought Rosen more good wine, all of which were strong liquors with extremely high alcohol content. Rosen accepted them all. Although his face was red and his eyes were blurred, he continued to drink, gulping down more than 2 kilograms. Even if the bodies of aliens are ordinary and strong, they are still mortals, and will get drunk if they drink too much. Rosen is no exception. His body can't stand it, and he doesn't care where he is. He just lies on the table and starts to sleep. But it's only this body that is drunk, and the main body far away in Swan Castle is naturally not affected. Seeing that he got himself drunk, the shadow guards completely relaxed their attention on him. After a while, 2 servants came over and carried him to the guest room of the Nevernight Palace as usual. Rosen relaxed his control over his body, and was carried like a ball of mud. He was soon carried to the guest room, and placed in a well-decorated room. The 2 servants laughed and joked while placing Rosen. This mountain man has a really high alcohol tolerance. I just saw him drink 3 kilograms of strong liquor. If it were me, I would have been drunk to death. Your Majesty has made a mistake this time. This guy is simply a drunkard, and will definitely not have a great future in the future. Who said it wasn't? Well, this guy is really heavy, use force, hey, okay, let this drunkard from the mountain sleep well. After a while, the 2 servants placed Rosen, and turned to leave the room. Rosen began to secretly operate his magic power to speed up his body's metabolism, and eliminate the alcohol in his blood. This is just a very small spell, and it only works in the body, so there is no need to worry about being noticed. After more than half an hour, the body of the clone completely returned to normal, but it still did not move, but waited patiently. I could faintly feel that there were many forces sweeping over me, one wave every 30 seconds. This was active detection, and there must be many passive monitoring. With such a strong alert, Rosen did not dare to make any unusual movements, and even did not dare to connect the magic ring to use the void vision. More than half an hour later, noisy voices came from outside the door. The flower viewing party was over, and those who stayed in the palace were led to the guest room area by the servants. The guest room area should be quite lively at this time. After waiting for a while, there was a light click from the direction of the door. The door was pushed open, and a figure walked in. Judging from the back and clothes, it was a maid. But Rosen certainly knew the identity of this person. It was Queen Julia, who disguised herself, and took the opportunity to sneak in. Tonight, she will assist him in assassinating the Lord of Light. Chapter 253. Palace Guest Room. Under the dim light, Shuya locked the door and quickly took off her maid's dress, revealing a black tight leather armor for combat. When she looked back, she found that the drunk Duke Waylon had sat up. His face was normal, and his eyes were clear. This made her secretly relieved. It seems that your hangover spell is very effective. Rosen nodded, his eyes turned around Shuya, and then he found that Shuya was taller than Irene, mainly in her legs, with a pair of straight long legs. Perhaps because the gaze was too aggressive, Shuya subconsciously crossed her arms and looked at her with a warning. He shrugged. Miss Shuya, it's just a look, why are you so sensitive? Humph. Zoya sneered. I know your character very well. Just now, you must have all kinds of dirty thoughts in your mind. So what? I have my own mind. Can Miss Shuya control what others think? I don't have time to debate with you. Zoya handed a long wooden box to Rosen. Here, your magic weapon. Rosen couldn't bring his magic weapon in, so he handed it to the Queen's Political Affairs Secretariat with the latest research results of the Imperial Magic Department. Then the Queen handed it over. Open the wooden box. Inside are his 3 ghost resonance magic wands and a life and death ring. Rosen put it on immediately. Put on these 2 bracelets too. Zoya handed over the magic weapon again and explained its function at the same time. The invisible detection bracelet, once worn, can evade the palace's active detection array. After a pause, she explained, the palace's active detection array is the latest achievement of the magic department, and I have the greatest control over the magic department. Rosen understood. That is to say, within the palace, the Lord of Glory is the greatest, almost the absolute ruler. The reason why I use the word almost is because there are still some loopholes. It is impossible for Shuya to disguise herself as a maid and bring magic tools to sneak into the guest room area. Outside the palace, Shuya, who has been in charge of the Empire for 40 years, is in control of the situation. Rosen immediately put on the bracelet. Shuya walked quickly to the innermost side of the guest room and pointed to a wardrobe against the wall and said, push the wardrobe open, push it gently, and don't use magic, don't let anyone hear the movement. Rosen did it. Fortunately, the wardrobe was not heavy, and his body was specially strengthened, so he easily moved the wardrobe aside. Behind the cabinet was a square wooden board more than 1 meter long and wide, and there was a hidden buckle at the bottom edge of the wooden board. Shuya grabbed the hidden buckle and pulled it gently, and the wooden board was opened, revealing a dark round hole with a diameter of less than 1 meter. Rosen was surprised. Why is there such a secret passage hidden in the guest room for entertaining foreign guests? Shuya smiled with a little pride. The glorious empire has been established for more than 700 years. I have been in charge for 40 years. During this period, the Nevernight Palace has undergone 10 major renovations and reconstructions. Isn't it reasonable for me to quietly arrange some secret passages underground? After saying that, she lit a windproof candle lamp and went into the secret passage. Follow me, it's better to pull the wardrobe from the inside. Rosen did it. Fortunately, he had enough strength. Otherwise, he really couldn't do such an operation quietly with physical strength. After returning the wardrobe to its original position as much as possible, he closed the wooden board again, and then followed Shuya and crawled into the narrow secret passage. I say, can't we widen the secret passage? The original purpose of this secret passage was to inspect the underground sewer pipes. Later, it was abandoned. I originally planned to block it, but my grandfather's arrogant attitude made me think that I should leave myself a way out. So, I secretly kept the pipes. Rosen understood. Then, there should be a lot of such pipes, right? Yes, a lot. Through these secret pipes, you can almost reach any corner of the Nevernight Palace, and I am the only one who knows the specific layout of the pipes. Shuya's voice revealed a hint of pride. She also had reason to be proud, because this thing was really suitable for assassination. The pipe was dark and humid, and from time to time you could hear some strange humming sounds of air flow, and occasionally you could see rats. To be honest, it was really creepy. Rosen didn't care, because he only had 1 combat clone, so it didn't matter if he lost it. But Shuya seemed to be affected. Once a strange sound appeared, or a rat jumped out, she had to stop for a while. After another pause, Rosen couldn't help but ask, I say, the Queen of the Glorious Empire is actually afraid of mice? Shuya, who was crawling in front, simply sat down and put the windproof candle lamp beside her. If I can use magic, I'm certainly not afraid of mice, but now I can't use magic. Any magic that releases the body may expose their tracks, and cause the assassination to fail. Through the dim light of the candle lamp, Rosen saw that her cheeks were pale, and she was really scared, so he said, "How about I walk in front, and you show me the way from behind?" By the way, he actually liked crawling behind Shuya, because the scenery was great. Shuya thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Then she reminded him softly, "We should be near the Shadowless Palace now. We must be very careful. Not only can we not use magic, but we can't even make a big noise. Because my grandfather is an extremely cautious person, he has set up many magic arrays in the Shadowless Palace to detect abnormal sounds. The performance is very high and very sensitive." Rosen felt a toothache and said, "How sensitive is it? Give me an analogy." "The crisp collision of two stones 1 mile away should be detected by it, and attract attention. Well, this guy is really cautious." As he spoke, he crawled forward to cross Shuya's body to the front. The underground pipe was really narrow, and the two of them were tall, so they had to stick close together. "Well, don't keep squeezing forward, I'm almost stuck by you." "Stop, stop, stop, stop for a while." After a while, Shuya shouted to stop, her voice urgent. Rosen had no choice but to obey, so the two of them were stuck in the narrow pipe. "Oh, you really came up with a bad idea," Shuya complained. "Don't move, I move back." Rosen did as he was told. Soon, he felt Shuya squirming back against him, and with this movement, he could clearly feel the curve of her body through her thin summer clothes. The smell of damp mud in the pipe, and a hint of fragrance filled his nose. Shuya complained again, "Rosen, I really admire you. You still have time to think about random things at this time." Of course Rosen knew what she meant, and laughed softly. "Some things are out of control. Not only us men, but women as well." "Nonsense." Rosen smiled. "Then let me ask you, why are the buttons on your chest standing up?" Shuya had nothing to say, because Rosen was right. After a lot of trouble, they finally changed their positions. Rosen crawled forward with the candle lamp, and Shuya followed behind him. As they moved forward, Rosen began to share his intelligence. "I got the news that Misai found demons and elves as guards. Do you have any relevant clues?" Shuya was slightly surprised. "I know that there are 3 more strong men in the Shadowless Palace, but I don't know that they are demons and elves. My grandfather did it without telling me. Obviously, he is very afraid of you. Once the time is right, he will let you abdicate or even kill you." Shuya nodded. "That's right. I can feel that he has wanted to kill me at least 3 times in the past half-month. But he can use me, and he can't find a replacement for me for the time being, so." At this point, she sighed and asked, "Then we may face 4 legendary strongmen, and we must resolve the battle in a short time. Are you sure?" Rosen shook his head. "There is too little intelligence, so we can't make any tactical deductions. We can only do our best." After a pause, he added, "Leave the battle to me, don't show up. If I lose, you leave immediately." Shuya was shocked. "If the two of us work together, the chance of success may be greater," and I said, "I will never let you die." Obviously, she didn't realize that Rosen was a clone. Rosen certainly didn't intend to explain. He stopped, turned his head and smiled at her. "I just lost, not dead. I have my own way to get out." Seeing that Shuya was still insisting, his face was stern. "Okay, you listen to me about the battle, otherwise I won't do it." Shuya pursed her lips. "Since you insist, then okay." After that, the two did not speak on the road, but just quietly moved forward in the narrow pipe. After climbing for about half an hour, the passage came to the end and turned into a slightly wider square secret room. There was a pool in the middle of the secret room, and a silver light could be vaguely seen in the pool water. Shuya whispered, "Enter the pool and follow the waterway forward. After about 40 meters, you will reach a well. Climb out along the well, and you will reach the Garden of Wooing Palace. You already know the layout of the garden. But I don't know what the situation is now, so I can only rely on you to explore." Rosen nodded to show that he understood. "Then I go." After saying that, he was about to jump into the pool. "Wait." Shuya called him, bit her lip and looked at him for a long time, and said in a very soft voice, "My promise is valid. If you die, I will not live." Rosen shook his head immediately. "That won't work. You have to live, and you have to avenge me." Shuya's eyes trembled, and she nodded firmly. "I will avenge you for the rest of my life." Seeing that she was so serious, Rosen wanted to tell her that this was his clone, but he held back when the words came to his lips. This is his biggest life-saving trump card, and he can't say it casually. Shuya is very perceptive. She felt his abnormality and immediately asked, "What else do you want to say?" Rosen reacted very quickly and immediately came up with a reasonable excuse. "I'm working with my head on this trip. Shouldn't you give me some compensation?" Joyal was startled. Remuneration? Didn't we agree on it? Rosen shook his head. That's the national reward? I'm talking about the private reward now. While speaking, he stared at the mountain on the other's chest that was tightly wrapped in leather armor, but still standing up. Joyal was very moved by Rosen's actions. Now seeing him like this, thinking that the other party was risking his life, if she was hypocritical about this little detail at this moment, it would be too harsh. She took a deep breath, gently unbuttoned her collar, revealing a snow-white mountain. Look if you like. Just looking is not enough, I want to climb it. You are such a bastard, but okay. Rosen began to climb the mountain. Seeing that he was getting more and more excessive, Joyal still tried to hold back, but finally couldn't hold back, groaned, and said angrily, Have you had enough? Enough? Rosen stopped when he saw that he was ahead, turned around and retreated to the pool. Your Majesty, if you succeed, can you give me a night of pleasure? After saying that, he didn't wait for Joyal to answer, but took a step back and entered the pool. Joyal looked at the ripples on the water surface, and felt her cheeks burning. She couldn't help thinking, hey, this guy is really a rare bastard. If it were someone else, she would definitely teach him a lesson, but she couldn't hate this bastard. You must be alive, otherwise I can't be sure to fight against the Lord of Truth by myself. Thinking about it, she thought she couldn't just wait, I have to help too. Chapter 254. Wah! Amid the extremely slight sound of water, Rosen passed through the underground waterway, and slowly floated to the surface of the well. Looking up, it was the wellhead. The faint starlight shone through the wellhead, illuminating the well with a frosty white. At the same time, there was a faint breathing sound coming into the well. Hoo, wah, wah, wah. The sound was thick and heavy, not like a human voice, but like the breathing of some huge creature. Judging from the frequency of air resonance, the size was not small. Immediately let Laifu analyze it. The conclusion was quickly drawn. The target's chest cavity volume is expected to exceed 10,000 liters, about 80 meters away from the well. Good guy, such a large chest cavity, it must be a behemoth. This must be a non-human species. Thinking of the various intelligence of the Holy Elf Empire, he deduced that this thing should be a dragon. It must be a flying dragon. Because the earth dragon and the sea dragon could not escape Joyal's perception, it would be difficult to enter the palace silently even with cover. The dragon race is a fighting race of elves. They are particularly good at fighting. Their magic power is extremely strong. Their magic resistance and physical defense are both amazingly high. If we use ordinary magic to fight them head-on, it will definitely make a lot of noise. Such a huge noise, after the fight, the whole of Medicillin will know about it. After thinking for a while, combined with the known information about flying dragons, Rosen came up with a countermeasure. He raised his hand and gently patted the water surface. Ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. The crisp sound of water echoed in the well. After a while, the flying dragon's breathing became heavy, and heavy footsteps were heard. The footsteps continued to extend towards the direction of the well. Rosen was delighted. The information of the mighty father is really accurate. He said, the flying dragon's body is extremely powerful in all directions, which makes them very confident. When encountering an opponent, the first thing they think of is not to ask for help, but to rely on their own strength to solve the problem. Seeing the flying dragon approaching, Rosen tensed his mind and allocated the maximum computing power to the clone's heart of the god of war, staring at the mouth of the well. After a while, a small part of a hideous huge dragon head appeared above the well, and a huge golden eye looked at the crystal curiously. This detail shows that the dragon clan is very confident in their defense, and is not very vigilant about unknown things. If it were a mortal magician, he would definitely not easily put his head up to check. Rosen was waiting for this moment. Heart of the god of war instantly operated to the extreme, and the three lines were operated together, and the mana rushed into the magic weapon life and death ring. In an instant, in less than 1/10 of a second, 3 life and death judgment rays were activated. Almost in no particular order, they shot at the head of the giant dragon. After 3, there were 3 more, and then 3 more. In less than half a second, Rosen used 3 things at once, and created 9 life and death judgment rays. In Rosen's perception, the strength of this flying dragon is legend 4, so the probability of judging death with a single ray is about 34%. Therefore, as long as 9 consecutive judgments are made, the opponent's survival probability can be reduced to a small probability event. Of course, if the opponent is unlucky, the soul may collapse in the first shot. After all, the probability of 34% is not low. The mana consumed by the life and death judgment ray is not much, and the light of the ray itself is very dim, just a faint white light that is not much stronger than starlight. Because the movement was too weak and the power was too weak, it didn't even alert the dragon. The dragon didn't even dodge, and let the pale white lines hit its face. One reason was that the rays shot fast, and the other was that the spell was too weak. Puff puff puff, bang. The first 4 rays hit his face without any pain, but the 5th ray took effect and successfully sentenced the dragon to death. The dragon shook violently, its concentrated eyes instantly dispersed, and its huge body collapsed to the ground powerlessly. The powerful soul in its body shattered, turning into wisps of light mist, steaming out from the pores all over its body. The uncontrolled power, after the soul shattered, also directly suffocated its brain. The body lost its brain, and quickly lost its vitality. In short, this extremely powerful legendary dragon died inexplicably. The entire battle lasted less than 1 second, with very little movement, but it still alarmed the defense of the Shadowless Palace. Beep. The shrill alarm sounded immediately, and a large number of solar light balls were shot into the sky, illuminating the Shadowless Palace in bright daylight. Anyway, he was already exposed, so Rosen no longer hid. Splash. While still in the well, Rosen consumed 1,500 tubes of mana to trigger a huge phase turbulence. This spell will trigger huge chaos in the magic circle, enough to block the phase transfer array within a radius of 50 miles for the next hour. This is to prevent the Lord of Light from using phase transfer to escape. Because the casting speed was too fast and the mana surge was too strong, the Ghost Resonance staff in his hand exploded into pieces. But it doesn't matter, he still has 2. Immediately afterwards, he cast the Shadow's secret spell on himself. This spell may not be able to escape detection, but it can allow him to avoid the sight detection of most Shadow Guards, greatly reducing the probability of being attacked by Shadow Guards. At the same time, he quickly flew out of the well, with his main body as a relay, connecting the magic ring to open the void vision. From a bird's eye view, he observed the reaction of the Shadowless Palace. At this moment, he found 3 legendary power fluctuations. One of them retreated to the underground direction, while the other 2 quickly rushed to his position. At the same time, there were a large number of ordinary mana fluctuations rushing towards the garden, with a number of more than 1,000. It was obviously the Shadow Guards guarding the Shadowless Palace. This situation was like poking a hornet's nest. But the tiny battle movement of the Life and Death Judgment Ray was still useful. It could be felt that although the opponent was fully alert, he did not use his full strength. Obviously, neither the legendary powerhouse nor the Shadow Guard had figured out the current situation. This is Rosen's chance. Outside the well is a garden with a large number of starlight roses planted. The scale is 3 times that of the Queen Starlight Rose Garden. A large area of starlight roses was trampled into mud by the dragon. Rosen's figure flashed, and he used a high-ring floating spell to chase the retreating legendary strongman. 3 legendary strongmen, 2 attacked and 1 retreated. The retreating one must be the Lord of Glory. Rosen's goal is to kill the Lord of Glory, so he naturally chased him as soon as possible. The 2 legendary strongmen also found Rosen and changed direction to rush towards him as soon as possible. In less than 5 seconds, Rosen met the first legendary strongman. At this moment, Rosen had not seen the other party's appearance clearly, and Heart of the God of War had already started. 3-line operation. 2 lines activated the Life and Death Judgment Ray, and 1 line maintained the Immortal Fate. Puff puff puff, bang, the 4th one successfully triggered the Death Judgment. Puff. It was a subconscious counterattack by the opponent, which seemed to be a curse, but it stopped halfway because the soul was broken. Only then did Rosen see the appearance of the opponent clearly. It turned out to be an elf. To be precise, it was an upper-level golden-eyed elf, a male, whose status was much nobler than the 3 legendary elf mages he had captured before, and his power was also stronger. But unfortunately, he met the fighting Rosen blessed by the Heart of the God of War. 2 legendary masters were killed in succession, and the Shadowless Palace was completely alarmed. A large number of Shadow Guards were activated, at least 3,000. The retreating legendary master retreated faster, and another legendary master also rushed towards Rosen at full speed. Because the battle revealed his figure, at least 100 Shadow Guards nearby discovered Rosen and rushed towards him. There were still 2,000 Shadow Guards, who had not discovered Rosen. They were carrying legendary magic weapons, and searching the Shadowless Palace like headless flies. Faced with such a battle, Rosen did not dare to be careless. With a flash of thought, he activated the flying technique and escaped from the encirclement of 100 Shadow Guards at the fastest speed, and continued to rush towards the fleeing legendary strongman. The Shadowless Palace was very large, but it was very small for the flying technique. The flying technique blessed by the Shadow's secret technique was also extremely secretive, and for a while, few people found Rosen's trace. In less than 5 seconds, Rosen saw another legendary strongman. It was a demon apostle, with a layer of strange blood shadow covering his body, and his specific appearance could not be seen clearly. He also discovered Rosen, and his reaction was as fast as lightning. Several pieces of blood shadows rolled towards Rosen like a rolling flag. Wherever the blood shadow passed, trees broke, flowers shattered, and stones were cut, with the broken ends as smooth as mirrors. This speed was really fast, and the attack was really fierce, with a strength of at least Legend 6. With Rosen's own reaction speed, he was simply too late, and he could only use spells to resist. But the reaction of Heart of the God of War was even faster than that of the Demon Apostle. He quickly landed on the ground, and activated the Immortal Destiny field to the extreme. At the moment when he dodged the Blood Shadow's attack by a millimeter, he returned a wave of focused arcane rays to the Demon Apostle. TSK. The Demon Apostle's body flashed, and he actually dodged the arcane ray by a millimeter. Puff. But what followed was the life and death judgment ray. This Demon Apostle's luck was really bad, or maybe because his soul was too fragile. He was sentenced to death by the second ray. At this time, the first batch of shadow guards arrived. Bang 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 bang. A large number of combo fire guns fired at Rosen, and at least 30 people were firing at the same time. But because of the interference of the Immortal Fate spell, these attacks all became human outlines. The price was that Rosen's mana flowed like a flood, evaporating at a rate of 30 tubes per second, and as the number of shadow guards increased, the evaporation rate also increased significantly. If the opponent continued to attack, even the most powerful mana would be finished. He continued to chase the Lord of Light with all his strength, and started to fight back. Mass Mind Terror, 8th Ring Spell, Legendary 7.5 mana activation, mana capacity 2 Rosen. This is a very common high ring spell, but because the activation of mana is extremely strong, the range of influence is quite large, reaching a diameter of 40 meters. A dark purple light ball was thrown at the most densely populated area of shadow guards and exploded. The shadow guards within 40 meters ran away with their heads in their arms, and their feces and urine were incontinent. Rosen, who was surrounded, felt the pressure relieved immediately. At this time, he rushed to the gate of a palace and clearly felt a legendary wave in the depths of the palace, with a straight line distance of less than 100 meters. Obviously, this was the Lord of Light, Misai. At this moment, it was less than 20 seconds before Rosen killed the legendary flying dragon. In the void vision, Rosen could see the Lord of Light rushing into an underground passage. It can be imagined that there is a high probability that there is an underground palace with amazing defense in front of the passage. If he ran in, the beheading plan would probably fail. Rosen accelerated violently. Whoosh! In the sound of the wind, Rosen broke through the obstruction of the last wave of shadow guards and rushed to the entrance of the underground palace. About 50 meters ahead, a heavy rune door was falling rapidly, with only a gap of less than 40 centimeters from the ground. Rosen immediately tried to use something to hold up the falling door, but found that there was nothing in the passage. He tried to use magic to block the falling door. The result was failure. The door of the underground palace was extremely heavy, weighing more than 10 tons. Both the door and the door frame had extremely high resistance to magic. Only 100% of the force could be exerted, and there was no way to stop it. And judging from the speed of the door closing, there was no time to rush through. Through the gap, the back of the Lord of Light could be felt to be moving away quickly, and behind Rosen were the shadow guards swarming up like ants. The door of the underground palace was also extremely solid, and Rosen really couldn't break it for a while. It might take a long time to bombard it with a cannon. If the shadow guards blocked the passage, the assassination would fail completely. There was no other way. Rosen could only use the Immortal Fate to bear the attack of the shadow guards, and use the life and death ray directly on the back of the Lord of Light. Puff puff puff. After 3 hits, the Lord of Light turned around and hid in a blind spot. Rosen grinned. This old guy is so lucky. Just as the door was about to close, a rock sculpture suddenly flew past Rosen at high speed and got stuck in the gap of the door that was about to close. Boom, click. The door of the underground palace stopped falling. Rosen saw clearly that it was a decorative granite sculpture at the entrance of the hall. Hurry, hurry in. It was Ruya. Because of the spell, she escaped from the invisible state. She simply used the floating spell and rushed past Rosen at high speed and rushed to the gap of the underground palace door. Bang 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 bang. Some of the shadow guards fired at Ruya without hesitation. Those who can guard the bedroom of the Lord of Light are the elite among the elite, and they are equipped with the best weapons. Each attack of the fire gun is as high as 10 rings, and at least 30 rounds burst out at the same time. If it hits, it can instantly kill any legendary wizard. That's not all. At least dozens of cursed spells with a strength of 4 rings fell on the 2 people from a distance, from the cursed wizards among the shadow guards. There are also a large number of explosive bombs thrown over, and the number is estimated to be 50 or 60. This is simply a sure kill. If another legendary wizard was in the passage, he would definitely be dead. But Rosen reacted faster. He did not hesitate to pour his mana into the Immortal Destiny spell violently, half of which was added to himself, and the other half to Juya. In an instant, Rosen felt his mana draining away, consuming a full 200 tubes of mana in half a second. The flow rate of mana was too high. The Ghost Resonance Staff made a cracking sound, and several cracks appeared inside. This was the price of facing death. If there was no Ghost Resonance Staff, relying on the first-generation legendary Crystal Staff alone, he and Juya would have been beaten to death by the loyal hounds of the Lord of Light in this underground palace passage, and their bodies could not be found. But with the delay of the immortal fate, Rosen got a chance to breathe. He threw a group terror spell at the back passage. The passage was in chaos. Rosen took the opportunity to enter the underground palace through the crack of the door, and immediately moved Carmen's boulder away. Boom! The 1-meter-thick rune krypton gold door of the underground palace closed, blocking all the shadow guards outside, while Rosen, Juya, and the Lord of Light were inside the underground palace. Huh? I thought I was going to die. Juya let out a long breath. Just then, she clearly smelled the strong smell of death. Rosen smiled slightly. Even if I die, I will not let the flowers wither in front of my eyes. Juya didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and could only sigh. Hey Rosen, I really admire you. Rosen pouted towards the depths of the underground palace. Let's catch up quickly, and don't let him run away. He was worried that this old man would set a powerful trap in the underground palace. Okay. The two immediately caught up at full speed. The distance between the two sides was not far, and Rosen's speed was much faster than the Lord of Light. The distance between the two sides quickly shortened. Soon, Rosen saw the back of the Lord of Light again. Tall and straight, with a little white hair, a thin pajamas draped over his body, bare feet, and a legendary crystal staff in his hand. He looked very embarrassed. Apparently, he was awakened from his sleep, and then he started to run for his life. Unfortunately, he didn't escape after all. Rosen shouted, Misa, don't run, or you will die soon. So far, it has been about 1.5 minutes since Rosen exploded. He consumed about 5,600 tubes of mana in total, and damaged 2 Ghost Resonance Staffs. His words had an effect. The Lord of Light stopped, turned around, and looked at the 2 people behind him. His eyes turned around Rosen, and finally fixed on Juya, who followed him, with deep shock and despair in his brown eyes. Juya, I never thought you would betray me, and join hands with this little bastard. Juya sighed. Grandfather, I never thought you, who claimed to be the savior of the human race, would join hands with the devil. The Lord of Light showed a trace of anger on his face. I was forced. Juya sighed again. Me too. The Lord of Light was even more angry, and his beard trembled. You don't know the seriousness of the matter at all. I know you are afraid of the Lord of Truth, right? The Lord of Light's face froze. Since you know, you should choose the same path as me. Facing the former master of this world, the only way for us mortals to survive is to surrender. Juya shook her head. Grandfather, you cannot represent the human race. Your choice to surrender does not mean that others will choose the same. I, and Rosen of Whalon, all choose to fight. Stupid. Arrogant. The Lord of Light cursed. At this point, Rosen didn't want to waste any more time and turned to look at Juya. Is it over now? Juya glanced at Misai for the last time, turned her back to him and said, Let's end it. As soon as the voice fell, the Lord of Light knelt on the ground with a plop. Wait. I surrender. Spare my life. He threw the legendary crystal staff in his hand directly. Facing Rosen, he didn't even have the courage to resist. He had lived for so many years and thought that being promoted to a legend was the ultimate power in the mortal world, but he didn't expect that there was someone who killed the legendary masters like dogs. 3 legendary masters couldn't even delay for 2 minutes. How could he resist? This unusual movement made Juya turn around again. Looking at her grandfather, who used to be high above and dominated everything, but now knelt on his knees and begged for his life, her face showed a strong sense of disillusionment. Grandfather, you once had a great image in my heart, but now, you destroyed it all with your own hands. The Lord of Glory's face twitched, but he knelt forward a few steps. The shadow guards of the Nevernight Palace need someone to restrain them, and the faith of the Glory Sect also needs someone to carry it. If you kill me, the Nevernight Palace will fall into chaos, and the faith of the Glory Sect will completely lose its support. Why not spare my life, and let me hand over all this peacefully to you or Rosen? As long as you discuss it, I can do whatever I want. This makes sense. Julia turned her head to look at Rosen and whispered in her mind, why not? Rosen whispered in his mind, I will help you build a true god puppet later, and the name of this puppet is the Lord of Glory, which can seamlessly take over the believers. As for the shadow guards of the Nevernight Palace, as long as they see the body of the Lord of Glory, then their only way to survive is to choose to follow you. He doesn't like to drag things out, and never shows mercy to the dead. Julia looked at her grandfather again, feeling a little reluctant, but in the end, she hardened her heart, then sent him to death. Turned around again, and faced the Lord of Light. The Lord of Light immediately knew that he had no chance, and immediately cursed. You two dogs and bitches, you will never have a good end. Once the Lord of Truth returns, what awaits you is the most terrible torture in the world. Rosen, Julia, your souls will definitely be put into the most humble and dirty bodies by the Lord of Truth, and endure for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Rosen didn't say anything, but just stimulated the life and death judgment ray to Misai again and again. Puff 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 dang. The Lord of Light's body shook, and thick light mist evaporated from the pores all over his body. His body fell to the ground with a plop, dead. Julia heard it, her body trembled slightly, and she asked in a trembling voice, is he dead? Dead. He died very happily, without any pain. That's good. Julia turned slowly, and looked at her grandfather's body surrounded by strange light and mist. She immediately felt that the pressure on her heart completely disappeared, and she felt unusually light from the inside out. But this lightness only lasted for a while, and a new pressure came. Lord of Truth. Rosen smiled slightly. Lord of Truth is indeed very strong, but not invincible. There are ways to fight him. This smile infected Julia, and she also smiled. So, Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Natural Empire, what are you going to do next? Of course, unify the Natural Alliance. In addition, I will also help Your Majesty to build a glorious divine religion under the management of the true God. Very good. After a pause, Julia said, please help me subdue the first shadow guard. Rosen took a step back, gave Julia a glorious salute, and said with a smile, as you wish, Your Majesty, the Queen of the Glorious Empire. Chapter 255. Night. Shadowless Palace. Countless shadow guards surrounded the bedroom of the Lord of Glory. No one spoke, and no one attacked, but almost every shadow guard knew the current situation. Their master fled into the underground palace in a hurry, and at the last moment when the door closed, Queen Julia and the unidentified powerful assassin chased in. That assassin was really too powerful. From the appearance to the pursuit into the underground palace, it took less than 2 minutes, and the 3 legendary strongmen who were usually high above and had eyes on their heads became corpses. It is also completely conceivable that the master would have no chance of escaping in the same place with such a powerful warrior. There are 30,000 first shadow guards, and they are basically gathered in the Shadowless Palace at this time, and the 3 generals of the shadow guards are all present. These 3 generals, 2 women and 1 man. 2 have 7 rings of magic power, and the strongest one has 8 rings. All of them are direct descendants of the Glory family. The 3 of them stood at the gate of the underground palace. You looked at me, I looked at you, with faces full of shock and confusion. Obviously, Julia betrayed her father. The woman who spoke was called Lamiel, an 8-ring mage. In terms of blood relationship, she is Julia's aunt, and the youngest daughter of the Lord of Light. She is also the highest-ranking general of the First Shadow Guard, the most trusted by the Lord of Light, and commands the most elite legion of the Shadow Guard. Now it's not a question of betrayal. The biggest problem now is, if grandfather dies, what should we do? The male mage spoke. His name is Sarikar, a 7-ring mage, and Julia's cousin. He is the 2nd-ranked general, and his status is much lower than Lamiel. The last female mage sighed softly. Wait and see what Zoya says. She is also a 7th-ring mage, named Zelaya, Zoya's cousin. She leads the 3rd Legion, which is a newly organized legion. Lamiel was very dissatisfied with the attitude of the 2. Zoya is a rebel. What we should do now is to attack the underground palace. Either save people or take revenge. Sarikar spread his hands and said nothing. Zelaya objected, Aunt, if grandfather is dead, there will be no rebellion. There will only be a new Lord of Glory, because the Empire must have a master. You and I know this. Besides, I think grandfather must be dead, After all, that assassin is so powerful. Lamel was extremely dissatisfied with this, and when he was about to scold, the door of the underground palace made a click sound and slowly cracked a 20-centimeter gap. Crash. A nearly naked corpse slid out of the gap, dragging a long trail of blood on the ground, and then lying on the ground in an extremely undignified posture. It was the Lord of Glory, Misai. Fortunately, the 3 Shadow Guard generals had already dismissed everyone, so no one outside the Glory family saw this embarrassing scene. Shuya's indifferent voice came from the gap in the underground palace door. Grandfather is dead, I killed him. The reason is that he fell and became a puppet of demons and elves, trying to destroy the mortal world. As Misai's most trusted youngest daughter, Longmire immediately ran forward, took off her cloak, and wrapped up her father's body. She shouted at the underground palace door, "Even so, you are not qualified to judge him." Everyone saw the demons and elves, and a full-scale war against the Natural Alliance was also being prepared, so she did not doubt Juya's words. But even so, she was still extremely angry. In the underground palace, Zoya asked back, "Who will judge?" "You?" Lamel was speechless. Zoya said again, "From today, I will completely control this empire. If you support me as you support my grandfather, I will also use you as my grandfather did. If you insist on opposing me, then I can only apologize." The 3 generals looked at each other. Lamel was full of anger. Don't even think about it. But Sarikar and Zelaya didn't have much hostility on their faces, because they were the 2nd and 3rd generals. Especially Zelaya, who had just been promoted not long ago, did not have much loyalty to the Lord of Light, but recognized her cousin's ability. As for Sarikar, he has been suppressed by his aunt Lamel, who is her deputy. His loyalty to his grandfather is far less than that of his aunt, and naturally he is far less angry than her aunt. Zoya immediately noticed the division among the 3 generals, so she aimed her firepower at Lamel. She sneered, "Aunt, even if grandfather leads the entire empire to the abyss, will you follow him without hesitation?" Lamel hugged her father's body tightly, her face was ashen, and she looked at the gate of the underground palace with extremely hateful eyes. "Shuya, you who killed your ancestors, how can you still have the face to enjoy the glory bestowed by your ancestors?" Shuya immediately retorted, "I created my own glory. The glorious empire 40 years ago was less than 1/10 of its current national strength, and the number of citizens was less than 60% of the current number. At that time, the glorious nations were still fighting each other, and the empire's economy was on the verge of collapse. It was me who changed all this, and it was me who made the glorious empire rise to the great country it is today." Longmire was speechless again, because of the facts that Juya said. 40 years ago, no one thought that the glorious empire would have such great glory as it is now. But her soul was shrouded in anger and unwillingness, so she retorted, "But no matter what, everything comes from the Lord of Gloriousness." Shuya sneered, "Very good, since you like to promote the origin so much, then the magic tools you are using now, and the equipment you are wearing are all derived from the efforts of the citizens of the empire. Shouldn't you think about their fate?" Lamiel said again, "Humph, this is what they should do. There is nothing in the world that should be done. There is no eternal loyalty in the world, only eternal contracts. Protect the citizens, and the citizens will serve you. If you regard them as dust, they will spit on you and abandon you." Absurdity. Absurd. Evil. Lamiel screamed hysterically, and then turned to look at the other 2 generals. "Sarikar, Zelaya, look, this is Shuya. She is completely crazy." Sarikar hesitated and said nothing. Zelaya frowned and refuted. "Aunt, if grandfather really wants to join forces with elves and demons as my cousin said, then he is wrong, and very wrong." Lamel was stunned, and an incomprehensible light appeared on her face. "You are going to judge your ancestors too?" Zelaya lowered her eyes, and did not respond, but did not deny it. Obviously, she acquiesced to what Lamel said. Lamel became more and more angry. "You are all a group of unfilial descendants, and the glorious bloodline has completely fallen." After saying this, she shouted at the gate of the underground palace again, "Zoya, I will never pledge allegiance to a regicide. The legion I lead will never serve you. If you dare to take a step out of the underground palace, my people will tear you to pieces." As she spoke, she picked up the body of the Lord of Light, and was about to leave the underground palace passage. Zoya sighed lightly, and was about to speak. The silent Sarikar came behind Ramel without knowing when. He suddenly raised the musket in his hand, aimed at the back of Ramel's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Bang! 2 dull noises appeared in succession. The first one broke the defensive magic weapon carried by Ramel, and the second one directly smashed Ramel's head. The head was hit off, leaving only a headless body and half of the neck that was constantly bleeding. This change was so sudden that both Zoya and Zelaya were shocked. Zelaya was horrified. Sarikar, what on earth did you do? Sarikar took out a handkerchief to wipe the white tofu pudding on his face, and put away the smoking one-handed musket. Since my aunt said this, it means she is willing to follow my grandfather, so I will fulfill her wish. After saying this, Sarikar secretly glanced at the gate of the underground palace. He originally wanted to pretend to be confused and watch the fun, but a voice in his mind told him that if he wanted to continue to serve in the glorious empire instead of retiring to become an insignificant little role, he had to do something for the new Lord of Gloriousness that she was not convenient to do, or even could not say. He was still young and did not want to retire. Deep in his heart, he did not agree with his grandfather's approach. Because he saw with his own eyes that the empire rose step by step under Zhuya's governance, and the various equipment they used was also rapidly updated because of the rise of the empire. According to his grandfather's way, the empire will surely return to the past state of neither life nor death. So, he followed the advice of the strange voice. After finishing, he knelt on one knee. Cousin, I am far inferior to you in the ability to govern the country. I am also far inferior to you in the practice of magic power, but in terms of fighting skills, even if I am not as good as you, the gap is not big. Now, I am willing to follow you and serve you as the new Lord of Light. In the underground palace, Shuya finally came back to her senses. Although she felt a little reluctant, Sarikar's actions did help her solve the biggest trouble, but then again, this guy is really a bit vicious. He can still be used in the future, but he can't be used as a confidant. So, she took a deep breath to calm the waves in her heart, nodded and said, Sarikar, very good, I am willing to accept your following. Then Zelaya, what about you? Zelaya immediately knelt on one knee. Cousin, I am willing to follow you too. Very good, then you help me gather the first Shadow Guard, especially to control Aunt Lamel's first legion. Yes, Lord of Light. The two Shadow Guard generals turned and walked out of the underground palace. After a while, some fighting sounds began to appear outside the underground palace. There were bangs and bangs of muskets, and various explosions of mana fluctuations. After the chaos lasted for more than 2 hours, Sarikar and Zelaya came back, followed by a large group of Shadow Guard warriors. These warriors also escorted a large number of bloody officers, about 30 in number, but they were loyal members of Lamel. Lord of Glory, all followers of the Fallen have been purged. Very good. Click, click, click. The heavy door of the underground palace slowly opened. Shuya, wearing black leather armor, appeared behind the door, and behind him stood a tall male mage with an indifferent expression and mediocre features. Obviously, this male mage was the powerful assassin before. This man withstood the attacks of a large number of Shadow Guards, and killed the 3 legendary strongmen head-on, with thunderous means. In the end, he turned the attacks of a large number of Shadow Guards into invisible, and protected Shuya alive. The richness of his magic power, and the power of his magic were simply incredible. Seeing him standing behind Shuya, whether it was Sarikar, Zelaya, or other Shadow Guards, they subconsciously tightened their nerves, and did not dare to turn any extra thoughts in their minds. Shuya clearly felt this, and secretly sighed at Rosen's powerful deterrence, but she was also a little worried in her heart, and couldn't help thinking, this guy is so powerful, and new methods are endless. How can my glorious empire compete with the natural empire? She was not worried about the other party's assassination. After all, the other party had countless opportunities to kill her and plunge the empire into turmoil. But he didn't do it, which shows that his words about the overall interests of mortals came from the heart. However, this worry dissipated after a while in Shuya's mind, because she figured it out. The glorious empire has not always been strong, it is just a mortal country. The relative status between countries has always been ups and downs. If you can't compete, then you can't compete. It's useless to compete like your grandfather. It's not all bad for the natural empire to be stronger. If the natural empire is too weak, then the glorious empire will lose a powerful ally in the future when facing the returning Lord of Truth, and the situation will be even worse. Thinking of this, Shuya was completely relieved. Then, she gathered her mind and issued an order. From now on, the former 1st Shadow Guard 1st Corps will be disbanded on the spot, all officers will be dismissed, and all soldiers will be imprisoned in the barracks, waiting for follow-up processing. Sarikar, your 2nd Corps will be promoted to the 1st Corps, and you will replace Ramel and become the general of the 1st Corps. Sarikar was delighted. Yes, Lord of Glorious. Now, you will embalm the bodies of Master Misai and Master Ramel, and then thoroughly reorganize the original 1st Corps and be responsible for the security and defense of the entire palace. Your first corps will receive the best magic weapons and treatment. Yes, Lord of Glorious. Zelaya, your third corps will be promoted to the second corps, and your main task is to be responsible for my safety. Yes, Lord of Glorious. Zelaya was also very happy. Now, take your people and escort me back to the Glorious Garden. The Glorious Garden is divided into two parts, with her bedroom at the back and the political center of the empire in the front. The old generation of the Lord of Glorious has died, and the new generation of the Lord of Glorious has ascended to the throne, so naturally there are a lot of affairs to deal with, and they have to be dealt with overnight to get through this turbulent period as quickly as possible. Zelaya immediately waved her hand, and a large number of elite shadow guards followed Zhuya and protected her firmly behind her. During the whole process, Rosen stood behind Zhuya without saying a word, acting as a silent ballast. At the same time, Weilon was more than 3,000 kilometers away. The main body of Rosen, who had been responsible for controlling the battle, also sighed. This trip was finally not in vain, but my work was only half successful. The Queen has basically taken control of the situation, and has become the supreme ruler of the Glorious Empire. When she has completely established her foothold and lost the constraint of the Lord of Glorious, Rosen will completely lose the ability to control her. Obviously, in terms of the ability to govern the country, Zhuya is much stronger than the Lord of Light. So, although a mad tiger was killed tonight, a more terrifying tiger was also released. So, he had to do the second step, which was to put a new shackle on the tiger. A shackle that belongs to him. This thing can be used, but it must be there. Chapter 256. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. An obituary from the Glorious Empire was transmitted to the Natural Alliance. The obituary was titled "The Empire's high-level glorious mage Misai has unfortunately passed away. We hereby express our condolences." The content of the obituary was very obscure. Both the title of high-level glorious mage and the name of Misai were inconspicuous. Therefore, apart from causing a violent shock in some small circles that knew the inside story, it did not attract much attention from the people of the Alliance. What really caused a huge sensation was another covenant released along with the obituary. The covenant was signed by the glorious Queen Zhuya and the natural Emperor Rosen, who had not yet been crowned, and was called the Mortal Unity Covenant. The core content of the covenant was that when dealing with foreign enemies, the two mortal kingdoms of the Natural Empire and the Glorious Empire would always fight side by side. With the release of the covenant, the Glorious Empire also announced the withdrawal of 60% of its troops from the border Gothic province, and also withdrew the first and second glorious fleets that had been near the Gilded Strait. When the covenant was announced, Weilon was shaken, and the All-Natural Alliance was also shaken. It was like a skinny guy was about to fight to the death, with a super strongman who rushed to his doorstep to provoke him. The skinny guy had already set up his formation, and was ready to be beaten hard, even seriously injured, or even exchange his life for his own, but just as he was about to throw a punch, the strongman took the initiative to retreat. Ordinary people didn't know the inside story, they just knew that they didn't have to fight on the battlefield. So people took to the streets, told each other, and cheered loudly. Especially in Erin, which was destined to be the main battlefield, the people were the most excited. And Weilon, who was originally prepared to fight to the death, also decorated every household with lights and colors to celebrate the conclusion of the covenant. Swan Lake. In an inconspicuous lakeside villa, Rosen, Zigralana, and the godly father, as well as the father-in-law and mother-in-law, who had never met before, were having dinner in the restaurant. The father-in-law and mother-in-law looked to be in their 40s. They were submissive to the godly father, and respectful to Rosen. They looked like a pair of honest people. Rosen saluted them according to the etiquette of the younger generation, and then began to tell them what happened in the glorious capital. Godly Father Otar Gunther listened carefully. After Rosen finished speaking, he swallowed the braised venison slices in his mouth, sipped the wine silently, and then sighed deeply. Fate is so strange. I never thought that Misai would die before me. Looking at Rosen again, I didn't expect that he would be killed by you even though he hid in such a solid palace. Rosen sighed. The defense of the glorious palace is so tight that it is difficult for me to break through it alone, even with a 1,000-man army. The reason why I succeeded is mainly because of the secret help of Queen Zhuya. But even so, I almost failed. Zigralana was curious. Dear, how did you convince the queen to help you? First, the news of the return of the Lord of Truth. Second, because Misai was too domineering, he treated a talented granddaughter as a slave who could be ordered around, which caused a huge backlash. Otar Gunther himself once stood at the top of the world and knew that there must be a lot of interest exchanges involved. But now the times have changed, there are too many things he doesn't understand, so he is too lazy to ask more, and even more lazy to care more. He sighed. This old man Misai is just too greedy. He wants to take all the good things for himself. But how can mortals like me have such a good ability? It's what he deserves. Everyone nodded in agreement. Odergunther looked at Rosen again. What will happen next? Will the glorious empire really fight against the Lord of Truth together with us? Rosen didn't dare to guarantee this for the time being, because the restraints he prepared for Zhuya were not yet completed. And without the restraint of power, the covenant that relied purely on moral constraints was only slightly better than waste paper. So, for the time being, he could only give a less reliable response. If nothing unexpected happens, the glorious empire will be our ally at least until the Lord of Truth returns. As for how long this alliance can last, it depends on what the Lord of Truth plans to do after his return. If it is a strategy of tough confrontation, then we will be closer to the glorious empire than we are now. But if it is a strategy of appeasement and division, it is hard to say. Otar Gunther nodded slowly. If it was more than 5,000 years ago, the Lord of Truth would definitely confront it tough, but this time, I can't say for sure. After all, 5,000 years is enough to change the character of any life. But no matter what, the mortal kingdom always goes through bumps and bruises, as long as their leaders are not crazy. When a strong enemy comes, they will always unite to face the outside world. After saying this, the founder of the natural religion completely put his worries aside, and took a sip of crystal wine. What will happen to the world in the future depends entirely on the efforts of you young people. I will retire peacefully by this beautiful lake. The despicable old rival is gone, and the tension in his heart has relaxed. He no longer wants to prolong his life by sleeping, and just wants to spend the last 100 years in peace. Then he looked at Zigralana. I feel that my great-grandson is growing up, which is good, haha, very good. Simply taking care of the elderly is also very boring, but if there are a few little guys to accompany you, then life will be much more interesting. At the same time, Medacillin of the Glorious Empire. The Queen's Government Study. There is a small compartment in the study, and there is a secret passage leading to the underground palace in the compartment. To outsiders, Rosen basically stays in this compartment, acting as the Queen's first guard, but in fact, he spends most of the day in the underground palace. What is he doing? Of course, he is making a faith puppet. The level of magic in the Glorious Empire is quite high, and all kinds of magic materials are very abundant, so Rosen's speed in making faith puppets is quite fast, and the quality is also very good. The puppet core was made in more than half a month, and the subsequent days were basically just piling up materials. The entire making process, and the subsequent maintenance process were done by Rosen alone, and only he could do it. And according to him, only he can do it. For this reason, he proposed the concept of true God. He believed that the true God could not be seen by mortals. If seen, it would not be a god, and the awe in the hearts of mortals would be gone. Without awe, there would be no faith, and without faith, the existence of the sect would lose its meaning. Julia could not refute his statement. It was obvious that she was very reluctant, but after Rosen's persuasion, she finally nodded. And this faith puppet was the biggest restraint Rosen used to restrain the Glorious Empire. Later, he would send a defective clone to maintain and upgrade this glorious puppet in the Glorious Empire. After the Mortal Unity Covenant was announced, the Queen saw an opportunity and came to his cubicle. In the cubicle, Rosen was sitting behind a desk, writing a book on refining equipment seriously, titled The Basic Principles of Faith Puppet. This thing is real, and it is the biggest premise for Zhuya to agree to let him maintain the faith puppet. Rosen saw through Zhuya's idea at a glance. He just wanted to use his faith puppet first, and study it himself. When the research is clear, he will replace it locally. In this regard, he laughed in his heart. If you want to replace it, you can develop it for 50 years first. It is true that he shared the basic principles, but he did not share the specific technology. There is a big step between principles and technology. He can move so fast because he has the development experience of the Earth as a guide, while the Glorious Empire has to rely on its own exploration. Back to the topic. When he saw the Queen, he handed the writing work to Lai Fu, keeping his hands moving. Seemingly trying to do two things at once, he said to the Queen, "Your Majesty, what's the matter? I suddenly thought of an idea, and would like to discuss it with you." In front of Rosen, the Queen did not put on airs like the others. She leaned against the wall with her legs propped up. "You see, your ancestor, the Iron Dragon, actually moved out of this land, right? Well then what? So compared to the Natural Alliance, you are closer to us in terms of blood, and you can even say that you are of the same clan, right? That's right. The situation is different now. I used to be my grandfather's tool, but now I am the real queen. As a queen, I can't be childless forever, so I need a husband, and you are a good fit." Rosen was quite surprised. He looked up at the queen, but saw that her cheeks were slightly red, but her eyes were firm. It was obvious that she had been thinking about this for a long time. So he reminded, "Your Majesty, I have to remind you that I have been in contact with Waylon during this period, and the unification process of the Natural Alliance has made a big step forward. In 3 years at most, the Natural Alliance will be unified in essence, and I will be the Emperor of the Natural Emperor. The marriage of 2 emperors is a big event that can shock the world." Shuya nodded. "I know, but emperors can also get married, and they don't need to live together all the time after marriage. They can just manage their own countries. After all, you don't need to stay together all the time to have children, right?" Rosen was also born into a noble family and received orthodox aristocratic education, so he understood what Shuya meant. "It sounds good, but will the glorious family and the nobles in the country agree? Such a big event is not something that can be decided by one person. If it causes widespread opposition, the elves may take advantage of it and cause great turmoil." Shuya blinked. "I will naturally spend time to convince them. The key is, do you agree?" Rosen smiled. "It is my honor to be favored by His Majesty. Why should I refuse? He is a man. Marrying the Empress is a kind of foreign conquest. There is basically no resistance in the country, and people will even be proud of it." In contrast, the resistance Shuya encountered was several orders of magnitude greater than his. In fact, her proposal really surprised Rosen. "So," Rosen added, "this is a big deal. We have to discuss the details, especially the issue of succession to the throne." Zoya obviously thought about it carefully, and immediately said, "It's very simple. The children will inherit their mother's property. Your child with Zigralana will inherit the natural throne, and my child will inherit the glorious throne. Well, it's simple and clear. I have no problem." After saying that, Rosen still felt a little incredible, and couldn't help asking, "Zoya, you are serious about your thoughts just now, right?" He felt a little too casual. Zoya said seriously, "Of course it's true. I won't joke about such a big thing." "Okay, when will you get married?" 1 or 2 years. I need time to completely control the glorious empire, and I also need time to convince the people to agree with my approach. And you also need time to unify the Natural Alliance, don't you?" "Indeed." Rosen nodded. Zoya said, "Since Zigralana and I are both your wives, you can't be biased towards the Natural Empire. At least you have to treat us equally on the surface, right?" "There is no problem with this." Rosen nodded. "Of course. Of course, it's only superficial equality. After all, the Natural Empire was built by his hard work and basically controlled by him, while the Glorious Empire was controlled by Shuya. Finally, this is just a proposal at present. No one can say whether it will succeed in the end. But then again, if it succeeds, from the perspective of biological reproduction, Rosen will really make a lot of money, because the royal families of the 2 major empires of the human race will all flow with his blood. In other words, his blood will enjoy the greatest glory in the world. For a man, this is simply the highest level of success." While thinking, Shuya handed over a book. "This is for you." "What?" "It was found in the Shadowless Palace. It should be the cooperation reward from the elves to my grandfather. It is called The Art of Longevity. I have asked the Empire's magic department to study it, and found that this magic is extremely difficult, and there is no clue to crack it. I think you must be interested in it." Rosen took the book and flipped through a few pages. He immediately became very interested. "Good stuff. I have to take a good look at it." Chapter 257. Holy Elf Empire. Because of the elves' common slowness, when the sun god of Sela received a series of intelligence, it was already half a month after the covenant was issued. He read various news from the mortal country, and his brows, which had been relaxed, were tightly furrowed for the first time. Knowing the return of the Plain Master, they still chose to fight to the end, and even expressed their determination through alliance. They are really a group of arrogant mortals. Although he said so, he had a very bad feeling in his heart, because the mortal legendary wizard named Rosen was really powerful. Invading the palace, killing 3 legendary 4 strongmen in a very short time, 2 of whom were very powerful in the Empire, especially the war dragon Alexei, who was a rare dragon warrior. He really couldn't figure out how the other party did it. The last time he fought against the 6 legends, it could be explained as a large capacity legendary crystal arranged in advance, but this time, he couldn't figure it out. We must understand this guy's methods. How to understand? Of course, we can't send strong men to try one by one. That is almost like sending people to death. No matter how many strong elves there are, They can't withstand such consumption. Elves naturally have their own secret methods. Sun god Asala left his treehouse and continued to climb up 50 meters along the trunk to come to an exquisite treehouse. The treehouse is called Moon Rising Land, and the owner of the house is Moon God Dora. Outsiders only know that the elves have two majesties, also known as the Sun and Moon, but in fact, Moon God Dora's status is higher than Asala. This is an extremely mysterious elf strongman, and he is also the most beloved elf that Dariton has repeatedly stated. Before Dryden left, the Moon Goddess Dora was almost the only spokesperson for Dryden in the mortal world. This Moon Goddess was also endowed with the rarest magic knowledge by the Lord of Truth. Although her combat power was not strong, her insight into the mysteries of the world was so profound that it was incomprehensible. When he came to the treehouse, Asala did not enter the house. He just stood at the door. "Dora, I have a problem." After a while, a soft and low voice came from the treehouse. "Tell me, see if I can help you find the answer." Asala described the recent situation in the human empire in detail, and then said, "This mortal is too powerful. I don't understand why he is so strong." "I understand. Wait for me quietly for a while." Asala waited patiently. After waiting for half an hour, a voice came from the house. "I saw an amazing name in Chaos Fate, Witch Palominas. He may be related to the Great Witch." Osella was also surprised. "Is he the witch's apostle?" "I'm not sure, but he may have obtained amazing knowledge from the witch." "Oh, this is really a headache. I'm afraid the master will frown when he hears it." The Moon Goddess Dora fell silent again, but this time it only lasted a few minutes before she spoke again. "I contacted the master and told him the news. The master said to wait patiently for his return." Osella nodded immediately, "Yes." After saying this, he sighed in his heart. "I originally thought that when the master returned, my clan would dominate the world again. Now it seems that the world has really changed. I felt a little disappointed and panicked, and I felt that I couldn't understand this new world anymore. So I couldn't help asking, how long will it take for the master to come back?" "Are you urging the master, Asala?" "I dare not. I just want to know the master's return date so that I can arrange a welcoming ceremony." "Asala, you and I both know the master's temper. He hates being urged the most, so I dare not ask you this question." "Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything." Asala turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by the Moon Goddess Dora. "Wait. What else?" "The master also said that he is very interested in the group of mischievous mortals. He asked you not to confront them head-on, but to quietly plant some seeds of chaos." Asala was a little confused. "Seeds of chaos? Go and sell fruits quietly, and transform as many mortals as possible into potential lower-level elves." Asala understood immediately. "I will arrange it right away. In fact, it is not fruit, but the fruit of the lower-level elves produced on the Great Tree of Life. The taste is no different from ordinary fruit, there is no magic smell, and the appearance is almost indistinguishable from ordinary fruit. But after eating, it can subtly transform the mortal body. At that time, as long as the master calls, the mortal will completely turn into a lower-level elf." He felt that this was a really good idea, and he turned around to do it. Seeing that he was about to leave, Dora called him again. "Don't worry, Asala, the master hasn't finished speaking." Asala just waited to resume the posture of respectful listening again. "The master said that a group of fusion monsters on the Storm Continent are extremely ugly. Their mere existence is a stain on the world. They must be cleaned up as soon as possible." Asala was shocked. This is not easy to do. Although those strange fusion monsters are indeed ugly, and he felt sick looking at them, they are indeed very good at fighting. There are so many of them. If they really fight, the Empire may win, but it will suffer heavy losses. Dora's voice came again. "The master certainly knows this, so he allows you to use the golden tree seeds." Asala felt very confident when he heard this, and immediately bowed and promised, "I will definitely clean up the Storm Continent thoroughly before the master returns." I thought it was all right, but Dora actually had something else to say. "The master has a third thing to arrange." What can Asala do? He can only continue to bow his head and listen. "The master said that the fighting race created last time is gradually becoming imperfect, and even the elves are no longer perfect, so he plans to make another major transformation. In order to make the transformation better, he asked you to plant at least 3 more trees of life, and fill them to at least 600 meters high before he comes back." Asala's heart was shocked when he heard it, both because of the major transformation and the need to plant trees. Because there is a chance of failure in transformation, and it is not low. In the transformation of elves in ancient times, at least 10 million people died in the early stage, and the mortality rate in the middle and late stages was more than half. It was not until the late stage that it gradually matured, but there was at least a 10% mortality rate. Now the master is going to transform again, and he still thinks the elves are not perfect. The first wave of improvements may be the elves. By then, there will definitely be a large number of elves who will die because of this. Maybe he will die from this too. But he didn't have the confidence to directly resist the big transformation, so he could only indirectly raise some objections. Dora, it's not easy to plant a 600-meter high tree of life. Each tree must be integrated with at least 500,000 elf souls. Dora's voice was very indifferent. Ocella, doesn't the master know this? But have you forgotten what the master said? Ocella certainly remembered, and he repeated softly, in the pursuit of perfection, any sacrifice is worth it. It's good that you remember. Then do it. Ocella had a question. Dora, I need a date. I need to know how quickly I need to plant the tree. This tree is not easy to plant. A total of 1.5 million elf souls must be integrated. A lot of work must be done. After all, elves are immortal species. Although they are not considered dead after being integrated into the big tree, they will be firmly bound, and their days are far less happy than when they are alive. The key is that the Lord of Truth has not yet said the specific time, which makes him feel at a loss. Dora sighed softly. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I can only say, as soon as possible. If it's as soon as possible, then we have to use coercive means, which may cause great chaos in the Empire. Ocella, it's useless for you to tell me, I'm just conveying the master's order. I also made it clear that I can't help you. Ocella felt annoyed and wanted to vomit blood, and took a deep breath. Okay, I know. This time, he finally left Dora's treehouse smoothly. He almost ran away. He would rather he had never been to this damn place. Storm Continent. The fusion palace of the great demon King Buck. It's more like a meat mountain made of blood and flesh than a palace. The ground and walls of the palace were damp, and all kinds of mucus were constantly secreted, and monsters whose appearance could not be described in words were crawling around on such a mass of mucus. In the deepest part of this strange meat mountain, in a huge bubble of wriggling flesh and blood, filled with milky white mucus, there were 3 monsters that barely retained some mortal features. There were 3 monsters, each with a human-like face and a huge head, but no mouth. Instead, there was a mouth part similar to a straw. There were more than one mouth part, but more than a dozen. They had no hands and feet, but instead a mass of wriggling tentacles that were countless times more complex than octopuses, growing on their bodies like hair. Their bodies also had no fixed shape. As a result of the constant wriggling, the shapes of the 3 people were completely different. At this moment, the mouth parts of the 3 monsters were connected to each other. Some were sucking milky white mucus, and some were doing some indescribable weird movements. In short, any mortal who sees this scene will have a lifelong nightmare after just one glance. But this is only on the surface. At the level of thinking, the 3 monsters are communicating with clear logic and very quickly. Shabat is dead, what a pity. That mortal named Rosen is very strong, and the master is no match for him. I can see that those elves are not trustworthy at all. They wish we were all dead. Druden is also an old Virgo, and he will definitely deal with us. The mortal empire is still in turmoil, and it is a good time to deal with the elves. We have to act before the elves. But how to deal with the elves? Use poison, use botulinum poison, destroy their proud good looks, and turn them into freaks like us, ha ha. Ha ha, this is really interesting, let's do it. Chapter 258. Cicadas, cicadas. On a hot summer day, cicadas are screaming wildly on the trees, and they are only one guitar away from the sound of the guitar. Splash, splash. Under a giant tree, clear spring water is gurgling, and in a huge spring pool, for people are taking shelter from the heat. One is Queen Zwaya, one is General Zelaya of the 2nd Legion of the Shadow Guard, and the other is Rosen's old acquaintance, General Jaidia of the 6th Special Operations Regiment of the Shadow Guard. The last one is naturally Rosen. Everyone has a holiday, and the Emperor naturally has one too. In the summer of the glorious Empire, if there is no major event in the country, as long as the royal fortune tellers confirm that there will be extremely high temperatures the next day, the Queen will issue a holiday decree, allowing the entire capital to take a holiday to escape the heat. At this moment, the 3 women in the spring pool are wearing thin silk water skirts used exclusively by the royal family, similar in style to low-cut suspender skirts. They were sitting, floating, or swimming, looking like 3 white lotus flowers blooming in the water, very pleasing to the eye. Rosen followed the local customs, and wore a pair of knee-length water pants. In this cool pool that was over 50 meters long and wide, similar to Bao the Spring on Earth, he ate ice melon, a specialty of the South, while enjoying the beautiful scenery around him, feeling as comfortable as a living god. But because there were many maids watching by the pool, he was well behaved except for occasionally looking around. Zelaya and Judea were both generals, and they couldn't stay idle in this pool. After chatting for a few words, they went swimming one after another. Julia sat near Rosen, less than 2 meters away from Rosen. After chatting for a few words, she asked, "Have you figured out the spell of longevity?" Rosen took a sip of iced sparkling beer. The content of the spell book is incomplete, or rather, it should not be called a spell book, but rather the instruction manual for taking the fruit of the upper elves. From the details after the autopsy, he has already taken the fruit of the upper elves, and his body has begun to change. This he is naturally the Lord of Light, Misai. He had been buried, but because of the need for magic research, he was dug out and dissected again. There were many discoveries, but because the soul collapsed, it was not very helpful for magic research. The last corpse was too lazy to be buried, and it was burned clean. In addition, Rosen also dissected the corpse of the legendary upper elf wizard and the dragon, and obtained a lot of data. But they all encountered the same problem, that is, there was no soul data. Julia was very curious about the longevity technique, and everyone would be curious. After all, everyone wants to live longer, and elves are particularly long-lived. Do you think there is a way to allow mortals to obtain the lifespan of upper elves without becoming slaves of the Lord of Truth? Elves are actually another name for the apostles of truth. So, the fruit that can turn mortals into upper elves is naturally a sweet fruit with poison hidden in it. That's why Julia asked this question. Rosen shook his head slowly. It's very difficult. I don't have any idea at all. Seeing that Julia didn't believe it, he explained seriously. You know, I have 3 lower elf captives in Whalon. Although they are lower elves, their lifespan is 1/3 of that of upper elves, and because they have been promoted to legends, their status in the elves is still not low, and they know many secrets. When studying the spellbook, I carefully studied the souls of these lower-level elves, and also learned a lot of information about the elf fruit from them. Then, I found that there may be a power in this so-called elf fruit that mortals cannot understand. Incomprehensible? Julia was a little confused. Rosen's face showed great solemnity. A more accurate description is that there may be a kind of knowledge that greatly exceeds the limit of mortal intelligence. Just like beasts can never understand the spells of us mortals. It's just that this time, mortals have changed to the role of animals. The intelligence of beasts has limits, and mortals certainly have them too. For example, a mortal living in 3-dimensional space cannot intuitively imagine the situation in 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional, or even higher dimensional space. Julia understood and frowned. Is the wisdom of the Lord of Truth so terrible? Rosen shook his head slowly. I think this may not be the wisdom of the Lord of Truth, but the knowledge that the Lord of Truth accidentally obtained. He can only use it, not change it. Just like most people on Earth use mobile phones, everyone can use it, but if you want to make a mobile phone, it's a bit ridiculous. Julia didn't understand again. If that's the case, then it's naturally good. Why do you think so? Rosen smiled and said, I got a book from the what called Encyclopedia of Void Creatures. The book describes the information of 76 void gods and demons in as much detail as possible. Through this information and my personal experience of dealing with demons, the intelligence breadth of void life far exceeds that of mortals, but the depth is no different from that of mortals. The facts have also verified this point. If the intelligence level of gods and demons has reached a level that we mortals cannot understand, then we mortals have no way to fight against gods and demons. What is more likely to happen is that we are all easily played by gods and demons, and we don't even know that we are played. In other words, if the void life is really so terrible, the Creator will match them with stronger opponents, and will never be entangled with mortals. So, Rosen suspected that the Lord of Truth was lucky enough to pick up a treasure made by a real god. As for what this real god is, Rosen has no way of knowing, and he is not worried, because worrying is useless. Just like people will grow old and die, if you worry about this every day, then there is no need to live. Julia understood, but she suspected that Rosen was lying to her. Rosen could naturally sense it, and said in a serious tone, Your Majesty, I will not joke with you on such a major event that concerns the fate of mortals. After that, he added, In addition, I have learned a lot of news about elf fruits from the 3 lower-level legendary elves and the Godly Father. Would your Majesty like to listen? Julia nodded repeatedly, of course. Now the elves live in the endless forest, very mysterious, and few people know about their situation. Rosen continued, This so-called elf fruit should grow from a tree called the Tree of Life. Its appearance and taste can be exactly the same as ordinary fruits, and it may be difficult to detect the abnormality of the fruit using all the currently known magic methods. Zhuya immediately thought of a possibility and was shocked. Can't the elves quietly infiltrate important members of the empire? The glorious empire has an abundant supply of fruits. From nobles to commoners, everyone can often eat various fruits. If the elves mix some elf fruits into it, they can silently transform the imperial people into apostles of the Lord of Truth. It's terrifying to think about it. Rosen also thinks this trick is very powerful, but he has thought of some countermeasures. He analyzed carefully. First, the manufacturing cost of elf fruits is not low. There are more elf fruits in the lower layer, but the number should not exceed 10,000 per year. So the number imported into the empire will not be too much, and it must be supplied to important members of the empire first. This is even more terrifying. Zhuya panicked whenever she thought of becoming an elf apostle inexplicably. But this panic only lasted for a while, and it got better because she immediately thought of several countermeasures. For example, strictly control the source of fruits, test the poison with animals before eating fruits, or simply do not eat raw fruits, only eat cooked ones. I don't believe that such a delicate thing is still effective after being cooked. But there is one thing that I don't have a solution for, so I asked Rosen, what if someone has been transformed into an elf apostle? Is there a way to distinguish it? Rosen nodded. Yes, it only takes a small radiant spell. After that, he raised his hand and said, Your Majesty, do you mind if I show you this spell? Zhuya was very happy. Of course I don't mind. Then please stand up first, Your Majesty. Zhuya stood up from the water as he said. Because of the dragging effect of the water flow, the thin silk water skirt almost clung to her body, which made Rosen's heart beat slightly faster. Of course, he did not show any abnormality on the surface. He began to cast a spell, and explained, This is called the Brilliant Insight spell. The original principle came from your brilliant knowledge, and later I developed it a little. As he spoke, a faint white light emerged from his palm, flashing slightly towards Zhuya's body, and then a clear light and shadow appeared in the air in front of the two people, showing a translucent human body outline. Your Majesty, please look, the outer shadow is the skirt you are wearing, and the inner layer is your skin. Zhuya has already sat back in the water. She looked at the light and shadow, and her cheeks flushed. She said in a low voice, Rosen, you are such a bastard. Rosen chuckled, but immediately returned to a serious look. Your Majesty, don't be in a hurry to scold, look inside, it is the shadow of your bones and internal organs. In fact, it is a magic X-ray, but it is much clearer than the X-ray on Earth. Under Rosen's fine control, the effect is even comparable to MRI. Zhuya pursed her lips and looked carefully. Sure enough, she understood it, and then felt a little surprised. Is this really a glorious spell? It can ignore my magic barrier? Rosen smiled and said, I will share this spell with you later, but please listen to me now, Your Majesty. Of course, he will not share the essence of light, but will only share the specific details of the spell, so that the glorious empire will not be infiltrated by the elves without knowing it. He pointed at Zhuya's internal organs and bones. The body transformed by the spirit fruit will show some subtle changes, and it is slightly different from that of mortals. For example, here in the intestines, there is something that mortals have, but elves don't. And this white filament doesn't go around in a big circle. And here in the eyes, the structure is slightly different from that of mortals, and there are no visual blind spots. In short, there are more than a dozen subtle differences, and through these anomalies, we can accurately distinguish between elf apostles and mortals. Zhuya understood, but she was still uncomfortable observing the details of her body with a man. She waved her hand to dispel the light and shadow. I understand, I will promote this spell, especially for important occasions in the Empire, to accurately identify infiltrated mortals. After a pause, she asked, but if you are accidentally infiltrated, but you are a member who is hard to give up? Or if it's just me, and the fairy fruit is eaten by accident, what should I do? Rosen certainly has a way. First of all, Your Majesty, you are difficult to target. Because you are a legendary wizard, when you eat the fairy fruit and your body changes, you will feel it at the first time. At this time, you immediately spit out the fruit, which should be enough to stop the change. Zhuya immediately relaxed a lot. Well, this is not difficult. But what if it's someone else? Rosen spread his hands. The time is too short. I haven't found an effective way to reverse it for the time being, so I leave it to the Empire's magic department to find a solution. He is still researching. Even if he can't figure out the principle of the fairy fruit, he has to find a way to use the fairy fruit. Seeing Zhuya's puzzled expression, he explained, at present, the faith puppet has been built and can respond to the prayers of 1 million believers at the same time. As for the subsequent maintenance and upgrades, leave it to my puppet substitute. By the way, My puppet substitute has arrived at Medacillin and is currently waiting outside the Nevernight Palace. And it's time for me to return to Waylon. Julia suddenly showed reluctance. This emotion is very complicated. Some may be the reluctance between lovers, some are the reluctance to the top talents, and finally there are many, but they are the reluctance to the guardian. The fact that she was able to control the situation so quickly, and become the true Lord of Light, has a lot to do with the huge deterrent power of the mysterious assassin Rosen. If he is leaving now, she feels empty and a little uneasy. Are you leaving so soon? Rosen smiled. Your Majesty, I am still in the Nevernight Palace, just a different identity. If you don't believe it, you can summon my substitute now. Julia really wants to take a good look, so she summons it immediately. About a quarter of an hour later, the puppet substitute arrived. This is still a flesh and blood puppet, but it is the previous generation version. There is no disguise of mana, and there is no disguise of soul. In terms of mana, a legendary crystal is used instead. Julia commented, he looks like a living person, but he is a living person without a soul. Rosen smiled and said, he is a living person. In fact, he is a result of magic I learned from the devil. Normally, he is just an ordinary puppet, and will conscientiously help your Majesty maintain the credit puppet. When necessary, your Majesty only needs to tell him my name, and I can directly control this puppet through the connection of the power of faith, and have a real-time conversation with your Majesty. While speaking, Rosen gave a demonstration. Sure enough, the puppet that seemed a little dull and rigid a moment ago suddenly became vivid after being directly controlled by Rosen. Except for not being able to feel the soul power, it was completely the same as the real Rosen. Julia felt much better immediately. She had been mentally prepared for Rosen's return. After all, the other party's natural alliance had a lot of things to do, and it was impossible for him to stay with her all the time. After a few seconds of silence, she said, regarding our marriage, I tried to sound out the situation at the family meeting, but it was generally opposed. Even Jaidia, who has always supported me, was opposed. The only one who supported it was probably Irene, but her support was not firm. Most people think that if you are a citizen of the glorious empire, you are fully qualified to be my husband, but you are the emperor of the natural empire, so you can't. Hearing this, Rosen thought Julia was going to regret it, but he was not disappointed. After all, Julia must consider the ideas of her supporters, otherwise she will not be able to be a stable emperor. Your Majesty, if it really doesn't work, don't force it. Julia knew Rosen had misunderstood, and said seriously, I don't mean to give up. I mean, if you want this to succeed, the natural empire must show its strong national strength, at least not weaker than the glorious empire, and even better in some aspects. In this way, I am not marrying down, but marrying up, and there will be less resistance. This is true. Rosen finally confirmed, Your Majesty, are you really going to marry me? Julia nodded. I will not regret what I have decided. Even if it takes 10 or 20 years, I will insist on pushing forward. But you, don't get disgusted with me halfway through. Rosen laughed. It doesn't take 10 or 20 years, 5 years at most will be enough. The natural alliance actually has national strength, but the biggest problem is that it is loose. As long as it is brought together, it will not be much worse than the glorious empire. And he has many ways to bring the natural alliance together. Julia suddenly felt the desire to win, and looked eager to try. Rosen, I'm not that easy to defeat. Maybe in 5 years, the gap between our two countries will be even bigger. Then we see. After saying this, Rosen took a last look at the queen, who was as delicate and gorgeous as a starlight rose in the pool. The latter's cheeks turned red under his fiery gaze, but she did not retreat, but straightened her trembling chest and looked at Rosen. Rosen laughed and stood up and left the pool. Well, goodbye for now, Your Majesty. Chapter 259. 3 days later. The newly established capital of the natural empire, Dawn City. In Storm Harbor, new Blackstone warships kept coming in, inviting the royal family, and nobles of Cow and Lavender, the Grand Dukes and nobles of the 5 duchies, and representatives of the major forces of the Alliance's civilian class. Of course, they were not here to play, but to hold a meeting and discuss. The core topic of the discussion was how the natural empire should be unified. Rosen already had a mature plan in mind for this. He planned to continue to use a safe and gradual approach. It's not that he can't make drastic reforms. With his current prestige and means, no one can resist. But it will definitely cause great social chaos. Once the society is in chaos, there will be many management vacuum areas, just like a violently flowing water will definitely have many bubbles. In this vacuum area, it is easy for hidden and peeping void life to take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble. After all, He has a big business now and many enemies, so it is better to be careful. There are quite a lot of people attending the meeting, and the total number has reached thousands. At the dock of Dawn Port, thousands of new electric cars have been waiting for a long time. As soon as people get off the ship, they will be invited to get on the car and sit all the way to the Blue Whale Mansion. As the host, Rosen has also been waiting at the Blue Whale Mansion. As the guests were sent one by one, he also paid attention to the information of the guests one by one. Among the guests, he saw the Silge royal family led by Queen Cao, 9 great nobles, and representatives of major civilian forces in Cao, a total of 150 to 160 people, representing almost all interest groups of Cao. We also saw Molly, the Queen of Lavender, the 4 marquises, and the representatives of the civilian forces headed by Prime Minister Murati, which added up to about 120 to 130 people. Then, there was Aaron. Although there were no nobles, the Danger family also came, and even the former Lion King Sallant, Danger, was there. He could no longer be king, but he still had a considerable family business, earning hundreds of thousands of ogs a year, so he naturally had to speak for his own interests. In addition, there were also major civilian forces, such as the Trade Chamber, the Mage Guild, etc., which also had more than 100 people. Finally, there were the nobles and civilian representatives of the 5 major duchies of Bohemia, Gamo, Fontaine, Balaland, and Godwin. The total land area of these 5 duchies is about the same as that of one kingdom, but the total population is close to 200 million. There are a lot of people, but the place is small, so it is very poor. It is several levels poorer than the former overseas duchy of Whalon, and far inferior to the 3 major kingdoms. Even the Grand Dukes and nobles, when they came to Dawn City, felt a sense of restraint like a country bumpkin entering the city. But this group of people was particularly large, more than 600, so they were at the end of the contempt chain. It can be seen that when the people of the 3 kingdoms saw them, even the civilian representatives, they all had unconcealed contempt in their eyes. But Rosen liked these 5 duchies very much, because they represent a huge source of development power. Because poor places definitely yearn for rich places, and definitely want to become rich themselves. Then as long as they are slightly guided and provided with a large number of opportunities to get rich, these people can become the engine that drives the natural empire forward. Under the guidance of the attendants, the representatives of the Alliance countries soon stayed at the Blue Whale Mansion, and then they were assigned a detailed itinerary. The first itinerary on the itinerary was the Imperial Military Review, which was scheduled for the next morning. Naturally, people from the same country and representing the same interests gathered together. The biggest interest group of Cao was naturally the Silge royal family. The eldest Prince Ryan also arrived. As soon as he saw the content of the itinerary, he felt very uncomfortable. Military review, it's clearly a show of force. I want to see what kind of force there is. He was the first heir to the throne of King Cao, but was killed by Whalon. Although he had no choice but to accept it due to the situation, no one was happy. The Queen of Cao was very interested, because she knew a lot of inside information, and knew that Whalon had many powerful new weapons. But she didn't know what new weapons they were, so she wanted to see them. So she smiled and said, "The force that can force the glorious empire to retreat is indeed worth showing off." Lavender. The cabinet members naturally gathered together. Prime Minister Murati raised his hand and flicked the schedule, smiling. "I heard that the production capacity of the first shipyard of Varen is very amazing. It can launch a Blackstone warship in 8 days, and it is still speeding up crazily." Marquis Nobundo shrugged and sighed. This is all the money of the Natural Alliance. In the past 2 years, Varen has been a crazy money-sucking vortex. It is rich, but it has sucked all countries into poverty. But it is not possible to stop sucking, because the products produced by Varen are really good, especially the Lightning car, which is so exciting to drive. Marquis Nobundo himself bought 5 cars of various styles. His sons and daughters each had more than 2 cars, plus some cars for various purposes. The whole family bought more than 100 cars in total, with an average price of 10,000 ogs per car, and 1 million ogs were gone. His situation was not special, but a common phenomenon. If the current Alliance nobles still drive the smelly and vibrating Blackstone cars, they will be laughed at. Prime Minister Murati nodded. "I estimate that Whalon's trade surplus in the past 2 years should be more than 200 million ogs. This is not the trade volume, but the surplus, pure profit." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of all the Lavender people present turned blue, and they were extremely envious and wished they could take their place. Murati smiled and said, "If the Alliance completes the real unification, Then His Majesty can lead us to earn gold coins from the glorious nations. At that time, it will be Queen Zoya who will suffer. That's right. Lavender is a country based on business. They will follow whoever can make money for them. Now that the future of following His Majesty the Emperor is bright, the resistance in everyone's heart has dropped by 90%, and many people have even begun to look forward to it. As for the 5 poor principalities, they are now lying flat. Whatever His Majesty the Emperor wants to do, they will accept it without any resistance. In the midst of various different mentalities, time has come to the next morning in a blink of an eye. The military parade began, and the location was in Storm Bay. The weather was also good that day, cloudy and windy. Although it was summer, it was still very cool. When representatives of various countries came to the viewing seat, the time came to 9 o'clock in the morning. The sound of salutes began to roar. Then, a low buzzing sound came from the sky. But they could only hear the sound, but could not see anything. Just when the representatives were puzzled, a flash of light and shadow appeared in the sky, and rows of planes appeared. Row after row, 20 planes in each row, a total of 20 rows. A total of 400 planes. What's more amazing is that not only are there a large number of them, but there are also several types. Buzzing across the sky, it's like a swarm of steel bees. The representatives looked up one by one, and listened to a 5-ring wizard explaining with the voice of the sky. The one flying in the sky now is the 3rd Sky Legion of the Empire, which is divided into 3 types: Falcon in the cloud, Ghost in the high sky, and Howler in the low altitude. This surprised everyone. They might not understand the aircraft model, but the 3rd Sky Legion was still easy to understand. One legion has 400 planes, and the 3 legions have 1,200 planes. In other words, Whalon already has so many planes. Less than 3 years ago, when Duke Whalon first came to Dawn City, he only took out 3 planes. Queen Cow whispered, "It's so fast." Lavender Marathi also sighed. "If this legion flies over Platinum City, I'm afraid it can turn the entire city into a sea of fire." As for the representatives of the principality, they looked up and opened their mouths, all stunned. When they were born, cars were still pulled by horses, and warriors still fought with swords and magic. When people reached middle age, steel actually flew into the sky and lined up. The world has changed so much that it's even crazier than dreaming. At this moment, the voice of the high sky appeared again. Next, the latest army weapon, Metal Storm, will be displayed. The principle of this weapon is based on the Blackstone cannon, but the cannon has been miniaturized and specialized, and finally a super high rate of fire of 2,000 rounds per minute has been achieved by using a rotating barrel. As the explanation was given, a group of strong 4-ring warriors walked up to a special platform at the dock in groups of 2, carrying a peculiarly shaped weapon. After reaching the platform, a warrior held an exaggerated metal tube array with 8 tubes in both hands. Another warrior set up a huge iron box and inserted a shiny metal chain into the back of the metal tube. There were about 40 warriors in total, so 20 metal storms were displayed. The voice of the narrator sounded again. The attack distance of this weapon is up to 1,500 meters. The single shot strength exceeds 8 rings, and the cluster attack can crush all infantry charges in the world. As these words were spoken, the metal storm broke out. Beep, beep, beep. A very strange sound. 20 circular metal tube arrays spewed out blue flames together, and scattered platinum-colored bright lines to the distant harbor sea, forming a terrifying destructive light curtain. The representatives were stunned. 40 people could actually cause such a scale of attack, and hit so far. If this were a legion attack on the plane, one side used the metal storm, and the other side used traditional cavalry to attack, the scene was simply unimaginable, but the shock of the crowd lasted less than a few seconds, and was interrupted by another amazing situation. When the platinum-colored bright lines of the metal storm were thrown wildly in the bay, a large amount of translucent light and shadows surged on the sea surface of the storm bay. Inside the translucent light and shadow, a faint shadow appeared. It looks like a ship. No, it's a warship. It's a warship protected by a pure water shield. Amidst the surging light and shadow, one warship after another emerged on the water. Each warship that appeared was more than 80 meters long, and was covered with a thick, ground glass-like pure water shield. Although the shield was hid by the metal storm, and rippled in circles, it blocked the front steadily. So, the platinum jets stimulated by the metal storm were like thick and long magic wands, lighting up the warships hiding on the sea one by one. But when did these warships enter the harbor? No one knows. What does the specific appearance of the warship look like? No one knows, because the pure water shield blocks all the details. At this moment, the sun is piercing through the dark clouds, sprinkling golden light on the earth, and also shining the warships covered by the water shield. Looking around, there were more than 120 giant steel warships lined up on the sea surface of the entire Storm Bay. At first glance, it seemed like a steel city on the sea. The scene was so spectacular and magnificent that all the representatives subconsciously stood up to observe. The commentator's high voice also became very excited. What is currently showing is the main battleship of the Imperial Navy. Each battleship is equipped with more than 50 new weapons with amazing power, a strike range of more than 200 kilometers, and an accuracy of 10 meters. When all the missiles explode, they can turn the enemy ships into ashes 200 kilometers away. As the commentary continued, a faint mist appeared around the 120 giant steel warships present, and then the light began to distort. 120 warships disappeared in the bay almost at the same time. But just when everyone thought the show was over, a thunderous explosion suddenly appeared in the bay. Immediately afterwards, 120 flames broke through the mist almost at the same time, soared into the sky, and crossed the sky at an astonishing speed, rushing to the sea at the entrance of the bay. It seemed that in just a blink of an eye, this terrible weapon crossed a distance of 5 kilometers, like a sharp sword, and violently hit the sea surface. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sea surface was full of flames, huge waves were rolling, and the huge noise of the explosion was more than 10 times louder than the thunder in the sky. When the sound waves reached the parade viewing stand, everyone was stunned. When everything calmed down, the entire Storm Bay was still silent. All the people watching the parade subconsciously opened their mouths wide, and it took a long time to close them. Woo woo! The frightened seagulls cried a few times cautiously, and then reactivated the almost petrified crowd. Crash! The whole bay was suddenly filled with people. The representatives of the major principalities lay flatter, and were truly proud to join the extremely powerful natural empire. Aaron's former Lion King felt his body trembling uncontrollably. Finally, he knew how Aaron's Lion Fleet lost. The Blackstone warships of the Lion Fleet, when encountering such warships, can only be beaten continuously, and can't even find where the opponent is. It would be strange if they didn't lose. The eyes of the eldest prince of Kao were completely dim. He completely understood that he would never be the king of Kao. Queen Kao sighed. With such amazing and creative weapons, it's no wonder that the glorious fleet retreated without a fight. Of course, the glorious empire's special envoy Irene was also in the crowd. She looked at the waves in the distance that had not yet subsided, biting her lower lip. After a long silence, the relevant images were transmitted back to Medicillin. About an hour later, the information was on the Queen's desk. After seeing it, the Queen took the information and went to the compartment. Rosen. The dull puppet's eyes became clear, and a lively smile appeared on his face. How is it? My good thing is powerful, right? The Queen nodded and admitted, it is indeed very powerful, but how far can this thing shoot? Give me a definite answer. Rosen smiled slightly and raised his hand to make a 1. There are many kinds, but the farthest and most expensive one can hit 1,000 kilometers and send a ton of high-powered explosives to a box with a range of 10 meters. The power of these explosives is equivalent to 50 tons of TNT on Earth. Release a huge-scale explosion spell with a strength of about 30,000 Rosen Legend 10. With a bang, it was as amazing as a tactical nuclear physics explosion. And this is the power of war weapons, which no legendary wizard can resist head-on. Of course, there are also disadvantages. The biggest disadvantage at present is that it is not fast enough, has not exceeded the speed of sound, and is not invisible enough, so it is easy to be intercepted. But he will not talk about these disadvantages, otherwise the deterrent power will be reduced by more than half. Julia was shocked. Then can we directly hit Medicillin from the storm ocean? We can hit it, but of course I won't hit Medicillin, don't worry. Julia was slightly relieved, thought about it, and couldn't help laughing. You acted like this, those kings and dukes of the Natural Alliance will not be scared to death by you. Rosen smiled and said, this is my purpose, to scare them, so that things can be done. All disputes in this world come from not giving in to each other. As the Emperor of the Empire, Rosen must completely unify the alliance, and must not give in on matters of principle. Therefore, he could only put his sword to the forehead of the ruled, and let the other party give in. Chapter 260. Afternoon. Chincy City. The former Victory Chess Room of the Blue Whale Mansion was temporarily converted into a huge conference hall. Nature Emperor Rosen and Zigralana, who looked exactly like Mother Nature, sat side by side at the top of the conference hall. At the bottom of the hall sat representatives from various countries of the Nature Alliance. After the morning military parade, the representatives looked much calmer. Emotions such as dissatisfaction, resistance, and unwillingness were basically invisible. What was strange was that there was a round platform in the center of the hall. The round platform was covered with black cloth, but you could see that there were many things on the platform. After everyone was in place, the host of the meeting, Weilan's magic minister Wei Gu, spoke loudly. Next, please invite the Emperor of the Nature Empire, the strongest legendary wizard of the Alliance, and the husband of Mother Nature, His Majesty Rosen Saxon, to speak. The representatives were very respectful, and stood up and saluted, calling him His Majesty. Rosen nodded in return and then spoke. Let me introduce the distinguished lady next to me. This is my wife in heaven, the Mother of Nature, the incarnation of the Mother of Nature in the mortal world, also called Zigralana, and will be the Queen of the Natural Empire. Zigralana had a kind and maternal smile on her face, and her whole body seemed to be emitting a faint, very sacred soft light, which made people impressed at a glance. This sacred aura came partly from her, and the other part was created by Rosen with magic. It was indeed very intimidating. The representatives of various countries, who had just sat down, stood up again, saluted Zigralana respectfully, and called her Her Majesty. Zigralana raised her hand, and immediately a golden and green light fell from the sky and fell on everyone present. In the light, everyone felt that their magic power had been greatly improved, and their bodies became healthier and more energetic. This wonderful method that mortals do not have immediately made everyone more awed. So, everyone stood up again to salute Zigralana. After a while, the venue returned to calm. Rosen began to speak formally. I know that many of you are worried that life will change dramatically after the unification of the Alliance. Here, I promise that except for Aaron, the Lion King who voluntarily abdicated, I will not make major adjustments to the national systems of Cal, Lavender, and the 5 duchies for the time being. The kingdom is still the kingdom, the duchies are still the duchies, the royal family is still the royal family, and the nobles are still the nobles. There will be no major changes from the past. I will not rudely place the citizen system currently applied to Weilan and Aaron on your heads. As soon as these words came out, the king and nobles were satisfied, but the civilian representatives were not satisfied. Lavender Prime Minister Muradi immediately stood up, saluted to Rosen, and then said, Your Majesty, the civilians who occupy almost 99% of Lavender are very eager to enjoy the same civil rights as Weilan, and we are also ready to fulfill our imperial obligations. As soon as he finished speaking, a Lavender noble stood up. No, Your Majesty, not all Lavender civilians think so. Not all Lavender civilians have the ability to fulfill their obligations. After the voice fell, the meeting host Wei Gu said loudly, Silence. Listen to Your Majesty first, don't interrupt Your Majesty. The 2 Lavenders immediately saluted and apologized, and then sat down. Rosen continued, In a unified natural empire, I, the Emperor, must do 3 things. There is no room for negotiation on any of these things, and they must be implemented thoroughly. Rosen said this very seriously, revealing an unquestionable determination, which also made everyone present shudder and listen attentively. Rosen confirmed that everyone was focused and began to talk about the specific content. First, unified military power. Whether it is the major kingdoms or the major duchies, they must hand over the command of the army and form a unified imperial legion. Everyone immediately talked about it. The civilians originally had no military power, and hated the military power of the nobles. Now that all military power has been handed over to His Majesty the Emperor, they feel very good and at the same time gloat over it. The nobles are very terrified. Because military power is the most important power for them, once it is handed over, they will really become lambs to be slaughtered. In normal times, these nobles would have stood up and cursed, and then walked away. But now they can't, and they dare not. Because the true God Mother of Nature is sitting there, and the Imperial Army has just demonstrated its terrifying military power, so they can only sit in their seats and vent their dissatisfaction with their expressions and gestures. Rosen saw everything and continued, Second, unified civil rights. That is, all members of the Alliance, from the white-haired old man to the newborn baby, have citizenship. The civilians are even happier now, and the nobles are even more dissatisfied. Those with bad tempers have turned pale and almost cursed. Rosen's face was calm, and he said the third point. Third, unified writing, unified language, unified measurement standards, and unified currency. This one, both civilians and nobles agree, so most people have nothing to say. But it does not mean that there will be no disputes. Which country's language and writing is the common language, and writing involves national self-esteem. Which measurement and currency are the standard is also directly related to interests. So, when doing things, there will definitely be some quarrels. Rosen continued, The above 3 things are basic principles, which cannot be changed or questioned. If you don't like to hear me say it with my mouth, then listen to me with my sword. The atmosphere on the field suddenly suffocated, and the anger that the nobles almost couldn't suppress was dimmed. The emperor's sword was too sharp, and the emperor's reputation was too high, and the king and nobles felt that they couldn't bear it. So the anger was reduced to resentment. Rosen gave a little sweet talk at the right time. On this basis, everything else remains unchanged for the time being. Cal is still managed by the Silge royal family, and the county governors at all levels remain unchanged. Levend is still managed by Queen Molly and the cabinet council, and the governors of major cities remain unchanged. The same applies to other principalities. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. Okay, now you can speak freely for half an hour. After half an hour, I will start answering questions. The conference hall was suddenly noisy, and everyone was expressing their own ideas. Half an hour passed quickly, and the conference host Wei Gu said loudly, "Now let's start asking questions. If you have any questions, please raise your hands, and stand up to answer when you are called." The crowd immediately raised their arms. Wei Gu pointed to Marquis Nobundo of Lavender. The gray-haired marquis stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I must say that without the help of the army, we really can't manage the country." Rosen said calmly, "It's not that we can't manage it, because the situation of Whalon and Aaron has proved that it can be managed. I also want to ask you, if you have an army and civilians have the right to be protected as citizens, when you use the army to force civilians to work, how is the right to be protected as citizens reflected?" Marquis Nobundo grinned and had nothing to say. Rosen said loudly, "Management is possible, but simple and crude management like in the past is not possible. In the natural empire, it is required to take care of the basic human dignity of every citizen, so a more gentle and limited management method is required. How to better manage the people and the country is a big challenge for all managers." Okay, next question. The next person to stand up was the civilian representative of Cao. "Your Majesty, why don't you abolish the king and the nobles? Let Cao completely realize the citizenship system like Aaron and Varen. Because the nobles are also citizens and have citizenship rights. Also because the nobles did not choose to confront the empire, but chose to surrender voluntarily. This wise move saved countless people from war, which is a great contribution to the empire. Of course, the reward for such a contribution is by no means eternal." The third person to stand up was a poor noble from the principality. "Your Majesty, if I choose to withdraw from the territory like the northern nobles of Varen, can I get the same compensation as them?" Yes, the choice of the northern nobles of Whalon has proved to be an excellent method. I will promote it throughout the empire. Of course, I will not force it. Next, many people stood up and asked many questions. Rosen also answered them one by one seriously. It can be seen that most of the answers are satisfactory, but a small part of them are unsatisfactory. This is also unavoidable. A huge country with nearly 600 million people cannot satisfy everyone. After the conference hall gradually calmed down, Rosen said, "In the next natural empire, I will strongly promote a plan. I call it the Empire Integration Plan, or to be more specific, it is the integration of communications, oceans, land, and sky throughout the empire." As he spoke, Wei Gu used magic to gently pull open the curtain covering the round table. There were many objects under the curtain. Rosen pointed to one of them, and it floated up and floated in the air. This is the latest model of lightning messenger. It can directly hear the other party's voice, eliminating the trouble of encoding, thus greatly reducing the threshold for use. Next, I will spend a huge amount of money to build a large number of lightning communication lines throughout the empire, connecting every city, every town, and even every village, so that everyone in any area thousands of miles apart can have a real-time conversation with each other as long as they pick up the lightning messenger. This sounds like a myth. But many people present have used lightning messenger, so they know that this is possible, but it will cost a lot of money. But it must be said that if this can really be achieved, the world will definitely change dramatically. Rosen pointed to a model of a Blackstone cargo ship. This is the largest deep-sea cargo ship that Whalon can currently build, with a cargo capacity of 30,000 tons and a stable speed of 40 kilometers per hour. I will develop a large number of deep-sea routes, connecting ports of various countries through the Golden Ocean to achieve the most efficient maritime transportation. Preliminary estimates show that transportation costs will be reduced by 80% compared to now, but efficiency will be increased by 3 times. As soon as these words came out, everyone present felt extremely excited. The Natural Alliance attaches great importance to maritime trade, because maritime trade can bring huge wealth. Now that Rosen said this, everyone was ecstatic. Immediately afterwards, Rosen pointed to a long land transportation tool. This is a rail-mounted Blackstone car. It uses a large Blackstone rune steam engine as power and steel tracks to guide the direction. After connecting a large number of carriages together, it can have a very amazing and very fast land transportation capacity. I will build tracks between every city in the empire, allowing a large number of rail-mounted Blackstone cars to run between cities and transport various materials quickly between cities. Everyone was surprised and amazed, and was also shocked by the emperor's generosity. If this is really realized, the empire's land transportation capacity will increase by an order of magnitude. Transportation means communication, and communication means various business opportunities. Rosen finally said, "Finally, it is the sky-integrated one. Look, this is a large civilian transport plane that can transport people and goods. At present, this thing is still a bit expensive and difficult to promote, but if more are made, it will gradually become cheaper. Using it, you can transport people or things from the southernmost tip of Lavender to the northernmost tip of Varan within 12 hours, across 4,000 kilometers. This is really incredibly fast, and everyone present has begun to dream after hearing it. It feels that if these things really come true, the Natural Alliance will definitely undergo earth-shaking, even incredible changes. Whether it is civilians or nobles present, they can't help but have a strong vision of the future world in their hearts." At this time, the voice of His Majesty the Emperor sounded again. "I believe that when the Empire integration plan is truly realized, the wealth of our natural empire will surely explode violently, and the glorious empire will easily look up to it. The power of our natural empire will also increase to a height that no one can imagine, but is absolutely incredible. A height that makes the whole world tremble, and even bows down and uses honorifics when the name is mentioned." Clatter, clatter, clatter. The venue rang with a storm of enthusiastic applause. The future described by Rosen is so specific and beautiful that it is just like the kingdom of God. As long as they thought that the kingdom of God might be realized in the mortal world, the representatives actually forgot all the unsatisfactory things in the current time. At this moment, everyone had similar thoughts in their hearts. Let this husband of the true God lead us forward.